On a dark and windy night, he stumbled upon a strikingly beautiful and alluring woman, thus commencing the tumultuous and vibrant saga of his life. Chapter 1. Encountering a Mysterious Beauty. If one were to encapsulate the essence of Li Tian's 20 years of existence in 4 succinct characters, it would undoubtedly be a life of relentless hardship. Standing on the cusp of his 20s, he once harbored a multitude of aspirations, dreams of attaining great success, visions of having a lovely girlfriend by his side, and fantasies of traversing the world in a car. Alas, these dreams were all mercilessly shattered by the harshness of reality. Having grown up in an orphanage, he remained oblivious to the identities of his parents, often subjected to the mockery of peers who taunted him as the child who was born to parents but raised without them. Since leaving the orphanage at the age of 13, Li Tian has been solely reliant on himself. Balancing school and work, he persevered through high school, achieving commendable grades. However, the burden of financial strain ultimately compelled him to withdraw from his studies. Throughout the years in Liao City, Li Tian learned to be self-sufficient and discover the intricacies of survival. Though life has been fraught with difficulties, he understands the imperative of endurance. Must the impoverished simply resign to fate? Currently, Li Tian works as a waiter in a modest eatery in Liao City, toiling tirelessly for a meager wage of 20 yuan per day, from 8 in the morning until 9 at night. Despite the arduous conditions, he finds solace in the fact that this modest sum suffices for his sustenance in such a remote and desolate county. Isn't it so? After a long day of tidying up the tables and chairs, as well as mopping the floor, Li Tian finally concluded his work. The one who had been standing nearby, supervising Li Tian's efforts, was a corpulent man named Wang Chong, the proprietor of the establishment. Wang Chong was notoriously stingy apart from himself. Li Tian was the sole worker in the entire restaurant that, in truth, every task serving dishes, washing pots, picking vegetables, and sweeping the floor was solely Li Tian's responsibility. After just over a month of enduring this, Li Tian could no longer tolerate the situation. "Hey Li Tian, you ought to clean that glass over there. It looks filthy," Wang Chong exclaimed, pointing at the glass that Li Tian had just polished. That glass had just been cleaned by Li Tian. How could this insufferable man expect him to do it again? Li Tian's patience wore thin. "I just cleaned that glass. It looks as clear as a mirror. Do I need to clean it again? It might break if I do," Li Tian retorted, flinging the rag harshly onto the floor. "How dare you speak to me like that? What's wrong with asking you to do a bit of work? Don't forget, I am the boss," Wang Chong boasted arrogantly. Li Tian's anger flared within him. "So you're the boss, are you?" Wang Chong, taken aback by Li Tian's unexpected defiance, who had always been his scapegoat, puzzledly responded, "Of course. Who else would be? I'm done with this job, got it?" Li Tian shouted vehemently at Wang Chong. "Let me tell you, you fat fool, I have tolerated you for far too long. Do you think I am your servant? I endured it before, but today I am not in the mood to bear it any longer. I have worked for 21 days this month, and tomorrow you will pay me. If you dare to withhold even a penny, I will expose your use of counterfeit oil and the dead pork incident. I wonder how you will keep your restaurant running after that." Li Tian shouted vehemently. The rotund boss stood there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom that the once submissive Li Tian would unleash his fury today. You, what is it? Is my message unclear? You fat fool. I quit." Li Tian cursed fiercely, tearing off the tattered scarf from his waist and tossing it violently to the ground before striding into the inky night. As for the portly boss, he remained frozen, his facial muscles tense, cursing under his breath as he watched Li Tian's receding figure. "You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? I curse you to a lifetime of poverty on the darkened street." The flickering streetlights cast a wavering glow, illuminating a solitary figure that ambled along the path. Indeed, it was Li Tian. Having just exited the restaurant, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. Did that fat man truly believe I would not dare to resign? I genuinely quit. I refuse to accept that I, Li Tian, am destined to be a mere waiter for life, he muttered to himself as he walked on the dimly lit street. The occasional bark of a dog echoed, while the low-roofed houses on either side had mostly extinguished their lights. In truth, the hour is not particularly late. It is merely past 10 in the evening. However, due to the small and impoverished nature of Liao City, it is rare to encounter anyone idling about at night. As autumn approaches, a slight chill permeates the air, and an occasional breeze sends a shiver through Li Tian, who is clad only in a thin shirt. He hunches his shoulders and hastens into the enveloping darkness of the night. The journey from his temporary abode, rented for 200 yuan, to his destination takes less than 20 minutes, and with a brisk pace. It might even be completed in under. Li Tian strides forward. He suddenly feels the urge to relieve himself. Glancing around, he ultimately decides against urinating on the main road, opting instead for the depths of a shadowy alley nearby. After all, he is a civilized young man. Quickly darting into the alley, he unfastens his trousers and begins to relieve himself. A gust of cool wind brushes past him, prompting him to mutter, "It seems winter is fast approaching, it's getting colder by the day." Having finished and toned his trousers, Li Tian prepares to exit the mouth of the alley when an unsettling sensation washes over him. A fleeting glance towards the depths of the alley reveals a dim figure lying in the shadows. Is it a person? A ghost? A wave of trepidation grips Li Tian's heart upon seeing the figure, obscured by the darkness, making it impossible to discern whether it is human or something else entirely. Who? Who is there? He calls out, mustering his courage. Regrettably, the shadow remained utterly still, uttering not a single word. This rendered Li Tian increasingly perplexed, pondering what manner of being lay within. His curiosity emboldened him, prompting him to venture step by step closer. Indeed, curiosity has led many astray. Simultaneously, he hastily reached into his tattered jeans, retrieving a lighter. With a sharp flick, the lighter ignited, casting a brief flicker of light, only to be extinguished in an instant by the cold wind that swept in from the alleyway. Yet, in that fleeting moment of illumination, Li Tian discerned that a figure lay ahead. Upon realizing it was a person, he hurried towards them, only to be met with the unexpected allure of an unfamiliar fragrance wafting through the air as he approached. Could it be? Intrigued, Li Tian flicked the lighter open once more with a decisive snap. The astonishing scene that unfolded before him revealed a woman sprawled on the ground, clad entirely in black leather. Upon the sudden revelation that it was a woman, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, what is a woman doing here at this hour? He murmured incredulously. Hey, miss, are you all right? He called out as he drew nearer. However, in the pitch-black mouth of the alley, there was no echo to his words. The woman on the ground lay as silent as the grave. Could it be that she is dead? Li Tian, taken aback, swiftly reached out to touch the woman's nostrils, relieved to find that she was alive, breathing. His heart surged with excitement. However, a perplexing question soon occupied his mind. Who was the woman lying on the ground? Chapter 2. She is no ordinary woman. Li Tian could guarantee with certainty that the woman before him was not from Liao City. Having lived in the small Liao City for 2 decades, he possessed enough discernment to recognize this. Although he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her, he was already convinced that there was no woman in Liao City who matched her beauty. Clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit, the brand of which eluded him, it was evident from the gleaming texture that this was undoubtedly the most expensive leather attire in the city. Gazing at the unfamiliar woman in the dark of night, Li Tian found himself momentarily stunned, standing in the shadowy alleyway. Was fate nudging him to be a hero and rescue this damsel in distress? Was he to experience a stroke of fortune or misfortune? The uncertainty lingered. He bent down and cradled the mysterious stranger as he made his way back to his modest abode. Li Tian resided in a small room he had rented for 200 yuan, which suggested a rather dismal living situation. Upon opening the rusty iron door and flicking on the dim light, the entirety of his cramped quarters came into view. Under the feeble glow of the flickering bulb, a foul odor assaulted his senses. The space was barely 40 square meters, furnished with a bed, an old table, and a scattering of dirty socks along with disheveled clothing strewn about. Anyone familiar with the life of a single man could easily surmise the state of Li Tian's living conditions. On a bed barely a meter wide, piled high with tattered clothing resembling a mountain, Li Tian slowly approached the woman in front of him, gently laying her down on the mattress. Afterward, he exhaled softly and settled onto a small wooden stool nearby. Bathed in the glow of the light bulb, Li Tian beheld the woman's true visage for the first time. Good heavens, what an exquisite face it was! Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, pale yet radiant, gentle as a precious gem, and strikingly translucent. Her complexion surpassed the purity of the whitest mutton-fat jade, framed by a classically beautiful oval face, with a straight and resolute nose that combined feminine charm with a hint of masculine vigor. Her slightly thin, supple lips displayed a nearly transparent ruby hue, so alluring that a mere glance could ensnare one in its enchantment. Cascading like a silken waterfall, her long, lustrous hair draped elegantly over her delicately sculpted shoulders. Evidently, her physique, honed through consistent exercise, presented an admirable verticality, embodying the quintessential model of a well-developed young woman. With long legs and a slender waist. Standing at approximately 1 meter 67, her form was such that any addition would be excessive, and any subtraction would seem diminutive. Yet, to Li Tian's eyes, the woman's countenance bore an air of frigidness. Beneath her breathtaking beauty lay an aura of aloofness, as if she were a regal ice goddess, to be admired from afar, but never approached. My goodness, has my past life accumulated enough virtue for me to encounter such a paragon of beauty? Li Tian found himself utterly mesmerized by the stunning woman resting upon his bed. He gazed unblinkingly at the enchanting beauty before him. Even a lifetime of admiration would not suffice for Li Tian. However, a wave of profound questions suddenly surged within his mind. Who was this woman? How did she come to faint here? She was evidently not from Liao City. But who, then, was this mysterious figure? A torrent of inquiries flooded Li Tian's thoughts. Observing the woman lying unconscious on the bed, he couldn't help but wonder how she had collapsed. Was she fatigued? Or perhaps ill? As Li Tian approached, he caught sight of a sticky substance adhering to the leather of her outfit beneath her chest. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to discover it was blood, crimson and vivid. No wonder she had fainted. She must have been injured. With this realization, Li Tian hastily prepared to examine her wound. Yet, as his gaze inadvertently fell upon the woman's ample bosom, he nearly succumbed to a nosebleed, his outstretched hand freezing in midair. Goodness, if she awoke later, would she not blame him for having gazed where he ought not? Li Tian pondered. Looking at the woman's pale, delicate face, he resolutely thought, enough of this. The priority is to save her. After all, preserving life is paramount. With that conviction, Li Tian slowly extended his hand to unzip the woman's leather jacket. As his fingers brushed against the zipper, they trembled slightly. He turned his head away, striving to embody the ideal gentleman, muttering to himself, I shall not look. I shall not look, alas. His eyes seemed to defy his will, irresistibly drawn toward the woman's garment as it began to part. As the zipper was gradually pulled down by Li Tian, he nearly lost his composure. How magnificent, how pristine. Li Tian felt a dryness in his throat, and an overwhelming heat enveloped his entire being, causing his hand to inadvertently brush against the woman's skin. At the moment his fingers made contact with her flesh, the woman, who had been lying motionless on the small bed as if in a deep slumber, suddenly opened her eyes. Whether it was an instinctive awakening or for some other reason, her gaze turned icy with a chilling intent at the sight of an unfamiliar hand before her. You seek death, she uttered in a frigid tone, and in an instant, her hand struck out like a viper towards Li Tian's throat. The speed was nothing short of astonishing. Li Tian barely registered the shadow of her hand before he felt a constriction around his neck. Instinctively, his hand struggled to pry away her slender grip. The woman before him, though her eyes radiated with boundless malice and fury, seemed to possess diminishing strength. It was unclear whether this was due to her severe injuries or another cause. Ultimately, her grip weakened, and her hand gradually fell away, plunging Li Tian into darkness as he fainted. Having brushed against the brink of death, Li Tian hastily shook off her hand, crouching on the ground as his neck flushed crimson and he began to cough violently. After a few labored breaths, he slowly lifted his face, his eyes now filled with terror. Just now, if it weren't for my instinctive struggle, I might have been crushed to death by this madwoman. Who on earth is she? Why is she so fierce? Li Tian sat on the ground, speechless, his eyes filled with disbelief as he gazed at the unconscious woman. Damn it. Is it really so difficult to be a good person? I almost got killed. Li Tian cursed. However, upon reflection, he suddenly sensed something amiss. This woman was exceedingly peculiar. When she struck, he didn't even catch a glimpse of her movement, having gained notoriety for his fighting skills in Liao City since childhood. Li Tian suddenly realized that this woman was no ordinary individual. Chapter 3. The mysterious visitor. She was unlike any ordinary person. How could an average woman possess such immense strength? At first glance, she appeared to be merely in her 20s, slender in build, which made her extraordinary power all the more perplexing, unless, of course, she had trained rigorously. What should I do? If she awakens, might she not inadvertently crush me? Li Tian pondered anxiously. Yet, if he chose not to intervene, This woman, severely injured as she was, would undoubtedly face the risk of infection if her wounds remained untreated, leading to far greater complications. Ultimately, Li Tian resolved, "Very well, I shall assist her. After all, I am a compassionate soul." With this thought in mind, he approached her cautiously. Tentatively, he prodded her with a finger and, finding no response, he gradually unfastened her leather attire. At that moment, he could scarcely focus on her form, for the grievous wound beneath her chest captivated his attention. The area below her breast displayed a deep, purplish bruise, marred by a profound scar. The wound-S shape did not suggest a knife or gunshot. It resembled the mark left by some creature's bite. Gazing at the scar, Li Tian felt a surge of astonishment. No wonder she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Her injuries were indeed severe. He swiftly fetched clean water to gently cleanse her wound, followed by alcohol for disinfection. Throughout this process, the woman lay still, offering no sign of awareness, even as the alcohol was applied to her injury. After an arduous endeavor that extended past 1 o'clock, Li Tian finally managed to tend to the woman's wound adequately, although the injury still bore a purplish-black hue. At the very least, it would no longer be susceptible to infection. Sitting on the ground, Li Tian wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and retrieved a crumpled pack of off-brand cigarettes from his jeans pocket. He extracted one, ignited it, and took a deep drag. Who exactly is this woman? Li Tian pondered. Earlier, while he was cleansing her wound, he had unexpectedly noticed a peculiar symbol tattooed on her wrist, an intricate swastika design. What could this symbol signify? Li Tian was at a loss, and it seemed that only when this enigmatic woman regained consciousness would he uncover its meaning. Gazing at the unfamiliar and mysterious figure before him, Li Tian, exhausted from a long day at the restaurant, could no longer resist the allure of sleep, collapsing onto a nearby small sofa and drifting off with a soft snore. Meanwhile, under the inky night sky, 2 vehicles sped along a highway leading to Liao City, resembling arrows in their rapidity. The foremost vehicle was a Land Rover Freelander 2, its imposing front reminiscent of a whale's head, exuding an aura of power, closely pursued by an Audi A4. Inside the Land Rover, 3 men occupied the space. The driver, a man with a crew cut, exuded a rugged masculinity, his cold, piercing eyes resembling a beast as he navigated the road with quiet intensity. The peculiar swastika tattoo occasionally visible on his wrist evokes an unsettling sensation. The design on his wrist bears an uncanny resemblance to the woman Li Tian had retrieved. The 2 men behind him instill a chilling fear. One is tall and robust, with a shock of red hair and eyes that resemble those of a fierce warrior, exuding an imposing presence as he sits in the background. Beside him, the other man possesses a gaunt physique, yet his gaze is as menacing as that of a venomous serpent, appearing even more sinister than his brawny companion. His bony, calloused hands are adorned with an eerie ring, intricately carved with the image of a fearsome snake, catching the eye with its darkness. This place is indeed remote. It is astonishing that she managed to escape to such a location. Suddenly, a chilling and sharp voice emanates from the slender man with the triangular, serpent-like eyes. As he coldly observes the undulating green mountains beyond the vehicle, the red-haired man, with his bulging warrior-like eyes, abruptly turns to him and exclaims, "From Las Vegas to here. This woman has killed a total of 11 of us. Damn, she truly harbors immense hatred." The triangular-eyed man smirks coldly. "Of course, let us not forget. She is a top assassin." He chuckles. "Yet no matter how formidable she may be, she pales in comparison to you, the Viper." The one known as Viper narrows his triangular eyes and smiles faintly. "She is indeed formidable. To have survived my Black Snake's attack and still escape so far is a remarkable feat, truly unprecedented. But what does escaping far signify? The outcome is still death," the red-haired man proclaimed brazenly. "To speak candidly, had she not been caught off guard by my Black Serpent, the result of this confrontation would have remained uncertain." As Shedu reflected on the scene, he found himself harboring some apprehensions. The red-haired man continued, remarking that regardless of her prowess, she ultimately betrayed the organization. Betrayal equates to death. Since she has chosen her demise, we shall accompany her on this final journey. Xiaodu gazed at the faintly flickering lights of the small county town of Liao City and silently mused that resolving matters with Shadow here would be a fitting end for her. His voice lingered ominously in the dark night as 2 vehicles swiftly approached Liao City. What tremendous changes shall unfold in Liao City with the arrival of such enigmatic individuals? And who, precisely, is the Shadow they speak of? We shall await the unfolding of events with bated breath. Chapter 4. The Stranger for Li Tian. His 2 decades of existence in Liao City have been rather unremarkable. devoid of the tumultuous struggles of life or the grandiose peaks of an extraordinary journey. Thus, upon encountering the mysterious woman last night, he found himself pondering whether he was merely ensnared in a dream. It was not until the sun ascended high in the sky that Li Tian roused himself from the sofa, rubbing his eyes and casting a glance at the enigmatic woman peacefully reclined on his bed. A surge of exhilaration swept over him as he realized this was not an illusion, but an undeniable reality. Gazing at the woman before him, Li Tian was suddenly struck by the thought of how splendid it would be to have such a partner for life, even if it meant sacrificing 2 years, or even 3, of his own existence. Yet, as fleeting as that thought was, the possibility of such a dream coming to fruition remained a separate matter, prompting a bittersweet smile to grace his lips. He then ambled towards the corner of the small room, retrieving a metal box from within. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of several crumpled 100 yuan notes, neatly stacked, amounting to an estimated 2,000 yuan. Slowly, he extracted 5 of these 100 yuan bills, gently closed the box, and exited his abode. Outside, the sun shone warmly, and life in Liao City proceeded as usual, with people attending to their daily labors. Typically, at this hour, Li Tian would be occupied in a small eatery, washing vegetables and scrubbing dishes. However, on this particular day, he found himself walking towards the pharmacy, which was only a short distance away, taking just a few minutes to arrive. Inside, an elderly doctor, appearing to be in his 60s and wearing spectacles, attended to the patients. "Old Chun, could you please get me some anti-inflammatory medication?" Li Tian remarked as he entered the pharmacy. Old Chun adjusted his reading glasses perched on his nose and chuckled. "Ah, little Li, have you been fighting again?" Li Tian was quite familiar with Old Chun, as he often came to buy anti-inflammatory drugs after a scuffle. "You're mistaken this time. It's not for me, but for someone else," Li Tian replied with a smile. Old Chun retrieved 2 bottles of penicillin and 2 bottles of amoxicillin, handing them to Li Tian. "Is that so? When did you learn to behave? No more fighting?" Old Chun squinted playfully. "I have long since turned over a new leaf," Li Tian said, paying for the medication. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to Old Chun, asking, "Old Chun, what should one do if a person's wound has a purplish-black discoloration around it?" Old Chun squinted and smiled. "That undoubtedly indicates poisoning." "Poisoning?" Li Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Old Chun nodded. "Indeed, only in cases of poisoning does the area surrounding a wound take on a purplish-black hue." "What medication should be used then?" Li Tian inquired. Old Chun replied, "That depends on the type of poison involved. I don't know what poison it is, but the area around the wound appears purplish-black. And it seems like it was bitten by something," Li Tian recalled, thinking about the woman lying in his house. Listening to Old Chun, he advised, "If bitten by a poisonous creature, it is best to extract the venom as swiftly as possible. Should immediate medical attention be unattainable, one might resort to using their mouth to suck out the poison. However, one must exercise caution to avoid succumbing to the toxin themselves. Generally speaking, antibiotics prove to be quite effective. What do you think? Would you like some?" Old Chun gazed at Li Tian as he spoke. "Yes, please provide me with some," Li Tian replied. With a smile, Old Chun retrieved 2 bottles of antibiotics from the medicine cabinet and handed them over. Consequently, Li Tian acquired the 2 bottles and hastened back to his humble dwelling. Upon his return, the enigmatic woman lay motionless, resembling a corpse. Li Tian carefully examined her wound, noting the deepening purplish hue surrounding it, accompanied by notable swelling. Witnessing the deterioration of her condition, Li Tian promptly crushed the anti-inflammatory medication and applied it meticulously, followed by administering the antibiotics specifically designed to combat toxins. After laboring diligently for nearly 2 hours, he finally completed his task. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he gazed at the woman on the sickbed and murmured, "I shall do my utmost to save you. Alas, what a grievous injury you bear. Moreover, I am at a loss regarding the nature of your wound. With no hospital in Liao City, it seems we must leave it to fate." However, as the thought of extracting the poison occurred to him, Li Tian quickly dismissed the notion. Such an advantage was not one he dared to pursue. What if, when the time comes, he is the one who saves that enigmatic woman? Upon awakening to the truth, she might well seek to take his life, especially considering the location of her wound, just beneath her breast. Li Tian, however, lacked the audacity for such a confrontation. After administering the medication to the woman, he ventured out to the restaurant to collect his wages. As he walked along the street, a few acquaintances greeted him warmly. Suddenly, as Li Tian strolled, the sound of car horns echoed ahead, prompting him to glance over his shoulder whereupon he was momentarily stunned. What magnificent vehicles! Among them was a Land Rover Freelander 2, and another was a sleek black Audi approaching his direction. Liao City was a remote little mountain village, while vehicles could occasionally be seen. The majority were trucks designed for hauling coal or goods, and the sight of a Santana was regarded as a rare treat. Yet today, the village was graced with two extraordinarily impressive cars. Although the first was a luxury Land Rover worth several $100,000, and the Audi was commonplace in first-tier cities across the nation. In this secluded village, such vehicles were almost unheard of, especially for someone like Li Tian, who harbored dreams of owning a fine car. Gazing at these splendid machines led him to ponder, when would he ever have the fortune to possess one himself? With a bittersweet smile, he acknowledged the reality of his situation. Aspiring to such vehicles now felt like a fantastical daydream, utterly unattainable. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Mysterious Woman. He merely cast a casual glance before proceeding towards the restaurant. As he approached, Li Tian suddenly felt an unsettling disquiet. How could such luxurious vehicles appear in Liao City so unexpectedly? Especially after he had fortuitously encountered a mysterious woman. Her appearance undoubtedly suggested affluence. Could there be a connection between the two events? Upon further contemplation, Li Tian turned his head to scrutinize the two vehicles once more. He observed that they had come to a halt in front of a small shop. From within the cars emerged several tall men clad in black suits, striding purposefully towards the establishment. "Excuse me, have you seen a woman in her 20s, injured, dressed entirely in black leather, strikingly beautiful, with an air of coldness?" One of the four men, his gaze as frigid as ice, inquired of a woman in her 30s cradling a child, the child in her arms. Perhaps frightened by the ominous presence of the four men in suits, began to wail. The woman, attempting to soothe the child, responded in somewhat halting Mandarin. "Why are you shouting? You're frightening my baby. Answer the question." Another man in black, clearly agitated by her response, bellowed in anger. The woman was suddenly struck by fear, and the child in her arms began to wail loudly. "I've never seen such a thing," she exclaimed, retreating with the child, displaying an air of impatience. The four men in black suits standing nearby instantly turned cold. One of them stepped forward abruptly, his fists clenched as if he intended to strike the woman, causing her face to pale as she recoiled, and the child cried out even louder. "What's the matter, brothers?" A voice suddenly interjected. The four men in black suits turned to find a figure smiling at them. It was none other than Li Tian, who had rushed over upon hearing the child's frightened cries. "Who are you?" asked one tall, slender man in a suit, casting a cold glance at Li Tian. With a smile, Li Tian replied, "I am a local from this small town. Is something the matter? You gentlemen seem to be new to Liao City. If you need any assistance, please let me know." He appeared to be the quintessential Good Samaritan. The tall man then inquired, "Have you seen a woman in her 20s, injured, dressed entirely in black leather, and strikingly beautiful?" At the cold inquiry, Li Tian's heart skipped a beat. It dawned on him that this group of strangers in luxury cars was indeed connected to the woman he had rescued. Initially, Li Tian intended to assert that he had indeed encountered the individuals in question. However, he was suddenly struck by the menacing countenances of the several gentlemen clad in black suits before him, suggesting they were far from virtuous. Moreover, he remained uncertain about the relationship between the woman lying in his home and these men. Should she be a mere acquaintance of the enigmatic woman in his household, it would be acceptable. Yet, if they were adversaries, it would spell trouble, particularly considering the severity of the woman's injuries. As Li Tian pondered how best to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by the tall, slender man who coldly demanded, "Have you seen her or not?" Li Tian quickly replied, No. However, rest assured, gentlemen, should I come across her, I will notify you at the earliest opportunity." He offered a nervous smile. The tall man, upon hearing this, dismissed Li Tian with a glance, abruptly pivoting towards a nearby Land Rover Discovery. As the window descended slowly, a brawny man with a shock of red hair and eyes resembling those of a calf emerged into Li Tian's view. The fierce expression on his face instilled a sense of dread within Li Tian. It was the first time he had encountered such an individual outside of television. The slender man in the suit leaned in to whisper a few words to the red-haired man, who then slightly nodded. The window rolled back up, and the other four gentlemen in suits merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Tian before entering the vehicle and departing. Gazing at the two departing vehicles, Li Tian pondered the identity of these individuals and their connection to the woman lying at home. It was imperative that he swiftly ensure her recovery, so he could inquire about the matter. As Li Tian approached the restaurant to collect over half a month's wages, The woman in the room suddenly opened her eyes. Perhaps it was the effectiveness of the medication he had administered, or perhaps this woman possessed remarkable vitality. In any case, it was evident that the enigmatic figure had indeed awakened. Upon opening her eyes, her hands instinctively clenched tightly, and her bright, autumn-like gaze cautiously surveyed her surroundings. With great effort, she managed to rise from the small bed. After casting a cold glance around the disheveled room, the mysterious woman quickly deduced the nature of its occupant. Observing the filthy and chaotic space, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. "How did I end up in such a place?" she murmured to herself. Immediately, she turned her attention to her injuries and was surprised to find them bandaged and treated. Several bottles of antibiotics lay on the nearby table, intended for her recovery. As she took in this scene, the woman pressed her hand against her wound and slowly stood up, peering through the grimy window at the outside world, remaining silent. Chapter 6. She wants to kill me. At that moment, the sudden sound of crisp footsteps approached. The enigmatic woman pressed herself against the wall with a sense of vigilance as the door creaked open. A figure strode into the room, and just as he entered, the mysterious woman swiftly launched an attack, executing a precise cross-lock grip on his throat. Simultaneously, she uttered icy words, "Don't move. If you do, you will meet your demise." Who was the unfortunate soul ensnared in her grasp? It was none other than Li Tian, who had just returned, choked by her grip. He felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his mouth hurriedly forming the words, all right, I won't move. Please don't kill me." His mind raced in confusion, spinning a full 180 degrees as he pondered. What in the world is happening? Who are you? Where am I? The woman's cold voice suddenly pierced his ear. Who are you? Although her tone was melodious, to Li Tian's ears it sounded utterly discordant. After all, the threat of death loomed over him. I am Li Tian," he stammered. The mysterious woman replied, "I do not know you. I haven't even introduced myself." "How could you know me?" Li Tian blurted out. The grip on his throat tightened, and he instantly felt a surge of suffocation. "Speak further, and I shall end your life." Her frigid voice echoed in his ears. Yes. Li Tian felt an overwhelming sense of dread towards this woman. She was truly someone to be reckoned with. "I ask you, is this room yours?" "Yes," Li Tian replied honestly. "Did you also tend to my wounds?" The woman continued her inquiry. Yes," he stammered. "Who permitted you to touch me?" she suddenly exclaimed, her voice laced with an unmistakable menace, clearly fueled by the location of the injury beneath her chest. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. "I was trying to save you, when I found you unconscious on the ground, bleeding. If I hadn't intervened." Before he could finish, the woman cut him off sharply. "Who asked you to save me?" Li Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Indeed, had she ever requested his assistance? The realization struck him. He had foolishly overstepped, and his good intentions had not only gone unappreciated, but had also led him into peril. Anger surged within him as he resolved to confront the situation head-on. "Fine, as you say. Even if I, Li, am deemed worthless for having saved you, so be it. If you desire to end my life, then do so. Should I so much as flinch, I shall accept my fate as your subordinate," he roared defiantly. After his declaration, the enigmatic woman paused momentarily. "You are not afraid of death? And if I am, do you expect me to kneel and beg for mercy?" Li Tian retorted fiercely. The woman let out a cold scoff. "At least you possess the spirit of a man." With that, she unexpectedly released her grip on Li Tian's neck. Upon being released, Li Tian suddenly crouched down, his face as pale as a sheet as he struggled to catch his breath. "If you dare to utter a single word about today's events, I assure you, your demise will be more gruesome than anyone else's," the woman before him stated coldly. Li Tian gazed at her, internally reflecting, what a peculiar woman she is. After this encounter, he chose to disregard the strange woman, despite her beauty and alluring figure. There was an inexplicable discomfort in his perception of her at that moment. What manner of woman is this? How can she be so domineering and formidable, so quick to threaten lives and act with such ferocity? The woman, meanwhile, remained silent, stepping outside the iron door to survey her surroundings. Her injuries were still quite severe. Although her strikes had been sharp, the stillness brought her pain. She gradually seated herself on the edge of the bed, glancing around the room. "Is this your room?" she inquired. "Obviously," Li Tian replied, turning his head away coldly. "Was it you who saved me yesterday? Were there others present when you rescued me?" The woman continued to question. "No, it was just me," he answered. Upon hearing this, the woman felt a significant weight lift from her heart. "Did you purchase these medications?" she asked, pointing to the antibiotics on the nearby table. Li Tian grunted dismissively. No. The woman recognized that he was merely speaking out of frustration. Thank you, she uttered. Her words cool and devoid of warmth. Upon hearing those words, Li Tian finally managed to smile. Can you even muster a thank you? Last night, I rescued you in the dead of night, toiling away for hours to tend to your wounds, and yet, upon waking, you threatened to kill me? Truly, it's like a dog biting. Before Li Tian could utter another word, the woman suddenly turned her fierce gaze upon him, glaring intently. What did you say? Li Tian quickly fell silent. To be frank, he felt an indescribable fear towards this woman, particularly due to the aura she emanated, which seemed to repel others from approaching her. I ask you, where's this? The mysterious woman struggled to sit up in bed. Though she fought to suppress the pain coursing through her body, Li Tian could clearly see that she was in agony. This is my room, he replied. What I mean to inquire is, what place is this? The woman appeared on the verge of anger, yet her words came out frail and weak. Observing her discomfort, Li Tian, unable to bear it, gently replied, Liao City. Upon hearing this, the woman slightly furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, how did I end up here? Wasn't I headed to Kyoto? Could it be that I mistakenly boarded a vehicle after sustaining my injuries? As she sat quietly, Li Tian remarked, well, you've asked your questions, now it's my turn to inquire. A chilling glint appeared in the woman's eyes as she fixed her stare on Li Tian. What do you wish to know? What is your name? Where is your home? How did you end up in this place? And why are you so gravely injured? Li Tian inquired. Regrettably, the woman coldly remarked. It is perhaps better that you remain oblivious to such matters. Why? Li Tian inquired, perplexed. Because the less you know, the longer you will live. Should you become too knowledgeable, I would be the first to end your life. Upon hearing her words, a sense of fear gripped Li Tian. Her tone and manner were unmistakably devoid of jest. He could not help but lament internally, pondering how he had found himself entangled with such a perilous woman. Perhaps it is best not to pursue this further, he finally said. The woman merely smirked, her lips curling in derision, and chose to disregard him thereafter. Chapter 7. A great disturbance, however. Let me inform you that 2 remarkable cars have arrived in Liao City, and the individuals inside are searching for you. I encountered them on the street just now, Li Tian remarked, recalling the 2 cars he had just seen. Upon hearing this sudden revelation, the woman's gaze transformed, revealing an unmistakable glint of menace. What did you say? They have pursued so swiftly? A peculiar utterance escaped the lips of the enigmatic woman. Li Tian, taken aback, pondered for a moment before asking, do you know them? Of course I do, she replied, her voice laced with lethal intent. Are they your friends? Li Tian inquired further. The mysterious woman abruptly turned her face towards him, her expression icy. What business is it of yours? You would do well to distance yourself from me as much as possible, or else you shall surely meet your demise. Her words ignited a blend of anger and frustration within Li Tian. He could not fathom why this woman would wish such ill upon him. As if his survival brought her no joy, little did he realize that her words bore a deeper significance. Fine, since you prefer I remain uninvolved, this is my room. From last night until now, I have endured my own misfortunes, all of which I have brought upon myself. Now that you are awake, perhaps it is time for you to vacate my premises? Li Tian stated coldly. Upon hearing his dismissal, the woman's countenance turned frigid. Do you truly believe I would wish to reside in such a dilapidated place? As she spoke, she struggled to rise from the bed, clutching her wound, and took tentative steps towards the small iron gate, her demeanor unmistakably suggesting a desire to escape the confines of the room. Just as she was nearing the doorway, the previously poised and striking woman suddenly faltered, her legs giving way beneath her, and she collapsed onto the ground. Li Tian, standing nearby, observed her fall and remarked, "Oh, what a performance, keep it up." After a moment of hesitation, he noted the cold woman remained unresponsive, and a wave of concern washed over him as he thought, could she truly be unconscious? With that realization, he hastened to her side, attempting to assist her. Hey, are you all right? He inquired anxiously, gazing at her. However, the striking woman remained utterly unresponsive, her eyes firmly shut, and her complexion exceedingly pale. Li Tian glanced at her injury. Noticing the dark bruising had spread further across her body, and the surrounding area was beginning to swell. What am I to do? He muttered in frustration. Ultimately, he gently laid the woman on his bed and proceeded to apply medication to her wounds. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Someone has been beaten, someone is dead." The shout echoed throughout Liao City, a small place where the sound traveled swiftly, reaching nearly every corner. Curiosity piqued. Many onlookers stepped outside, drawn to the source of the commotion. Others dashed directly towards the scene of the incident. Even Li Tian was not exempt from the allure of the unfolding chaos. A brawl in the streets? There is a captivating spectacle to behold. With such thoughts, Li Tian hurriedly stepped outside to ascertain who was engaged in a brawl. In Liao City, 3 types of altercations frequently occur, one involving a wife and her husband, another between a mother-in-law and her daughter-in-law, and the third among neighbors. Each type of conflict is remarkably vivid, prompting Li Tian's eagerness to discover the details of the latest commotion. As he dashed outside, he noticed a considerable crowd had already gathered. Who was fighting? Li Tian inquired of a woman in her 30s, addressing her as Aunt Wang. The woman, pointed toward the front, replied, "Over there." Upon hearing this, Li Tian hastened to the scene, only to realize that the confrontation was far more serious than a mere neighborly dispute or a quarrel between in-laws. It was a violent assault occurring in broad daylight. The assailant, clad in a black suit, was delivering blows, while 2 vehicles, a Land Rover and an Audi, were parked nearby. Upon recognizing the individuals involved, Li Tian's heart sank. The victim was none other than his former restaurant owner, the hefty Wang Chang. It turned out that the group of enigmatic individuals had visited Wang Chang's establishment seeking information about a woman, but Wang Chang's words had inadvertently offended them. Now, he lay on the ground, wailing in agony. The man clad in a black suit relentlessly kicked and struck, leaving the rotund Wang Chang battered and bruised on the ground. Utterly defenseless, the surrounding neighbors dared not utter a word, as it was evident to all that these mysterious individuals who had suddenly appeared in Liao City were certainly not to be trifled with. Li Tian stood frozen, hesitant to approach. He understood well that these enigmatic figures had come in search of the woman lying in his room, yet he could not divulge this knowledge. Li Tian was not foolish. He could discern from the woman's words that these pursuers were far from being her friends. Suddenly, a piercing sound emanated from the car, followed by the slow opening of the door. A man of slightly shorter stature, yet possessing a pair of cold, serpentine eyes, emerged. His pallid complexion suggested injury, and he wore an unusual ring resembling a venomous snake. Was this not the notorious drug lord? Following him, from the opposite side of the vehicle, stepped a towering figure akin to a giant, standing over 190 centimeters tall, with a shock of red hair and muscles that strained against his clothing. The mere presence of such a man exuded an aura of intimidation, prompting the onlookers to instinctively take a step back. Chapter 8. The further you are from me, the better. After the drug lord's voice declared it was over, the man in the suit ceased his actions. As for Wang Chang, he was already on the ground, unable to rise, his body racked with pain, tears streaming down his face, yet he dared not utter a single word. Dear fellow villagers, we have come here today solely to locate an individual. Should any of you happen to see such a person, this bundle of cash will belong to you. As the drug lord spoke, he smirked and produced a thick stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. A cursory glance revealed that the sum was no less than several thousand yuan. The onlookers were taken aback upon realizing the wealth of the man before them. Some greedy individuals eagerly inquired, "Who are you searching for? If we assist you in finding them, will you truly reward us with this money? Indeed, will the money be given or not?" The neighbors murmured amongst themselves. Even Li Tian could not help but feel envious upon seeing the stack of 100 yuan bills. If I were to mention it, would that several thousand truly be mine? He pondered to himself. Meanwhile, the drug lord and the red-haired man overheard their discussions. The red-haired brute, glaring fiercely, proclaimed, "We stand by our word. What is this mere sum to us? If you succeed in locating the person we seek, not only will you receive this amount, but we shall double it." Upon hearing the words of the red-haired brute, the neighbors were instantly stirred with excitement. Some exclaimed, "Better to seek wealth than to risk one's life." It seems this statement is indeed true. But who, they pondered, should they seek? Indeed, who could that be? The neighbors, brimming with enthusiasm, spoke as if the bundle of money was already nestled in their pockets. Liao City, being rather small, could be traversed from west to east in no more than an hour. One could easily imagine that such a diminutive town could hardly conceal anyone. How could the longtime residents of Liao City fail to locate her? They were in search of a woman around 20 years of age, clad in a black leather outfit. Strikingly beautiful yet unwell, as the sinister figure known as Xiaodu ominously declared. With his utterance, the neighbors responded, "We give you our solemn word. Should she be in Liao City, we will undoubtedly find her." Observing these neighbors, who valued money above all, Xiaodu smiled darkly. Chihu, it appears we shall soon locate her, he remarked, turning to the red-haired man beside him. This formidable figure, resembling a Rohan statue, bore the fitting name of Chihu. Chihu widened his eyes and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Tian was hastily retreating to his room. He paid no heed to the mysterious individuals nor to the money-driven neighbors, instead making a beeline for his small chamber. His mind buzzed with confusion. Who were these people, and why were they searching for her? Could they be enemies? Li Tian pondered deeply as he hurried back home. Upon his return, he swiftly closed the small iron gate, only to turn around and nearly jump out of his skin at the sight that awaited him. To his astonishment, the enigmatic woman had regained consciousness, sitting upright on the bed, her gaze icy and fixed upon him. Are you afraid of me? The mysterious woman suddenly queried, her voice devoid of warmth. Li Tian's heart raced as he replied, How could I not be? You resemble a ghost, suddenly waking and then fainting again. He took a seat beside her, casting a glance in her direction. What happened to you? Your injuries are severe. What will you do? The woman seemed taken aback by his concern, as if it were a novel experience. I was poisoned, she stated. I suspected as much, Li Tian acknowledged. But how did you come to be poisoned? Who knows? She retorted coldly, her demeanor shifting abruptly. You would do well not to ask such questions. Li Tian furrowed his brow at her sudden hostility, thinking to himself, what is it about this woman that causes her mood to fluctuate so drastically? Could you assist me with a favor? She suddenly asked, fixing her gaze on him. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback, looking at the enigmatic woman before him. What favor? He inquired. Could you book me a flight to Kyoto? She requested. Upon hearing the mention of a flight, Li Tian nearly lost his composure. A flight? What is it? The woman asked, studying him intently. Beautiful lady, do not jest. This is Liao City, a place so desolate that not even a bird would dare to defecate here. An airport? We scarcely have a functioning train station at times. How could one possibly book a flight? Li Tian remarked. Upon hearing his words, the woman's eyes shimmered with disappointment, and she murmured to herself, Could it be that I am truly destined to be trapped here? What troubles you? Li Tian inquired, noticing the sudden glimmer of despair in the enigmatic woman's gaze. Is it due to your injury? The woman remained silent, casting her autumn-like eyes out the window for a fleeting moment before turning to Li Tian. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for saving my life. However, I must candidly advise you to keep your distance from me. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave peril. Li Tian, taken aback by her unexpected words, pondered the reason behind her warning. Is it because of those who are searching for you? He astutely questioned. The mysterious woman glanced at him, neither affirming nor denying his inquiry. Rest assured, I, Li Tian, a man of honor, could never abandon you to your fate. Although those individuals are indeed seeking you, I promise to remain silent. Even if you choose silence, they will still locate me, she replied coldly. Li Tian conceded her point, given Liao City's diminutive size. Concealing someone for an extended period was virtually impossible. I wish to inquire about the nature of your relationship with those individuals. Why should we fear them? Li Tian asked. No sooner had he spoken than he beheld the woman's countenance transform into an expression of extreme coldness. Silence, she commanded fiercely. I advise you to distance yourself from me as much as possible. Otherwise, I shall be the one to end your life. The woman gazed at Li Tian with a face full of murderous intent. Chapter 9. The threat. Yet, Li Tian seemed poised to utter more words. However, the woman before him abruptly rose to her feet, seizing his throat with an iron grip, her gaze imbued with an inexorable intent to kill. Do you wish to live or die? She demanded. Li Tian, paralyzed with fear, found himself unable to move, his body rigid with disbelief. He had never anticipated that the woman he had painstakingly rescued would so swiftly turn against him. I wish to live, he stammered. Then be gone, she replied coldly. As her words echoed in the air, Li Tian, indeed, turned slowly and exited the rented room, scarcely daring to breathe. No sooner had he stepped outside than he heard the door slam shut behind him with a resounding thud. You wretched woman, how dare you treat me this way? After all I've done to save you, worried for your safety, this is how you repay me? You want to kill me? If I ever help you again, may I never bear the surname Li. He fumed as he strode away from the door. Unbeknownst to him, inside the room, the woman sank heavily to the floor, her gaze fixed on her wounds. With her pale, cherry-like lips, she murmured, Forgive me. If I did not drive you away, you might not even realize how you would meet your end. You should not be entangled in this calamity. Her voice lingered in the air, But the departing Li Tian could no longer hear her words. On the streets of Liao City, two mysterious vehicles now sped directly towards Old Master Chen's small apothecary. Inside the vehicle, the formidable Qi Hu struck his forehead with a hefty hand, exclaiming, "How astute you are! How could I not have realized that the woman would undoubtedly procure medicine for her injuries? This humble establishment is reputed to possess the sole apothecary in the vicinity. If Ying truly resides here, she will certainly endeavor to counteract the poison coursing through her veins. Otherwise, she is destined for demise," remarked Xiao Du. Qi Hu nodded in agreement, stating, "It appears that if we inquire about recent patrons of the apothecary, we shall surely locate her." The car swiftly halted in front of Old Master Chen's pharmacy. Upon stopping, both Qi Hu and Xiao Du exited the vehicle, followed silently by four gentlemen clad in black suits who emerged from the Audi A4. Old Master Chen, previously engrossed in his reading while donning reading glasses, set down his book and approached the newcomers. "Are you here to procure medicine or seek treatment?" he inquired, puzzled by the presence of these unfamiliar faces. Xiao Du, with an ominous tone, interjected, "We are neither here for treatment nor to purchase medicine." Old Master Chen paused momentarily, bewildered. "We wish to inquire about who has recently acquired medicine here, specifically any antidotes," Xiao Du stated slowly, advancing toward the pharmacy cabinet and delicately inspecting the array of white vials. Startled by the realization that these individuals were inquiring about someone, the elder Chen remarked, No one has come to purchase medicine in the past couple of days. Is that so?" The sinister smile of the villain, Xiao Du, spread across his lips. Suddenly, one of the burly men clad in a black suit strode forward and seized Chun by the collar, lifting the frail elder effortlessly off the ground. "You old fool, it would be wise for you to cooperate. Speak up, or I shall make your brittle bones crumble." Chun, now suspended, appeared as ghastly as a liver, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered, "What should I say? I shall inquire once more, who has come to purchase medicine in these past days?" Xiao Du's ominous gaze fixed firmly upon Chun. The elder was momentarily bewildered, racking his mind for details. "Ah yes, Xiao Li came to buy medicine. He did indeed," Chen hastily replied. Upon hearing the name Xiao Li, the villainous group pressed further. "Who is this Xiao Li?" "His name is Li Tian. He hails from our town, Liao City, and has been an orphan since childhood. He came yesterday to buy medicine and inquired about matters concerning poisoning," the elder confessed, trembling with fear. As he finished speaking, Xiao Du's smile widened. "It seems we are on the verge of locating the individual we seek. Where does this Xiao Li reside?" Qi Hu inquired, his cold, piercing eyes locked onto Chun. Old Chun then recounted, in meticulous detail, the whereabouts of Li Tian's residence. Soon, the group led by the notorious Xie Du departed from Old Chen's apothecary without delay, swiftly making their way towards Li Tian's rented abode. Indeed, the imposing Land Rover, accompanied by an Audi, soon arrived outside Li Tian's humble dwelling. As the vehicles came to a halt with a hissing sound, Xie Du and Qi Hu, along with their entourage, emerged from the cars. Following them were four men clad in sleek black suits, their vigilant gazes fixed on the modest house, as if it concealed something dreadfully sinister. "Everyone, exercise caution. You are well aware of Ying's capabilities," Xie Du remarked, one hand caressing his serpent ring while the other rested discreetly within his sleeve. The men in black suits nodded in solemn agreement, their expressions betraying a shared understanding of the gravity of the situation. "You two, stand guard here," Xie Du instructed, directing two of the suited men to take their positions. The pair nodded swiftly and made their way towards the windows of Li Tian's residence, while the other two hastened to the entrance, exchanging a knowing glance. The duo seemed to communicate with an unspoken accord. One of them raised his foot and kicked the door, which burst open with a resounding crash, allowing the other to dart inside with remarkable speed. Such agility and synchrony could only be the result of rigorous training. Who, after all, were these individuals? As the two individuals abruptly burst into Li Tian's residence, a sudden clatter resonated from within, followed by a muffled cry of anguish. An object, resembling a sandbag, was propelled out of the room. Chapter 10. The killing intent. With a thud, a bloodied and mangled corpse of a man fell to the ground. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was one of the men in a suit who had rushed in moments earlier. Good heavens, he had been dispatched in an instant. Almost immediately following the first, a second body was hurled out, landing right before Qi Hu and Xiao Du, its condition mirroring that of the first victim, with a fatal wound to the neck. The countenance of Qi Hu and Xiao Du turned pallid in an instant. What about Li Tian's residence? Once again, it returned to a deathly silence. Truly, the shadow was formidable. Having been bitten by my venomous king cobra, it could still eliminate 2 men. Remarkable indeed. A chilling voice suddenly emanated from Xiao Du as his words echoed. She who bellowed in response. Why waste words on her? Charge in and slay that woman. Yet, despite his fervent words, he remained rooted to the spot. Inside Li Tian's chamber, the stillness persisted, devoid of sound, with no one emerging. Shadow, if you acknowledge your mistake now and return to the 7 fiends, perhaps I may spare your life. I might even intercede on your behalf before the sect leader, pleading for your reprieve. However, if you remain obstinate, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Xiao Du's ominous voice continued. What exactly is the 7 fiends that he speaks of? The name suggests it could be an organization. Could it be that these individuals hail from the 7 fiends? Meanwhile, Li Tianzhang, having been expelled from the residence he rented, wandered dejectedly down the street. His mind seething with ire directed at the enigmatic woman in his household. That wretched woman. How is it possible that someone so beautiful possesses such a venomous heart? I truly regret saving her in the first place. As he strolled aimlessly, he suddenly overheard 2 neighbors to his left engaged in conversation. Do you think that woman they asked us to find is legitimate? If we help them locate her and they refuse to pay, wouldn't we be at a significant loss? What? You're still searching? One inquired. What do you mean? I've heard that some people have already found her. Really? Who has such swift news? One of the neighbors responded. It seems it was old Master Chen from the apothecary. I heard that those individuals personally visited his shop to inquire, and then they set off to find her themselves. Oh dear, that old coot. I can't believe he got ahead of us. Li Tian, who had been inadvertently eavesdropping on their conversation, was instantly taken aback. Old Master Chen, could it be that he truly divulged his dealings with the herbs to those individuals? Had they gone to such lengths to track her down? He would undoubtedly become aware of her poisoning. Once informed, the first course of action would naturally be to scour the apothecary. Could it be that old Master Chen divulged his inquiry into poison to those individuals? This thought struck Li Tian, prompting him to exclaim suddenly, "Oh no." He swiftly turned and raced towards his home as if propelled by wings, his heart burdened with anxiety. That woman was gravely injured. What if those seeking him were indeed her enemies? That would spell catastrophe. The more Li Tian contemplated the situation, the more he sensed an unsettling disquiet. Despite the woman's fierce demeanor and her frequent threats to take his life, he was not the type to turn a blind eye to peril, especially when the individual in question was such a striking beauty. What if she were to perish due to his inaction? A calamity of divine retribution would surely follow. Thus, Li Tian hastened towards his rented abode. As he sprinted, his keen eyes suddenly caught sight of 2 vehicles, causing him to freeze momentarily before seeking refuge in a concealed spot. From his vantage point, he discerned the scene unfolding before him. There stood the man with the slanted eyes and a peculiar serpent ring adorning his finger, known as the poisonous hawk. Alongside the burly red-haired figure, Red Tiger. Upon abruptly spotting the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground, Li Tian's heart sank. Good heavens, there had been a murder. He could never have anticipated such carnage occurring right outside his rented door. Gazing upon the corpses, a wave of dread washed over him. Goodness, who on earth were these people? In broad daylight, a murder had occurred. However, it appeared that the 2 lifeless bodies clad in suits had been slain by another. As Li Tian gazed at his door ajar, he was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the woman inside was the perpetrator? This thought deepened his doubts. What on earth was happening? Now, he found himself hidden away, peering cautiously, determined to uncover the truth of the events that had transpired. Chapter 11. The killing intent on the other side. When the drug lord realized that his persuasion was futile, a murderous intent spread across his face. Beside him, the Red Tiger clenched his fists tightly, as if ready to charge in and eliminate the individuals within at any moment. You 2 truly fear no death. Daring to pursue me all the way here? A cold yet strikingly beautiful voice resonated, and she gradually emerged from the room. She was none other than the enchanting beauty whom Li Tian had rescued. Upon her emergence, the 2 men clad in black suits instinctively took a step back, as if the icy woman possessed an ominous power. Who is to die, I wonder? The outcome remains uncertain, the drug lord remarked, scrutinizing her with keen eyes, pondering how she seemed unaffected despite having been poisoned by his king cobra venom. Situ Ningbing, you should have perished for your betrayal to the 7 fiends. Now, it's time to pay with your life. The Red Tiger bellowed angrily. Situ Ningbing? Is that the name of this enigmatic woman? Li Tian, who had been lurking in the shadows, silently whispered the name to himself, sighing, what a beautiful name. What an icy name. It truly reflects her nature. Is that all you've got? Situ Ningbing suddenly cast a chilling glance at the red tiger. His face flushed crimson, despite his extreme anger. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the woman before him. Do not fear this woman. She has been poisoned by my king cobra venom and is merely holding on. Soon, we shall deal with her together, the sinister figure beside him, known as the Hawk of Poison, declared ominously. Upon hearing this, Li Tian suddenly comprehended everything. The woman he had rescued was named Situ Ningbing, and the venom coursing through her veins was indeed snake poison, inflicted by the man before him. It appeared they were indeed adversaries. Li Tian surmised that they must have once belonged to the same organization, presumably the one referred to as the Seven Fiends. Could it be that the woman had betrayed her comrades? If you seek death, then come forth. Also, inform the sect master that I, Shadow, no longer wish to be his tool, nor do I desire to remain a killer. Her voice was frigid and resolute. A killer? So, she is an assassin, Li Tian mused. Do you truly believe you can escape the organization? Can you evade the lethal decree of the Seven Fiends? The Hawk of Poison laughed mockingly. Situ Ningbing retorted coldly. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Her tone was as steely as her demeanor. Very well, it seems negotiation has failed. Attack. With a furious roar, the red tiger was the first to strike. His towering physique resembling a wall as he charged towards Situ Ningbing, his formidable fists poised to strike like iron hammers. Stalwart as a mountain, yet capable of shattering the earth, this adage aptly described the imposing figure of the red tiger in that moment. Li Tian was utterly taken aback. How could such a massive figure move with such agility? What manner of monstrous being was this? As the fierce strike from Chi-Hu descended, Situ Ningbing's body suddenly shifted. Her speed surpassed even that of Chi-Hu, as her graceful steps allowed her to elegantly evade to the side. The fluidity of her movements was so exaggerated that, were it not for the two lifeless bodies lying on the ground, onlookers might have mistaken her evasive maneuvers for a captivating dance. In the very moment, she swiftly dodged. Two alabaster arms lunged forth with deadly intent, targeting Chi-Hu's vital points with lightning speed. Chi-Hu appeared hesitant to confront her, retreating rapidly as if he were genuinely fearful of Situ Ningbing. His previously motionless, sinister countenance now exuded a lurking menace, and suddenly, with a swift motion, he unleashed an attack. His hand, adorned with a serpent ring, struck out like a viper, aiming for Situ Ningbing's throat with lethal precision. Situ Ningbing deftly sidestepped, retreating swiftly to safety. Chi-Hu, his eyes wide with fury, shouted, "You wretched woman, I'll ensure your demise." With that, he lunged forward once more, his powerful fists crashing down towards her abdomen. Situ Ningbing raised her arm to block, and with a deft twist of her wrist, executed a small joint lock, seizing Chi-Hu's arm before he could react. In one fluid motion, she delivered a resounding kick to his head. The red tiger was struck on the head, letting out a muffled groan as his body swayed unsteadily, yet he remained upright. He licked his lips, detecting a hint of saltiness, and spat out a mouthful, revealing a vivid crimson stain. Curse it! Though the red tiger cursed vociferously, a shadow of terror crept into his heart. Meanwhile, the poisonous hawk had engaged with Situ Ningbing, employing lethal and insidious techniques with each strike. Situ Ningbing, however, moved with remarkable agility, deftly evading each attack. With a sudden hiss, a nearly invisible thread emerged from Situ Ningbing's hand, darting towards the wrist of the poisonous hawk. Upon witnessing the thread's sudden movement, the poisonous hawk instinctively retreated, despite having the upper hand, as if confronted with something fatal. Why did he withdraw? Because he recognized Situ Ningbing's unique weapon, the death silk. The death silk was not genuine silk, but a fine, golden thread, sharper than any blade, and due to its delicate nature, it was difficult to detect, rendering it both cruel and lethal. In the past, Situ Ningbing had claimed countless lies with the death silk, and it was unexpected that she would resort to using it now. After retreating, a peculiar expression crossed her face, and her tall figure trembled slightly. The eyes of the venomous figure gleamed with malice, as he suddenly smirked and remarked, "So, you have been enduring the poison to confront us. Very well. I shall observe how long you can withstand it. When the toxin overwhelms your heart, I shall relish your demise." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward once more, his hand adorned with a sinister snake ring reaching out towards Situ Ningbing. With a frosty expression, she retreated repeatedly, her movements hindered by the poison coursing through her veins, rendering her noticeably slower. Just as the malevolent figure's hand drew near, The snake ring on his finger emitted a swift sound, launching a slender golden needle towards Situ Ningbing. It became apparent that the ring concealed a hidden weapon. As the needle hurtled towards her, she hastily evaded, the poisoned dart grazing her cheek before embedding itself into the wall with a sharp clang. However, unexpectedly, the fierce Chi-Hu appeared, executing a flying kick that struck Situ Ningbing squarely on the shoulder. With a resounding thud, she was sent crashing against the iron door, blood erupting from her mouth in a dark stream. Chapter 12. Do not harm her. The villain, with a sinister smile, questioned whether the fight would continue. Situ Ningbing, fully aware that she might not escape death today, stood defiantly, wiping the dark blood from the corner of her mouth with her arm, and braced herself against the nearby wall. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. With a fierce roar, Situ Ningbing, disregarding her injuries, suddenly lunged towards the villain. In that instant, the silk thread in her hand was released with a swift hiss, darting towards him in a desperate attempt. The villain, caught off guard, quickly retreated. However, as he did, Situ Ningbing abruptly pivoted and charged at the unsuspecting Chi-Hu. Caught by surprise, Chi-Hu attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The silk thread wrapped tightly around his neck, and his eyes widened in horror as his face turned ashen. With a sudden, forceful tug, Situ Ningbing pulled the thread across his throat, causing him to convulse violently. A crimson line appeared on his neck, and then he fell lifelessly. Witnessing Chi-Hu's demise, the villain's countenance darkened with rage as he charged forward, shouting, "I will make you pay." After dispatching Chi-Hu with a single move, Situ Ningbing found herself utterly depleted, unable to defend herself further. Caught off guard, she was seized by the ruthless enemy, his grip tightening around her shoulder. In the next moment, his other hand struck her with a ghostly swiftness, causing her to spew a mouthful of dark blood. Collapsing to the ground, she gasped for breath, blood oozing from her lips, her body trembling on the brink of collapse. The menacing figure of the enemy slowly raised his hand, uttering the chilling words, "You shall perish." As his voice echoed, a hand suddenly shot up. In that critical moment, just as it seemed that she would meet a tragic end at his hands, an unexpected figure lunged forward. "Do not harm her." The voice rang out sharply from behind the enemy, startling him into turning around. However, he had not anticipated that the approaching individual wielded a handful of lime. With a swift motion, the newcomer flung the lime directly at the enemy's eyes. The enemy, taken aback, hastily shielded his eyes, but the powder still infiltrated, igniting a searing pain within. Meanwhile, the rescuers seized the enemy's waist and forcefully pulled him backward. The enemy crashed to the ground, utterly unprepared for this sudden assault and the stealthy attack with lime. On the other side, the previously defeated and resigned figure of the woman, who had closed her eyes in acceptance of death, now opened her bright, tear-filled eyes in astonishment, gazing at him. Who was this savior? It was none other than Li Tian, the very person she had scolded away. To her surprise, he had returned to save her. "You bastard. Do you even consider yourself a man for bullying women?" With that, Li Tian pressed the notorious drug lord down, raising his fist and striking mercilessly at the villain's head. Having been involved in fights since childhood, Li Tian's strikes were particularly cunning. One punch landed squarely on the drug lord's eye. The drug lord, already suffering from the stinging pain of lime, was suddenly hit in the eye again, letting out a piercing scream of agony. Enraged, the drug lord forcefully raised his knee, crashing it into Li Tian's chest with a resounding thud. Li Tian was sent flying, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The fall was far from light. After all, Li Tian was merely an ordinary person and could not possibly be compared to such a fearsome assassin. Yet, this drug lord, who prided himself on his cunning, had not anticipated being bested by the likes of Li Tian today. He was blinded by a simple yet effective tactic, lime in his eyes. Now, his eyes burned. Unable to open, he stood up, wild with fury, screaming as blood trickled from his injured eye. "Come out, you bastard. I will kill you. I will kill you." The drug lord shouted in a frenzied rage. Two of his henchmen rushed to assist their blinded leader. However, in his panic, the drug lord mistook their approach for that of an enemy. He lunged out, grasping the throat of a man in a black suit, crushing the life from him before he could utter a sound. He was dead. The remaining man in the suit, his face drained of color from fear, attempted to flee, but escape was futile. In an instant, he was struck in the face by a swift kick from the ruthless assassin, who then seized his heart with a hand adorned with a serpent ring, causing the man to perish right before our eyes. Witnessing the madness of the assassin, Situ Ningbing, despite her injuries, rose to her feet and lunged at the blinded foe. The assassin, sensing a gust of wind approaching, turned swiftly. However, with his vision compromised, he was no match for C2 Ningbing. As he pivoted, she ensnared his neck with the deadly silk thread in her grasp. A chilling glint of malice flickered in her eyes as she yanked forcefully. With a sickening sound, the assassin's body fell to the ground like a lifeless log, a crimson line stark against his neck. He was dead. The assassin was no more. Li Tian, witnessing this scene unfold before him, was paralyzed with terror. Having only seen such acts of violence on television, he was struck dumb when confronted with the reality of death. Blinking in disbelief at C2 Ningbing, he noticed her strength waning, her vision darkening, before she collapsed to the ground. Alarmed, Li Tian rushed to her side, supporting her as he exclaimed, Hey, are you all right? Yet, C2 Ningbing was beyond hearing his voice. She had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Tian stood up and gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, overwhelmed by the unprecedented scene of carnage. Oh heavens, what am I to do? They are all dead. What shall I do? He murmured to himself. As he contemplated the grim sight before him, Li Tian swiftly and astutely began to drag each corpse into a small room. Before long, he had successfully moved all the bodies inside. And then he set about cleaning the bloodstains with whatever means he could find. In a rush, he picked up the unconscious form of C2 Ningbing and hurried towards the small apothecary of the venerable Elder Chun. Chapter 13. Drug Use. At this moment, Li Tian could clearly see that if he did not act swiftly, the woman before him would undoubtedly lose her life. Thus, he hastened his steps. Upon arriving at the Chun Elder's apothecary, the elder immediately spotted Li Tian. Shaoli, are you all right? The Chun Elder inquired with genuine concern. His worry stemmed from the earlier troublemakers who might have sought out Li Tian, especially since Li Tian's residence had been divulged by him. As he blinked, he noticed that Li Tian was cradling an unconscious woman, which left him momentarily taken aback. This woman, the Chun Elder remarked, pointing towards C2 Ningbing in Li Tian's arms. Old Chun, you must save her at once. She is gravely injured and has also been poisoned. Li Tian urged as he gently laid C2 Ningbing's delicate form onto a small bed within the apothecary. Though the Chun Elder had yet to grasp the full extent of the situation, his instinct to save a life took precedence. What happened to her? Where is she poisoned? He asked, his brow furrowing in concern. Here, Li Tian indicated, revealing the woman's wound. Upon peeling back the fabric, they were horrified to discover the injury was a deep shade of purplish black, with swelling encircling the area. Seeing the severity of the woman's condition, the Chun Elder's expression grew grave. Such a severe injury, he exclaimed, immediately rushing to retrieve medicine. In no time, he returned with a medical kit to treat C2 Ningbing. While Li Tian stood by, gazing at her tightly shut eyes, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. What on earth had he done? In his small room, there lay several concealed corpses. If the police were to arrive, he would find himself in a dire predicament. The more he pondered this, the more agitated he became. Yet he had to strive to remain composed. No, these individuals were not slain by him. It was she who had committed the murders, that peculiar and enigmatic woman. Li Tian reflected. She was a killer. The words she had uttered suddenly resonated in his mind, leaving him astounded. No wonder she was so formidable, so quick to threaten his life. It turned out she truly was heartless in her deeds. As he gazed once more at C2 Ningbing, an unsettling sensation washed over him. After more than an hour of toil, the old mansion finally completed his tasks, wiping the sweat from his brow and inquiring, who is she to you? Young Li? How did you fall victim to snake venom? Snake venom? Li Tian was taken aback. You mean you do not know? Old man Chen looked at him. Li Tian hastily responded, I know. By the way, why were those outsiders searching for you? Only then did Chen pose the question. Li Tian managed an awkward smile, feeling troubled as he recalled the outsiders' affairs, for he was acutely aware that their bodies lay within his home. He could only say, It's nothing. They must have mistaken the person. Oh, I see. Those individuals were quite vicious. Young Li, I must advise you. It is best not to provoke those unsavory characters from other provinces. Old Master Chen spoke with grave sincerity, while Li Tian merely nodded absent-mindedly, his mind a chaotic whirl. What should he do? In his room lay several corpses, and while concealing them for a day was manageable, prolonged concealment would surely lead to exposure. Moreover, the fate of the assassin, C2 Ningbing, remained uncertain, further complicating his thoughts. Little Li, I cannot treat this woman's injuries, Old Master Chen remarked suddenly, his gaze fixed on her wounds. I can only assist with the superficial wounds. As for the poison coursing through her veins, I possess no antidote. Li Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him. What shall we do then? Chen Lao, you must save her, he pleaded. Old Master Chen regarded Li Tian intently. Tell me the truth, little Li. What is your relationship with this woman? Li Tian was momentarily speechless. Indeed, what was her significance to him? After contemplating for a while, he found himself at a loss for words. Is she perhaps your girlfriend? Old Master Chen squinted knowingly. I must say, she seems quite compatible with you. Am I not correct? The suggestion struck Li Tian with surprise, igniting a flurry of emotions. His face flushed with embarrassment as he could only nod and smile awkwardly. While inwardly he mused, goodness, she is an assassin. Yet, he could not help but think that if such a stunningly lethal beauty were willing to be his girlfriend, he, Li Tian, would accept that fate without hesitation. One must treat women with utmost care. Look, the girl is in a perilous state. Oh, you should hastily extract the poison from her body with your mouth. Otherwise, she may truly be in grave danger, remarked the old Taoist Chen. What? Suck out the poison? Li Tian exclaimed in disbelief. What is the matter? Can you bear to watch such a beautiful young lady succumb to poison? Li Tian felt a wave of despondency wash over him. What was he to do? Was he really expected to suck out the poison? Stammering, he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Quickly, she is your girlfriend. What is there to be embarrassed about? I will step outside. You must swiftly extract the poison from her. Remember to place a piece of white gauze over your mouth while doing so. Be cautious and ensure that you do not ingest any poison yourself. Moreover, it is only considered safe if you continue until red blood is expelled, Chen instructed before slowly making his way outside. Left alone, Li Tian stared blankly at the exquisite beauty lying on the bed, pondering what to do next. Was he truly expected to suck out the poison? Such a stunning woman. Who wouldn't yearn to touch her delicate skin? Only two types of individuals would shy away, eunuchs and fools. Thus, Li Tian naturally desired to caress the fragrant skin of Si-Tu Ningbing. Yet, a flicker of fear gripped him. He was apprehensive that if he proceeded, he might endanger his own life, for this woman was a killer, one who would take a life without a second thought. After much contemplation, Li Tian ultimately found himself unable to conquer the turmoil within. He resolved to act. He slowly lowered his head, gazing at the woman's snow-white, crystalline skin, his heart racing tumultuously within him. Nevertheless, he gently placed the gauze over Si-Tu Ningbing's wound and then leaned in, using his mouth to draw out the poison. The first taste of blood he drew was sour, and he spat it out, a mouthful of black blood. He continued to suck out the poison with his mouth. Soon, he expelled another large mouthful of dark blood, one after another, until Li Tian had nearly extracted all the venom from Si-Tu Ningbing's body. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he hastily adjusted Si-Tu Ningbing's clothing and then turned, calling out, Old Chen. Upon hearing Li Tian's shout from within the room, Old Chen limped in. Have you finished? He inquired, blinking his eyes. Chapter 14. I am a killer. Li Tian nodded. Acknowledging, yes, the red blood has appeared. Old Chen examined Si-Tu Ningbing's wound and noted that the surrounding areas affected by the poison had gradually returned to their normal hue, devoid of the previous purplish-black discoloration. He smiled and remarked, that is splendid. As long as we extract the poison from her, she will be fine. I shall prepare some medicine for her shortly. Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that this woman had finally saved her own life. While Old Chen conversed, he went to fetch medicine for Li Tian. However, as he limped back into the small room with the medication, he was taken aback to find it utterly empty. Where had everyone gone? Where was Shaoli? Unbeknownst to Old Chen, Li Tian had decided to leave as soon as he learned that Si-Tu Ningbing's poison had been largely neutralized. He understood that although Old Chen's modest pharmacy was the only one in Liao City, it attracted a multitude of visitors. He feared that if he were to be seen carrying an unconscious stranger, suspicions would inevitably arise. In such a small place as Liao City, it was implausible to conceal anything. Thus, he had no choice but to depart, carrying the unconscious Si-Tu Ningbing. Li Tian found himself at a loss as to where to go. His own room housed several corpses. It would be unthinkable to remain among the dead. Yet, as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized there were truly no alternatives. Liao City was enveloped by mountains, with nothing but lush greenery beyond. After much contemplation, Li Tian ultimately opted for his own room. He carried the unconscious Si-Tu Ningbing back to his small chamber. Upon opening the iron door, he was immediately assaulted by a pungent smell of blood. Pinching his nose, he dared not glance at the cold corpse sprawled on the floor, and gently placed Si-Tu Ningbing onto the bed. However, as he did so, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He heard a sound of labored breathing behind him and, startled, turned around, letting out a terrified yelp. To his astonishment, the assassin woman was indeed awake. You are awake? Li Tian inquired, his eyes wide with disbelief. Situ Ningbing remained silent, her strikingly cold visage betraying no emotion as she gazed at him, her eyes fixed and unblinking. Li Tian sensed something amiss, his expression stiffening. Hey, are you all right? He ventured. Yet, Situ Ningbing continued her silence. Have you lost your mind? He pressed further. Just as the words left his lips, he was met with her icy retort. What did you say? Frightened, Li Tian stepped back hastily, stammering, and nothing at all. Yet internally, he couldn't help but wonder about the woman's peculiar demeanor. Why did you save me? Situ Ningbing suddenly asked, her voice sending chills down his spine. Li Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Because I am a good person, he replied. Situ Ningbing shot him a piercing glare. Are you not afraid that he would have killed you? She demanded, pointing at the corpse of the ruthless assassin lying in the corner of the room. To speak candidly, at that moment, I did not contemplate much. I merely perceived a group of men bullying a woman, and not just any woman, but an extraordinary one. For this reason alone, I felt compelled to assist you, Li Tian remarked with a smile. Oh, is that so? Situ Ningbing retorted coldly. Indeed. I would dare to swear before this light bulb, he replied. Situ Ningbing arched her delicate brows and asked, Then do you know who I am? You are Situ Ningbing. Of course, I know that. And what else do you know? Situ Ningbing's tone suddenly turned menacing. Li Tian, feeling the unease in her voice, cast a glance at Situ Ningbing and sensed an irresistible pressure emanating from her. He hurriedly stammered. I don't know anything else. Apart from your name, I know nothing. I am a killer, she stated, articulating each word with chilling clarity. She concealed nothing, boldly revealing the truth before Li Tian. His facial muscles stiffened, and he stood frozen, gazing at Situ Ningbing. In truth, Li Tian was aware of her identity. But he was not foolish. What sort of profession is a killer? It is inherently clandestine. If one's identity were to be uncovered, it could lead to dire consequences. Such narratives are often depicted on television, and thus, Li Tian felt a twinge of fear, genuinely apprehensive that this woman might turn against him and take his life. Observing Li Tian's stunned expression, Situ Ningbing's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. That smile was so enchanting that it nearly caused Li Tian to faint. With two delicate dimples and an exquisitely flawless face, her beauty was truly unparalleled. Are you not surprised that I am a killer? Situ Ningbing suddenly gazed at Li Tian and inquired. Surprised, Li Tian replied honestly. Are you afraid that I might kill you? Situ Ningbing continued to look at him. Yes, but I trust that you wouldn't actually harm me. At least not after I saved you, Li Tian stated. Situ Ningbing slowly turned her slightly pale and delicate face, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. I never expected to encounter you here, nor did I anticipate being saved by you, she mused. It must be fate. Li Tian chuckled. Situ Ningbing ignored his remark, continuing her soliloquy. Perhaps it is a coincidence. Perhaps I am simply fortunate. However, you have indeed saved my life this time, yet you have violated my rules. Her tone shifted dramatically. Li Tian was taken aback. I violated your rules. Indeed. You touched my body. Moreover, you did so with your mouth. Despite her cold demeanor, as a girl. Her exquisite face flushed slightly upon uttering such words. Suddenly, an invisible aura of menace enveloped Situ Ningbing's expression. Li Tian felt the air around him grow heavy, leaving him momentarily stunned. I did it out of necessity to save you, he stammered. Even so, you should not have touched me. Situ Ningbing retorted angrily. Li Tian silently cursed, damn it, I have long known that my good intentions would inevitably lead to trouble. And this time it has truly come to pass. Chapter 15. Will you be my wife? What do you wish to do? Li Tian inquired, an unsettling fear creeping into his heart. The formidable woman before him, a killer in her own right, possessed the capability to extinguish his life with the slightest motion. Could it be that misfortune had truly befallen him? After all, he had toiled to save her, only to find himself facing death at her hands. I once vowed that if anyone dared to touch me, I would be the one to end their life, Situ Ningbing declared, her cold gaze piercing through him. Li Tian felt deflated. Do you truly intend to kill me? He asked, looking into her eyes. Indeed. For if I do not eliminate you, then? Situ Ningbing hesitated, her words trailing off. Li Tian's heart raced. Then what? I shall marry you. The words erupted from Situ Ningbing's lips with unexpected fervor. Upon hearing this proclamation, Li Tian found himself ensnared in a whirlwind of emotions. Unsure whether he felt exhilaration or dread, his mind a tumult of unexpressed thoughts. I once vowed that no one could touch me except for my man. Whoever dares would meet their demise. Yet, you have touched me. And furthermore, she continued, her resolve hardening as she raised her hand, seemingly poised to strike. Wait, Li Tian shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Situ Ningbing held her hand aloft, her almond-shaped eyes glaring. What is it? Do you have any final words before your demise? I will be your man, and you shall be my wife, he stammered. As these words left his mouth, the atmosphere thickened, charged with an explosive tension, as if it were on the verge of detonation. As Li Tian uttered these words, he dared not lift his gaze towards Situ Ningbing, consumed by trepidation. If one were to liken this moment to a toad aspiring to consume swan meat, it would not be an exaggeration, but rather an apt description. One was a destitute and struggling young man devoid of any possessions, while the other was a renowned assassin, infamous across the world, known as the Seven Fiends. Marry me? Situ Ningbing suddenly burst into laughter, a raucous and unrestrained sound, as if she had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. Instantly, Li Tian felt a flush of embarrassment creep over him. What are you laughing at? I'm being serious, very serious. If you agree to marry me, I, Li Tian, vow to treat you well for the rest of my life. Should the heavens collapse, I will bear the burden. If the earth should crumble, I will support you. If tempests rage, I will shield you. In an instant, Situ Ningbing ceased her laughter. Marry you? Be your wife? Her voice took on a sultry, enchanting quality, complemented by her mesmerizing eyes that nearly led Li Tian to believe he was ensnared in a dream. Yes, yes, yes. Li Tian nodded fervently, nearly straining his neck. Do you know how many people I have killed? Do you understand what I do? Are you aware of my family background? Furthermore, do you realize how perilous my current situation is? Most importantly, what do you possess to protect me? Situ Ningbing's barrage of questions left Li Tian feeling dejected. Indeed, who was she, and what was her family like? Apart from her name, Situ Ningbing, and her moniker, Shadow, Li Tian knew nothing about her. And he found himself at a loss as to how he could possibly protect her. With a mere flick of her wrist, she could extinguish his life. So what right did he have to desire her as his wife? Li Tian suddenly found the irony overwhelming, a flush creeping across his face. Do you believe that one day I will undoubtedly be able to protect you, and I will become stronger than you? Li Tian declared, his words enunciated with fierce determination. Situ Ningbing regarded him with a gentle smile, replying, Very well, I shall await the day you grow stronger, and then you may come to marry me. If that day truly arrives, I will gladly become your wife. A simple phrase, a promise. To her, it might have merely been a jest, yet unbeknownst to her, it etched itself deeply into Li Tian's heart, leaving an indelible mark. Very well, you have spoken these words, and I shall remember them, carrying this vow for a lifetime. It is destined that you, Situ Ningbing, will one day be my wife, Li Tian asserted with unwavering conviction. Meanwhile, Situ Ningbing turned her head away, no longer gazing at him. For someone as captivating and lethal as her, was it conceivable that she would truly marry Li Tian? Or was this merely a ludicrous excuse to spare the life of her savior? Regardless, Li Tian remained unharmed, and she had given her word. What thoughts occupied her heart? Li Tian was uncertain and dared not inquire further. We cannot linger here, Situ Ningbing suddenly announced. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, this room harbored so many corpses. Should the neighbors discover this, my fate would be sealed. Li Tian expressed his frustration. Therefore, you must leave this place, Situ Ningbing suddenly stated. Upon hearing these words, Li Tian could not help but feel a momentary shock. Leave here? Where to? He inquired, posing what seemed to be a rather foolish question. Situ Ningbing replied, Go find your friends or relatives. In any case, the farther you are from here, the better. But I have no friends, nor any relatives. I've been an unwanted child since I was little, growing up in an orphanage. My father and mother left me nothing but this, Li Tian said with a smile, though his laughter carried an unmistakable undertone of bitterness. As he chuckled, he retrieved a piece of jade from around his neck, specifically half a piece, for the other half had long been broken. After Li Tian finished speaking, Situ Ningbing's beautiful eyes flickered as she gazed at him. You should go to Kyoto, she suddenly suggested. Following her words, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. Kyoto? Chapter 16. The truth. Li Tian was well aware of what Kyoto represented, a bustling metropolis of international significance, a veritable hub of commerce. Indeed, I shall find you one, Situ Ningbing remarked, producing a jade ring from within her garments and presenting it to Li Tian. As Li Tian, perplexed, accepted the translucent white jade ring, he was momentarily taken aback. "What is the purpose of this?" he inquired, bewildered. "You are to seek out a person in Kyoto, someone by the name of Chiosi. Once you locate him, he will take care of you," Si Tuning Bing slowly explained. "Chiosi?" Li Tian echoed, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, when the time comes, present the jade ring to him, and he will understand what to do next," Si Tuning Bing stated. Li Tian pondered for a considerable time, scratching his head in confusion. "Why would he care for me? What is our connection? It is best not to inquire into matters that do not concern you." "Clarity will come in due time," Si Tuning Bing admonished, casting a stern glance at Li Tian. "If you choose not to journey to Kyoto, you may remain here and await your demise, or perhaps a lifetime of incarceration. After all, with so many deceased in your abode, the authorities will arrive shortly. Furthermore, once the 7 fiends learn of their comrade's demise here, they will undoubtedly send someone. At that juncture, do not blame me for failing to forewarn you." Upon hearing Si Tuning Bing's words, Li Tian was immediately engulfed in despair. She spoke with utmost accuracy. "It seems I must hastily depart from Liao City. Hidden within my room lie 4 corpses. Although they are not the result of homicide, how could I possibly explain this situation? If the authorities were to discover it, would I not be condemned to a lifetime imprisonment?" The realization struck Li Tian like a thunderbolt, and he felt utterly shattered. "It appears that I truly must journey to Kyoto. Very well, I shall go to Kyoto to seek out Chiosi," he articulated slowly. Si Tuning Bing silently nodded, murmuring, "You saved my life, and thus, I can only assist you to this extent. Your name is Si Tuning Bing, is it not?" Li Tian suddenly inquired, gazing at her. Si Tuning Bing replied coolly, "What of it?" "Oh, nothing. Heh. I merely think your name is as beautiful as you are," Li Tian unabashedly remarked. "Humph. Do you truly believe that?" Si Tuning Bing retorted. "One day you shall become my wife," Li Tian declared. A faint smile graced Si Tuning Bing's lips. "Perhaps. But you should speak such words only when you possess the means to marry me," she responded. Li Tian gazed at her graceful figure, vowing silently to himself that if he did not marry her in this lifetime, he would consider himself a fool. "By the way, why did you choose to become an assassin?" Li Tian asked. Si Tuning Bing let out a cold snort, as if the subject of her past was a taboo. Li Tian did not expect her to respond, and resigned himself to a silent contemplation. Many years ago, there was a fortunate little girl born into a wealthy family. Due to her innate intelligence and charm, she was adored by everyone in her family. Unfortunately, this blissful existence was short-lived. When she was just 6 years old, on her way home from kindergarten, she was abruptly abducted by strangers. From that moment on, she found herself in an unfamiliar place, a secluded island shrouded in mystery, where she was surrounded by numerous other children, most of whom had also been forcibly taken from their families. Initially, she was filled with fear, often retreating to a corner to weep in solitude. However, those strangers would beat her, silencing her cries and depriving her of food. One day, another girl who had been captured alongside her, named Xiaomei, revealed a harsh truth. Tears held no value here, for this place was devoid of familial love, compassion, or mercy. Instead, it was a realm of brutal training and inhumane torment. To escape, one had to endure relentless trials. Thus, from that day onward, the 6-year-old girl began her harrowing training, which continued until she turned 13, with only one friend by her side, Xiaomei. One fateful day, the individuals responsible for her training proposed a sinister plan, one that involved murder, specifically targeting those closest to them. Tragically, the young girl found herself pitted against her sole companion, Xiaomei. As the moment of reckoning approached, it became clear that only one could emerge alive from this harrowing contest. Although the bond between the two was profoundly strong, the grim reality dictated that if one were to survive, the other must perish. In the initial stages of the confrontation, the girl displayed restraint, yielding to Xiaomei. However, after enduring several injuries inflicted by her friend, her anger ignited. With a heart hardened by desperation, she struck fiercely. In the climactic moment, Xiaomei, with a smile gracing her face, did not evade the fatal blow. The girl was left in shock, never imagining that her friend would not attempt to escape. As Xiaomei lay dying, she implored the girl to survive, to be strong, and to escape from this nightmarish place. She urged her to live, for in the outside world, only one could remain alive. And with that, Xiaomei breathed her last. It was only later that the girl comprehended the tragic truth. Xiaomei had deliberately injured her to create the illusion that she had to kill her in order to survive. In a twisted turn of fate, the girl emerged, bloodied but alive. That night, she wept for an eternity before her friend's lifeless body. From that moment onward, her voice grew scarce, and tears ceased to flow. She embarked on a grueling regimen of training, ultimately transforming herself into a formidable assassin, a cold-blooded killer. The number of lives she has taken may have become a blur, even to her own recollection. All she knew was that she followed the orders assigned to her, executing them without hesitation. One fateful day, as she was about to end the lives of a mother and her daughter, she was struck by the sight of the daughter weeping, standing protectively in front of her wounded mother. In that moment, her heart softened, and she released her grip. She grew weary of the life of an assassin and yearned to escape it. However, the organization would not permit her departure. She longed to return to her childhood home, the place she had left behind so many years ago. Yet upon her return, she discovered that her family no longer recognized her. They had believed her dead since the age of 6 and had gradually buried the memories of her existence. Faced with this painful revelation, she chose not to re-enter that home, instead casting a fleeting glance at her mother and father through the window before walking away. Unfortunately, her failure in the previous assassination mission had drawn the ire of the organization, and she found herself being hunted. When Situ Ningbing recounted this tale, she fell silent, unable to utter another word. As for Li Tian, he stood there, utterly stunned, knowing instinctively to whom she referred. He had never imagined that such a legendary story resided within her. Rubbing the back of his head, he struggled to find words of comfort for Situ Ningbing. But after much contemplation, he could scarcely muster a phrase. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall treat you well from now on. Whoever dares to bring you sorrow or make you weep, I shall be the first to vanquish them." After much effort, he finally managed to utter these words, only to be met with a chilling glance from Situ Ningbing that nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. Chapter 17. Departure. After enduring these tribulations, Li Tianjin resolved to depart from Liao City. There was no alternative. Remaining would implicate him in murder, with the 4 corpses within the house serving as irrefutable evidence. However, he first needed to dispose of the bodies, so he steeled himself and buried them all in the hills behind his home. Having hastily dealt with the grim task, Li Tian found himself seated outside the house, pulling a cheap cigarette from his pocket. He placed it between his lips and inhaled deeply, allowing the smoke to escape from his mouth. The realization dawned upon him that he would indeed leave Liao City the following day, and an unexpected sense of reluctance washed over him. After all, he had lived here for nearly 20 years. The thought of suddenly departing for an entirely unfamiliar place stirred an odd feeling within him. Taking several deep puffs from the cigarette, he eventually discarded it on the ground and retreated into the house. Upon entering, he beheld Situ Ningbing. After Li Tian had administered the drug to her, her condition had improved remarkably. Aided by her robust constitution, she now appeared nearly as if nothing had befallen her. "Are you really leaving tomorrow?" Li Tian inquired, a hint of disappointment lacing his voice. Situ Ningbing replied coolly, "Yes, the Qi organization is pursuing me, so I must depart, and I cannot accompany you." "Are you afraid I would be a burden?" Li Tian asked slowly. Situ Ningbing neither nodded nor shook her head. Yet, Li Tian was acutely aware that he currently posed a burden to Situ Ningbing. The individuals she had to confront were of an entirely different caliber, and with his present capabilities, he was not even a match for a mere flick of their fingers. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries. The thought of parting ways with Situ Ningbing filled him with an inexplicable sense of melancholy. After this separation, when would he be able to see her again? Li Tian was uncertain. However, rest assured, I shall never go back on my word. I, Situ Ningbing, have never rescinded a promise, she said with a faint smile. Upon hearing her words, Li Tian was instantly elated. "My dear wife, await me. I shall soon make you mine." Without a doubt. Consequently, with a grand dream nestled in his heart, he set forth towards Kyoto, oblivious to the path that lay ahead or what he would accomplish there. Yet, within him burned an unwavering aspiration to protect his beloved wife, Situ Ningbing. The prerequisite for this was his own strength. With beautiful dreams in his mind, Li Tian fell into a deep slumber. So much so that when Situ Ningbing quietly rose in the middle of the night, he was still lost in his dreams, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Gazing at him, Situ Ningbing murmured, "I hope you find happiness with that." She gently opened the door and ventured into the darkness of the night alone. The night enveloped everything in darkness. and her silhouette swiftly vanished into the streets of Liao City, akin to a ghost. The enigmatic woman, a mysterious assassin, disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only a promise, perhaps one that could never be fulfilled. When Li Tian awakened, he discovered that Situ Ningbing had quietly departed. Gazing upon the empty abode, still imbued with her lingering fragrance, an indescribable sense of loss welled up within him. Nevertheless, he rallied his spirits, for he believed that when they next met, she would undoubtedly become his wife. As for himself, he too must strive towards that aspiration. He gathered a few decent garments and placed them into a tattered travel bag, preparing to leave Liao City. He was uncertain of what lay ahead or where he was destined to go, yet none of that mattered anymore. The crux of the matter was his desire to escape this place and embark on an entirely different, unknown existence. The train station in Liao City operated intermittently. Why was that? Because this remote locale saw few travelers. The residents, long accustomed to a life nestled within the mountains, had grown used to such an existence. To them, the outside world felt utterly alien. Thus, even the train station opened and closed sporadically. When Li Tian arrived at the train station with his tattered backpack, he noticed that only 6 or 7 individuals were waiting, each bearing a sack made of snake skin filled with clothing and bedding. Fortunately, the train station was operational that day. Otherwise, Li Tian would have been quite disheartened. The so-called waiting area was merely a modest structure constructed from iron sheets, where a plump woman sat, handling ticket sales. Li Tian glanced at her and approached. "I would like to purchase a ticket," he stated, stepping up to the window. The drowsy woman, barely awake, opened one eye to regard him. "Where to?" she inquired. "Kyoto," he replied. With a swift motion, the woman scribbled out a ticket and handed it over. 468 yuan, she announced. Li Tian fished out several crumpled 100 yuan bills from his pocket and exchanged them for the ticket, then settled down to await his departure. He waited for a staggering 3 hours, from the morning until just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, a black iron-headed express train screeched into the station with a thunderous roar, pausing for a mere 5 minutes. Li Tian quickly boarded, backpack in tow, and sought out his seat. The train was sparsely populated, as the route traversed rugged mountains with few inhabitants. Once seated, Li Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. He felt a sense of calm wash over him. His new life was finally commencing, though he remained unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. He occupied an empty seat, while opposite him sat a slumbering old man. From his tattered attire, it was evident that the old man belonged to the impoverished class, likely on par with Li Tian. At that moment, he lay there, deeply engrossed in his dreams. Casting a glance at the elderly figure, Li Tian placed his luggage atop the overhead rack and settled down quietly. As he gazed at the undulating emerald mountains passing by, he couldn't help but murmur, "Farewell, Liao City, farewell to my former life." What awaited him now? A journey to the capital, accompanied by the task of locating an individual named Qiu Si, a matter imparted to him by his fiancée. But was there truly a person named Qiu Si? How would he find him? Li Tian felt utterly lost. With a mere 1,000 yuan remaining in his pocket, he embarked on his legendary journey. What sort of person was Qiu Si? A family member of mine? Or perhaps a friend? What if, upon finding him, he failed to recognize me? As Li Tian pondered these thoughts, he was suddenly jolted by a series of coughs. The old man had awakened. Stretching languidly, his mouth gaped wide like a cavern, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, stained by smoke. Chapter 18. The absurd fortune-telling Li Tian could not help but observe the old man's visage. His face, etched with countless wrinkles, resembled a book chronicling the vicissitudes of time. His hair was somewhat disheveled, interspersed with strands of white, and his beard appeared mottled, giving him the unmistakable air of a vagabond. Only his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary light, gazing at Li Tian with a look of astonishment. Li Tian offered a faint smile in greeting before turning his gaze to the outside world. "Young man, where are you headed?" the old man suddenly inquired. Fixing his gaze on Li Tian. "Kyoto," Li Tian replied coolly, turning back to face him. "Oh," the old man responded, "so you're going to Kyoto. It seems like me. You will have to endure 2 days and nights of travel." As he spoke, the elderly gentleman huddled his shoulders and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Placing it between his lips, "Care for a smoke?" he asked, pulling the cigarette from his mouth and extending it towards Li Tian, feeling a tinge of annoyance. Li Tian shook his head. The old man, undeterred, proceeded to smoke freely in his seat. "What brings you to Kyoto?" The old man continued to gaze at Li Tian, his curiosity unabated. I'm looking for someone, Li Tian answered. Searching for someone is good. Kyoto, the ancient capital of 6 dynasties, is teeming with talent. I wonder what kind of person you seek. The old man pressed on. Li Tian chuckled softly. I'm looking for someone who doesn't know me. Upon hearing this, the old man refrained from further inquiries, smiling subtly as he took another puff from his cigarette. And you, old man, where are you headed? Li Tian, feeling somewhat bored, engaged the old man in casual conversation. I, too, am headed to Kyoto, albeit for reasons quite the opposite of yours. It appears someone is insistent upon my presence there. The old man chuckled. Is that so? Quite delightful, replied Li Tian, who could not help but scrutinize the elderly gentleman before him. Clad in a coarse garment and donning a pair of simple cloth shoes, the old man carried a modest fabric bag reminiscent of a monk Esom's pouch. What is it that you do? Li Tian inquired, gazing up at the elder. With a hearty laugh, the old man took a puff from his pipe and proclaimed, I wander the world, pausing in various realms, a destitute drifter, I offer my services in fortune-telling. Upon hearing this, Li Tian understood immediately. This man was a fortune-teller. He was well acquainted with such charlatans, having observed 2 elderly men in Liao City who spent their days predicting fortunes, only to meet their own demise at the hands of a passing vehicle. Now, confronted with this self-proclaimed seer, Li Tian, feeling rather bored, casually asked, Could you perhaps read my fortune? The old man squinted at Li Tian. In my lifetime, I do not read fortunes for 3 types of individuals, the petty, the wicked, and women. Li Tian chuckled. How fortunate, for I am none of those 3. Would you kindly grant me a reading? I am curious to see what awaits me in Kyoto. Amused and seeking diversion during the tedious train journey, Li Tian engaged the old man in conversation. Fully aware of his own skepticism toward such practices, merely seeking entertainment to alleviate his tedium. The elderly man had long perceived the implications of Li Tian's words. Whether it was due to his own idleness or some other reason, he remarked, Very well, extend your left hand. Let me take a look. Li Tian promptly offered his left hand. Why do fortune-tellers prefer to examine palms? Is it not possible to discern from one's features? Li Tian jested. The old man smiled faintly. The hand embodies the principles of duality and the Trinity, encapsulating the mysteries of the Tai Chi and the 5 elements. Thus, it is vast, containing the universe within a single palm, yet it is also minute, encompassing the organs within. As he spoke in cryptic terms that Li Tian scarcely understood, the old man extended a gnarled hand and gently grasped Li Tian's palm, peering intently. Initially, he merely cast a casual glance at Li Tian's palm, but after a moment, his eyes sparkled with newfound illumination. The grip on Li Tian's hand tightened as he focused deeply. Li Tian, taken aback, inquired, Have you discerned something? The elder, furrowing his brow, scrutinized Li Tian deeply before discarding his cigarette, but onto the ground. He muttered to himself, Why does his palm bear only the lines of heaven and earth, devoid of the line of man? It is known that most palms feature 3 primary lines, commonly referred to as the lines of heaven, earth, and man, alongside numerous branches that constitute the palmistry lines. However, upon closer inspection of Li Tian's palm, it revealed an extraordinary peculiarity. It possessed solely the vertical lines of heaven and earth, entirely lacking the line of man. Li Tian gazed at the old man, who was murmuring to himself, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, What is it? Is there something amiss with my palm? The old man remained silent, contemplating for 2 minutes before gradually releasing Li Tian's hand, smiling as he remarked, In my lifetime, I have examined countless palms. Yet I have never encountered such an extraordinary one as yours. Upon hearing this, Li Tian instantly realized that the old man was likely trying to pull his leg. He chuckled and replied, So, does that mean I am not an ordinary person? Indeed, you are far from ordinary. Your hands hold the universe. Your fate encompasses both misfortune and fortune. You possess the celestial and terrestrial patterns, yet you are singularly devoid of the human pattern. How peculiar, the old man stated. What does that signify? Li Tian continued to smile and inquire. Have you recently encountered some individuals you ought not to have met? And did you forge any agreements with them? The old man suddenly fixed his gaze upon Li Tian and questioned. Li Tian was taken aback, pondering the meaning behind the old man's words. Could he be referring to Situ Ningbing? Upon reflection, the old man's words did bear a resemblance. Nonetheless, Li Tian shook his head and said, No, not at all. The old man merely laughed heartily, not offering any further comment. Old man, what is it that amuses you? Li Tian asked curiously. The old man quietly turned his head to face Li Tian and said, Fate is something that lies firmly in one's own hands. How one chooses to act and venture forth relies solely on oneself. However, I can assure you that your destiny is preordained. It is a fateful path fraught with calamity and brutality. In tumultuous times, you are destined to become a formidable figure. Young man, regardless of your future actions, remember the words of Feng Qingzi: the great path is formless, and a grand destiny is extraordinary. If one seeks greatness, one must embody benevolence and righteousness, and never stray from the right path, otherwise. The old man did not finish his sentence. Feng Qingzi. The name seems to belong to the foremost master of metaphysics from Kunlun. Unfortunately, the young man, Li Tian, was entirely unfamiliar with this elder named Feng Qingzi. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Tian felt that the elder was spouting nonsense. Aren't fortune tellers always using such tactics? Elder, do you truly think I would believe that? Li Tian suddenly chuckled and asked the old man. The elder smiled faintly, narrowing his eyes. Whether you believe or not, destiny has its own design. Haha. However, young man, I will remember you, and I trust we shall meet again. With that, the elder began to gently close his eyes, resting his head on the table, and soon fell into a deep slumber. After enduring such a tedious conversation, Li Tian was lost in his own thoughts, paying no heed to the old man's words. The notions of accursed fate or straying from the right path seemed utterly absurd to him. Little did he realize, his life was, in fact, unfolding in accordance with the elder's predictions. After several hours on the train, they finally arrived at a station. As the announcer called out the destination, the fortune-telling elder stretched and awoke. He then stood up, smiling at Li Tian. I must disembark. Farewell. Huh. Aren't you headed to Kyoto? Li Tian gazed in bewilderment at the fortune-teller and inquired. The old man, without turning back, strode purposefully towards the train door, saying, There's no need to go. His voice resonated with an ethereal quality, drifting into Li Tian's ears, prompting him to ponder the peculiarity of this fortune-teller. Turning away, he resumed his seat, but as his gaze shifted, he was startled to discover an ancient-looking book lying on the spot where the fortune-teller had just been seated. The book appeared almost like an antiquity, its cover seemingly crafted from some form of animal hide, and it bore the unmistakable marks of age, its pages tinged with a yellowish hue. Realizing that the fortune-teller had inadvertently left behind this relic, Li Tian hastened to retrieve it, sprinting towards the door in an attempt to return it to the old man. Alas, by the time he reached the entrance, the figure of the elderly gentleman had vanished without a trace. Damn, he runs fast, Li Tian muttered to himself. Oh well, a tattered book isn't worth much. If it's lost, so be it. He settled back into his seat, carelessly tossing the antiquated book onto the table beside him. However, upon doing so, an inexplicable allure emanated from the book, igniting within Li Tian an irresistible urge to examine it more closely. Thus, he reached for the book, intent on scrutinizing its contents. The cover, crafted from some form of animal hide, bore the marks of wear and tear at its corners, while an inscription in faded seal script adorned its surface. The characters were so indistinct that Li Tian could not discern their meaning. Holding this antique-like tome, he slowly opened it, and a musty odor wafted forth, as if the book had remained unopened for years. Li Tian pinched his nose and could not help but exclaim in frustration, What kind of wretched book is this? Braving the unpleasant scent, he continued to peruse the pages, only to find himself utterly bewildered. What on earth is this book? He mused. The contents were filled with strange, tadpole-like characters. Upon closer inspection, the symbols appeared to be a blend of ancient oracle bone script and these peculiar tadpole inscriptions, each character more confounding than the last, leaving Li Tian in a state of utter dismay. Flipping through a few more pages, he encountered the same enigmatic writing throughout, a language he could not comprehend. With a dismissive glance, he tossed the tattered book aside onto the table, muttering to himself, What a ridiculous book. The antique volume lay before him, while he leaned on the table, succumbing to a haze of fatigue. As he teetered on the brink of slumber, an astonishing vision of tadpole characters suddenly emerged in his mind. Indeed, they were the very same symbols he had glimpsed within that dismal tome. The little tadpoles seemed to have completely infiltrated his mind, ceaselessly swimming about. And where were they headed? Remarkably, they were making their way toward the acupoints scattered across Li Tian's entire body. Human acupoints can be categorized into 3 types. 1. Jing points, also known as the 14 primary acupoints, which are distributed along the 12 meridians and the Ren and Du vessels, forming the principal elements of the body's acupoint system. 2. Extraordinary points, or Jing Wai Qi Shui, which are acupoints with specific names, identifiable locations, and therapeutic functions that have yet to be classified within the 14 meridian system. 3. Ashi points, also referred to as tender points, which are significant acupoints in the human nervous system. Now, the tadpoles were colliding with the major meridian acupoints within Li Tian's body. Although Li Tian was utterly exhausted, slumped over the table, the moment the tadpoles struck his acupoints, a gentle warmth surged from his dantian, as if some gas were about to erupt from his abdomen. Instantly, Li Tian felt invigorated, a sense of unprecedented comfort enveloping him. Startled, he quickly sat upright, utterly bewildered, feeling his body as if he were deranged, while internally pondering, what is happening? How did those tadpoles end up in my mind? And how did they penetrate my body? Yet, after the little tadpoles traversed through him, he experienced an unparalleled sensation of ease and an extraordinary surge of strength. The more he contemplated this, the more curious he became. For 20 years, he had never believed that fortune would bestow itself upon him, nor did he think that fate would grant him any special favor. Having grown accustomed to solitude since childhood, he felt at ease in his isolation. However, the events of today took him entirely by surprise. What could possibly be the meaning of those little tadpoles? His body felt as though it had been transformed in an instant. Little did he know that the spots where the tadpoles had traversed within him were the locations of his body's energy points, which serve as reservoirs of strength. Situated just below the abdomen, the movement of the tadpoles had awakened these energy points, filling Li Tian with an unexpected vigor. His gaze involuntarily drifted to the tattered book before him, astonishment bubbling within as he pondered. Could it possibly be the cause of this? With this thought lingering, Li Tian once again picked up the worn tome he had carelessly discarded earlier. The yellowed pages, reeking with an unpleasant odor, were scrutinized anew. The cover of the book was battered and marred, inscribed with an ancient seal script that Li Tian strained to decipher, yet he could not fathom its meaning. As he reopened the book inscribed with the peculiar writing, a realization dawned upon him. This tome was undoubtedly a relic of antiquity, initially overlooked. He now recognized that the paper within was crafted from ancient Zhao paper. Although Li Tian was unfamiliar with this type of paper, the marks of time in the rough texture clearly indicated its age, suggesting it was produced many, many years ago. This particular type of paper, known as Zhao paper, was invented during the Eastern Han Dynasty. Although Zhao paper is coarse, it possesses remarkable durability. The paper has been soaked in a unique liquid, granting it longevity unlike other papers that crumble at a mere touch. However, its excessive roughness and substantial weight led to its swift decline in popularity. Yet, Li Tian remained oblivious to the fact that he was holding an ancient artifact. Had he chosen to sell it, he could hardly fathom its potential worth. At present, all he could discern was the weight of this tattered book and its antique-like paper. As he flipped through its pages, the peculiar tadpole-like characters vividly captured his attention. Intrigued, he continued to gaze at them, and to his astonishment, those tiny characters seemed to come alive. Faced with such an extraordinary phenomenon, Li Tian was utterly stunned. Pondering to himself, could it be that I am merely imagining this? However, after rubbing his eyes, he realized that the characters indeed appeared to be in motion. Chapter 20. The tiger emerges from the mountain. After flipping through a dozen pages, Li Tian was astonished to discover that this peculiar book, written in tadpole script, was divided into 3 main sections. Each section comprised between 10 to 20 pages. The first section contained numerous chapters in tadpole script, while the second section bore no resemblance to the first, featuring scarce tadpole characters that resembled artwork, each page akin to a painted illustration. The third section was the longest, occupying the subsequent pages. However, to Li Tian's surprise, apart from an incomprehensible pattern resembling hieroglyphs at the beginning, the rest of the pages were entirely blank, devoid of any text. This left Li Tian perplexed. What on earth was this book? Its peculiar nature intrigued him. Aside from the tadpole script in the first section, he felt no response to the characters in the second section, and the same applied to the third. It seemed as if this book was a form of cultivation practice, requiring a gradual and progressive engagement. As Li Tian perused the first section, the densely packed tadpole characters danced through his mind like small fish, colliding with the acupoints throughout his body, filling him with an uncanny surge of energy. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced, as if his entire being brimmed with strength. He became so engrossed in the bizarre tome that he lost himself entirely within its pages. On the high plateau, a solitary figure stood upon the slope, gazing at the distant rumble of a train as it faded away. His eyes, gleaming with intensity, remained fixed and unblinking. Who could he be? It is indeed that peculiar old man who shared a fleeting encounter with Li Tian on the train and inadvertently left behind a book. How could he possibly be here? No one knows, and no one possesses the answers. His eyes, deep and filled with concern, gaze upon the long-vanished silhouette of the train. As he murmurs, the tome of celestial scripts, a treasured relic of our era, now rests in your hands. Whether it be a blessing or a curse, it is for you to determine. After uttering those enigmatic words, the old man continues to stare into the boundless sky and remarks, the demon star has emerged. It seems that turbulence is once again brewing in this world. His voice, ethereal and distant, drifts away with a chill breeze sweeping from the heavens. The demon star? It is the most malevolent and enigmatic among the 108 stars of the heavenly gang. According to the legends of the mystical sect, the demon star appears once every few centuries, each emergence shaking the heavens and moving the spirits to tears. It is said that the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, descended under the influence of the demon star. Of course, the veracity of these legends remains unverified, yet for the mystical sect, there exists ample evidence. Who, then, is this old man before us? He is none other than the reclusive sage of Kunlun, the esteemed master of the mystical sect, Feng Qingzi. The elderly gentleman had been invited to the National Museum of Kyoto to view the legendary Heavenly Book of Danwan. It is said that this ancient artifact is sought after not only by the museum but by the world at large, as it purportedly conceals unparalleled secrets. Some claim that the Heavenly Book of Danwan is linked to an underground royal tomb of a certain dynasty, while others suggest it is a treasure-hunting guide. Such are the myriad of legends surrounding it. However, with Feng Qingzi's unexpected decision to forego the journey, the scholars from the Kyoto National Museum were left at a loss for discussion. Yet, this became trivial in light of one undeniable fact. The Heavenly Book of Danwan had fallen into human hands. Why did Feng Qingzi leave behind this treasured tome? Safeguarded by the Xianmen for centuries, to Li Tian? Was it fate or a curse? Perhaps the answer will only reveal itself in due time. Meanwhile, Li Tian found himself engrossed in the worn pages of the book during his solitary train ride. Originally, it would take him over 20 hours to reach Kyoto. Yet he had ample opportunity to delve into the text. Little did anyone know, the more he read, the more captivated he became. Particularly, as he perused the first grand section, the tiny, tadpole-like characters began to flow through his meridians, surging through his entire being. As the minuscule characters danced across his body, he felt a subtle vigor awakening within his abdomen, a sensation he had never experienced before. Although this energy was faint, Li Tian could already sense a newfound strength coursing through him. Were it not for his current presence on the train, he would have indeed returned to Liao City to engage in a spirited duel with that previous simpleton, eager to discover who would emerge victorious. Throughout the journey, he fixated on that tattered book, poring over it for more than 10 hours. Truth be told, Li Tian could not comprehend the contents of the book, nor did he recognize any of the unfamiliar characters within its pages, not a single one. However, he felt a profound sense of ease when the tiny symbols seemed to swim through his very being. After an extended period of muddled reading, he eventually succumbed to slumber, dreaming of his betrothed, the assassin Situ Ningbing, who had yet to cross the threshold into his life. Time on the train flew by, and soon the conductor's voice resonated through the intercom. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Kyoto Station. Please gather your belongings and disembark safely." As the announcement echoed, Li Tian jolted awake from his dreams. Had they arrived? He hastily wiped his face and peered through the window at the towering skyscrapers and imposing structures outside. My goodness, this truly was a grand city. Filled with excitement and anticipation, Li Tian swiftly exited the train. The train station in Kyoto is undeniably vast, teeming with a multitude of people. Among the crowd, there are affluent individuals clad in suits, clutching their leather briefcases alongside those carrying parcels, arriving in Kyoto to seek employment. And then there is Li Tian. Upon arriving at the station's exit, his gaze was immediately drawn to the passing young women. Enchanted by their alluring short skirts and seductive figures, he couldn't help but steal glances as they brushed past him. He murmured to himself, "The big city is truly remarkable. The women here are indeed several hundred times more beautiful than those in Liao City." Thus, the Navi Li Tian, hailing from a small county, found himself adrift in the bustling, desire-laden city of Kyoto. Chapter 21. The beautiful young lady. Upon exiting the train station, one is immediately greeted by the towering skyscrapers. standing shoulder to shoulder, while an array of cars glides along the streets. Envy is the only sentiment that lingers. When will I, too, be able to drive a car and meander through such a vibrant city? With this naive thought, Li Tian stepped out of the station and began to wander the streets. Though he had just arrived, Li Tian was not naive. He understood the urgency of addressing his basic needs for food, shelter, and transportation. With a little over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, the prospect of lodging in a hotel seemed bleak. His singular thought was to find an affordable place to rent, followed by securing employment. As for his future wife's suggestion to seek out a man named Qiu Si, Li Tian found himself at a loss, for he did not know this person and had no idea where to begin the search. Nevertheless, he first needed to resolve his accommodation situation. Thus, with his worn backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Tian navigated through the vast sea of people in search of a suitable place to stay. In the bustling streets of Kyoto, a striking young woman was seen hurriedly jogging. She wore a delicate off-shoulder top, tightly fitted, paired with an exquisite just-leather miniskirt that highlighted her long, fair legs. Adorning her ankles were a pair of elegantly crafted crocodile skin sandals. On a classically beautiful face resembling a delicate melon seed, a pair of eyes, bright as autumn waters, exudes a hint of rebelliousness. The elegant bridge of her nose, complemented by a petite cherry blossom mouth, renders her akin to a petite princess. Particularly striking is the vibrant Hermes silk scarf adorning her neck, imparting an air of opulence and grandeur. Anyone witnessing such a stunningly dressed beauty would undoubtedly discern her affluent status. Yet, why does this enchanting princess appear to be fleeing in such haste? It seems as if someone is pursuing her. As she runs, the captivating girl glances back with her mesmerizing eyes, murmuring in disbelief, "Why are they still following me?" Upon closer inspection, one can see a sleek, black Mercedes-Benz S600L trailing closely behind her. Inside the vehicle sit two men clad in suits. One is driving while the other occasionally peers through the window. The young lady is over there. Don't lose sight of her. The man in the passenger seat, with a sun-kissed complexion, instructs, pointing at the girl jogging down the street. The driver promptly nods in agreement, pressing the accelerator as the car swiftly pursues her. The boss said if we lose track of the young lady again, we can forget about returning. Hurry, we must not lose her. The suited man in the passenger seat exclaims, his face etched with urgency. The driver, equally apprehensive, accelerates towards her with determination. The stunning girl, reminiscent of a princess, perhaps fatigued from her run, finally paused at the street corner. A delicate hand was incessantly patting her heaving chest as she gasped for breath, her almond-shaped eyes glaring furiously at the approaching Benz sedan. As the luxurious vehicle came to a swift stop beside her, two well-dressed men in suits briskly approached. "Mississippi," one began, but she cut him off sharply, her almond eyes fixed on the two suited figures. "I shall remind you once more, do not follow me. Return and inform my father that I shall not marry, no matter the consequences," the beautiful girl declared, her voice filled with defiance. The two men exchanged troubled glances. One of them speaking up, "Miss Feifei, we are merely following orders. Our employer stated that if we fail to bring you back today, we will both be dismissed." "What does that concern me?" "Humph. If my father wishes for my return, he should come himself," Miss Feifei retorted as she turned to walk away. "Miss Feifei, you are putting us in a difficult position. Should you insist on not returning, do not blame us for our actions as subordinates," one of the men warned, reaching out towards her, seemingly attempting to grasp her arm. However, before he could lay a hand on her, Feifei swiftly lifted her leg and stomped down sharply on the foot of the suited man, catching him completely off guard. The sudden pain caused him to stifle a yelp. Feifei laughed lightly and swiftly took off running ahead. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch that young lady." The man in the suit, who had been stepped on, was seething with anger, yet had no means to vent his frustration, directing his ire instead at his companion. The young man hastily pursued the girl. After all, Feifei, being a girl, did not possess the speed of the two bodyguards trailing behind. While running, she glanced back at her pursuers, completely oblivious to the fact that someone ahead was also scanning the area. Suddenly, with a thud, she collided with another person. "Ouch! Watch where you're going." The fallen young lady, Feifei, exclaimed with annoyance. Who was the unfortunate soul she had bumped into? Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Tian, who had just arrived in the city of Kyoto. Initially irritated by the collision, Li Tian was taken aback when Feifei exploded in anger. As he turned to unleash his own tirade, He was momentarily softened by the sight of the girl sitting on the ground, rubbing her fair calf. Her delicate features were striking. "What are you staring at? You clumsy fool, look what you've done." Fei Fei shot a glare at Li Tian. He had not anticipated such unreasonable behavior from her, and chuckled. "Miss, it was you who collided with me, wasn't it? It serves you right for blocking my path. Why are you being so unreasonable?" Li Tian felt a surge of indignation, pondering how, despite his recent arrival in Kyoto, he could possibly be subjected to such bullying. Just as the argument escalated, the two bodyguards who had been in hot pursuit finally caught up. Upon spotting the duo, Fei Fei quickly concealed herself behind Li Tian. "Don't come any closer," she exclaimed, hiding. The bodyguards paused momentarily, taken aback by the sight of the young lady suddenly seeking refuge behind a man. As for Li Tian, he was equally bewildered. Questioning the bizarre situation, two men were chasing after a beautiful young girl. It was evident to him, even without much thought, that these men were ill-intentioned. After all, could a man who bullies women truly be a good person? "Who are you?" one of the suited men coldly inquired, fixing his gaze on Li Tian. Li Tian, already mulling over the unfolding circumstances, was about to respond when the girl behind him suddenly spoke up. "He is my bodyguard, so if you two have any sense, you'd best retreat." "What?" Li Tian was momentarily stunned, internally exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How did I suddenly become this girl's bodyguard?" The bodyguards exchanged glances, immediately recognizing that the young lady was lying. With a sneer, one of them remarked, "Just him?" Fei Fei's expression darkened as she retorted, "What? Do you look down on my bodyguard?" Turning to Li Tian, she commanded, "You, go and confront them." Fei Fei, while speaking, forcefully shoved someone behind her. Consequently, Li Tian found himself in the unfortunate position of becoming a scapegoat, his body leaning forward as if he were genuinely about to confront the two men in suits. One of the suited individuals, upon witnessing this, experienced a sudden shift in expression. His fist involuntarily clenched, and he threw a punch. Judging by his bodily reaction and the proficiency with which he struck, it was evident that this man had undergone training or was at least accustomed to brawling. Indeed, his fist swiftly and forcefully aimed at Li Tian's abdomen. Caught off guard and utterly unprepared for the assault, Li Tian, who had never received any combat training, was unable to react in time. With a resounding thud, the punch landed squarely on him. As for Fei Fei, she promptly shut her eyes, inwardly chuckling to herself. "Don't blame me, I couldn't help it." With a loud thud, the suited man's fist connected with Li Tian's stomach, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Li Tian, who had taken the blow, stood there seemingly unscathed, while the assailant's face contorted in sudden agony, his hand dropping limply. A muffled groan of pain escaped his lips. His companion, taken aback, stared at him in disbelief and hurriedly inquired, "What happened?" The injured man, gritting his teeth, trembled with pain and responded, "It's broken." The companion beside him was momentarily taken aback. He had thrown a punch at someone, yet that individual stood there unscathed, while he himself had suffered a fracture. What on earth was happening? Li Tian was equally stunned. Was this real? He was bewildered. Just moments ago, an unexpected blow had struck his abdomen. Instinctively, he had tightened his core, the slight energy that had accumulated from a past encounter on a train when he was knocked by a tadpole, entirely a reflexive response. Strangely, despite taking a hit, he felt no pain whatsoever, and that minuscule energy was inadvertently unleashed, resulting in his opponent's injury. Surely, this must be a joke? Li Tian was in disbelief. "Brother, you're not jesting, are you? You've truly fractured it?" he asked, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded the pale-faced man, gritting his teeth in agony. The man, upon hearing Li Tian's words, felt the sting of humiliation. Yet the pain from his injury left him without the capacity to retaliate, glaring at Li Tian in fury. And what of the young lady Fei Fei, who had been present moments before? She now blinked in astonishment, gazing at Li Tian as if he were a monster. "Wow, you're truly that formidable?" Her tone was laced with disbelief. Initially, she had intended for Li Tian, the unfortunate soul, to shield her from the two followers trailing behind her. But she never anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent. "Who exactly are you? What connection do we have with your esteemed lady?" At that moment, the other man in a suit dared not approach, remaining stationary and speaking instead. Li Tian was taken aback. "Miss?" he scoffed. "Who knows you?" Suddenly, Fei Fei cleverly interjected. "They are villains. I do not know them at all." She winked at Li Tian, adding, "Miss, you." The bodyguard appeared somewhat speechless. "Who is your miss?" "Really? I have no connection with you." If you wish to avoid being knocked down, I suggest you leave at once, or I shall instruct my bodyguard to make you comply, Fei Fei declared. Upon hearing the Mrs. words, the bodyguard's expression darkened significantly as he cast a fierce glance at Li Tian, seemingly poised to strike. However, his injured companion signaled him not to act. Hurry and leave, Fei Fei commanded angrily. Consequently, the two beleaguered bodyguards had no choice but to turn away obediently, cursing Li Tian inwardly for ruining their plans. After those two bodyguards were unexpectedly defeated by a sudden expert. What of that so-called expert? He stood there, bewildered, rubbing his abdomen, feeling perplexed and muttering to himself, what on earth is happening? Did that fellow truly break his arm? Surely not. I did not even touch him or strike him. How could his arm have suddenly fractured? Yet, the pain etched on his face does not seem feigned. Could it be that I struck him with a mere fist, and while I am unharmed, his arm is broken? With a furrowed brow, he was lost in thought, completely oblivious to the young lady Fei Fei behind him, who was gazing intently at this skilled individual. Wow, how impressive. Who exactly are you, handsome? Just as Li Tian was pondering this, he was suddenly interrupted by a delicate voice behind him. Turning around, Li Tian felt a surge of frustration. What the hell? I was about to ask you the same thing. What on earth is going on? When did I become your bodyguard? Why were those two attacking me? He exclaimed vehemently. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei burst into laughter, her mirth blooming like a flower, her laughter ringing out in joyous abandon. Handsome, you certainly have a temper. Hee hee. But I find it quite charming, she unabashedly declared. Li Tian, who was already fated to encounter romantic entanglements, found that the sight of this enchanting girl laughing so alluringly diffused much of his initial ire. One cannot possibly remain angry in the presence of such beauty. After all, can you tell me what just happened? Li Tian inquired, pointing at Fei Fei. Fei Fei, ceasing her laughter, blinked her eyes and scrutinized Li Tian, which made him feel somewhat uneasy. You heroically rescued me. Isn't it obvious? She replied with a smile. Chapter 23. Is it expensive? Li Tian cast a scathing glance at Fei Fei, questioning her notion of heroically saving a damsel in distress. What a farce. It seems you are merely toying with me. I assure you, I am not, Fei Fei protested. You witnessed it yourself. Those two ruffians were intent on harassing me. Li Tian, far from being naive, had indeed discerned the underlying implications of the earlier encounter. It doesn't seem that way to me. Those two appeared to know you quite well, addressing you as Miss repeatedly, he retorted. Fei Fei hastily replied, Truly, I do not recognize those men at all. Do you take me for a fool? I cannot bring myself to believe you, Li Tian shot back, his irritation palpable. Humph, believe what you will. I cannot be bothered to convince you, she replied dismissively. With a resigned sigh, Li Tian decided it was best not to engage further, thinking it wise to let the matter rest, as he had no pressing concerns. He ignored her, shouldering his tattered bag and striding forward. He was eager to find a place to rent. Otherwise, he would have to spend the night on the streets, which he decidedly wished to avoid rather than endure further antics with the eccentric girl. Just as he took his first step, the sound of Fei Fei's crystal sandals clicking against the pavement echoed behind him. Hey, handsome, where are you off to? You saved me, and I still owe you a debt of gratitude, she called out as she caught up to him. Without turning around, Li Tian replied curtly, No need for that. I would prefer you refrain from any repayment. But, where are you headed? Fei Fei persisted, her curiosity unabated. With a hint of exasperation, he turned to her and said, I am searching for a place to stay. Searching for a place? What do you mean? Do you not have a home? She inquired, her tone laced with surprise. Fei Fei, puzzled, inquired, What brings you to Kyoto? Li Tian felt a tinge of boredom from her incessant questioning and replied, I have just arrived in Kyoto. If I do not find a place to stay, shall I be forced to sleep on the streets? Oh, I see. You are new here in Kyoto, she exclaimed, her face lighting up with enthusiasm. Hiki, I am quite skilled at finding accommodations. Allow me to assist you. Li Tian turned to her, his eyes wide with surprise. You would help me find a place? Indeed. I am a local, and no one knows this city better than I do. I am quite familiar with places like the Roman Holiday and the Vienna Hotel, she asserted confidently. Upon hearing her mention such establishments, Li Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Are they expensive? With only a little over 1,000 yuan to his name, he could not afford a lavish hotel. Coming from a small county, he had only heard whispers of the Roman Holiday Resort and the Vienna Hotel. Fei Fei smiled lightly. Not at all. They are quite affordable. I stay there frequently. Li Tian's heart swelled with hope upon hearing her assurance of affordability. Perhaps he had finally stumbled upon something reliable. although he suspected she might be playing tricks on him. The fact that she claimed to stay there often led him to believe the hotel should not be too costly. Yet, little did he know what kind of person Fei Fei truly was, nor did he grasp her interpretation of frequent stays. Thus, the unfortunate Shenlang found himself whisked away in a taxi to the Roman Holiday Hotel, courtesy of this mischievous girl. As Li Tian hailed the taxi, he was taken aback by the starting fare of 10 yuan, causing him immense distress. When he mentioned his destination of Roman Holiday, the taxi driver cast a few curious glances in his direction, muttering to himself, bargaining with a mere taxi driver for a trip to Roman Holiday? Wealthy people can be so miserly. Sitting in the car, Li Tian lamented his situation, regretting that the taxi's base fare was already 10 yuan. He could only imagine the exorbitant cost of reaching Roman Holiday. The thought made his heart ache. Beside him, Fei Fei observed his expression and couldn't help but furrow her brow. "Hey, are you really new to Kyoto?" she inquired, blinking at him. It was then she took a closer look at Li Tian, clad in blue, baggy jeans, sporting white sneakers, and wearing a counterfeit Adidas shirt. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Li Tian replied. Fei Fei was momentarily speechless, internally reflecting, so, this guy is just a country bumpkin. However, despite her thoughts, she was in awe of his remarkable abilities. After all, the two men in suits who had escorted her home earlier were security personnel from her family, each well-trained. She pondered how Li Tian, without throwing a punch, had managed to fracture another's arm. What extraordinary prowess he must possess. Thus, she did not dwell on her initial judgment of him as a mere rustic. The taxi swiftly arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel, Roman Holiday. A towering structure of 58 stories loomed grandly before them. Upon arrival, the taxi driver halted before the entrance of the illustrious Roman Holiday. Li Tian blinked in disbelief at the towering edifices before him, wondering if this truly was Roman Holiday. "Brother, you haven't taken me to the wrong place, have you?" "I came for the Roman Holiday," Li Tian inquired incredulously. The driver frowned and replied, "Just look at the sign. This is indeed Roman Holiday. There is only one Roman Holiday hotel in Kyoto. You can't be mistaken." Li Tian, momentarily taken aback, quickly turned to Fei Fei and asked, "Is this really Roman Holiday?" "Yes." "Why?" Fei Fei replied casually as she opened the car door and swiftly exited. Left behind, Li Tian wore a face of despair. After reluctantly paying the driver over 50 yuan, he pondered whether the driver had misled him. "Damn it, this building is so tall. If it's a hotel, how could I possibly afford to stay here?" With merely over 1,000 yuan left in his pocket, Li Tian felt a wave of frustration. Yet, Fei Fei seemed entirely at ease, as if she frequented this place. Striding confidently towards the entrance of the Roman Holiday Hotel, Li Tian hurriedly followed her. The grand, crystal glass doors of the Roman Holiday spun open, revealing two impeccably groomed doormen who graciously welcomed guests. As Li Tian approached, he surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how much a night's stay here might cost. 200? 300? Is this truly the Roman Holiday? He wondered. Li Tian, still somewhat unconvinced, pursued Fei Fei with his inquiries. Fei Fei couldn't help but feel a twinge of irritation. She turned her head and remarked, "Brother, you've asked 10 times already. Can you not read? Just look at the sign and you'll know." She muttered in exasperation. Li Tian, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked, "Then how much does it cost for one night? Is it expensive?" "Not at all," Fei Fei replied promptly. "That's good to hear," Li Tian said, finally feeling reassured. Chapter 24. You deceived me again. Inwardly, I couldn't help but think, who on earth claims that everything is expensive in big cities? Upon arriving at the front desk, we were greeted by a young woman in her 20s, clad in a sleek black suit. Her round face was adorned with a pair of sparkling eyes, as she welcomed Fei Fei and Li Tian with a warm, "Welcome to Roman Holiday." At that moment, Fei Fei approached with an air of composure and requested, "2 luxurious suites, please." "Certainly," came the reply. Fei Fei promptly produced her identification card, while Li Tian, witnessing her actions as she retrieved it from her exquisite JLSF handbag, hastily fished out his own ID from his jeans pocket and handed it over. The attendant swiftly registered their details and quickly retrieved 2 keys from the front desk. "The total for the 2 luxurious suites is 600 yuan, she announced. When the receptionist uttered this figure, Li Tian stood there, stunned as if struck by lightning, while Fei Fei retained an air of calm, creating a stark contrast between them. Noticing their silence, the attendant assumed they hadn't heard clearly and repeated in standard Mandarin, "Hello. The total for the 2 luxurious suites is 600 yuan for one night." This time, Her words resonated clearly in their ears. Fei Fei cast a puzzled glance at Li Tian, who, in turn, stared at her with wide eyes. "What are you looking at? Pay up." Fei Fei expressed her frustration. From a young age, the pampered young lady Fei Fei had never developed the habit of spending her own money. She was accustomed to having her subordinates pay for her. Moreover, today, Fei Fei had not even brought her Juxai wallet with her. Thus, she turned to Li Tian and exclaimed, "What do you mean you can't pay?" At that moment, Li Tian felt utterly crushed. 8,600 yuan. Are you kidding me? Just kill me now. Where on earth am I supposed to find that much money? He stammered in disbelief. Fei Fei was taken aback, feeling quite embarrassed. The waitress, with a slight furrow in her brow, smiled gently and said, "Sir, if you don't have cash, that's quite all right. We have a card machine. You can pay with a bank card." Fei Fei quickly turned to the waitress and offered an awkward smile, saying, "Please hold on a moment." The front desk attendant nodded slightly. Fei Fei promptly pulled Li Tian aside and asked, "Hey, handsome, do you really have no money, or are you just pretending?" Li Tian could have crushed this girl in frustration, but given the opulence of their surroundings, he restrained himself, replying, "I only have a little over 1,000 yuan on me." Goodness, she wants 8,600 for one evening. Where am I supposed to steal that from? Fei Fei was stunned by Li Tian's admission. She never imagined she would encounter someone so utterly impoverished. "Don't you have a bank card?" Fei Fei asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. "I don't have one," Li Tian replied, feeling defeated. In that moment, Fei Fei was engulfed in despair. "Oh my God, do you have any money?" Li Tian suddenly retorted, turning the question back on her. Fei Fei originally intended to assert that she had some. Do not mention 8,600, even 86,000 means little to Fei Fei. However, today, in her frantic rush out the door, she neglected to take her wallet, which led to a rather unfortunate predicament. I forgot my wallet," Fei Fei lamented. Upon hearing her lament of lacking funds, Li Tian felt utterly despondent. "Sister, didn't I mention we should find a more affordable hotel? Yet here you are, dragging me to this place." Fei Fei had not anticipated that her companion would turn out to be such a simpleton. Pondering for a moment, she gazed at Li Tian, resembling a child who had misbehaved, and pouted her cherry lips, asking, "What should we do now? What can we do?" "We leave." Li Tian shot her a fierce glare, wishing he could simply crush her. Nearby, a staff member from the Roman holiday observed their ongoing deliberation and furrowed her brow, inquiring, "Sir, miss, are you still planning to stay?" As the words left her lips, Li Tian turned, awkwardly responding, "I'm sorry, but we will not be staying after all." With that, he hurriedly lowered his head and slipped away like a thief. As for Fei Fei, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She wished to vanish into the ground. The receptionist, witnessing their hasty exit, muttered under her breath, "Honestly, to be broke yet act so grandiose is truly vexing." Once outside, Li Tian's face was aflame, especially upon seeing Fei Fei trailing behind him. "You stop. From this moment on, please do not follow me, all right?" Li Tian exclaimed, pointing at Fei Fei with a fierce glare. Fei Fei felt a deep sense of grievance, her delicate visage resembling that of a child on the verge of tears. "Handsome, please do not abandon me," she implored. "Well, no matter what you say, I shall never believe you again," Li Tian retorted. Presently, he felt utterly ensnared by this girl, his heart brimming with frustration. He had originally hoped that she would assist him in swiftly finding a more affordable place to reside, but to his dismay, they had ended up here, having spent a considerable sum on a taxi without securing any lodging. The thought of it left Li Tian thoroughly disheartened. Yet, one could not entirely fault Fei Fei. In her perspective, the Roman holiday was indeed a bargain. Thus, she too felt quite wronged. After speaking, Li Tian turned on his heel, seemingly resolved to ignore her. Fei Fei, however, trailed a few steps behind. "Stop right there. From this moment on, it is best if you keep your distance from me," Li Tian shouted angrily. Fei Fei was taken aback. Having never faced such ire from anyone, let alone a stranger, she stood alone, appearing rather pitiful. As Li Tian instructed her to remain behind, she complied, standing at a distance. After walking quite a way, Li Tian glanced back at the girl, particularly noting her pouting lips as she stood there. This sight softened his heart. With a sigh, he obediently made his way back to her. "I shall tell you this, from now on. You must heed my words and refrain from deceiving me, and I will allow you to accompany me," Li Tian declared. As Fei Fei caught sight of Li Tian returning once more, a captivating smile graced her lips. "I knew you were a man who cherishes the delicate," she remarked. Li Tian could only respond with a sense of resignation as he trudged forward, burdened by his worn-out bag. Fei Fei trailed behind him. One was a penniless youth newly arrived in Kyoto, while the other was a mysterious heiress. Their contrasting appearances drew curious glances from passers-by. "Handsome, what is your name?" Fei Fei inquired, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue. "My surname is Li, and my given name is Tian," he replied. "Li Tian?" Fei Fei found the name somewhat peculiar, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. "And you, young lady?" Li Tian asked. "Just call me Fei Fei," she answered with a cheerful smile. Chapter 25. The Imitation Device? Speak to me honestly. What is your situation? Why were those two individuals pursuing you today? Li Tian inquired. Fei Fei felt a sudden wave of awkwardness. She was at a loss for words, fumbling for an explanation that never came. Surely, she could not divulge to this young man that she was the illustrious daughter of the Tang family. Li Tian then ventured, "Let me take a wild guess. Have you perhaps incurred a debt, prompting their pursuit?" Upon hearing his conjecture, Fei Fei felt an urge to laugh, but managed to suppress it. The notion of the Tang family's heiress owing money was something that would surely invite ridicule if it spread through the streets of Kyoto. Stifling her amusement, she feigned a pitiful expression and replied, "You've seen right through me. You are truly astute." Li Tian chuckled in response. "Did you think me foolish? You possess not a single coin, yet those two are chasing you with such fervor. If it weren't for a debt, why would you be fleeing so desperately? Am I correct in my deduction?" "Indeed, indeed, indeed. Handsome, you are exceedingly clever. Your brilliance leaves me, Tang Fei Fei, utterly in awe," she exclaimed. Li Tian erupted into hearty laughter. "Stay close to me, for I have over 1,000 yuan in my pocket. Fear not, dear girl, while I am present. You shall not go hungry." Thus, a financially strapped young man accompanied a lovely yet impoverished girl as they strolled toward a modest residential area. Fei Fei, her legs aching from the walk, muttered, "Handsome, let us take a taxi. I truly cannot continue any longer. Taking a taxi is quite costly. Let's endure a little longer." Li Tian remarked. Fei Fei, there, was rubbing her fair, slender legs, feeling frustrated and left with no choice but to continue walking. The area they had arrived at was one that Li Tian had chosen himself. He believed that the ancient architecture would imply lower housing prices. However, this neighborhood turned out to be an ordinary residential area, evident from the architectural style of the houses and the surrounding environment. Most of the workers from out of town resided here, with numerous stalls selling fruits and vegetables lining the streets. Fei Fei frowned as she surveyed the area. "Are we really staying here?" she questioned. "What do you think?" Li Tian replied with a glance of exasperation. Fei Fei felt disheartened, with not a single penny in her pocket. She had no choice but to acquiesce. Li Tian, displaying his resourcefulness, began to search the walls of the community for rental advertisements. Soon enough, he discovered a piece of paper that read, "For rent, modestly furnished, 60 square meters small bedroom. Includes sofa, table and chairs, one broken air conditioner, phone, 130. Upon seeing this, Li Tian turned to Fei Fei and asked, "Do you have a phone? Don't you have one?" Fei Fei countered. "No," Li Tian replied. Hearing this, Fei Fei thought to herself, "It seems I have truly encountered a pauper." Reluctantly, she fished out her yet-to-be-released iPhone 5 from her pocket and handed it to Li Tian. Li Tian gently touched the exquisitely crafted iPhone 5, which had yet to be released in the domestic market, and found himself momentarily stunned. In his mind, the flip phone owned by Wang, the limping supermarket owner in Liao City, was the epitome of sophistication, capable of recording videos. However, upon holding the alluring iPhone 5 that Fei Fei had handed him, he was first taken aback, feeling a slight puzzlement at the existence of such a beautiful device. Consequently, he uttered a remark that nearly caused Fei Fei to choke. "Is this the legendary counterfeit phone?" Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Fei Fei was nearly at a loss for words. "What? You are the first person to ever call my phone a counterfeit. I truly admire your audacity," she retorted, casting a dismissive glance at him. Li Tian chuckled, fiddling with the device, but after pressing the buttons for quite some time without a response, he couldn't help but mutter in frustration, "What the hell? How can this so-called counterfeit phone not even flip open?" Fei Fei, utterly speechless at Li Tian's antics, snatched the phone back. "Give it to me. I'll make the call." With practiced ease, she entered the phone number displayed on the advertisement and then handed the phone back to Li Tian. "It's ready. You can speak to him now," she said. "Is this really all it takes?" Li Tian inquired, astonished. "Please, I beg you, stop rambling and just make the call," Fei Fei urged as she thrust the phone into his hands. Li Tian, feeling dejected, picked up the phone and said hello. On the other end, a woman's voice exclaimed, "Hello, what do you want?" "I'm renting out a room." "Ah, regarding the rental property. Did you notice the address in the advertisement? You should come over by yourself. By the way, I must inform you in advance that this house requires cash payment." "Oh, understood. That's good." After saying this, the call was terminated. Li Tian, holding his iPhone, pondered how this counterfeit phone could be so pleasurable to use, when Fei Fei suddenly snatched it from him. "What a miser. Let me take a look. How could that still be a counterfeit phone?" Li Tian glared at Fei Fei. In a fit of rage, Fei Fei retorted, "You can go to hell." The two continued to bicker as they searched for the address inscribed on the small advertisement. It read, Unit 3, Room 502. After a prolonged search, they finally located Unit 3, Room 502. The 5th floor? Fei Fei groaned in dismay, gazing at the 6-story building, feeling disheartened at the prospect of climbing to the top. Chapter 26. The truth. Li Tian disregarded her, carrying his tattered bag as he ascended slowly to the 5th floor. Behind him, Fei Fei, witnessing his ascent, let out a resigned sigh and followed suit. After a grueling climb, they finally reached the 5th floor, where Fei Fei, panting and exhausted, leaned against the wall and gazed at Li Tian. Li Tian knocked on the door, and shortly after, the iron door swung open. A woman in her 40s emerged. Casting a glance at Li Tian and Fei Fei, "Are you looking to rent?" she inquired. "Yes," Li Tian responded. "The apartment is on the 6th floor, just above. Come, I will show you." The woman spoke as she led Li Tian and Fei Fei upstairs. "Another floor?" Fei Fei lamented in dismay, watching as Li Tian followed the woman up the stairs. Upon opening the door, the woman gestured towards a sparsely furnished room and announced, "Take a look. It's 1,000 a month." 1,000? That's rather steep." Li Tian hesitated. The woman immediately turned, saying, 1,000 is too much? In Kyoto, this is considered one of the cheapest options. Upon hearing her words, Li Tian glanced around the room. Apart from a battered table and a bed, there was nothing else. The place was cloaked in a thick layer of dust, a testament to its long vacancy, necessitating one to pinch their nose upon entering. Will you be renting or not? To be frank, this house is undoubtedly the most affordable in all of Kyoto. If you doubt it, feel free to search further. The woman in her 40s remarked with a hint of impatience. Li Tian felt a pang of sympathy. He thought to himself that it would be best to rent it. Darkness would soon descend, and if he did not secure a place, he would inevitably be sleeping on the streets. Thus, he acquiesced. He then fished out 1,000 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the woman. Upon receiving the money, her face broke into a broad smile as she said to Li Tian, "This room is quite nice. Once you tidy it up, it will be incredibly comfortable for a young couple." Young couple? Fei Fei, who stood behind, nearly fainted upon hearing the woman's words. Wasn't it so? They were living together. After all, they were indeed a couple. However, it made sense, for young people today often prefer to cohabit before marriage. The woman continued her remarks as she exited the room, leaving Fei Fei profoundly embarrassed. Li Tian, however, did not dwell on it. Once inside, he placed his backpack on a table and began to clean. Fei Fei entered, furrowing her brow as she glanced at the bedroom. Is this place even habitable? Li Tian shot her a disapproving look. My dear girl, you have not a single coin to your name. Having a roof over your head is already a blessing. And yet you are so particular. Fei Fei pointed at Li Tian with indignation but ultimately held her tongue. For he spoke the truth. She indeed had no money in her pocket. You tidy up here. I need to make a phone call, she said hurriedly before dashing out. Li Tian was left alone in the room, tidying up. This place marked his first residence in the capital, albeit rather modest. However, for Li Tian, who had been an orphan since childhood, it was a considerable improvement. Regrettably, the rent was a steep 1,000 yuan per month. And with only a meager sum in his possession, he found himself with dwindling resources. It was evident that he needed to secure employment swiftly, otherwise, he risked succumbing to hunger in this vast city. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, who had dashed outside, was hiding at the stairwell of the 4th floor, engaged in a phone conversation. Hello, my darling, she said into the receiver. Fei Fei, oh my goodness, you finally called me, came a sultry voice from the other end, filled with astonishment. What's the matter? Miss me? Fei Fei chuckled. Oh my, where have you been today? Your father came looking for you, asking if you were with me, the voice continued, revealing the identity of the caller. Upon hearing about her father, Fei Fei's demeanor shifted slightly. Forget him, let him worry, she replied dismissively. The girl on the line, named Su Ku, inquired, Fei Fei, Is this still about your engagement to that playboy? Indeed. Goodness, Suku, it's the 21st century. I simply cannot tolerate my father's insistence on a betrothal. It's absurd. And that guy is nothing but a womanizer. Honestly, if I were to marry someone like him, I might as well be dead. Fei Fei expressed her frustration. I agree. Uncle Tang's decision is rather misguided. That man is quite unreliable, Suku responded. So where are you now? Suku inquired of Fei Fei, who replied, I am currently residing with a skilled individual. What kind of skill? Suka asked, puzzled. Fei Fei chuckled. He is a formidable fighter and, moreover, quite handsome. You won't believe it. Today I was almost dragged back by 2 goons sent by my father. Fortunately, that skilled individual intervened heroically and saved me. Goodness, a hero saving a damsel in distress? Do you know him? Are you aware of what he does? Suka asked with concern. Fei Fei paused. I think he just arrived in Kyoto. What? You dare to associate with someone who has just come to Kyoto? I truly admire your audacity, Fei Fei. Should I drive over to pick you up? You can stay with me instead, Suku expressed her worry. Fei Fei reassured her, there's no need to worry about me. I will be fine. This person is quite amusing, and I feel he is not a bad sort. Fei Fei, you are a young lady, and a beautiful one at that. How can I be at ease knowing you are living with a stranger? In today's world, one cannot discern the true nature of people easily. What if he harbors ill intentions? Besides, you are the daughter of a prominent Tang family in Kyoto. No, you must tell me your address. I will come to fetch you, and you can stay with me. Suku, please do not fret over me. I assure you, I can read people well. And this bumpkin is certainly not a villain. With that, Fei Fei abruptly ended the call. On the other end of the line, Suku's voice echoed, but alas. Fei Fei had already ended the call and deliberately switched off her phone. What could possibly be troubling this girl? The individual before us, Fei Fei, is actually named Tang Fei Fei, the cherished daughter of the Tang family, a prominent business dynasty in Kyoto. In Kyoto, it is unlikely that one could find anyone unfamiliar with the Tang enterprise, and her father, Tang Zhong, is the very head of this illustrious establishment. What could have prompted Tang Fei Fei to abruptly leave her home today? The roots of this situation trace back 20 years, when her father, Tang Zhong, was at the nadir of his business endeavors. During this tumultuous period, he received assistance from the Wang family, which allowed his fortunes to turn around. In a gesture of gratitude, Tang Zhong arranged a betrothal between their children. Now, 2 decades later, Tang Fei Fei has blossomed into adulthood, while the Wang family's eldest son has gained notoriety for his infidelities. Given the Wang family's substantial wealth, the scion has been known to deceive countless young women in Kyoto. Until recently, Tang Fei Fei was blissfully unaware of her betrothal, only discovering it now. Upon learning this, she was consumed by rage, particularly upon realizing that her betrothed was none other than the notorious libertine from the Wang family. How could she possibly accept such a fate? Thus, in a fit of anger, Tang Fei Fei decided to leave home, leading her to encounter Li Tian. Chapter 27. The quick aging of anger. Upon returning to the 6th floor, Fei Fei found that Li Tian had nearly tidied the room. At least the floor was now spotless. Gazing at the clean little room, Fei Fei exclaimed, "Wow, what a quintessential good man." Li Tian shot her a disapproving glance and quietly settled into a corner. Retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. "What are your plans for tonight?" Li Tian suddenly inquired, directing his gaze towards Fei Fei. "What do you mean?" Fei Fei responded, taken aback. Li Tian, with the cigarette between his fingers, pointed towards the small bedroom. There's only one bed in there. Fei Fei paused momentarily, then retorted, "You are a man. You should make some concessions for me." "Can you believe you just said that?" Li Tian exhaled a puff of smoke. "Handsome, you can't possibly expect me, a delicate lady, to sleep on the sofa, can you? It's so cold at night." Fei Fei feigned a pitiful expression. Moreover, with her natural beauty reminiscent of a little princess, her cherry-red lips pouting made her all the more endearing. Throughout their journey, Li Tian had deliberately avoided closely observing this lovely girl, but now, as he blinked at Fei Fei, he couldn't help but think how truly beautiful she was. With her delicate oval face, a perfectly sculpted nose, and luscious cherry lips, her figure, likely a result of years of yoga, was both elegant and slender. Coupled with her long, slender legs, she appeared utterly captivating. Li Tian realized he was staring, somewhat entranced. But what about Fei Fei? Suddenly feeling the intense gaze of Li Tian upon her, a wave of trepidation washed over her, prompting her to instinctively recoil slightly. "What are you staring at?" she inquired. Li Tian, caught off guard by her question, hastily turned his head away. Nothing, nothing at all, he stammered. I intend to sleep on that bed tonight, Fei Fei announced. You want to sleep? Yes, Fei Fei affirmed with a nod. Very well then, if you wish to sleep, by all means do so. After all, the bed is quite spacious. The man remarked with a lewd grin. Fei Fei, sensing something amiss in his words, quickly pressed. What do you mean by that? Haha, such a large bed. It should be no problem for the two of us to share, Li Tian brazenly replied. Pervert. Fei Fei exclaimed, startled. Only just realizing this now? Li Tian teased her. Fei Fei blinked, scrutinizing Li Tian with a hint of caution. I know you're just joking with me. Who is joking? If you don't believe me, why not try it? Tonight, we shall share the bed. After all, it's just one bed. Moreover, given your beauty, any man who sees you and remains unmoved must surely be a fool, Li Tian declared. At this, Fei Fei felt a surge of fear. Are you serious? Is there any doubt? Fei Fei's expression shifted dramatically as she realized the potential danger. What if this rogue actually intended to take advantage of her? The thought alone made her face pale with fear. Observing her anxious demeanor, Li Tian felt a thrill of excitement within, reveling in her apprehension. All right. I shall cease my jesting, for who could resist the kindness of Li Tian? You may sleep on the bed tonight, Li Tian declared. Upon hearing Li Tian's invitation to share the bed, Fei Fei felt an overwhelming joy that nearly compelled her to embrace him and planned a fervent kiss upon his cheek. In her excitement, she exclaimed, Thank you, handsome. Li Tian, feeling a sense of satisfaction, reflected on his first day in Kyoto City. Although he had nearly exhausted his funds, he found solace in having made a new acquaintance, especially one as charming as Fei Fei. With a light heart, he proceeded to tidy the sofa in his room, gradually unpacking his belongings from his backpack. He then ventured downstairs to the local market to procure some essential items. Thus, his modest abode in Kyoto City was finally established. As for Fei Fei, she remained idle, seemingly indifferent to household chores, whether due to inability or unwillingness. Instead, she occupied herself in the small bedroom, engrossed in conversations on her mobile device. Hey, girl, following me around like this is not a sustainable arrangement. I, too, am of modest means, and I must inform you that I cannot afford to support you. Furthermore, I am already committed to someone else, Li Tian mused, his thoughts drifting to his fiancée Yi, the formidable assassin, which filled him with happiness. Suddenly intrigued by Li Tian's assertion, Tang Fei Fei blinked her large, glistening eyes at him and inquired, You have a wife? Indeed, Li Tian replied with pride. Really? Or is that a jest? Fei Fei questioned, her disbelief evident. Li Tiandao, am I deceiving you? Let me tell you, my wife is no ordinary person, she is. The word assassin nearly slipped from his lips. What kind of person is your wife? Fei Fei retorted, somewhat unconvinced. Women, after all, are perpetually inclined towards jealousy. Even someone entirely unrelated, if they surpass her in any regard, will ignite her envy. Li Tian chuckled, My wife is stunningly beautiful. I can assure you she is the most beautiful woman in our small county. Even in a grand city like Kyoto, few can rival her beauty. Upon hearing Li Tian praise his wife's looks, Fei Fei felt an involuntary surge of irritation. With her slender arms akimbo and her almond-shaped eyes narrowed in indignation, she exclaimed, Who would believe your words? A country bumpkin like you, who is both poor and lacking in experience, mistaking an iPhone 5 for a knockoff. How could you possibly marry such a beautiful woman? Li Tian, upon hearing Fei Fei's remarks, felt a wave of anger wash over him. Do you look down on me? He retorted. And what if I do? I'm merely speaking the truth, Fei Fei replied. Li Tian was instantly incensed. Having relied on himself since childhood, he despised being belittled by others. He snapped back, And what about you? You don't have a single penny to your name. Yet you have the audacity to call me a pauper? Who's the true country bumpkin here? You really think I have no money? Fei Fei was nearly enraged to the point of flight, wishing she could return home and hurl money at Li Tian in fury. You have money? Show me. Show me what you've got. If you reveal it today, I, Li Tian, will believe you. At this moment, Fei Fei felt a surge of frustration. She wished she could call her father, withdraw a sack of cash from the bank, and throw it at this country bumpkin. Unfortunately, she found herself unable to extract a single penny at such a critical juncture. Her heart burned with indignation and a sense of injustice. Yet voicing it seemed almost unbearable, driving her to the brink of madness. Unable to contain herself, Fei Fei nearly broke down, crying out in exasperation. Meanwhile, the man chuckled and remarked, No money? So what? Being poor is nothing to be ashamed of. Who dares to say that poverty is disgraceful? Fei Fei, incensed, ignored him, and turned her face away. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" Li Tian inquired, gazing at her. Fei Fei turned her pretty face back and shot him a glare. "I couldn't care less about getting angry with someone like you. As long as you're not angry, that's good. The books say that when a woman gets angry, it's easy for her to develop wrinkles and age quickly. You're the one who ages quickly." Chapter 28. The mysterious scroll. The city of Kyoto is situated in the heart of a bustling commercial center, where an exclusive villa district flourishes. It is said that the price per square meter of these villas can reach an astonishing 50 to 60,000. What does this imply? Wealth beyond measure. A villa, subtly infused with Western architectural elements while embracing European design, stands majestically. The entire estate is encircled by a wrought iron fence, and at the entrance, two impeccably dressed security guards stand like sentinels, their robust figures upright and vigilant. Before them lies a striking edifice adorned with flawless red Toto ceramic tiles imported from Europe. A sight so imposing it could only be described with words like terrifying and grotesque. Complementing this grandeur are expansive panes of transparent glass. At the entrance, two fierce lions crouch, their eyes wide with ferocity, while the entire doorway is constructed from Sogol glass. It is said that Sogol glass surpasses even bulletproof glass in strength. The truth of this claim remains uncertain. In any case, one word suffices: opulence. Passing through the courtyard, which boasts its own garden, one can behold the grand hall. A magnificent crystal chandelier dangles regally from the center, illuminating the space where two men clad in black suits stand, heads bowed like chastised children awaiting reprimand. Before them stands a man in his 40s, with a square jaw and thick brows, his dark, bright eyes exuding an air of authority and restraint. His formidable presence speaks of years spent navigating the business world, a fact that even the most seasoned individuals might readily perceive. Dressed in a distinguished gray exit suit, adorned with a striking Byron golden tie that catches the eye, he sits quietly, exuding an air of elegance. Behind him stands a bespectacled gentleman, exuding refinement with his pristine hands and pale visage. At first glance, one might mistake him for a scholar, but who can truly fathom his real identity? Beneath finely arched brows lie a pair of icy eyes, concealed behind glass lenses, reminiscent of a beast lurking in the jungle, like a wolf. Motionless yet formidable, he embodies the essence of a swift wind, perhaps the very embodiment of such a character. "You two fools, how could you possibly lose track of the young lady? Do you dare show your faces before me again?" The man in his 40s, seated at the center, suddenly erupts in a furious outburst. The authority in his voice instills a profound fear in the two men in suits, who bow their heads submissively. "Mr. Tang, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please grant us another chance," the two men murmur, their voices barely above a whisper. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that they are indeed the same two men who had pursued Fei Fei and Shun Lang down the street. One of them bears a white bandage on his arm, a remnant of the injury sustained from Li Tian's formidable energy that had fractured his bones. As he lowers his gaze in shame, how could two grown men fail to retrieve that girl? "What on earth are you capable of?" The man known as Mr. Tang berates them. Who is he? Could he be Tang Zheng, the chairman of the Tang Corporation? Is he perhaps the father of Tang Fei Fei? Mr. Tang. It seems today's predicament is not entirely their fault. The man wearing glasses, who stood quietly behind Tang Zheng, slowly began to speak. His voice was somewhat delicate, reminiscent of a woman's, yet remarkably pleasant. Tang Zheng grunted in response. "Then who can we blame?" The bespectacled man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and continued. "I heard they were supposed to bring the young lady back today, but unfortunately, they encountered a stranger during the retrieval." "What stranger?" Tang Zheng inquired. The man with glasses turned to his two subordinates, who had their heads bowed, and said, "You two, recount today's events in detail." "Yes, sir." The two suited men then began to explain. "Mr. Tang, we were indeed able to bring the young lady back today. However, a mysterious individual suddenly emerged during the process, and he was quite formidable. One of them, whose arm was in a sling, added, "Indeed, Mr. Tang," at that moment. The young lady claimed that this person was her bodyguard, and warned us that if we dared to take her back, her bodyguard would kill us. Thus, we engaged in a confrontation, but we had not anticipated the extraordinary prowess of the individual the young lady referred to as her bodyguard. When I struck him, an unseen force rebounded violently, fracturing my arm in the process. So, Tang Zheng's expression darkened considerably upon hearing his subordinate's account. "A bodyguard? That girl." Sigh, he lamented, unable to suppress a weary sigh. Mr. Tang, we can discern that the individual is not the young lady's bodyguard, but rather a complete stranger who likely has no acquaintance with her whatsoever, one of his subordinates remarked. Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. So, you mean Fei Fei allowed a total stranger to assault both of you? Tang Zheng suddenly burst into hearty laughter. The two subordinates lowered their heads, silently nodding in affirmation. Truly, she is my daughter, Tang Zheng. However, you two indeed displayed a degree of foolishness. I shall not hold this against you, he chuckled. Thank you, Mr. Tang. The two suited men quickly responded. Tang Zheng continued, but where is that girl now? Alas, the saying that a young woman should not be kept at home holds true. I sincerely hope she does not encounter any misfortune out there. Tang Zheng expressed his concern. The bespectacled man standing behind him squinted slightly and reassured, Mr. Tang, rest assured. While the young lady may occasionally exhibit a capricious nature, her wit ensures that no one can overpower her. Indeed, if my daughter were to suffer any ill fate outside, it would be utterly unacceptable. Nevertheless, Xiao Zhou, you must expedite the search for Fei Fei. Although she often frolics and plays in my presence, I find myself truly missing her when even a day passes without seeing her. The man named Xiao Zhou, adjusting his glasses with a faint smile, replied, Mr. Tang. Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to locate the young lady immediately. By tomorrow, I shall ensure her safe return. His voice possesses an undeniable strength, as if the words he utters have never failed to materialize. Who, might one wonder, is this bespectacled individual? While few in Kyoto would recognize Xiao Zhou, the title of Desperate 3 is likely known to many. The refined gentleman before us, adorned with spectacles, is none other than Xiao Zhou, the formidable right hand of Tang Zheng, the president of the Tang Corporation. Li Tian and Fei Fei are like oil and water. It is inevitable. For one is a destitute orphan who has had to fend for himself since childhood, while the other is a pampered heiress, accustomed to a life of luxury, where money holds no real significance. It is indeed a curious situation for such contrasting personalities to coexist under one roof without quarreling. Yet, quarrels aside, hunger beckons for sustenance. Fei Fei had resolutely sworn never to consume street food or meals from small eateries. However, after consuming a bowl of bird's nest porridge that morning, her hunger became unbearable. To complicate matters, she found herself devoid of funds. With no other option, she reluctantly accompanied someone to a modest eatery downstairs, where they ordered a bowl of noodles for a mere 5 yuan. Fei Fei could never have envisioned herself dining on such humble fare, but as she savored the noodles, she discovered that at that moment, the 5 yuan meal was far more delicious than lobster or abalone. The two of them shared 2 bowls, offering the restaurant owner 10 yuan. Although Fei Fei felt a lingering hunger, having gone the entire day without a proper meal, her request for more was met with rejection from her companion. Reason for refusal: my dear, your appetite is rather excessive, isn't it? Do take it easy. I am rather short on funds. With that, the young woman angrily pinched Li Tian and reluctantly followed him upstairs. The nights in Kyoto descend with astonishing swiftness, and by the time Fei Fei and Li Tian had finished their meal, darkness had already enveloped the city. Fei Fei darted into the small room first, chuckling mischievously. This room is now mine. You are not permitted to enter tonight. Li Tian cast her an exasperated glance. I am a respectable man, married, mind you. Who knows? Li Tian chose to ignore her, slowly arranging the sofa by pushing the 2 sections together, then reclined upon them. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, frightened by the thought of Li Tian being a potential lecher, slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. Li Tian paid her no mind, as he was too preoccupied with his own thoughts. What on earth had transpired today? Had his friend's arm truly been fractured due to his unintentional exertion of that force gathered in his dantian? As he pondered this, he attempted to gather his strength once more, only to find that the energy in his abdomen had suddenly dissipated, as if the potency he had released earlier had vanished entirely. This left Li Tian feeling despondent. Could it be that this energy was a one-time occurrence? Did it exist within him for only a fleeting moment? Little did he know, having just perused the heavenly book of elixirs, that the impact of the tadpoles upon the acupoint merely served to unlock a latent potential within his body, resulting in the fracture of his opponent's arm. However, the force of that energy remained beyond his grasp, as Li Tian had yet to fully comprehend the essence of the heavenly book of elixirs. In that moment, he hastily retrieved the tattered tome from his worn backpack, opened it, and began to study it meticulously. Chapter 29. I won't devour you again. After revisiting that worn tome, Li Tian found himself as captivated as before, the images of tadpoles swiftly darting through his mind. Gradually, they infiltrated his body, beginning to dance upon his acupoints. As those tadpoles pulsated at these vital points, a gentle warmth rekindled in his abdomen, allowing Li Tian to once again sense the gathering of energy within him. This revelation filled him with excitement. Could this peculiar book truly be a remarkable manuscript? Li Tian pondered, growing increasingly intrigued, and before he knew it, he was wholly engrossed in the enigmatic text. Meanwhile, Fei Fei lay alone in the modest bedroom, idly toying with her mobile device. Unaccustomed to such a rudimentary room, she found it difficult to sleep, particularly due to the discomfort of the hard bed. As she removed her outer garment, her fair shoulders were revealed. Her alluring figure nestled beneath the covers, with her slender legs exposed to the cool air, playfully swaying as she engaged with her phone. After a while, her arms grew weary, prompting her to recline on the bed, lost in contemplation. What should I do? Her father is so obstinate. An arranged marriage. How absurd. Moreover, the suitor is a notorious playboy. Truly vexing. I, Tang Fei Fei, would sooner perish than be with such a person. She mused silently, grappling with her predicament. Yet, with her father's stubbornness, what could she do? Surely, she could not genuinely consider ending it all. A sudden inspiration struck her. Suddenly, a wicked thought emerged in Fei Fei's mind. There was a certain skilled individual in the room, a newcomer to Kyoto, and a miser at that. What if she offered him some money to feign being her boyfriend? She could then inform her father that she had fallen in love with him. After all, what difference would it make if he was merely her childhood betrothal? She could simply claim to her father that she was in love with him, and that would settle the matter. If her father still disapproved, she could confront the dandy directly, asserting, "I have a boyfriend now," and relish the look of exasperation on her father's face. The sudden emergence of this devious idea filled Fei Fei with exhilaration, prompting her to praise herself. Tang Fei Fei, you are truly brilliant. With such a nefarious plan in her heart, she went to bed in high spirits. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, an exceedingly wicked event was about to unfold in the life of another. The night passed swiftly. Li Tian, engrossed in a rather mundane book, finally set it aside around 11 o'clock, reluctantly surrendering to sleep. Throughout the night, many thoughts swirled in his mind, accompanied by bizarre visions. He envisioned little tadpoles swimming throughout his body, and he felt an increasing strength accumulating in his abdomen. Yet, Li Tian was perplexed. Despite the growing power within him, he remained uncertain of how to harness it, akin to a person of immense strength who was unaware of how to wield their own might. Lost in thought, he soon succumbed to slumber, where he dreamt of his assassin wife, Situ Ningbing. In his dream, she wandered alone along a pitch-black road, her solitary figure draped in cascading hair, walking with a sense of desolation. Occasionally, she would glance back, her face adorned with a smile. Suddenly, the dream underwent a tumultuous transformation, depicting Situ Ningbing being pursued by a throng, culminating in her being drenched in blood. With a start, Li Tian awoke, his heart racing as he clenched his fists and sat upright on the sofa. He realized that his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. It had merely been a dream. Relieved, he exhaled softly. Gazing at the faint light filtering through the sky outside, he chose not to return to sleep. Rising slowly from the sofa, he stretched lazily before drawing back the curtains. Standing by the window, he gazed out at the steel and concrete metropolis before him. A creaking sound interrupted the silence as a graceful figure, rubbing her eyes, opened a small door to the room. It was Tang Fei Fei, dressed in a short skirt. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her long, fair legs stepped out into the room. Upon seeing Li Tian at the window, she remarked, "You're up so early?" Fei Fei felt that this fellow was truly a wild man. Li Tian slowly turned his head to regard Fei Fei. From this vantage point, gazing at Fei Fei, one could fully appreciate her slender yet curvaceous figure. The two modestly sized yet perfectly graspable white mounds upon her chest nearly caused Li Tian to lose his balance. As his eyes traveled down to her long, slender legs tightly pressed together, he could not help but swallow deeply. Am I truly sharing a room with such a stunning beauty? Li Tian found it hard to believe. Hey, what's wrong? Fei Fei asked, her expression one of surprise as she observed Li Tian's reaction. Li Tian quickly forced an awkward smile and replied, "It's nothing, nothing at all. I need to discuss something with you shortly. Please hold on." With that, Fei Fei made her way to the restroom. Li Tian paid little heed, merely muttering an absent-minded as he opened the window. A beam of sunlight streamed in, instantly brightening the entire room. It was now 6:07 a.m. Sitting on the sofa, Li Tian contemplated that he would have a light breakfast before heading out to seek employment. He had over 300 yuan in his pocket. And if he did not secure a job soon, he would likely struggle to make ends meet this month. As he pondered his job search, Fei Fei emerged from the restroom, her delicate, oval face aglow with a smile directed at Li Tian. Her expression resembled that of a wolf eyeing a lamb, causing Li Tian to feel an unsettling shiver run through him. "Hey, I would like to discuss something with you," he said. Fei Fei sat down beside Li Tian, her bright eyes shimmering like autumn waters, casting a bewitching glance in his direction. For Li Tian, who was still a virgin, this was a considerable challenge. The fragrance of youthful femininity wafting from Fei Fei's presence made him instinctively shift away. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" "I want tea bite," she teased, leaning closer to him. This left Li Tian feeling frustrated, as he pondered whether a grown man should truly be intimidated by a charming young lady. Chapter 30. Pretend to be my boyfriend, what shall we discuss? Li Tian asked, setting the tone. "But let me make one thing clear. If you intend to borrow money from me, that's off the table. I am in dire need of a job myself today." It was evident that he was a notorious miser, and there was no denying that. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Fei Fei shot him a piercing glare. "A stingy fellow like you? You think I would ask you for money? Have you lost your senses?" She retorted, her anger palpable. Li Tian chuckled lightly. "All right then. As long as you don't mention borrowing money, what is it you wish to discuss?" Fei Fei chose to overlook his remarks and spoke slowly. "Could you do me a favor? If you help me, I assure you, you will not be left at a loss. I shall reward you handsomely." "Really?" Li Tian responded with a smile. Fei Fei, maintaining her serious demeanor, replied, "Of course, it's true. Spare me your words. You don't have a single cent to your name. How could you possibly pay me? Do you take me for a fool?" Li Tian laughed heartily. Fei Fei, incensed by his assumption that she was penniless, retorted, "Are you truly ignorant or merely pretending? Money means little to me. Let me tell you, in my world, my identity is not something I reveal lightly. Were I to share it, it might just frighten you to death." Li Tian, intrigued, tilted his head and looked at her sideways. "Is that so? Then do enlighten me about your identity. What could possibly be so terrifying? Are you of noble descent from a royal palace? Are you still the heiress of some major corporation?" As Li Tian spoke, Tang Fei Fei felt her anger boiling. She could hardly believe that someone would perceive her as a fraud, particularly one posing as a wealthy individual. Having lived for 20 years, she could claim to lack nothing but money, and now, being labeled as a pretender to wealth was intolerable for the daughter of the Tang family. You are nothing but a fool." Fei Fei struggled to find more fitting words to insult Li Tian. With a slight wave of his hand, Li Tian replied, Enough. I want tea quarrel with you. Just tell me, what is it that you want? I still need to go out and look for a job." Fei Fei, not wishing to dwell on the argument, thought to herself that as long as he agreed to her request, it would suffice. After pondering for a moment, she looked at Li Tian and said, "I need your help." "What kind of help? Could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days?" Fei Fei blushed as she spoke. Though she was often a bit headstrong, being a girl, her cheeks flushed slightly, and her voice became barely audible. Li Tian, taken aback, responded, "What? I didn't quite catch that." Fei Fei, her face still crimson, clenched her pink fist tightly and repeated, "I said, can you pretend to be my boyfriend for a few days?" Only then did Li Tian fully comprehend her words. "Pretend? Be your boyfriend? Are you out of your mind?" he exclaimed. "You are the one who is crazy," she retorted. Fei Fei shot a fierce glare at Li Tian, her voice laced with anger. "Then why do you seek me out to pretend to be your boyfriend? Are you in desperate need of affection?" Li Tian chuckled, his amusement evident. Fei Fei found herself at a loss, struggling to articulate her frustrations, nearly on the verge of madness. "Li, will you agree or not?" she demanded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In that moment, she felt that after 20 years of living, today marked her most humiliating experience. Li Tian responded with a grin, "Honestly, pretending to be the boyfriend of a beauty like you isn't so bad, but I'm just afraid you might play tricks on me." Upon hearing this, hope ignited within Fei Fei. "I would never. How could I possibly deceive you, handsome? You are my savior." "Oh, spare me that," he retorted. "Tell me, why should I pretend to be your boyfriend? Are you in debt, fearing that someone will come after you, and you want me to be your scapegoat?" Li Tian speculated. "Country bumpkin, can you not say anything else? Since when has Tang Fei Fei ever lacked money?" She shot back. "Then why do you need me to pretend to be your boyfriend?" Li Tian inquired. After a long pause, Fei Fei finally replied, regardless of the situation, "Will you help me or not? If you assist me, I promise I'll reward you with a handsome sum from a miser. I, Tang Fei Fei, always keep my word." "I assure you, I will not deceive you. You have money? Who would believe that? Li Tian responded skeptically. So, you refuse to help me? Fei Fei exclaimed. Jumping up in frustration, Li Tian pondered for a moment, gazing at Fei Fei as he scrutinized her from head to toe, grinning like an old rogue. Can we drop the pretense? Why not let me be your boyfriend directly? Go to hell. Who would ever be interested in a miser like you? Fei Fei retorted, her cheeks flushing. Her already exquisite, classically shaped face took on a rosy hue, making her appear even more charming and delightful. Li Tian felt he might be lingering too long in his admiration. He murmured to himself, this girl is truly beautiful, comparable to my, yet-to-be married, fiancé, fine. In light of my status as a gentleman, I shall assist you this once without compensation. However, let me be clear, we are merely pretending to be a couple. Holding hands and kissing are permissible, but anything beyond that, I'm not interested, he declared. Go to hell. Fei Fei exclaimed, her cheeks as red as a ripe Fuji apple, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. As long as you perform well, I assure you, Miss will not treat you poorly in the future, Fei Fei replied with a smile. Just get it over with. I only wish for you to keep your distance afterwards. With that, Li Tian strode toward the door. Where are you going? Fei Fei called after him. To have breakfast. I'm coming too, she said, hurrying to catch up with him. Chapter 31. The discovery on the streets of Kyoto. Two black sedans sped swiftly along. The foremost vehicle was a black Benz, followed closely by a Passat. Inside the luxurious Mercedes sat a man clad in a tailored suit. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the individual who had insisted that Fei Fei return the previous day. The other man, who had suffered a fracture yesterday, was notably absent. Yet accompanying him was a bespectacled gentleman, exuding an air of refinement. It was none other than the audacious Xiao Zhou, the very man who had made a formidable vow before the president of Tang's enterprise just the day before. At this moment, Xiao Zhou, adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, gazed contemplatively out the window, his fair hands resting firmly on his thighs. Brother Zhou, the young lady disappeared right around here with that fellow yesterday, remarked the suited driver, gesturing toward a nearby stretch of road. Xiao Zhou, addressed as Brother Zhou, cast a fleeting glance in that direction before retrieving his mobile phone from his gray suit and dialing a number. The call was promptly answered. Hello, Brother Zhou. How goes the search? Xiao Zhou inquired calmly. A rugged voice resonated from the other end, imbued with profound respect, as the speaker replied, Brother Zhou, we have thoroughly combed through all the major hotels in Kyoto, yet there is no record of Miss Tang's stay. Oh, is that so? Xiao Zhou mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Indeed, Brother Zhou, we are equally perplexed. Could it be that Miss Tang did not reside in any of these establishments? The voice continued. Are you certain that you have checked everywhere? The voice was flat, yet powerful. Upon hearing Xiao Zhou's words, the other party suddenly felt an unnatural pressure and hastily replied. Brother Zhou, we guarantee with one hand that we have indeed checked everything. You all better have checked thoroughly. After saying this, Xiao Zhou hung up the phone. Brother Zhou, what is the situation? Inquired the man in the suit who was driving. Xiao Zhou remained silent, gazing out of the car window, and after a considerable pause, asked, what was that fellow who was with the young lady wearing yesterday? At this inquiry, the suited driver was momentarily taken aback, then recollected with care and responded. His attire? Quite shabby, really. He seemed like a country bumpkin, carrying a tattered bag. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou commanded, make a U-turn, head towards a regular residential area, preferably one where rental apartments abound. The suited driver was momentarily stunned, believing he had misheard. Yet, Xiao Zhou remained silent, lost in his thoughts. The young lady was neither staying in a luxurious hotel nor a guest house, nor was she at the home of her classmates or friends. Where could she have gone? Surely, she was with that stranger from yesterday. Given that the young man had such ordinary attire and that the young lady had not taken her wallet, it was only natural that she would reside in a typical residential neighborhood. As Xiao Zhou pondered this, the car swiftly executed a U-turn, speeding towards the ordinary residential area. Nearby, Li Tian and Fei Fei spotted a small eatery selling breakfast not far from their residence. However, the two of them had risen quite early, coinciding perfectly with the morning rush hour. At this moment, the office workers residing in the ordinary residential complex were queuing up to purchase simple breakfasts. Li Tian and Fei Fei were among those waiting in line. Li, you must not go back on your word, Fei Fei playfully remarked, poking at Li Tian's spine with her slender finger. Li Tian turned his head and replied, do you think I am like you? A man of stature speaks with unwavering resolve. I'm not that sort of person. Hiki, that's good, Fei Fei chuckled. While they were queuing for breakfast, Fei Fei casually glanced around and spotted 2 cars slowly approaching the residential area. How familiar, she murmured with a hint of frustration. Upon a closer look, she noticed a man in a suit nearby, inquiring with the local residents. Suddenly, she gasped in surprise, just as Li Tian had purchased their breakfast. He was startled and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you crazy? Why are you shouting?" The young office workers nearby turned their heads to gaze at the beautiful woman. As for Fei Fei, she had no time to explain to Li Tian. She swiftly grabbed his arm and began to run, urging, "Hurry, they are coming after us." Li Tian, still bewildered and trying to comprehend the situation, was pulled away by Fei Fei as she sprinted to the side. While running, she glanced back, as if some nefarious individuals were pursuing her. After Fei Fei and her companions took off, the 2 cars that had been quite close to them, along with the suited man who had been inquiring nearby, suddenly caught sight of Fei Fei. "There she is, the young lady," the suited man exclaimed as he swiftly turned to pursue Fei Fei and her group. At that moment, the 2 vehicles revved their engines and accelerated forward in a rapid chase. Li Tian, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, was yanked along by Fei Fei. Turning to glance back, he noticed the 2 cars rapidly closing in, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could it be those men from yesterday who had been pursuing Fei Fei? What on earth was happening? As Fei Fei pulled him along, he inquired, but she, breathless and without time to elaborate, urged him, "No questions, just run." Yet, their escape was futile. In an instant, they found themselves cornered at the entrance of an alley, with a Mercedes and another Passat blocking their way. Fei Fei was instantly filled with frustration, while Li Tian blinked in disbelief at the group of suited men emerging from the vehicles. His heart sinking. These were indeed the same individuals who had chased Fei Fei the previous day, and they had tracked her down to this very spot. Fei Fei, overwhelmed with irritation, silently cursed her relentless bodyguards for locating her so swiftly. Hiding behind Li Tian, she whispered, "You must protect me." "Fear not," Li Tian declared gallantly. In truth, he is utterly perplexed by the true nature of these individuals, and he remains unaware of the identity of the enigmatic Fei Fei who follows behind. A group of several men clad in suits, emerging from the vehicle, gradually approaches them. Chapter 32. The reckless hero Brother Zhou, where is the young lady? Inquired the man in the suit, pointing at Fei Fei behind Li Tian. The valiant Zhou stepped out of the vehicle and, from a distance, spotted Fei Fei. Fei Fei, of course, noticed Zhou as well, and upon seeing him, her heart sank. What is he doing here? Oh no, that brat is the one who broke our brother's bones yesterday. The man in the suit glared furiously at Li Tian, his finger still directed at him. Zhou scrutinized Li Tian with a piercing gaze but remained silent as he approached. "Young lady," Zhou called out respectfully as he drew near to Fei Fei. Upon hearing the term of endearment directed at Fei Fei, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. I don't know you," Fei Fei exclaimed, her face flushed as she hid behind Li Tian. "Let me make it clear, I have a formidable bodyguard by my side. If you do not wish to find yourself sprawled on the ground, I suggest you swiftly vacate the premises," Fei Fei declared. Fei Fei believed that Li Tian had refrained from acting yesterday, and that the bodyguard sent by her father had sustained a fracture, which spoke volumes of his extraordinary prowess. Thus, she placed all her hopes upon Li Tian. Meanwhile, Li Tian, still perplexed by the situation, assumed that these individuals intended to bully Fei Fei. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, as if to truly defend her. Xiao Zhou furrowed his brow slightly and smiled as he spoke. "Miss, you didn't return last night, and President Tang was worried all night. Therefore, he sent us early this morning to find you and bring you back. We sincerely hope you will accompany us." Upon hearing this, Fei Fei, with an embarrassed expression, retorted, "Who are you talking to? I don't even know you. Is it such a crime to owe you a little money? Must you be so persistent in pursuing me?" Honestly, Fei Fei feigned indignation, her words causing Xiao Zhou and several suited men to feel quite vexed. "Li Tian, these people are all bad. Not a single one is good. I should hide for a while. You deal with them." Haha. As Fei Fei spoke, she prepared to slip away. Li Tian pondered for a moment. "All right. Mississippi." Xiao Zhou stepped forward. In an instant, Li Tian stepped in front of Xiao Zhou, causing another man, who had witnessed Li Tian's formidable strength the previous day when he incapacitated a companion, to instinctively retreat, standing cautiously, as fear crept into his heart. "Friend, this is a family matter. We hope you will not interfere," Xiao Zhou quietly stated, gazing at Li Tian. Li Tian, however, did not comprehend, replying, What family matter? Isn't it merely a girl owing you some money? Why the aggressive stance? I will pay off her debt. Will that suffice? Little Zhou, of course, could not comprehend the nonsensical ramblings of Li Tian. He gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stated, "My friend, allow me to reiterate. We are here to retrieve our young lady today, so please refrain from meddling in our affairs. Stop with the theatrics." "Did you not hear her say she does not know you?" Li Tian retorted, turning to glance at Fei Fei. Fei Fei was vigorously nodding her head, gazing at Li Tian with an expression of admiration. "Zhou, this fellow is deliberately seeking a quarrel," remarked a suited man who had been eyeing Li Tian menacingly since yesterday. At this moment, little Zhou's demeanor shifted, revealing his displeasure. "I have made myself clear. If you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite." With that, he strode forward. As for Li Tian, he could not allow these strangers to intimidate Fei Fei. Although his connection to her was not profound, what man could stand idly by while a woman was being bullied by other men? Thus, he stepped forward to shield her. No one is permitted to harass her. As he moved to intercept, little Zhou's gaze turned frigidly sharp. Despite the barrier of his glasses, his eyes remained piercing. In an instant, his pristine hand shot out and seized Li Tian by the shoulder before he could react. Then, with a sudden, forceful pull, the momentum caused Li Tian to lose his balance, and with a resounding thud, he fell to the ground. Xiao Xiao, without even glancing at Li Tian, strode directly towards Fei Fei, and Fei Fei? She was utterly stunned, initially believing that this expert, Li Tian, would sweep through her father's men, defeating them one by one. However, she never anticipated such an outcome. How could this happen? Fei Fei gaped at the fallen Li Tian in disbelief. As for Li Tian, he too was caught off guard by the speed and precision of this seemingly refined individual wearing glasses. The swiftness of the attack left him no time to prepare. He realized that he was undoubtedly no match for his opponent today. Yet, he stubbornly rose to his feet. "Don't you dare touch her!" With a fierce roar, Li Tian charged forward again, raising his fist. Having engaged in fights in Liao City before, he felt somewhat confident as he approached the bespectacled Xiao Zhou from behind. But to his astonishment, just as he lunged, his fist yet to land, Xiao Zhou didn't even turn his head. With a slight shift of his body and a subtle movement of his foot, he effortlessly seized Li Tian's fist and executed a beautiful shoulder throw, sending Li Tian crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. A muffled groan escaped Li Tian's lips. The nearby suited men were momentarily taken aback, their expressions soon morphing into mockery. "Is this the bodyguard the young lady hired? What a joke!" The man in the suit, who had witnessed Li Tian refraining from throwing a punch, yet managing to fracture his companion's bones, was now utterly astonished. Initially, he had believed that this individual could contend with Brother Zhou. However, to his dismay, it became evident that Li Tian bore no semblance to someone who had undergone rigorous training. Both his movements and skills suggested he was merely an amateur, as if he were engaged in a brawl with a street thug. This left him profoundly perplexed about what had transpired the previous day. Fei Fei was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that Li Tian would be incapable of overcoming Xiao Zhou. How could Li Tian possibly prevail? Who exactly was Xiao Zhou? He was none other than the personal bodyguard of the president of the Tang Corporation. During the tumultuous times faced by the Tang Corporation, countless individuals had plotted to assassinate Tang Zheng, only to meet their demise at the hands of Xiao Zhou. The most circulated tales on the streets of Kyoto spoke of how Xiao Zhou, armed solely with his bare hands, had once single-handedly faced over 20 armed adversaries, fighting valiantly and earning the moniker of desperate warrior. Given this illustrious reputation, it was inconceivable that Li Tian, who had just arrived in Kyoto from Liao City, could stand as his equal. Chapter 33. Leave, you are no match for me. Xiao Zhou looked down at Li Tian, who lay on the ground, and spoke slowly. His words lacked any hint of sarcasm. They were simply the unvarnished truth. However, for Li Tian, his stubbornness had been a defining trait since childhood. Struggling to rise from the ground, bending his body and with a pale face, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I have said it before, do not harm her. If anyone dares to touch her today, I will fight to the death." Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Xiao Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. Before Xiao Zhou could respond, Li Tian lunged at him once more, this time with a desperate fervor. It was evident to Xiao Zhou that Li Tian had no combat training and was no match for him. Therefore, he paid little heed, merely sidestepping with a slight movement and executing a small joint lock technique aimed at Li Tian's arm. Yet, as his wrist abruptly grasped Li Tian's arm, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Li Tian, himself bewildered, felt the energy he had accumulated in his dantian from reading the heavenly book of pills the previous night suddenly erupt. This immense force surged forth from his body. When Xiao Zhou's hand clamped down on Li Tian's arm, it reverberated with a jolt, sending a tingling sensation up Xiao Zhou's wrist. His expression changed instantly as he quickly released his grip. Instinctively, his knee shot up, crashing forcefully into Li Tian's chest. Subsequently, Li Tian's body soared backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily onto the ground. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Lying on the ground, he was gravely injured. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou stood there, perplexed, gazing at Li Tian, pondering what had just transpired. That peculiar force had nearly incapacitated his arm. Had he not swiftly retracted it, the consequences could have been dire. Yet, Li Tian bore no semblance of a martial artist. Neither in his movements nor his stance. What could possibly explain this? Stop fighting. Stop fighting. A furious cry erupted from Fei Fei's lips. As she yelled, she hurried to Li Tian's side, gazing at him with concern. Are you all right? Please tell me you're fine. Blood still stained the corner of Li Tian's mouth as he pressed one hand against the ground, struggling to suppress the turmoil within his chest, and gradually shook his head. You. I couldn't protect you, he muttered with great difficulty. Tears streamed down Fei Fei's face as she wept for Li Tian. I'm so sorry. It was my fault, my mistake. I shouldn't have hidden the truth from you. I shouldn't have deceived you. It's my fault you were hurt. Overcome with emotion, she began to sob uncontrollably. And what of Li Tian? In that moment, gravely wounded and sprawled on the ground. He was taken aback by Fei Fei's words. You lied to me? Fei Fei nodded through her tears. Yes, it was my wrongdoing. These individuals are all subordinates of my father. They have come here solely to seek me out. I once believed, mistakenly, that you possessed the strength to confront them. Yet I never anticipated that you would suffer as a result. Fei Fei expressed her apologies. Upon hearing her words, Li Tian's heart shattered. All this commotion had merely been a ruse orchestrated by this girl. His heart, already ablaze with fury, could no longer contain the tempest of anger within, and a stream of blood flowed from his lips. With eyes blazing red, he glared at Fei Fei and uttered, "Leave. From this moment forth, do not appear before me again. Depart." His thunderous shout reverberated throughout the expanse, causing Fei Fei to startle with trepidation. How dare you speak to our young lady in such a manner? Several bodyguards, witnessing Li Tian's audacity in addressing the daughter of the Tang Corporation with such disdain, prepared to intervene, but were halted by the quick intervention of Xiao Zhou. Fei Fei gradually rose to her feet, wiping away her tears. As for Li Tian, he did not spare her a glance. His heart was consumed with hatred, boundless hatred. The realization that he had exerted himself to assist her, only to discover that she had been toying with him, was unbearable. Though he was a man of modest means, lacking in material wealth, he at least possessed dignity and boundaries. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his anger intensified. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, chastised by Li Tian, dared not utter a single word and could only retreat slowly. Young lady, Xiao Zhou called out from behind her. Fei Fei turned, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Zhou before pivoting and making her way toward the vehicle. The bodyguards present witnessed the young lady's departure and followed her without casting a glance at Li Tian, save for the fleeting gaze of the young Zhou. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude. I apologize for your injury. After uttering these words, Zhou turned and made his way towards the vehicle, leaving Li Tian alone, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, gazing at the affluent individuals as they drove away into the distance. Li Tian lay on the ground for several more minutes, gradually calming the tumult within him, struggling to support himself against the frigid wall. He stood up and looked at the vehicles that had long since vanished, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Ah, the life of the wealthy. So this is their game. After this reflection, he leaned against the wall and slowly made his way back to his rented accommodation. His steps were unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. The force of Zhou's earlier strike had been considerable. Now, Li Tian could only endure the pain as he ascended to the 6th floor, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. With a thud, he fell onto the sofa, feeling a searing pain in his chest. Upon pulling aside his shirt, he discovered his chest was bruised and swollen. Damn it, that fellow possesses quite the strength, Li Tian cursed inwardly. Lying on the sofa, he found himself in a silent stupor. In this unfamiliar city, devoid of family or friends, he had sustained such serious injuries just one day after his arrival. With only 200 to 300 yuan left after paying for his rental, what was he to do? With a despondent smile, Li Tian reclined on the sofa, refraining from any complaints or grievances, harboring only resentment towards his own misjudgments in people. Having been an orphan since childhood, what grievances could he possibly voice? If heaven had chosen to treat him so unfairly, he vowed to reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Embracing such extreme thoughts, Li Tian gradually laid himself down upon the bed. Chapter 34. The Unbelievable. In a state of drowsiness, Li Tian lay alone upon his bed, slipping into a perplexed slumber. As he surrendered to sleep, an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. His body underwent unnatural transformations. The tadpoles he had glimpsed within the tome-titled Heavenly Scripture of Elixirs swam through his being, meandering through his meridians. With each subtle movement, the stagnant blood that had congested his chest began to dissipate, a truly bizarre occurrence. Who could have anticipated that the Heavenly Scripture of Elixirs possessed such wondrous effects? Originally gravely injured, Li Tian had struggled to breathe, yet after the tadpoles traversed his meridians, his respiration gradually became more fluid. Strangely, he remained oblivious to the miraculous changes taking place within him. Meanwhile, on the streets of the capital, Xiao Zhou and his companions sped towards the Tang family's opulent villa. Within the vehicle sat the young lady, Fei Fei, who had remained silent since their departure, her countenance reflecting extreme displeasure. The driver, clad in a suit, dared not utter a word. As for Xiao Zhou, he too remained silent, acutely aware of the young lady's disdain towards him. Yet, as a servant, what recourse did he possess? The vehicle swiftly approached a grand villa, a magnificent residence that seamlessly blended Eastern and Western architectural styles, Fei Fei's home. It came to a halt in an expansive parking lot, which, though privately owned, exuded a commanding presence surpassing that of nearby public parking facilities. The first sight that captured my attention was a Bentley Motors Limited, its elegant and imposing lines vividly showcasing the audacious style characteristic of Europe and America. Beside it stood a BMW X6, impressively large. It is often said that BMW is a favorite among the Chinese, not for any particular reason, but simply because of its grandeur, much like how men are drawn to women with ample bosoms. Nearby, a strikingly red Lotus cars, affectionately referred to as Lianhua by the locals, exuded an alluring femininity. Returning to the matter at hand, as Xiao Zhou and his companions parked their vehicle, Fei Fei abruptly swung open the car door and strode coldly towards the mansion. Upon her arrival, the elderly housekeeper, Lu Ma, stepped out from the mansion and greeted Fei Fei's return. But Fei Fei dismissed her with indifference, heading straight to the grand hall. Xiao Zhou and several bodyguards clad in black suits followed closely behind her. In the hall, Tang was casually enjoying breakfast, dressed in leisure attire, a reflection of the Saturday ambience. Upon catching sight of his beloved daughter's return, he was instantly filled with joy. Fei Fei, Tang called out to his daughter. Yet, what did Fei Fei do? Upon entering, she did not even cast a glance at her father, instead making a beeline for the elegant, oval-shaped wooden staircase leading to her room. Tang was momentarily taken aback, noticing his daughter's blatant disregard for him, and his expression darkened as he abruptly rose from his seat. Fei Fei, Tang called out once more. But where was Fei Fei? It seemed as though she was intentionally provoking her father, rushing into her room and slamming the door shut with a resounding thud, ignoring everyone thereafter. This girl. Tang Zhang, in a fit of anger, swept a bowl of bird's nest congee off the table, scattering it across the floor. The servants nearby hurried over to clean up, not daring to utter a word. At that moment, Xiao Zhou had also entered the room. What on earth is wrong with this girl? Tang Zheng furiously inquired. Fixing his gaze on Xiao Zhou gently adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, raising his clean face to meet Tang Zheng's gaze. Mr. Tang, the young lady may harbor a great deal of resentment towards me at present, which explains her behavior. Resentment? Why would she resent you? Is it because you forcibly brought her back? This girl truly has become increasingly disobedient. Tang Zheng huffed in frustration, sitting down with a scowl. Xiao Zhou, however, slowly shook his head. Mr. Tang, allow me to explain. The situation is as follows. He recounted in detail the events involving Li Tian and the young lady, including how Li Tian had valiantly protected Tang Fei Fei. Tang Zheng's expression shifted as he absorbed the information. So, this young man is quite commendable? He risked himself to protect my daughter? Xiao Zhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Mr. Tang. From their conversation, it appears that the young lady deliberately concealed her identity, portraying us as the antagonists. The young man, fearing for her safety, acted as he did. Oh, so that is how it is. Tang Jing finally comprehended. Xiao Zhou continued. But it is my fault. I was solely focused on bringing the young lady back, which led me to act too forcefully and injure that young man. Tang, this matter is my responsibility. I ask you and the young lady to punish me. Xiao Zhou lowered his head as he spoke. Tang Jing waved his hand slightly. This is not your concern. Alas, I never expected there to be such young individuals in this society, commendable indeed. Especially one who would risk everything to protect my daughter. Suddenly, Tang Jing turned his gaze towards Xiao Zhou and inquired. What condition is that young man in after you struck him? Xiao Zhou replied slowly. He may have several broken ribs, and judging by his appearance, he seems to be untrained, so my forceful blow will likely keep him in the hospital for at least 10 days to half a month. Tang Jing did not express any doubt regarding his bodyguard's words. Here's what you shall do. Find a time to visit that young man. Take him to the hospital to receive treatment, and also give him some money, for he was inadvertently involved in this matter concerning my daughter, and he was injured for her sake, Tang Jing instructed. Xiao Zhou nodded. Yes, I will attend to this matter immediately. That is good. Fei Fei may harbor resentment towards you these days. Do not take it to heart. That girl has such a temperament, and she will be fine in a couple of days. Tang Jing said with a smile. Xiao Zhou responded with a faint smile. It is natural for the young lady to resent me. I shall not dwell on it. Mr. Tang. Zhou began to articulate something, but the words faltered on his lips. Tang Jing slowly turned his head, gazing at Zhou, and inquired, What is it? Zhou hesitated momentarily before responding. It's nothing. Tang Jing did not press further. In truth, Zhou had been contemplating the peculiar nature of the young man, Li Tian, who had confronted him with such vehemence. It was exceedingly odd that this individual, seemingly untrained, had emanated an inexplicable force that nearly crippled his arm. Had Zhou not evaded with alacrity, the consequences would have been dire, an outcome he scarcely dared to contemplate. Thus, he found himself deeply perplexed. How could someone who appeared utterly devoid of martial prowess suddenly unleash such an immense and intangible force? It was, to say the least, profoundly perplexing. Chapter 35. The Tang family group. When Li Tian awoke from his muddled slumber, an astonishing occurrence transpired. The painful sensation that had plagued his chest just before he lay down had inexplicably vanished. Eagerly, he lifted his shirt to inspect the injury, which had previously appeared swollen. Although there remained a slight redness, the discomfort had entirely dissipated. With a sudden motion, Li Tian sat upright on the sofa, pressing firmly against his chest. Could it be? Has it truly healed? He was both astonished and elated. He never anticipated that a grievous wound, which had felt like a knife piercing his chest, could miraculously mend itself after merely a night's rest. Goodness, this recovery was astonishingly swift. As he felt the remnants of his injury, his excitement was beyond measure. What could possibly explain this phenomenon? Li Tian pondered to himself. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the tattered book he had carelessly tossed into the corner of the sofa. In a rush, he seized it. Could it be the source of this miraculous recovery? Had he, perhaps, stumbled upon a treasure? As he examined the antiquated tome, resembling a relic from a bygone era, he encountered peculiar characters within its pages that were utterly incomprehensible to him. Strange, tadpole-like symbols that piqued his curiosity. Regardless of the mystery surrounding it, this battered book was proving increasingly beneficial to him. With determination, he promptly tucked it into his bag. As he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, a sense of serenity washed over him. Initially, he thought that after suffering a severe injury, a brief slumber would enable him to venture downstairs to a small pharmacy and procure some anti-inflammatory medication to alleviate his condition. To his astonishment, his wounds seemed to have miraculously healed. As he sat there, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the room where Fei Fei had slumbered the previous night, and a surge of rage enveloped him, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of despondency. Was it true that they were all in cahoots? Had he been made a fool of? Akin to a jester? Damn it, he cursed under his breath. No wonder that wretched girl incessantly boasted of her wealth. It appeared to be genuine. A true heiress. While he was but a penniless wretch, how utterly laughable. With a violent kick, he sent the nearby table crashing to the ground, the sound of its collapse echoing in the silence. Do you think I'm easy to bully? He shouted furiously. Yet, after some contemplation, he found himself no longer harboring anger towards Fei Fei. In his own words, it was unworthy of him. Why should he be indignant? She was a wealthy heiress, while he was essentially nothing. What right did he have to feel anger? A bitter smile crossed his lips as he resolved to dismiss those vexing thoughts. He stepped into the bathroom, splashing cool water on his face, preparing himself to embrace a new chapter of life. Alone in this concrete jungle of Kyoto, he was ready to embark on a fresh day. After cleansing his face, he set forth to seek employment. Helplessly, Li Tian found himself with a mere 200 to 300 yuan left in his pocket, and if he did not secure employment soon, he would face starvation. Upon stepping outside, he purchased a recruitment newspaper and began to seek out jobs using public telephones, methodically calling each listing. The positions advertised were diverse, ranging from KTV attendants offering monthly wages of 3,000 yuan with meals and accommodation included, to laborers and security personnel, an eclectic mix indeed. After making several calls, he was invariably met with the question of his work experience. Having lived in Liao City his entire life, his only prior employment consisted of restaurant work and menial labor. Thus, he had never held a position as a KTV attendant. Consequently, he was gently declined each time. Eventually, with a glimmer of hope, he contacted a security job that also offered meals and accommodation. The response was casual, but after a brief inquiry, he was informed to report to the entrance of Tang's Enterprises that afternoon for an interview. If he met their standards, he could start immediately with a salary of 1,800 yuan per month, including meals and lodging. This seemed promising to Li Tian. After noting down the address, he resolved to pursue the modest position of security guard. The interview was scheduled for around 3 in the afternoon. He dined on a bowl of 5 yuan noodles at a small eatery downstairs before returning to his lodgings, where he reclined in his room. The lingering fragrance of fei-fei from the previous night still wafted in the air. Li Tian battled the urge to dwell on her, instead retrieving the tome titled Heavenly Book and Elixir Scroll to immerse himself in its pages. This time, he approached his reading with greater attentiveness, turning the pages one after another. As he immersed himself in the text, he discerned a peculiar sensation within his body, as if something were stirring. Unlike his previous experience, this time it began with the veins in his head, gradually moving to his chest and abdomen, and then extending to his limbs. Even his feet seemed to resonate with the flow of energy coursing through him. This revelation filled Li Tian with elation as those tiny currents swam within him. He could feel an infusion of strength permeating his entire being. Previously, he had merely flipped through the pages of the book, which allowed him only to sense a faint energy in his abdomen. However, now, after reading page by page, he suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power enveloping him. Although the energy was subtle, it was nothing short of extraordinary for Li Tian. He began to concentrate intently on the first page, becoming increasingly captivated, wholly absorbed in the intricate symbols before him. Time slipped away unnoticed until he glanced at the antique clock on the wall, 2:41. A wave of dismay washed over him as he rolled off the sofa. He realized he had an interview at 3 o'clock. Would he make it in time? He hastily gathered his belongings and dashed out the door, racing down the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he flagged down a taxi without hesitation, no longer concerned about the fare. Once inside the vehicle, the driver inquired, "Where to?" Li Tian distinctly recalled the address provided by the security personnel during the recruitment process for the Tang Corporation. Upon hearing the destination, the driver promptly started the vehicle, emitting a slight hum as he navigated onto the street. "Excuse me, is the Tang Corporation far from here?" Li Tian inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity within the confines of the car. After all, it was his first interview, and being late would surely not bode well. The driver, with a reassuring smile, replied, "Not far at all, rest assured, it will take merely a few minutes." At this, Li Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Chapter 36. Life as a security guard in the city of Kyoto. The name Tang Group resonates with nearly everyone. Originally established in the real estate sector, Tang Group has successfully listed on the Nasdaq in the United States. Presently, it not only centers its operations around real estate, but also diversifies into the culinary industry, holding shares in 2 major chain hotels within Kyoto. Unbeknownst to Li Tian, the enigmatic figure behind Tang Group is none other than the father of Tang Fei-Fei, the young woman he encountered upon his arrival in Kyoto. At this moment, however, Li Tian remains oblivious to this connection, as he is on his way to Tang Group for an interview, aspiring to secure a modest position as a security guard. With a flutter of excitement in his heart, Li Tian gazes out of the car window at the bustling traffic outside. After the driver skillfully navigates a turn, they arrive at the commercial center. In the distance, a towering edifice rises majestically, its facade adorned with dazzling blue glass that reflects the sunlight. The building's silhouette resembles a bullet, standing tall and proud. Prominently displayed at its entrance are 4 grand characters, intricately carved from stone: Tang Group, Before the Tang Group building lies an expansive circular plaza, teeming with employees coming and going, while a parking lot accommodates a row of vehicles in various hues and brands. Encircling the plaza is a security booth, where 2 guards stand vigilantly. The car gradually comes to a halt at Tang Group. "We have arrived," the driver announces. After handing money to the driver, Li Tian alighted from the vehicle, his heart filled with an indescribable tension upon gazing at the towering edifice of the Tang Group. After all, it was his first time interviewing, and he felt a certain pressure, observing the grand building and the security personnel stationed at the entrance. Li Tian took a couple of deep breaths and approached the guard in front of him. "Hello, may I inquire where I should go for the interview?" he asked with a smile, addressing a tall security guard clad in a blue uniform. The guard glanced at Li Tian and inquired, "Are you here to apply for the security position?" "Yes," Li Tian replied promptly. "Oh, it's over there. Our team leader is situated in that direction." The guard indicated towards a security room near the parking lot. Li Tian expressed his gratitude to the guard and swiftly made his way toward the designated area. Upon reaching the door of the security room, Li Tian gently knocked on the closed door. A middle-aged man's voice emanated from inside, "Come in." Li Tian pushed the door open and was greeted by a man in his 40s, similarly dressed in light blue attire, seated on a small stool, smoking a cigarette while reading a newspaper. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked, looking at Li Tian. "I am here to apply for the security position," Li Tian replied. "Oh, I see," the man responded, realization dawning upon him. "I apologize for my tardiness. I was caught in traffic on the way," Li Tian said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The elderly security guard did not utter a word, merely inquiring if Li Tian had brought his identification. Upon receiving a confirmation, Li Tian handed over his ID. The guard glanced at it briefly before returning it to Li Tian, smiling as he asked, "Have you ever worked as a security guard before?" Li Tian chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "To be honest, I have never had that experience." The old guard remained silent and continued, "You must be new to Kyoto, am I right?" Li Tian nodded in affirmation. The old guard continued, "In truth, being a security guard is rather uncomplicated. It's primarily about standing watch. Here, the monthly salary is 1,800, with additional compensation for overtime. And meals and accommodation are provided. If this suits you, you could start tomorrow." Li Tian was taken aback by how readily the guard offered him the job, and he exclaimed joyfully, "That sounds great. Thank you so much." The old guard smiled slightly. "I have been here for 56 years. Currently serving as the head of the security team. If you come in tomorrow, you will primarily oversee the parking lot. The task is quite simple. Just guide the vehicle owners as they park. Some drivers, especially those who are new, may not pay attention while reversing, so you will need to assist by watching out for any obstacles behind them. Additionally, keep an eye out for any careless individuals who might scratch their cars." The old guard meticulously detailed all the responsibilities to Li Tian, who nodded attentively, absorbing every word. "My name is Yu Dahai. And you?" the self-identified Yu Dahai inquired. "I am Li Tian," he replied. "I am older than you, so from now on, I shall call you Xiao Li," Yu Dahai said, revealing a smile that showcased his yellowed teeth, a testament to years of excessive smoking. Li Tian affectionately referred to Yu Dahai as Brother Yu. Thus, Li Tian took on a modest role as a security guard at Tang's enterprise. The security personnel here were provided with meals and accommodation. However, Li Tian had been renting an apartment outside. Upon reflection, he deemed this arrangement unwise and returned to discuss the matter with his landlord. After 2 hours of negotiation and much persuasion, the landlord agreed to refund Li Tian 500 yuan, while retaining the other 500 yuan, leaving Li Tian filled with regret. Spending 500 yuan for merely 2 nights was utterly exorbitant. He cursed the girl who had caused this predicament, thinking that if it weren't for his concern for her, he would never have rented that apartment. Now, recalling the situation, Li Tian felt a pang of resentment towards Fei Fei. After terminating his rental agreement, Li Tian moved into the company dormitory, which was essentially a basement accommodating 4 individuals. This basement was situated directly beneath Tang's enterprise. The space was relatively spacious, housing 2 sets of bunk beds for 4 residents. However, 1 bed was currently vacant, as the previous occupant had recently departed, leaving only 3 individuals in residence. These included Li Tian, their security team leader Yu Dahai, and a loquacious young man in his 20s, whose name Li Tian did not know but whom Yu Dahai referred to as Xiao Xiao. Thus began Li Tian's journey as a security guard. On his first day at work, Li Tian could not help but feel a tinge of nervousness. As he stood there, He took the initiative to guide drivers parking their vehicles. Some individuals, in good spirits, would express their gratitude to the security personnel, while others, when displeased, would ignore them entirely, sometimes even deliberately parking haphazardly. However, after 2 days of acclimatization, Li Tian found himself quite comfortable in his role. After all, this position provided meals and accommodation, along with a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan, which was more than sufficient for someone like Li Tian, who had emerged from the depths of poverty in the mountains. Chapter 37. Such a heavy hand during these past 2 days. Fei Fei's mood has been rather bleak. Ever since her return, she has sequestered herself in her room, seemingly lost in her own world. At times, when Tang Jing knocks on his daughter's door, she remains unresponsive, leaving him perplexed about what might be troubling her. What could be the matter with you, Fei Fei? Why are you ignoring your father? Upon gently pushing open the door to her room, Tang Jing discovers his daughter sprawled across her bed, engrossed in her laptop. With a concerned tone, he inquires about her well-being. Clad in a delicate white lace nightgown, Fei Fei abruptly snaps her laptop shut with a resounding clap and defiantly turns her head away. Tang Jing gazes at her with a warm smile. What is wrong? Are you still upset with your father? Fei Fei swiftly pivots her head back towards him. Dad, if you were to sever Xiao Zhou's hands, I wouldn't be mad anymore. Chuckling at her indignant words, Tang Jing responds with amusement. Silly girl. What has Xiao Zhou done to provoke you this time? He hurt someone. Fei Fei retorts angrily. With a smile, Tang Jing reassures her. Dear child, I have already instructed Xiao Zhou regarding the matter. He is to take the young man to the hospital immediately and extend his apologies. Xiao Zhou explained the situation to me. It was an unavoidable circumstance, and he had no intention of causing harm. So, please, let it go, Fei Fei. Upon hearing her father's words, Tang Fei Fei's anger finally subsided somewhat. To be honest, her earlier outburst was merely a moment of frustration. Xiao Zhou had been a loyal presence in the Tang family for many years, and the 2 gunshot wounds he bore were a testament to his bravery in protecting her father. Therefore, after listening to her father's remarks, her ire diminished. Very well. I shall refrain from confronting Xiao Zhou for the time being. However, father, I must assert that I will never agree to an engagement with anyone from the Wang family. Nor will I spend my life with that debonair playboy, she declared with unwavering conviction. Tang Jing's expression immediately darkened with displeasure. Fei Fei, why are you being so disobedient? What is wrong with the Wang family? They have assisted us in the past, and besides, I arranged this union with them 20 years ago. How can you refuse now? What will become of my face? Are you willing to sacrifice your daughter's happiness for the sake of pride? Tang Fei Fei's cheeks flushed with anger as she glared at her father. Tang Jing, visibly distressed, exclaimed in outrage, his voice echoing throughout the small room. This was the first time Tang Fei Fei had witnessed her father lose his temper to such an extent. Tears began to cascade down her rosy cheeks, resembling glistening pearls. Fei Fei, this matter is non-negotiable. Our engagement with the Wang family was settled 2 decades ago, and it remains unchanged, he declared before turning away, leaving his daughter's room behind. Meanwhile, Tang Fei Fei, overwhelmed with emotion, felt her tears fall like precious gems from her eyes. She stubbornly wiped her face with her slender arm. You see whether I agree or not. I would rather die than concede to the Wang family, she declared vehemently. For the past 2 days, Li Tian had spent his time either at work or immersed in that tattered book in the basement. Despite working 12 hours a day, he did not appear fatigued. Rather, he seemed quite content. Hey, Li, are you still engrossed in your book? Zhao, the security guard sleeping on the upper bunk, asked while puffing on a cigarette. Li Tian nodded with a smile. I want to see what treasure that book holds, Zhao remarked, reaching out to snatch the book from Li Tian's hands. Unintentionally, Li Tian grasped Zhao's arm, catching him off guard. With a loud yelp, Zhao nearly toppled from the upper bunk. Li Tian quickly released his grip on Zhao's chubby arm, hastily inquiring, what happened? Are you all right? Goodness, why is your grip so strong? Zhao exclaimed, clutching the arm that Li Tian had just held, his expression one of embarrassment. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. I didn't mean to. What is wrong with your arm? He asked in confusion. Zhao gradually relaxed his grip and examined his wrist closely, revealing 5 distinct red marks imprinted on his skin. Li Tian was instantly stunned. How could this be? I merely grasped it lightly, he stammered. These past few days, Xiao Zhao has been inseparable from Li Tian. Both being quite young, they found themselves enjoying each other's company and developing a commendable rapport. Unfortunately, Li Tian suddenly injured Xiao Zhao's arm, prompting Xiao Zhao to refrain from even glancing at him. Seriously, do you need to be so rough? Xiao Zhao exclaimed in anger, leaping down from the upper bunk and seizing his blue security uniform, intending to leave. Xiao Zhao, I truly didn't mean to. Li Tian's voice echoed in the room. He longed to convey to Xiao Zhao that his actions had been entirely unintentional. Yet Xiao Zhao was unwilling to hear any further explanation. Li Tian felt a profound sense of regret, questioning how he could have acted in such a manner. How could he have inflicted such a severe injury on Xiao Zhao's wrist? When had his strength become so formidable? He was utterly oblivious to the truth. Unbeknownst to him, after days and nights spent engrossed in the book Heavenly Scripture Dan volume, he had been immersed in its teachings, reading it at work during idle moments and after hours. During these past few days, it seemed as though all his meridians had become unblocked. Just days prior, he could only gather a modicum of energy in his abdomen. Yet now he felt an energy coursing through his entire body, albeit intermittently, which left him feeling quite vexed. Little did he realize that when he instinctively grabbed Xiao Zhao's arm to reclaim his book, he had inadvertently channeled the energy within him, resulting in the unfortunate situation. As Li Tian sat in quiet contemplation, Yu Dahai unexpectedly entered the room. Xiaoli, what are you up to? Yu Dahai inquired, gazing at Li Tian. Li Tian smiled upon seeing Yu Dahai and replied, Oh, I'm just passing the time. Here, this is a little specialty sent by my wife from our hometown, dried red dates. Please take some. He handed over a bag of red dates wrapped in plastic. Li Tian hastily waved his hands, exclaiming, Brother Yu, this is a gift from your wife. I can't possibly accept it. It would be inappropriate. However, Yu Dahai firmly placed the bag into Li Tian's hands, saying, Why are you acting like a timid girl? My wife sent me plenty. Don't worry about it. With that, he insisted that Li Tian accept the bag of red dates. Thank you, Brother Yu, Li Tian said, reluctantly accepting the gift. Chapter 38. A blow received Xiao Zhao. I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention. Li Tian, clad in a blue security uniform, addressed his colleague Xiao Zhao after their shift commenced. The two were stationed at the same parking lot, and upon hearing Li Tian's words, Xiao Zhao turned and shot him a glare. Damn it, how could your grip be so strong? Look at my wrist, it's still red. As he spoke, Xiao Zhao rolled up his right sleeve to reveal his wrist to Li Tian. Upon inspection, Li Tian noted the faint reddening on Xiao Zhao's forearm. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, I truly did not mean to, Li Tian insisted. Forget it, I won't hold it against you, Xiao Zhao replied. The relief in Li Tian's heart was palpable. In his role as a security guard, apart from Yu Dahai, Xiao Zhao was the only one he could converse with comfortably. And he certainly did not wish to foster discord between them. To be honest, have you trained in martial arts? Xiao Zhao inquired, as he fished a pack of 5 yuan Zongnanhai cigarettes from his pocket, pulling one out to offer to Li Tian while placing another in his own mouth. Li Tian accepted the cigarette, ignited it, and took a deep drag. I have not, he replied, chuckling. I swear, if anyone deceives you, they are no better than a lowly creature. Xiao Zhao, puzzled, responded, It's hard to believe. If you haven't trained, how could your grip be so powerful? Li Tian was indeed puzzled, yet he had a hunch that it might be due to his childhood experiences with manual labor. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, Perhaps it stems from my upbringing. Xiao Zhao, somewhat skeptical, chose not to probe further. The two of them were seated in the security room of the parking lot, casually smoking and sipping tea. Whenever a vehicle approached, they would swiftly extinguish their cigarettes and rush outside to direct the incoming traffic, occasionally collecting parking fees from vehicles not belonging to the Tang group. Overall, their duties could be considered quite leisurely. As they engaged in light conversation, 2 impressive vehicles suddenly entered the scene. One was a striking deep blue Bentley Motors Limited GTC, followed closely by a sleek black Mercedes-Benz making its way towards the parking area. Xiao Zhao, mid-smoke, quickly discarded his cigarette onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Li Tian, get up quickly, he urged. Li Tian, still seated and smoking, promptly tossed aside his cigarette upon hearing Xiao Zhao's call and stood up hastily. Xiao Zhao had already stepped outside, wearing a respectful smile as he approached the slowly advancing vehicles, while Li Tian followed, bewildered. With a hiss, the cars came to a stop, and a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged from one of them. He had a square face, thick brows, and donned a gray suit. Following closely behind him was a woman in a black professional skirt, holding a briefcase, who appeared to be his secretary. Good morning, Mr. Tang. Young Zhao respectfully bowed as he spoke, with Li Tian following suit. The man referred to as Mr. Tang was none other than Tang Zheng. With a slight nod, he strode directly towards the towering edifice of the Tang Corporation, closely trailed by his elegant secretary, standing at 170 centimeters. As Tang Zheng walked away, Zhao raised his head, his eyes betraying an expression of envy. "Who is that?" Li Tian inquired, blinking as he watched Tang Zheng's retreating figure. Zhao cast him a sidelong glance. "The CEO of Tang Corporation, the very man who just passed by." Upon hearing this, Li Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. "No way. Do you really think so? Look, this magnificent building right here belongs to him, and it's not the only one in Kyoto City," Zhao exclaimed, his voice laced with awe. Upon hearing this, Li Tian's gaze reflected his admiration as he admired the man's impressive silhouette, inwardly pondering when he would possess such capability. "Our CEO is truly remarkable," Zhao remarked as he entered the security room. Li Tian settled beside him, asking, "Do tell. Our CEO, named Tang Zheng, is said to be a self-made titan. He once started from the very bottom, just like you and me. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking." Zhao mused with a tone of admiration. Once merely an unknown youth, but now? In the city of Kyoto, the name is well known to all. The Tang family enterprise is particularly impressive, having already gone public in the United States. Truly remarkable. Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Li Tian couldn't help but express his admiration. It seemed that the individual named Tang Zheng was indeed extraordinary. When might they achieve such status? The two of them lost themselves in whimsical thoughts. The morning passed swiftly, and after lunch, they had an hour of rest. Since Li Tian and his companions resided in the company's basement dormitory, the distance from their workplace to their living quarters was not great. After finishing lunch, Li Tian returned to his dormitory, lying on the hard little bed while continuing to read his worn-out book. As for Xiao Zhao, he had seemingly vanished, and Yu Dahai was also absent from the dormitory. While Li Tian was deeply engrossed in his reading of the heavenly book of alchemy, he suddenly heard a voice calling from the corridor. "Li Tian, something's wrong." The voice was tinged with urgency, suggesting that a serious issue had arisen. Upon hearing the shout, Li Tian tumbled off his small iron bed. He soon saw Xiao Zhao rushing in, panting heavily and with a flushed face. "What happened?" Li Tian asked anxiously. Xiao Zhao, gasping for breath, bent over with his face reddened, exclaimed, "Yu Gu has been attacked." Yu Dahai had been assaulted? The news stunned Li Tian momentarily. "Where?" he demanded sharply. During the time that Yu Dahu was working as a security guard under Li Tian, he indeed treated Li Tian quite well. Although Yu, in his 40s, held the position of team leader, he consistently referred to Li Tian and Xiao Zhao as brothers. Moreover, he occasionally brought them local specialties from his hometown. To be honest, despite the brevity of their acquaintance, just a few days, the bond between Li Tian, Yu Dahu, and Xiao Zhao had already deepened significantly. After all, in this city teeming with desires and strangers, it is truly a fortunate occurrence for them to gather, converse, and share moments together. Chapter 39. Fury ignited upon receiving the distressing news that Yu Dahai had been assaulted. An invisible blaze of wrath surged from the depths of Li Tian's heart. "Where is he?" Li Tian demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Startled, Xiao Zhao quickly replied, "In the parking lot." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Tian dashed out, barefoot onto the cold, unyielding concrete, propelled by a fierce determination. Xiao Zhao hurriedly followed in his wake. As he sprinted, Li Tian pondered the inexplicable circumstances. Yu Dahai was a man of gentle temperament. During their time together, Li Tian had never witnessed him lose his composure. To those at Tang's Enterprises, he epitomized the steadfast, affable guardian. But now, who dared to strike this benign soul? The thought ignited a torrent of fury within him. As Li Tian rushed outside, his gaze quickly fell upon a gathering in the parking lot adjacent to Tang's Enterprises, where a throng of onlookers had assembled, drawn by the commotion. The air was thick with harsh, venomous shouts. "Who the hell do you think you are? A mere security guard presuming to dictate where I park? Let me make this clear. My vehicle can rest wherever it pleases, and you have no right to meddle, you mutt." The sharp, scathing insults pierced Li Tian's ears as he approached. There, amidst the chaos, he spotted a group of 45 audacious youths encircling Yu Dahai. Nearby, a flamboyantly modified Ford S10 stood, adorned with a plethora of eye-catching stickers, a testament to its owner's ostentation. A heavy bass speaker had been deliberately installed in the vehicle, unmistakably a favorite among the underground street racing enthusiasts. Before me stood 45 young individuals, each adorned in the most unconventional attire. Among them was one particularly arrogant fellow, sporting an eccentric mane of deep blue hair, puffed up like a peacock, with an incongruous earring dangling from his left ear. His face was as pale as if coated in white lime, and he was shouting boisterously. Beside him stood a gaunt young man, resembling a specter, with a physique that could rival that of a woman, gesturing animatedly at Utahai while spewing a torrent of profanity. The other two young men nearby shared a similar appearance, clad in equally unconventional garb, hurling insults at the unsuspecting Utahai. Surrounded by this raucous group, Utahai remained silent, his light blue security uniform marred by several footprints, clearly the result of being kicked by these trendily dressed youths. It turned out that this gang had carelessly parked their vehicles haphazardly in the lot. While Utahai was on duty, he had merely remarked that parking was not allowed, which incited the altercation. Upon seeing Utahai intervene to prevent their parking, the group erupted in a flurry of insults, disdainful of the lowly security guard. "What do you think you are, you filthy security guard? How dare you stop my car?" The blue-haired youth persisted, unrelenting in his taunts directed at Utahai. Utahai is fundamentally an honest man, and coupled with the ingrained sense of inferiority from his rural upbringing, he often speaks with little conviction. "The company regulations state, parking is prohibited here," he murmurs. "To hell with you, what do you know about company rules?" A slender young man, resembling a specter with his gaunt frame and blue hair, approached and kicked Utahai. Unfortunately, his kick lacked power, merely causing Utahai, who is in his 40s, to stagger slightly. "Stop!" Amidst the torment inflicted by these fashionable youths upon the earnest Utahai, a voice suddenly pierced through the air. Turning to see, a security guard, Li Tian, came running barefoot. "Brother, are you all right?" Li Tian hurried to Utahai's side, expressing his concern. Utahai, upon recognizing Li Tian, gently pushed him away, saying, "I'm fine really. You should return to the dormitory and wait for me." He wished to shield Li Tian from such turmoil. However, Li Tian was not inclined to retreat. The group of young men, dressed like the living dead, smirked mockingly at the sight of another uniformed security guard approaching. "Another watchdog has arrived? Are you looking for a fight?" shouted the blue-haired youth. "Damn, I detest seeing such pathetic losers," he continued, as Li Tian absorbed their taunts. His anger surged uncontrollably. Ignoring Utahai's attempts to restrain him, he swiftly turned and, without uttering a word, delivered a punch. He acted without regard for the consequences, charging forward with unbridled fervor. His fist connected directly with the face of the blue-haired youth, who had been the loudest instigator. The forceful blow nearly deformed the pale visage of the young man, sending him crashing to the ground, where he cried out in agony. Observing their companion being struck down by a security guard ignited fury in the three others. "How dare you lay a hand on him? If we don't put an end to this insolence today, we may as well abandon our lives." With a furious roar, the trio lunged at Li Tian. Among them stood the most robust of the group, who aimed a kick at Li Tian's back. Untrained, Li Tian was caught off guard and stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Another assailant raised his fist to strike. However, to their surprise, Li Tian spun around with reckless determination, seizing the young man's waist and forcefully pushing him down. The impact echoed as the youth fell, and Li Tian's relentless fists rained down upon his head. The other two attempted to intervene, but to no avail. Li Tian had learned from a young age that when one confronts many, one must seize and subdue a single adversary. Undeterred by the blows to his own back, he focused solely on pummeling the unfortunate youth beneath him. The young man's face contorted in pain as he screamed, while Li Tian's fists became stained with blood before he finally rose to his feet. Gazing at the frenzied brute before them, the two companions were suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of trepidation. There was no escape. Both of them lay bloodied on the ground, unable to rise, though they were not severely harmed. Yet, the beast-like security guard had once again regained his footing. He panted heavily, his fists stained with blood, glaring furiously at the two ruffians before him. Meanwhile, Utahai and the newly arrived Xiao Zhao stood utterly stunned, while the employees of Tang Enterprises passing by were drawn to the commotion, curious to ascertain the unfolding drama. Chapter 40. The Terrifying Force Curse You. The gaunt youth, resembling a specter, sought to challenge Li Tian, brandishing his spindly arm as he lunged forward. Li Tian retaliated with a fierce hook that landed squarely on the youth's face, sending the frail figure sprawling to the ground, clutching his mouth where a tooth had been dislodged, wailing in agony. The only one remaining to confront Li Tian was the most robust of the group. "If I do not put an end to you today, I shall not bear the surname Wang," declared the burly man as he charged at Li Tian. His movements betrayed a practiced precision. In an instant, he seized Li Tian's arm, and a searing pain surged through Li Tian's limb. Attempting to shake free, Li Tian was caught off guard as the burly man thrust his knee into Li Tian's chest. With both hands gripping Li Tian, he extended a foot to entrap Li Tian's ankle, exerting tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Li Tian was executed in a flawless throw, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaoli, Yu Dahai, standing nearby, gazed on in despair. Xiao Zhao stood frozen, stunned by the sight. The burly man showed no signs of mercy, lifting his leg to deliver a strike to Li Tian's head. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Tian managed to seize the incoming leg, catching the formidable assailant by surprise. The burly man, taken aback, attempted to retract his leg, but Li Tian offered him no respite. With a sudden surge, he sprang from the ground, fiercely clutching the leg of the burly man and yanking him forward. The man lost his balance and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Seizing the opportunity, Li Tian swiftly rose to his feet, his fists clenched tightly. In that moment, the pent-up energy within him erupted with tremendous force, and he delivered a powerful blow to the man's chest. There was a sharp crack, and the man's face contorted in agony as his chest appeared to cave in. His massive form propelled backward like a cannonball. He landed heavily on the ground, unconscious and without so much as a warning. Meanwhile, Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao were utterly stunned. Li Tian, too, stood in bewilderment, gazing at his own fist, murmuring to himself, "So, that energy is indeed formidable. It turns out that the inexplicable strength within me is real." As he had engaged in the earlier altercation with the trio, he had been suppressing the surge of energy within him. To be honest, he had harbored doubts about this energy, feeling both skepticism and fear. Skepticism stemming from his uncertainty about its existence, and fear arising from the potential harm it could inflict if it were indeed real. Ultimately, it was only when faced with the burly man that Li Tian unleashed the energy within him, resulting in the man being nearly incapacitated by a single punch. The three individuals, who had been thoroughly dealt with by Li Tian, hurriedly assisted the largest among them to his feet, all the while hurling curses. "You'd better wait for it. You pack of guard dogs, just wait." Amidst their vitriol, the trio swiftly helped the defeated man into the vehicle and scurried away in disgrace. The onlookers from the Tang Corporation, having realized that the spectacle had lost its allure, gradually dispersed. This left only Yu Dahai, Xiao Zhao, and the barefooted Li Tian in the vicinity. Yu Dahai called out, eyeing Li Tian. Li Tian slowly turned his head. "Brother Yu, are you all right?" I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt?" Yu Dahai rushed over to examine Li Tian. Xiao Zhao also scurried to join them. "Li, you were incredible. You took on 4 by yourself. You were truly a hero. I admire you immensely," the young man exclaimed. As the three conversed, they returned to their dormitory. Li Tian had not sustained significant injuries. He had merely scraped his knuckles. Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao sat on the beds, smoking. "Thank you, Li," Yu Dahai said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling, his gaze filled with gratitude. "Brother Yu, it's nothing," Li Tian replied. Yu Dahai let out a deep sigh. "As I grow older, with a wife, children, and an elderly mother at home, there are times when I find myself in a foreign land. I endure as much as I can. Throughout my years working as a security guard, I have faced insults, physical confrontations, and ridicule, yet I seldom retaliate. My sole motivation is to earn a modest living to support my family. Brother Yu, I understand your words, but my situation differs from yours. I can bear my own suffering, but I cannot tolerate my friends and loved ones being mistreated. It is acceptable for others to insult and strike me, but it is absolutely intolerable for them to harm my friends and family. Therefore, I am determined to confront those few rascals today," declared Li Tiandao. "Well said, Li. I support you wholeheartedly. With your words, I, Zhao, vow to be your friend for life," exclaimed the youthful and vibrant Zhao with a grin. Yu Dahai also smiled faintly, adding, "Little Li, remember the words of your elder brother Yu. When one is outside, sometimes it is wise to endure. If retreating a step does not bring peace, then we shall retreat further. Though I have lived a humble life for many years, at least I have maintained tranquility, and my family is content. That is sufficient for me." Li Tian nodded, saying nothing more. Whether he truly believed this was known only to him, the only thought occupying his mind was that battered book, for it was through that very book that he began to grasp its incredible significance. Previously, he had doubted the existence of that inner strength within him, yet today's events had unequivocally confirmed it. Could it be that I have truly stumbled upon a treasure? Young fellows, do not forget to cherish this. Chapter 41. Revenge. Following the recent events, Li Tian's reputation within the security team soared. unexpectedly transforming him into a minor celebrity among his peers. During these days, he immersed himself in the tattered tome with an almost frenzied dedication. Although he struggled to comprehend the text and remained oblivious to the nature of the peculiar book he had fortuitously acquired, he sensed an ever-increasing accumulation of energy within himself. Gradually, he began to realize that this book was enhancing his physical capabilities. He felt as if his body had become akin to a vast airbag, yearning for release at any moment. However, there was one drawback. He could not yet harness this newfound energy at will. At times, he could summon it forth, while at others, it eluded him entirely. Curiously, there were moments when he did not wish to utilize this energy, yet it would surge forth regardless, essentially. He found himself unable to exert control. Nonetheless, these concerns paled in comparison to the significant progress Li Tian felt in his strength. Previously, he could manage only 30 to 40 push-ups at a time. Now, he could effortlessly complete 100 to 200. As his bunkmate Zhao remarked, Li Tian was akin to a wild man. On several occasions, Zhao pondered why Li Tian was so fixated on that old book. Seizing an opportunity while Li Tian was out for a shower, Zhao stealthily retrieved the book to take a glance. Upon opening the aged, leather-like pages, he was immediately disheartened. What in the world were these characters? They all appeared to be in some incomprehensible script. As Xiao Zhao turned a few pages and found himself unable to recognize a single character in the book, a wave of frustration washed over him. Could it be that Li Tian truly spent every day poring over such a perplexing tome? It struck him as utterly bizarre. How could he possibly comprehend it? One thing was certain. He himself could not make heads or tails of it. With a sense of resignation, he returned the worn book to its original place and climbed up to the upper bunk. Upon Li Tian's return, Xiao Zhao inquired, "Li Zi, can you understand the gibberish in that wretched book?" Startled by the question, Li Tian momentarily hesitated, silently acknowledging that Xiao Zhao had indeed glanced at his book. He smiled and replied, "Of course, I can." Xiao Zhao, feeling a mix of annoyance and surprise, remarked, "I never would have guessed you were so knowledgeable, being able to decipher even that gibberish." Li Tian merely chuckled. "Have you read it, Xiao Zhao?" he asked, gesturing towards the tattered book. Xiao Zhao nodded yes. "I took a look, but to be honest, I have no interest in that nonsense. I never even liked reading textbooks during school. Did you not notice anything peculiar about this book?" Li Tian continued to probe, curious to see if Xiao Zhao, like himself, experienced that strange sensation while perusing the cryptic text, wondering if perhaps the characters danced within him as they did in his own experience. Regrettably, Xiao Zhao shook his head. "Brother, I think I'll pass. Just seeing those characters makes me dizzy." Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's remarks, Li Tian refrained from probing further. Though a perplexing thought lingered in his mind. Why did the moment he first laid eyes on that tattered book, those tadpoles seemingly enter his very being? The answer shall be revealed in due course. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it excessively, continuing with his mundane routine. Ever since he embarked on his role as a security guard, Li Tian's daily activities revolved around a few simple tasks: standing watch, engaging in light conversation, napping, and reading. His life could be aptly described as monotonous. At present, Li Tian found himself seated in the security booth of the parking lot, conversing with Xiao Zhao. Moments earlier, a voluptuous beauty, as enticing as a ripe peach, had strolled past the parking lot, leaving the two young men in a state of lingering reverie. The woman donned a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, particularly her bosom, which resembled two perfectly shaped spheres, captivating their attention. One could only imagine how a woman like that could ensnare a man for an entire night with those slender legs. The thought was tantalizing. Xiao Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, gazing longingly in the direction the alluring woman had departed. Li Tian chuckled in agreement, adding, "Indeed. Do you realize that the female employees at Tang's Enterprise are more beautiful than the last? When will we have the fortune to meet such women?" Xiao Zhao remarked. Li Tian offered a faint smile, responding, "With determination, anything is achievable." Two individuals were stationed at the security room of the parking lot, engaged in casual conversation. Meanwhile, they were oblivious to the frantic approach of Captain Yu Dahai, who was sprinting towards them as if possessed. "Shaoli, run," he gasped, his countenance twisted with distress. Upon witnessing Yu Dahai's troubled expression, Li Tian and Xiao Zhao exchanged startled glances. "Brother Yu, what has happened?" they inquired. "Do not ask. Shaoli, you must flee at once. Leave this place," Yu Dahai implored, pushing Li Tian forward, as if his life depended on it. However, he was unaware that Li Tian's stubbornness was akin to that of a mule, The more he urged him to leave, the more resolutely Tian became in remaining. "Brother Yu, please tell me what is going on," Li Tian insisted, standing his ground. Xiao Zhao, equally anxious, gazed intently at Yu Dahai. With no other choice, Yu Dahai recounted, "A few days ago, some thugs came looking for revenge against you. They are gathering just ahead, and there are many of them." "Xiao Li, heed my words and run." Stunned by this revelation, Li Tian's expression shifted. It dawned on him that the thugs he had previously confronted while aiding Yu Dahai were returning to settle the score. Those individuals were already notorious for their ferocity. And after being thoroughly bested by Li Tian, they were undoubtedly seething with anger. Particularly, the most robust among them had been knocked unconscious by Li Tian. And it was certain they were coming back for retribution. Upon hearing Yu Dahai's words, Xiao Zhao's expression darkened as he advised Li Tian, "Li Zi, heed Brother Yu's counsel and take cover for now." For he was aware of a recent incident in another part of Kyoto City, where a migrant security guard had assaulted a car owner and subsequently suffered the dire consequence of having his hands and feet severed, leaving him disabled. Yet, Li Tian slowly shook his head, his demeanor exceedingly calm. "Since they are coming for me, let them seek me out," he uttered with deliberate slowness. Li Tian had no desire to play the hero or to showcase his prowess. Rather, he understood profoundly that if he were to flee, Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai would surely be subjected to violence. Those individuals would not relent so easily, hence his refusal to abandon the situation. Chapter 42. Desperation. Upon hearing that Li Tian was not leaving, Yu Dahai anxiously grasped his arm, imploring, "Xiao Li, heed my words and depart at once. If you linger any longer, those individuals will be upon us, and escape will become impossible." However, Li Tian stubbornly shook his head. "Brother Yu, Xiao Zhao, I cannot abandon you. If I flee, what will become of you?" Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao felt warmth in their hearts, yet they insisted, "We will be fine. Rest assured. Li Zi, you must go first. They are after you specifically and will not pursue us." "Indeed, Li Zi, seek refuge at once." Despite their pleas, Li Tian remained unyielding, his fists tightly clenched. Without uttering another word, he dashed forward. "Xiao Li, Li Zi, where are you going?" The voices of his companions echoed behind him, but Li Tian had already sprinted toward the plaza. If those scoundrels were indeed after him, it would be more prudent to confront them directly. At that moment, 56 vehicles were parked outside the gates of the Tang Corporation. These cars, adorned with vibrant and garish embellishments, clearly belonged to a group fond of nighttime street racing. It was astonishing that the very individuals Li Tian had previously clashed with had now returned in such numbers for retribution. From a distance, a dozen men approached the plaza of the Tang Corporation with an intimidating demeanor. At the forefront stands a towering figure, measuring an impressive 190 centimeters. Sporting a shaved head and adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger, clad in a tight black short-sleeve shirt. His muscular physique exhibits a fierce and rugged appearance, evoking the impression of a barbarian. His skin, dark as that of an imposing gorilla, strides purposefully towards us. "Brother Bear, over here," curses one of the men, recalling the security guards from the last encounter. Beside the formidable giant stands a man with blue hair, the very same who had his front teeth knocked out by Li Tian just days prior. He gestures toward the security booth in the parking lot while conversing with the imposing figure, seemingly as menacing as the giant himself. Following closely behind are a dozen trendy young men, some brandishing baseball bats, advancing step by step towards the security booth. "Damn it, Lu Yuan, how are you all managing? You can't even handle those pathetic security guards, and you end up in such a sorry state. How will you face the world if this gets out?" Remarks a stout man with a flat top, his stature modest yet robust. He possesses beady eyes and sports an ear stud, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he speaks. Lu Yuan, the blue-haired youth, appears embarrassed and sullen, letting out a grunt without responding. "Where are those security guards?" "Lu Yuan?" The diminutive man with the beady eyes inquires once more. Lu Yuan points towards the security booth ahead, stating, "They are over there." As he spoke, he led the group towards that direction. In the Tangsher Enterprise Plaza, the bustling office workers, upon seeing this unruly mob armed with baseball bats approaching, instinctively made way. While these individuals were focused ahead, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey, are you looking for me?" Li Tian, clad in a blue uniform, stood in the plaza, addressing the group of over 10 with a steady gaze. When Lu Yuan and his companions turned around, they immediately recognized Li Tian. "Damn it, it's him." Lu Yuan's anger flared, pointing viciously at Li Tian. "This bastard injured several of our brothers last time," he declared to his companions. The malevolent gazes of the group fixated on Li Tian. Is it really him? Sneered one of the shorter individuals, his beady eyes glinting with disdain. The others moved closer to Li Tian. Kid, you've got some guts to come here knowing we were looking for you, and to come alone at that. One voice rang out sharply from the crowd. Li Tian cast a cold glance at them, remaining silent. If we don't leave you crippled today. It won't be worth our trip, a few of the thugs chuckled menacingly. The ones at the front, wielding baseball bats, began to advance towards Li Tian. Internally, Li Tian felt a flicker of unease. After all, they outnumbered him significantly. He found himself alone, and considering that most of them were armed. It seemed that his fate was precariously uncertain. Contemplating his predicament, he keenly observed the unfolding situation. Let us fight. A furious roar erupted. Without a moment's hesitation, the skirmish commenced. Among the three foremost attackers, two burly men wielded baseball bats, while the third approached barehanded, launching a fierce assault on Li Tian. The bats soared menacingly toward him. Li Tian, not foolish enough to remain an easy target, seized the opportunity, ignoring the punches from the other two assailants. He lunged at the one brandishing the bat. The attacker, taken aback by Li Tian's sudden advance, hesitated momentarily, his bat still raised, when Li Tian delivered a powerful straight punch that struck him squarely in the mouth. The force of the blow, fueled by Li Tian's explosive energy, sent the bat wielder hurtling backward for several meters, crashing to the ground, clutching his mouth and howling in agony, having lost two front teeth. The other two thugs, witnessing their companion's humiliating defeat, erupted in rage. One of them, tightly gripping a baseball bat, swung it fiercely towards Li Tian's head. Li Tian swiftly attempted to evade the strike, but his untrained speed was insufficient. Although the bat missed his head, it landed with a thud against his back. With a resounding thud, Li Tian stumbled, a searing pain radiating from his back, wrenching at his heart. However, he gritted his teeth and resolutely turned around. The ruffian who had just struck him was momentarily taken aback as Li Tian, driven by desperation, lunged at him once more. Caught off guard, the thug hesitated, his baseball bat poised for another swing. Yet, it was too late. Li Tian surged forward, his fist clenched tightly as it hurtled toward the thug's eye, while his knee simultaneously rose to collide with the assailant's abdomen. A cry of agony erupted as the man's eye was transformed into a swollen bruise, collapsing to the ground. Howling in pain. Chapter 43. Xiongzi. After Li Tian dispatched the thug wielding a baseball bat, he was taken by surprise when another unarmed assailant suddenly seized him from behind. With a forceful pull, the assailant brought Li Tian crashing to the ground. The two grappled fiercely, exchanging blows with relentless fervor. Seizing an opportunity, Li Tian endured a few strikes to his face, yet retaliated with a well-aimed kick to the thug's groin, eliciting a shrill cry of agony. The thug, struck in the most sensitive of areas, clutched himself and emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Struggling, Li Tian managed to rise from the ground. Though the punches he had taken left him reeling, and a sharp pain throbbed in his back from a recent blow. Nevertheless, he had single-handedly brought down 3 adversaries. Now, he stood resolutely against a group of more than 10 thugs, exuding an air of fearless determination rather than trepidation. The gang members surveyed Li Tian with cold, disdainful glares. A collection of pitiful cowards. Suddenly, a booming voice pierced the tension. It belonged to none other than Xiongzi, a towering figure over 190 centimeters tall, sporting a shaved head and adorned with a thick gold chain around his neck. His muscular arms were tightly clenched as he advanced toward Li Tian, a menacing presence. Xiongzi was about to strike. Surely, he would incapacitate this insolent fool. Without a doubt, Xiongzi was an imposing force to be reckoned with. The other thugs watched, their eyes fixed on the giant man, whispering amongst themselves. Li Tian raised his gaze to the towering figure before him. A stark contrast in height that sent a chill through him, yet fear did not seize him. He stood resolutely, fists clenched. Xiao Li Zi, we are here to assist you. As the words echoed, Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao rushed over from a distance. Damn, 2 more watchdogs have arrived. Jeered the thugs as Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao approached, laughter lacing their taunts. Grateful, Li Tian cast a glance of appreciation towards Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao. Xiao Li, are you all right? Yu Dahai inquired with genuine concern. Li Tian shook his head. I'm fine. Xiao Zhao positioned himself defiantly in front of Li Tian, facing the group of thugs. Truth be told, his legs felt somewhat weak, yet he maintained his composure, declaring, You are bullying someone, do you realize? If you do not leave, I will call the police. Call your mother. A furious roar erupted as one of the thugs lunged at Xiao Zhao. Standing at a mere 170 centimeters, Xiao Zhao barely comprehended the situation before a thug delivered a swift kick to his abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and double over. The moment the altercation began, Yu Dahai felt a surge of anger. He understood that today's events could not pass without confrontation. Even though he was acutely aware that the outcome would likely be disastrous, they accepted their fate. Consequently, Yu Dahai clenched his fists tightly, declaring, "Don't come any closer. Whoever approaches, I will fight to the death." The towering figure of Xiongzi, standing at an imposing height of 190 centimeters, wore a sinister grin that sent chills down the spine. He strode purposefully towards Yu Dahai, who appeared as a timid lamb confronting a ferocious beast. Summoning all his courage, Yu Dahai clenched his fists and launched a desperate attack against Xiongzi. His punch landed squarely on Xiongzi's robust chest, yet the formidable giant did not flinch, absorbing the blow without so much as a sway. This prompted a chorus of laughter from the gang of ruffians surrounding them. However, Yu Dahai found no humor in the situation, for he soon beheld a massive hand reaching towards him. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, but it was evidently too late. As he stepped back, he was met with the force of Xiongzi's thick leg, which struck him violently in the abdomen. The impact was thunderous, sending the middle-aged Yu Dahai soaring through the air. He crashed to the ground with a pained cry, unable to rise. Li Tian rushed to his side, calling out, Brother Yu! Brother Yu!" Yet, Yu Dahai lay twisted on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony, unable to utter a single word. Witnessing the sight of Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai felled before him ignited a fire within Li Tian. He stood tall once more, fists clenched tightly. "I will fight you," he bellowed, launching himself at Xiongzi with fierce determination. With a resounding thud, Li Tian had yet to approach the burly figure of Xiongzi when he was struck squarely in the face by a powerful kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The blow left him disoriented, his body racked with pain as if it were falling apart. Laughter erupted from the surrounding thugs, who jeered mercilessly, urging Xiongzi to finish off the trio of guards. "Yes, take care of these scoundrels," they shouted gleefully. Li Tian, along with Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai, lay sprawled on the ground, the agony of their injuries overwhelming. They were mere ordinary individuals, untrained and ill-equipped to contend with such ruffians. Moreover, the formidable Xiongzi was no ordinary adversary. He was a seasoned fighter, having attained a black belt in Taekwondo. It was no wonder that this group of thugs harbored such fear of him. Meanwhile, the property management of Tang Corporation had already alerted their superior regarding the brawl unfolding at their premises. "Mr. Tang, our security personnel are engaged in a fight," the anxious property manager conveyed to Tang Zheng, the company's president. Startled by this revelation while engrossed in a book within his villa, Tang Zheng inquired, "A fight? Who are they battling?" "I don't know, but the opposing side consists of over a dozen ruffians from the night racing scene in Kyoto. There are quite a few of them, more than 10, surrounding our security guards as we speak." Upon hearing the property manager's report, Tang Zheng's anger flared. "What? This is outrageous. Who possesses the audacity to assault an employee of the Tang Corporation?" Tang Zheng's fury surged instantaneously. In the city of Kyoto, it is widely acknowledged that Tang Zheng is one of the most protective presidents of his company's staff. No one is permitted to lay a hand on his people. Thus, upon hearing from the property management that several ruffians were surrounding and attacking a security guard from his corporation, he could scarcely contain his indignation. "A group of delinquents notorious for their nocturnal street racing," the property management reported. "Very well, I understand. I shall send someone to deal with them shortly," Tang Zheng concluded before abruptly ending the call. Chapter 44. Captured. After Tang Zheng ended the call, Xiao Zhou, who was standing a meter behind him, approached slowly, as if sharing an unspoken understanding. "Xiao Zhou, go check on the company. I've heard that a few unruly thugs are assaulting the security personnel," Tang Zheng instructed. Xiao Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, I will handle it immediately," he replied. Tang Zheng remained silent, picking up a nearby book to continue reading, while Xiao Zhou swiftly made his way outside with determined strides. In the plaza outside the Tang Corporation, a brutal scene was unfolding. Li Tian's face was bloodied, with the corners of his eyes swollen, clearly indicating he had been beaten. As for Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao, they were incapacitated on the ground, struggling to rise. A group of over a dozen thugs surrounded Li Tian, mercilessly raining down punches and kicks upon him. In a frenzied state, Li Tian gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot as he defiantly faced his attackers. Whenever he managed to seize one, he unleashed a fierce barrage of blows. In one instance, he inadvertently grabbed hold of a thug, channeling his immense inner strength into a single punch that sent the assailant flying. The sheer force left the thug sprawled on the ground, unable to rise, likely to languish in a hospital bed for at least 10 days or more. Despite their numerical advantage, the thugs hesitated in the face of Li Tian's reckless ferocity. A few, fearing the potential for fatal consequences, dared not advance further. However, Xiongzi was undeterred, landing a powerful kick to Li Tian's chest, causing him to collapse onto the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Listen here, you insolent brat," growled Xiongzi, looming over Li Tian like a giant. "If you wish to avoid a dire fate, you will obediently bow your head before me and offer 2 respectful knocks." The thugs behind him cast their gazes upon Li Tian, who, despite the blood streaming down his right hand and the tattered remnants of his light blue security uniform stained with crimson, struggled to rise from the ground. Xiongzi, taken aback and enraged to see the very individual he had knocked down multiple times now attempting to stand once more, seethed with fury. "I will teach you a lesson for your arrogance." With a menacing crouch, Xiongzi lunged at Li Tian like an enraged bear, his massive hands reaching out to seize Li Tian's arms. Would Li Tian truly succumb to Xiongzi's wrath here? As Xiongzi's formidable assault descended upon him, Li Tian, surprisingly, evaded the attack. His speed was not particularly remarkable. Perhaps it was Xiongzi's overconfidence or merely a stroke of fortune that allowed him to dodge. Regardless, Li Tian managed to sidestep the onslaught. In that fleeting moment, he harnessed all the energy within him, concentrating it into his right fist. With a resounding force, he unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Xiongzi's left ribcage. The instant his fist connected, a cacophony of cracking ribs echoed, signifying the shattering of several within Xiongzi's chest. As for the giant himself, the visage of the once formidable Xiongzi was now grotesquely contorted, having been propelled through the air by an overwhelming force, akin to a cannonball crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, he lay incapacitated, unable to rise again. The surrounding ruffians stood in stunned silence, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as they beheld their comrade, Xiongzi, cast aside like a rag doll. My goodness, how terrifying it was that a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo had been so effortlessly vanquished, lying helplessly on the ground. As for the thugs, they were momentarily paralyzed. Turning to gaze at Li Tian, bloodied yet resolute, he stood there like a warrior of myth, fists clenched in trembling rage, his fierce glare piercing through them. The 78 ruffians, witnessing Xiongzi's defeat, found themselves too intimidated to approach. They exchanged glances, each face a canvas of astonishment, utterly devoid of words. At that moment, the wailing sirens of police cars echoed ominously in the distance, drawing closer with alarming speed. Panic ensued among the thugs as they heard the approaching sirens. "We must flee. The cops are coming," they exclaimed. They hastily assisted their fallen companions, including Xiongzi, whose ribs had suffered grievous injury, and scrambled into their modified vehicle. The engine roared to life with a thunderous growl, belching forth a plume of black smoke from the rear as they sped away into the distance, disappearing from view in an instant. Left behind, Li Tian finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. His entire body ached, each movement exacerbating the fiery pain from the earlier confrontation, leaving him in a state of profound suffering. As Li Tian touched the swollen corner of his mouth, he could not help but tremble. "Xiao Zhao, brother, are you all right?" He slowly turned to gaze at the 2 individuals lying on the ground. Xiao Zhao, clutching his chest and appearing pale, managed to rise to his feet, while Yu Dahai, in even worse condition, had blood trickling from his nose, which he was pinching with his hand. His security uniform was also torn. Both of them struggled to stand upright. "We're fine," they managed to utter with difficulty. At that moment, a police car was approaching them. "It's them," a man's voice echoed. From the police vehicle emerged 56 uniformed officers, who, without uttering a word, swiftly produced cold handcuffs. Amid Li Tian's and the others' bewilderment, all 3 found themselves restrained. "Take them away," commanded a man in his 30s with a chilling demeanor. "Hey, why are you arresting us? We are the victims," Xiao Zhao shouted in protest. "You're still claiming to be victims after instigating a public brawl?" scoffed the 30-something officer. Without allowing them a moment to speak further, Li Tian, Yu Dahai, and Xiao Zhao were forcibly loaded into the police vehicle. Thus, Li Tian found himself unjustly taken into the detention center of Kyoto City. By the time Xiao Zhou arrived at the entrance of Tang's Enterprises, Li Tian and his companions had already been taken away. The property manager, having escaped from the company, hurriedly recounted the entire situation to Xiao Zhou. A slight furrow formed on Xiao Zhou's brow. The dozen or so ruffians had dispersed. Yet it was now our company's security department that found themselves detained in the local jail, should our company fail to provide them with support. It is likely that these 3 individuals would suffer, and they might even incur fines. The property manager, a middle-aged man in his 40s, had once begun his career as a humble security guard, enduring much indignity in his previous lowly position. Now elevated to the role of property manager, he retained a kind heart and spoke up in defense of Li Tian and his colleagues. Chapter 45. An experiment. Upon hearing the property manager's words, Xiao Zhou pondered briefly before responding. Rest assured, I shall immediately contact General Tang. Since this incident involves our company personnel, General Tang will undoubtedly take charge. With that, Xiao Zhou swiftly dialed Tang Zheng's number. Upon learning that an employee of his company had been assaulted and was currently detained by the police, Tang Zheng was consumed by fury. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiao Zhou to head to the police station to secure their release. Following the command, Xiao Zhou drove alone towards the detention center. Li Tian, Xiao Zhao, and Yu Dahai found themselves confined within the facility. It was their first experience in such a place, and their expressions reflected profound unease. Among them, Xiao Zhao appeared particularly anxious, squatting in a corner and repeatedly lamenting, "What are we going to do? What are we going to do?" Xiao Zhao, there's no need to fret. Everything will turn out fine, Yu Dahai reassured him, his age lending him a steadier demeanor. Really? Brother Yu, are you certain there's no cause for concern? Xiao Zhao implored desperately. Yu Dahai comforted him further. It will be all right. This is merely a case of public disturbance. Typically, a fine suffices. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao finally began to relax. Meanwhile, Li Tian had remained silent since their incarceration, not uttering a single word. Observing Li Tian's somber silence from the corner, Yu Dahai approached him slowly, asking, "Xiao Li, what troubles you? Have you sustained an injury?" Hearing the voice of Yu Dahai, Li Tian slowly turned his face, looking at him. "I am sorry, brother Yu. This time, I have implicated you all." Yu Dahai initially believed that Li Tian remained silent due to his injuries, but he never anticipated that it was because of this matter. With a smile, he replied, "What nonsense are you talking about, you foolish boy? How could you say you have burdened me? If it weren't for my reckless decision to rush out and fight, you and Xiao Zhao would not have ended up in such a place." Li Tian interjected. Yu Dahai chuckled, patting Li Tian on the shoulder. "Xiao Li, do not overthink it. Even if I, brother Yu, were to be imprisoned for life because of today's events, I would not hold it against you. This is what a man ought to do. Unlike women, when men find themselves backed into a corner, they must stand firm, just as I did today." Upon hearing Yu Dahai's words, Li Tian felt a sense of relief. Initially, he had harbored concerns that Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao might blame him for this incident, but now he felt considerably more at ease. "Xiao Li, have you trained before?" Yu Dahai squatted beside Li Tian, blinking as he gazed at him. Li Tian shook his head with a smile. "You haven't trained? And yet you fight so well?" Yu Dahai expressed his astonishment. After all, today, Li Tian had single-handedly taken down several thugs, even managing to subdue the largest and most formidable among them. Such prowess is not something an ordinary person could achieve, which only heightened Yu Dahai's surprise. Li Tian pondered for a moment and then remarked, "To be honest, I am uncertain. Yet, during this period, I have felt an inexplicable force within me, as if it longs to be unleashed." An inexplicable force? Yu Dahai blinked a few times, failing to comprehend. Li Tian pointed to his abdomen and said to Yu Dahai, "Brother Yu, do you see this? There is a surge of energy in my abdomen. Whenever I harness this energy, I can feel my strength multiply several-fold. Even I do not fully understand what is happening." Yu Dahai gazed at Li Tian, sensing that he might be jesting. "Is that true?" he inquired. "Brother Yu, do you not believe me?" Yu Dahai shook his head and replied, "To be honest, I find it hard to believe." Upon hearing Yu Dahai's skepticism, Li Tian rose from the ground. "Brother Yu, allow me to demonstrate, and you shall see." With that, he scanned the surroundings before his gaze fixed upon a corner of the wall. The small cell of the detention center, possibly due to its age, was merely coated with white lime. Li Tian swiftly approached it. Yu Dahai looked on in confusion, while Xiao Zhao also stood up, uncertain of Li Tian's intentions. Li Tian clenched his fist tightly and smiled at Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao, saying, "Brother Yu, Xiao Zhao, pay close attention." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly unleashed a powerful punch against the cold wall. The force reverberated through the frigid surface, producing a resounding bang. The once pristine wall was struck by Li Tian's formidable punch, creating a colossal indentation resembling a fist. The layers of crumbling plaster above began to peel away, revealing the sheer power behind that blow. Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao stood in astonishment, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. With disbelief, they approached the wall, gingerly touching the dented surface, utterly bewildered. They then examined Li Tian's fist in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness! How could your punch possess such strength?" Li Tian smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Truth be told, I am as perplexed as you are. This surge of energy in my abdomen has only recently manifested," he replied with a chuckle. Exchanging glances, Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai remarked, "If we hadn't witnessed this ourselves, we would have thought you were recounting tales from a fantasy novel." Li Tian laughed heartily. The transformation he underwent sparked a newfound respect within Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai. Initially perceiving him as an ordinary person, they now recognized that he was anything but mundane. However, this revelation did not alter the bond they shared. As they sat in the confines of the detention center, lost in thought, the sound of footsteps echoed from the cold corridor. Upon hearing the approaching noise, Li Tian and the others quickly rose to their feet. Soon after, they noticed a uniformed police officer approaching from down the corridor. With a cold gaze, he examined Li Tian and his companions before slowly retrieving a frosty key from his waist to unlock the iron door. "You three step outside." Upon hearing this, Li Tian and the others were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances before they stepped through the gates of the detention center. The trio followed the officer outside, their minds filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation, uncertain of what was unfolding. Little Zhao, trailing behind, whispered to Li Tian, "What is happening? Are we about to be sentenced?" "That's impossible," Li Tian replied confidently. Though he had never encountered such a situation before, he felt assured. Wasn't it merely a case of disturbing the peace? Surely it wouldn't lead to severe consequences. As they followed the uniformed officer into the hall, they found it bustling with people, primarily officers engrossed in their duties, none of whom seemed to spare a glance at the trio. Nearby, a recently apprehended thief sat handcuffed, the cold metal binding his wrists. Upon reaching the officer, Li Tian and his companions were startled when the officer instructed them, "Just sign here, and you may leave." "What?" Little Zhao exclaimed, visibly perplexed. "The company has posted your bail. You are free now," the officer informed them, his gaze fixed on Li Tian and his friends. After he finished speaking, Yu Dahai suddenly realized that the company had bailed them out, and his heart surged with excitement. "Please sign here." The officer then handed over a document, and Li Tian and the others hastily signed their names in succession. "You may leave now." With that, the officer turned away and walked inside, ignoring them. Li Tian and his companions were elated as they hurried toward the exit. Upon stepping out of the detention center and seeing the sun again, they inhaled the fresh air, feeling an unprecedented thrill and exhilaration within. Well, no wonder people say that prison is a hell on earth. They couldn't be more right. "I wouldn't want to step foot in this place again," said Xiao Zhao. To which Yu Dahai laughed heartily, agreeing, "Indeed, we should avoid such places in the future." The three of them exchanged laughter as they walked towards the entrance of the detention center. Outside, a car was parked, and a well-dressed man wearing glasses leaned against it, quietly waiting. Upon seeing Li Tian and the others emerge, he shifted slightly. Yu Dahai immediately recognized who it was. "Isn't that our boss's personal bodyguard, Xiao Zhao?" As he voiced this, both Li Tian and Xiao Zhao turned to look in that direction. Xiao Zhao's gaze was filled with envy towards Xiao Zhao, while Li Tian stood there, stunned. "Is it him?" "It is undoubtedly him." A surge of anger erupted from the depths of Li Tian's heart. Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao exchanged bewildered glances, observing Li Tian's peculiar demeanor. "What is the matter, Li? Do you know Xiao Zhao?" they inquired. Li Tian's gaze was fixed intensely on Xiao Zhao. "Of course I recognize him. Even if he were turned to ashes, I would still know him," he replied, his voice laced with indignation. There was no way he could forget the animosity that had arisen after Xiao Zhao had bested him thrice in combat. Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao were taken aback. "Li, we must have been bailed out by Xiao Zhao. He is the personal bodyguard of our company as president." "Tang," Yu Dahai remarked. While they were conversing, Xiao Zhao had also spotted Li Tian, who, despite his slightly swollen face and tattered blue security uniform, was instantly recognizable as the young man who had valiantly protected the young lady not long ago. Curiously, he pondered why he had been unable to locate this individual when he sought him out earlier. It turned out he was merely a lowly security guard at President Tang's company. Although Li Tian harbored a grudge against Xiao Zhou, he felt it was inappropriate to express his fury at that moment and proceeded with Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao toward Xiao Zhou. President Zhou, Yu Dahai said with a smile, looking at Xiao Zhou. Although Xiao Zhou's official position was that of General Tang's bodyguard, the employees at the company referred to him as Manager Zhou, as he held a nominal title within the organization. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and directed his gaze towards Li Tian, who, in turn, glared back with clenched fists, as if the two were on the brink of confrontation. Nearby, Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao stood tense, barely daring to breathe. Xiao Zhao discreetly tugged at Li Tian's sleeve, anxious to prevent any escalation. "Are you all right?" Xiao Zhou inquired, feigning concern as he regarded them. Upon hearing his words, Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao exhaled in relief. They quickly smiled and said, "We truly appreciate Manager Zhou's attention. It is an honor for you to come personally." Xiao Zhou smiled slightly, replying, "As long as you are unharmed, that is what matters. I am fully aware of the situation regarding those reckless troublemakers. I will deal with them accordingly, so you can rest assured while at work. Thank you so much." Manager Zhou and General Tang, Yu Dahai bowed in gratitude, followed suit by Xiao Zhao. Initially, they feared that the company would dismiss them due to the brawl, but to their astonishment, no repercussions ensued, and they were incredibly grateful for the company's protection. Meanwhile, Li Tian remained indifferent to the situation, holding a grudge against Xiao Zhou. "Get in the car. I will take you to the company," Xiao Zhou instructed. As Xiao Zhou spoke, he stepped into the nearby Mercedes-Benz sedan. In front of him, Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao felt extraordinarily fortunate to have the opportunity to ride in such a luxurious vehicle, quickly nodding in agreement as they entered the car. Li Tian initially hesitated to join them, but was ultimately pulled into the vehicle by Xiao Zhao. Once inside, Li Tian remained somewhat sullen, while the driver, Xiao Zhou, maintained an unsettling silence. Li Tian chose to act as though he did not recognize him, refraining from mentioning their previous encounter or engaging in any conversation. As they sped towards the Tang Corporation, before long, the Mercedes-Benz came to a halt in front of the Tang Corporation's entrance. After Xiao Zhou had driven them there, Yu Dahai and the others exited the car. They expressed their gratitude and began walking towards their dormitory. Although Li Tian felt somewhat unwilling to let Xiao Zhou leave so easily, he reconsidered, acknowledging that as a mere security guard at the company, he had not engaged in much conversation anyway. Chapter 47. I went to find him after they departed. Xiao Zhou's gaze slowly returned from the eyes of Li Tian. Swiftly extracting his phone, he dialed a number with remarkable speed. "Hello, Mr. Tang. The matter has been resolved. The 3 security guards from our company have been brought back from the detention center." On the other end of the line, Tang Zheng nodded slightly and replied, "Mr. Tang, there is something I must discuss with you." Xiao Zhou suddenly interjected. Just as Tang Zheng was about to hang up, he placed the phone back to his ear. "What is it? Is it about that young man who went to great lengths to protect the young lady a few days ago?" Xiao Zhou inquired. Tang Zheng paused for a moment. Did you not mention that when you went to find him last time, he had already vacated his residence?" It turned out that ever since Xiao Zhou had accidentally injured Li Tian, he had made a special trip to the place Li Tian rented, intending to take him to the hospital for treatment. However, to his surprise, when Xiao Zhou arrived, Li Tian had already returned his apartment and taken a position as a security guard at Tang's enterprise. Thus, Xiao Zhou had been unable to locate Li Tian previously. As for Li Tian, Tang Zheng harbored gratitude towards him, especially for the sake of his daughter, Tang Feifei. After all, a stranger who would go to such lengths to protect her deserved some form of compensation. Following Tang Zheng's remarks, Xiao Zhou added, "Mr. Tang, I encountered that young man today, and he is indeed the security guard involved in our company's recent altercation." "Ah, is he working as a security guard in my company?" Tang Zheng paused slightly. "Well, it's apparent that he has just arrived from the countryside," Xiao Zhou remarked. "Moreover, Mr. Tang, I inquired with the management staff of the property, and it seems the protagonist of this brawl was indeed due to him. I heard that a few days ago, one of our old security guards was bullied by a gang of street racers, and he stepped in to assist, taking on several ruffians. Consequently, this gang retaliated by bringing a dozen people to confront him. However, this young man is quite fierce. I heard from the property staff that he single-handedly faced off against more than 10 ruffians and even took down a few of them without sustaining significant injuries." There was a note of admiration in Xiao Zhou's voice as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so? If what you say is true, then this young man is indeed an extraordinary character." Xiao Zhou chuckled lightly. "I cannot say for certain, but I sense that he is undoubtedly a person of potential." Tang Zheng paused, contemplating, and after a moment, he slowly replied, "Well, let us not dwell on him for now. In due time, we shall discern whether he is a mere insect or a dragon within my company. What I must do is quickly inform my stubborn daughter that this young man is unharmed. Otherwise, she may still harbor resentment towards you." He laughed heartily. Ever since Xiao Zhou had confronted Li Tian, Fei Fei had been exceedingly resentful towards him. Xiao Zhou, fully aware of this, responded with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Zhou." After saying this, he ended the call, refraining from further conversation as he got into his car and swiftly drove onto the bustling street. After hanging up the phone, Tang Zheng, with a smile gracing his lips, hurried towards his daughter's room. Within the elegantly adorned princess chamber, infused with the fragrance of tulips, Fei Fei was engrossed in surfing the internet on her soft, plush mattress. "Fei Fei, I have wonderful news to share with you," Tang Zheng announced with a smile as he entered. Upon hearing her father's voice, Fei Fei promptly sat up, her round eyes fixed upon him. "Really?" she inquired, her excitement palpable. Tang Zheng chuckled heartily. "Of course it's true." Fei Fei blinked her bright eyes, eagerly awaiting her father's so-called good news. "That brave individual who fought for you has finally been found by Dad." At this revelation, Fei Fei leapt from her bed. "Dad, is it true? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" she asked, her enthusiasm surging like a shot of adrenaline. Observing his daughter's elation, Tang Zheng smiled softly. "It's absolutely true. When have I ever deceived you? Is he there? Is he seriously injured? After being beaten by Xiao Zhou like that, he must be quite hurt." Fei Fei expressed her concern. Tang Zheng laughed heartily. "Silly daughter, you underestimate him. Let me tell you, that young man is perfectly fine now." "Ah, that's a relief. You scared me. I thought he was gravely injured," Fei Fei exclaimed, her heart finally at ease. "By the way, Fei Fei, how did you come to know that young man?" Tang Zheng inquired. Fei Fei smiled and said, "I won't tell you." "Dad, where is he now?" She quickly turned to Tang Zheng and inquired. Tang Zheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Why are you so eager to know about him? He's just a poor boy from the countryside, isn't he?" "Dad, you don't understand. That poor boy is really amusing. When I was with him, he thought I was just as broke as he is and even claimed that the iPhone 5 was a knockoff. It cracked me up." As Fei Fei recalled the incident, a smile spread across her face. Tang Zheng initially believed that the impoverished youth was merely trying to get close to his daughter due to her status, but after hearing Fei Fei's words, he realized he might have overthought it. Chuckling, he said, "Is that so? Dad, please tell me, where is he?" Fei Fei tugged at Tang Zheng's broad hand, playfully coaxing him. Unable to resist his precious daughter's charm, Tang Zheng relented. All right, Dad will tell you." Tang Zheng revealed. "Fei Fei, can you believe that boy is working as a security guard right in front of the Tang Corporation?" Tang Zheng laughed heartily. "What? A security guard at the company?" Fei Fei was momentarily speechless. "Yes," Tang Zheng affirmed. Fei Fei was taken aback. "He is actually a security guard at your company, Dad. I can't believe it. I'm going to find him." Without waiting for a response, she dashed out. "Fei Fei, where are you going?" Tang Zheng was taken aback, not expecting that his daughter would truly seek out a poor young man working as a security guard in his company. Fei Fei, without a glance back, hurried downstairs, declaring, "Dad, I'm going to the office to find him." Chapter 48. The young lady seeks me. After emerging from the detention center, Li Tian remained engulfed in gloom. He had not anticipated that his bail would be secured by none other than his former adversary. The thought of the cunning Fei Fei only served to stoke the flames of his ire. How infuriating. It turned out this individual was a manager and had the audacity to oversee him. What of wealth? What significance does it truly hold? As he raged in the shower room, venting his frustrations, Li Tian emerged from the bathroom, completely unclothed. The aftermath of the altercation left him with slight swelling at the corners of his eyes. Upon returning home, he had applied some of Zhao's medicinal oil to soothe his wounds, for his legs bore the marks of the scuffle. "Li, what transpired earlier? Why did you react so when you saw President Zhou? It seemed as if you bore a grudge against him," Zhao inquired, trimming his toenails nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Yu Dahai, reclining on the bed, turned to Li Tian and remarked, "Zhao speaks truthfully. Li, what is amiss? Do you know President Zhou? He is no ordinary figure. He holds considerable sway with our company's owner." Upon hearing their remarks, Li Tian let out a disgruntled grunt. "What do I care about this President Zhou? Just because he is in the boss's good graces, it has no bearing on me." Zhao and Yu Dahai exchanged perplexed glances at Li Tian's response. "Li, what is truly happening? Do share with us," Zhao urged. "Indeed," Yu Dahai echoed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tian could not help but let out a sigh. It's nothing, really. It's just a misunderstanding with President Zhou, who escorted us back earlier today. Ah, you truly know President Zhou? Xiao Zhao inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Yu Duhai also looked puzzled as he turned to Li Tian. With a resigned smile, Li Tian replied, "Let us not dwell on it." Following this, he slowly reclined on the narrow, iron bed, lost in his thoughts. While he remained preoccupied with his feelings for Fei Fei and the matter concerning the young show, he could not shake off an unprecedented excitement regarding the strange changes occurring within his body. Due to the influence of that peculiar book, he was becoming increasingly powerful, and he resolved to delve deeper into its mysteries. On the streets of Kyoto, a striking red Lotus sports car sped towards the Tang Corporation. Behind the wheel of this limited edition marvel was a stunningly exquisite young woman. She was none other than Tang Feifei, the daughter of the corporation's president. The Lotus, akin to a wild stallion, raced forward, with the wind whipping through Tang Feifei's dark hair, dressed in a brilliant red outfit. She harmonized perfectly with the car, alluring and seductive. Yet, within her heart, a blend of anxiety and excitement simmered as she navigated the road ahead. What concerns her is the fear of angering that individual. After all, at that moment, Feifei was compelled to deceive him, although it was out of necessity. Deception is inherently wrong, especially when she recalls the furious expression on his face as he spat out the word "get lost." Her heart is filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and swiftly drove the Lotus towards the Tang Corporation. Before long, the Lotus arrived at the plaza of the Tang Corporation. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and Feifei opened the door and stepped out. In the security room of the parking lot, Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Feifei emerge from the car. He recalled her appearance at the company's annual meeting last year, where she had stirred cheers from thousands of employees. Xiao Zhao vividly remembered the beauty of the Tang Corporation's young lady. Now, as he blinked in disbelief, he struggled to accept that this was indeed Tang Feifei. Hastily, Xiao Zhao rushed over, nodding and bowing as he approached Tang Feifei. "Young lady, is that you?" His voice trembled with excitement and enthusiasm. Tang Feifei glanced at Xiao Zhao and asked, "Are you a security guard here?" Xiao Zhao nodded vigorously, nearly straining his neck as he replied, Yes, I am." "Is Li Tian here?" Tang Feifei inquired as she moved closer. Upon suddenly hearing the name Li Tian, Xiao Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Li Tian? He could never have fathomed that the heiress of the Tang family would seek out a mere security guard, and that this guard was none other than his own bunkmate. "Li Zi, is Li Tian around?" Tang Feifei's tone, laced with annoyance at Xiao Zhao's hesitance, compelled her to repeat the question. "Why yes, Li Zi is in the dormitory." Xiao Zhao stammered. "Bring him out," Feifei commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhao nodded hurriedly, yet a wave of disappointment washed over him. Why was the heiress suddenly looking for Li Zi? Why couldn't it be him? Despite these thoughts, he sprinted towards the dormitory, calling out, Li Zi, come out quickly inside the dormitory." Li Tian was engrossed in a tattered book when he faintly heard Xiao Zhao's bellowing voice. Slowly, he closed the book, concealing it beneath his pillow, and slipped on his shoes in anticipation of Xiao Zhao's arrival. Bursting through the door, Xiao Zhao seized Li Tian with urgency. "Li Zi, who on earth are you?" Li Tian was taken aback, staring at Xiao Zhao, who was gripping him like a bull, and he furrowed his brow slightly. "What is going on?" Xiao Zhao released his grip, thumping his chest as he exclaimed, "Damn it, why has the heiress suddenly come looking for you?" "I'm utterly bewildered, huh? The heiress? Which heiress?" Li Tian was genuinely perplexed by the situation. However, Xiao Zhao cast a jealous glare at Li Tian, exclaiming, "You must be feigning ignorance. Which young lady could possibly compare to our esteemed heiress of the Tang Corporation?" His voice was laden with envy. Indeed, anyone in such a situation would feel envy. The young lady of the Tang Corporation suddenly seeks out a mere security guard, and this guard has only been on duty for a few days. Why? Among the over 100 security personnel at Tang Corporation, has she chosen Li Tian? Yet, Li Tian found himself in a state of confusion, akin to being caught in an unexpected crossfire. The young lady of the Tang Corporation? Could she possibly be the daughter of our company's president? He pondered, momentarily taken aback. Of course she is, Xiao Zhao retorted, incredulity evident in his tone. Li Tian was astonished, as if he had been struck by a bolt of lightning. "I don't know her," he insisted. Xiao Zhao shot him an exasperated look. "Stop pretending. The young lady specifically called for you, and you claim not to recognize her? Are you attempting to deceive me?" Feeling utterly wronged, Li Tian protested, "I truly do not know any young lady. I have only been in Kyoto for less than a month." How could I possibly know anyone of such stature? Little did he realize, upon his arrival in Kyoto, he had encountered his unexpected adversary, the cherished daughter of the president of the Tang Corporation, the very heiress he had yet to recognize. With a mix of bewilderment and uncertainty, Li Tian stepped out of the dormitory, clad in his humble security uniform, and made his way outside. Upon stepping outside, Li Tian's gaze was immediately drawn to the stunning beauty, Tang Feifei, who was standing beside an eye-catching red Lotus Cars sports car. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on Tang Feifei, he could scarcely believe it. Disbelief flooded his expression. Goodness, how could it be her? The very girl who had bewildered him upon his arrival in Kyoto? He was utterly astonished, grappling with the revelation that she was the daughter of the Tang Corporation's chairman. A veritable heiress, and moreover, the daughter of the very CEO of the company he worked for. What an absurdity! At that moment, Tang Feifei, noticing Li Tian, wore a bright smile as she approached him. "Hey there, handsome, do you remember me?" She chirped merrily, bounding towards him with the exuberance of a little sparrow, clearly delighted to see him. Meanwhile, Li Tian remained rooted to the spot, frozen in shock and disbelief, his anger surging within him. For the memory of being manipulated still lingered painfully in his mind. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? It's me, Feifei," Tang Feifei said with a smile. Yet, after her words fell, Li Tian, without acknowledging her, turned on his heel and walked away, leaving her utterly bewildered. "What are you doing? Hey!" Her words reached Li Tian's ears, but the obstinate Li Tian, akin to a stubborn mule, paid her no mind, continuing to stride forward without a backward glance. For the first time, the eldest daughter of the Tang family felt an acute embarrassment and a burning flush upon her face. "Li, stop right there." A furious roar erupted from the exasperated Tang Feifei. Her fair visage, tinged with anger, bore tears as she shouted at Li Tian. Surprisingly, Li Tian remained standing there, momentarily pausing before slowly turning around to cast a disdainful glance at Tang Feifei. "Miss Tang, is this amusing to you? Do you wealthy individuals find it entertaining to toy with someone like me, a mere commoner? Let me tell you, girl, despite your wealth and being the daughter of the president of the Tang Corporation, such arrogance is intolerable. Yes, I hail from humble beginnings, I am impoverished. But I am still a person with dignity and principles. Miss Tang, I can now firmly advise you to leave." His voice was cold and resolute, and as those words escaped his lips, Feifei felt as though her stomach might explode from indignation. She wished to explain that none of this was intentional, that her initial concealment of her identity had its reasons. However, having always possessed a strong sense of pride and a stubborn temper, she could not bring herself to weep and clarify her stance. Instead, she retaliated with fury. "You scoundrel!" Feifei spat out, trembling with rage. Li Tian glared fiercely at her. "Who are you cursing? Dare to say it again?" His fists were clenched tightly, as if he were poised to strike Feifei. Feifei was utterly unafraid of him. "You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You scoundrel, I shall insult you." Li Tian suppressed his fury, his fists clenching and unclenching repeatedly. "You're something else, girl. I have never laid a hand on a woman in my life. Consider yourself formidable, I shall take my leave, distancing myself from you." As he uttered these words, he prepared to walk away. "Li, you are an imbecile, the biggest fool in the world. Did you think I intended to deceive you at that moment? I was also powerless to act otherwise. Besides, how have I wronged you? I was not sent here by my father's people to capture you." Feifei's voice echoed behind him, each word punctuated with frustration. Yet Li Tian continued on his path towards the dormitory, choosing to disregard her. Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson with anger, compounded by the fact that they were situated right outside the headquarters of the Tang Corporation. The employees, taken aback, stared incredulously at the company's heiress, whispering among themselves. "Is that really the young lady? Indeed, it is the young lady. Good heavens, what brings her to the company? Who is she arguing with?" "Apparently, it seems to be a security guard. Is that true? A security guard is arguing with the young lady?" The employees were left speechless. In their minds, the Tang family's heiress was a revered figure, untouchable and divine. The fact that a mere security guard dared to engage in a dispute with her was bound to stir considerable commotion. And what of Feifei? Upon witnessing the employees of Tang's enterprises, from managers to clerks, venting their frustration with fervent stomps, a petite figure with cherry-red lips indignantly uttered, "You'll pay for this." Li Tian. With that, she swiftly ascended into her Lotus car, revving the engine and speeding away from Tang's enterprises towards the square. Within the dormitory, Zhao and Yu Dahai engaged in hushed conversation. "Brother Yu, What kind of person do you think this Lee is? It baffles me that our company's esteemed young lady would personally seek him out. I can't comprehend why, even as security guards. There is such a stark disparity between us, Zhao expressed, a hint of jealousy creeping into his tone. Yu Dahai, though not envious, shared his bewilderment and shook his head. I'm not certain. I shall inquire with Xiao Li later. He might have the answer. At that moment, as their conversation unfolded, Li Tian entered with a sullen expression. He is here, Zhao whispered to Yu Dahai. Li Tian, upon entering, chose not to utter a word, instead retreating to his small iron bed, enveloped in his own gloom. Chapter 50. Conflict. Both Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao, upon witnessing Li Tian's demeanor, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why did this young man return from an encounter with the daughter of the Tang family looking so despondent? He seemed far from cheerful. Hey, Li, do you still consider me your brother? As Li Tian stepped into the room, he heard Xiao Zhao's remark and was momentarily taken aback. He smiled and replied, What is the matter? Xiao Zhao, with a hint of annoyance, inquired, Honestly, how did you come to know our company's young lady? Li Tian, already troubled by the affair concerning Tang Feifei, was reluctant to elaborate further upon hearing Xiao Zhao's question. He turned away and stated, I don't know her. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Look, Li is deceiving us again, Xiao Zhao remarked to Yu Dahai, who remained silent. Li, we're on your side. We don't covet anything from you. Why the secrecy? Upon hearing Xiao Zhao's insistence, Li Tian's temper flared. I've already said, I don't know her. He bellowed, his voice resonating with anger, startling Xiao Zhao. Instantly, Xiao Zhao dared not utter another word. Yu Dahai quickly intervened, saying, Xiao Zhao, go rest now. Don't trouble Li anymore. Xiao Zhao, feeling a twinge of fear towards Li Tian, promptly scurried up to his bunk to sleep. Li Tian, meanwhile, chose to ignore him. Lying quietly on his bed, lost in his own thoughts. To speak candidly, he initially held a rather favorable impression of Tang Feifei. Although during their first encounter, she exhibited a certain wildness and capriciousness, even deceiving him on 2 occasions, Li Tian came to realize that those incidents were not entirely her fault, but rather a reflection of his own naivete, as he was new to this vast metropolis. However, he could no longer tolerate the fact that she had stood by while her family members assaulted him, and he had foolishly played the hero, risking his life to save her. The mere recollection of this left him feeling manipulated, igniting a surge of anger deep within him. Little did he know that Feifei had always believed him to be a formidable figure. Regrettably, this so-called prowess was far from exceptional, as he had failed to protect her, ultimately being bested by Xiao Zhao. Consequently, Li Tian remained unable to untangle the knot of resentment in his heart. Had it not been for these events, he would have genuinely thought well of Feifei. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of the fiancé he had yet to wed, a slender figure, perfectly developed, and one could indeed describe her as an enchanting beauty. Furthermore, having been nurtured in the affluent Tang household, she possessed an air of aristocracy that could easily captivate a rogue like Li Tian. Alas, a misunderstanding had led to their current predicament. Reflecting on his earlier comments about Feifei's lack of wealth, Li Tian felt a pang of regret for his youthful simplicity and folly. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he reclined on the small iron bed and succumbed to slumber, the sounds of his snoring filling the air. After returning home, Feifei was consumed by a tempest of anger. In the villa, Tang Zheng observed his daughter storming in with a sullen expression, perplexed by her sudden change in demeanor. Feifei, what is it? He called out twice, but alas, she remained silent, darting straight to her room and slamming the door with a resounding thud. Inside her sanctuary, Feifei was on the verge of losing her composure, hurling anything she could grasp onto the floor, creating a cacophony within the confines of her bedroom. The servants and bodyguards in the villa were bewildered, choosing to remain discreetly silent. What could possibly be troubling Feifei? Tang Zheng, feeling a sense of frustration, ascended the stairs to inquire about the situation, only to find that his daughter had locked the door from the inside. Leave me alone, I'm utterly furious, Feifei shouted from within, prompting Tang Zheng to shake his head in resignation and retreat. He was utterly indulgent towards his daughter. Since her mother had tragically passed away when Feifei was young, Tang Zheng had showered her with affection, especially as she bore a striking resemblance to her late mother. Throughout her upbringing, he had always defended her actions, never once scolding her. Yet, this time, he found himself troubled by the matter regarding Feifei's betrothal from 20 years ago. This matter traces back to a matrimonial alliance arranged 2 decades ago between the Tang family and the Wang family. At that time, the Wang family was, to be frank, a savior to the Tang family, which is why today's engagement has come to fruition. Now, with Fei Fei having matured, albeit still pursuing her university studies, Tang Zheng firmly believes in the importance of honoring one's commitments. Thus, he resolved to formalize the engagement with the Wang family, leaving the wedding date to be discussed at a later time. However, he was unprepared for his daughter's obstinacy. She adamantly refuses to become betrothed to the Wang heir. This has led to the current predicament, coinciding with the recent arrival of Li Tian in Kyoto. Is this a curse or a destiny? Perhaps only time will reveal the answer. In Kyoto, the Wang family wields influence that surpasses that of the Tang family. It is said that an elderly figure within the Wang family is notoriously protective of his kin and holds a significant position as a senior general in a military command. Last year, during the celebration of the Wang family patriarch's 60th birthday, no fewer than 10 armored vehicles from the Southern Military District paraded through the city, creating a sensational spectacle that captivated all of Kyoto. A single street was congested with these vehicles, and even city officials were present, marking an unprecedented display of grandeur. The Wang family's business interests extend throughout Kyoto, boasting colossal assets. Regrettably, this generation of the Wang family has produced a notorious libertine, a young man known for his lascivious demeanor and flirtatious exploits. With the backing of his influential grandfather, he has been able to manipulate the social landscape of Kyoto, instilling fear in those who might dare to challenge him. Now, the prospect of Tang Feifei being engaged to this libertine? If this engagement were to materialize, it would surely spell disaster for her future. Upon reflecting on these matters, Tang Zheng found himself grappling with a sense of regret. Yet he pondered what could be done now. On one hand lay the honor of his family, intertwined with the integrity of a man. On the other, the happiness of his daughter. The juxtaposition of these two elements placed Tang Zheng in an excruciating dilemma. With a heavy sigh, he retreated to his study, seeking solace in the pages of a book, a moment of tranquility. As for today, 6 chapters await, dear brethren. If you find joy in Huahua's efforts, do bestow upon him a vote or two, and should you feel inclined to offer a few grains of appreciation, it would bring him immense joy. Tomorrow marks the commencement of the new star rankings. Will you dare to assist Huakai's second book in claiming the title of the new star once more? It was your support that enabled the first book to achieve such a claim, and now, as we embark on the journey of the second, I hope you will rally alongside Huakai to achieve greatness. The decision rests with you. Your monthly votes, recommendations, and collections are eagerly awaited. Since the news of the Tang family's eldest daughter personally seeking out a security guard spread among the employees of Tang Enterprises, the dormitory of Li Tian and the security office in the parking lot became the epicenter of attention. Everyone was eager to witness the remarkable individual bold enough to provoke the eldest daughter of Tang Enterprises, and even more daring to engage in a quarrel with her. At that moment, Li Tian, donned in his security uniform, stood guard and unwittingly attracted a throng of white-collar workers from Tang Enterprises, who watched him with curiosity and whispered amongst themselves. The young women, dressed in professional skirts, appeared as ethereal as fairies, their fitted blazers complemented by tailored skirts, sheer black stockings, and elegant high heels exuding an irresistible allure. Regrettably, Li Tian is currently too preoccupied to appreciate such beauties, standing steadfastly like a rock in his post. Is he the security guard? Indeed, it seems so, as he had a quarrel with the young lady. Is he quite handsome? What use is handsomeness? A man cannot solely rely on his visage for sustenance, can he? Would you truly consider marrying a security guard who possesses nothing but good looks? A girl with a delicate appearance and a round face remarked. The tall lady beside her slightly furrowed her brow, acknowledging, you have a point. It is unfortunate, though, that he is merely a security guard. How could the young lady from the Tang family argue with someone of such a lowly status? The tall woman inquired with evident confusion. The round-faced girl shook her head, saying, I cannot say. Perhaps there is something between the young lady and this guard? The tall girl blinked her bright eyes, asserting, heavens, how could that be? He is just a guard. Even if the young lady were to take a peculiar path, she would not choose such a person, would she? Moreover, would our chairman ever consent to such a thing? As they engaged in their discussions, Li Tian feigned ignorance, indifferent to the opinions of others. Whether he became the focal point of attention or the subject of ridicule mattered little to him. Standing within the security room, Li Tian maintained his post, oblivious to the whispers of the employees of the Tang Corporation. The employees of those companies could only steal a glance during their lunch breaks. When it was time to work, they hurried back to their offices. However, around 3 in the afternoon, A striking Red Lotus cars glided to a halt outside the Tang Corporation's plaza. Undoubtedly, the exquisite vehicle was driven by none other than the esteemed young lady of the Tang family, Tang Feifei. Today, she donned a simple yet casual outfit, a vibrant red APA sportswear ensemble that exuded a refreshing and natural aura. Upon alighting from her car, Tang Feifei made her way towards the security office. Standing in the parking lot, Li Tian turned his head and instantly spotted Tang Feifei. A wave of frustration washed over him as he thought to himself, "What is she doing here again?" Just then, he heard her voice call out, "Hey, Li, get out here." Responding to her summons, Li Tian reluctantly emerged from the security office, clad in his rather unremarkable uniform. Upon seeing Tang Feifei, he coldly remarked, "What do you want this time?" "What do I want? How can you even ask that? You've wronged me," Tang Feifei retorted, visibly irate. Li Tian, wishing to avoid a quarrel, replied, "Whether I've wronged you or not, I implore you, Miss Tang, please do not bother me. Who are you? A wealthy heiress and I? Merely a penniless security guard. Is it really necessary for you to stoop to my level?" Feifei stood there in a daze. "Miss, you should leave quickly. I have to get to work," Li Tian said, seemingly heading toward the security room as if to stand guard. "Stop right there," Feifei shouted. Li Tian took a step, but halted, shaking his head in resignation before turning back to face her. "What more do you want?" Feifei's eyes reddened with anger as she glared at him. "Did you think I was just toying with you? Isn't that the case?" Li Tian retorted with a cold smirk. "You're nothing but a fool. Let me explain," Feifei insisted. However, Li Tian waved his hand dismissively. "No need for explanations. I'm on the clock now, unlike you wealthy individuals who can afford a life of leisure. My apologies, miss, but I must return to my duties." With that, he turned and entered the security room, leaving Feifei infuriated. She stomped her foot in frustration, wishing she could seize Li Tian and bite him fiercely. "I'll make you regret going to work. Just wait and see," she muttered under her breath as she strode toward the entrance of Tang Enterprises. What was she planning? Li Tian cast a sidelong glance at the young lady, dismissing her with a thought, what could a mere girl possibly do? As he remained oblivious, Tang Feifei emerged with a somewhat awkward-looking man trailing behind her. The man, in his 40s, donned spectacles and was clad in a dark blue suit, scurrying after Tang Feifei like a shadow. Li Tian cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he, this man, the head of the security department at Tang Corporation, responsible for overseeing them, the security personnel? Why had he been summoned by Tang Feifei? While Li Tian pondered this, Tang Feifei, wearing a mischievous smile, pointed at Li Tian in the security room and addressed the head of the security department, saying, "It's him. From today onward, I no longer want him to work." With a playful grin, Tang Feifei made her declaration. Upon hearing this, the head of the security department became momentarily speechless, his expression one of awkwardness, yet he had no choice but to nod in agreement. After all, she was the daughter of the corporation as president. Thus, the head of security gestured for Li Tian, who stood within the security room, to step out. Slowly, Li Tian walked out. "Head, what's the matter?" he inquired. Although the head of security was aware that Li Tian had not been in the role for long and had diligently avoided major mistakes, he could not ignore the request of the young lady. "Li Tian, you no longer need to stand guard." Chapter 52. The damnable girl. Upon hearing his direct superior's unexpected words, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Why? Are you granting me a day off?" he inquired, perplexed. The head of the security department offered a faint, apologetic smile. "You won't need to come to work anymore." Li Tian's astonishment deepened. "What do you mean? Have I been fired?" He gazed at the department head with a mix of confusion and frustration. The head nodded helplessly. Stunned, Li Tian blinked at his superior before turning to cast a furious glance at Tang Feifei. "Is this your doing?" he exclaimed, his anger surging as he glared at her. Tang Feifei responded with an insidious smile. "Who told you not to listen to my explanation? Serves you right. You are ruthless." Li Tian trembled with rage, his body shaking uncontrollably. If not for the fact that Feifei was a girl, he would have been tempted to throttle her. She had managed to ruin his job. "Get away from me, please. I beg you, don't provoke my anger," he pleaded, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to contain the fury that surged within him. It was inconceivable that after finally arriving in the capital, he had been outsmarted by this girl and now, to add insult to injury, lost the job he had worked so hard to secure. How could he not be enraged? Feifei wore a nonchalant expression, her brows arched, hands resting on her slender waist. presenting herself with an air of a spoiled young lady as she addressed Li Tian. What's the matter? Are you angry? Li Tian, his teeth clenched in fury, retorted. You have caused me to resign. How could I not be angry? His outburst was a testament to his extreme rage. Yet, Fei Fei burst into laughter, covering her mouth with her hand. Who told you to make me angry in the first place? She replied, suppressing her amusement. Li Tian felt he had encountered the most unreasonable woman in existence, and, in his frustration, questioned, how exactly did I provoke you? What have I done to deserve this? I ask you, girl, can't you be reasonable? Are all women as dense as pigs? You are the one with the piggish brain, Fei Fei shot back. Who was it that deceived me at the start? Who was it that toyed with my feelings? And now you feel wronged? Where am I to voice my grievances? Li Tian shouted in exasperation. Fei Fei blinked innocently and replied, did I not tell you? It's your fault for not listening to my explanation. Explanation? Pray tell. What is there to explain? Li Tian retorted angrily. Will you listen to me? Fei Fei pressed. Absolutely not. Even if you were to weave the most elaborate tale, Li, shall not listen, Li Tian stubbornly declared. Now that he had been so abruptly dismissed from his job, he had no inclination to entertain any explanations. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap Fei Fei across the face. Upon hearing that Li Tian refused to hear her out, Fei Fei widened her eyes and asked, You truly will not listen to my explanation? Not a chance, he replied resolutely. Li Tian replied without turning his head, Then I shall truly resign. Fei Fei threatened him. Slowly, Li Tian turned around, glaring at Fei Fei. Haven't you already dismissed me? He retorted. Let me remind you, your wealth and power are your own affairs. Though I, Li Tian, possess neither riches nor possessions, I at least have my dignity. After uttering these words, he turned and began to remove his security uniform, fuming as he prepared to return to his dormitory to pack his belongings. At that moment, as he spoke, Fei Fei quickly stifled a laugh and said, All right. I won't tease you anymore. Honestly, how can a grown man lack such composure? I assure you, I would never dismiss you. I was merely joking. Li Tian, who had been ready to leave, was momentarily taken aback by her words. What did you say? He asked, looking at her. I said I was just joking with you. Fei Fei replied with a smile. You scoundrel. How dare you trick me again? Li Tian felt an urge to curse but restrained himself, his face displaying shock. Yet internally, he was cursing her 1,000 times over, thinking, You little brat, how dare you play with me? Are you serious or not? Li Tian inquired. Having worked for just over half a month, he pondered the consequences of an actual resignation. If he truly left, how much could he have earned? With little money in hand, the thought of renting a place and seeking new employment was daunting. Unable to contain himself, Li Tian hastily inquired, Is that true? Tang Fei Fei smiled as she pointed to the towering building of the Tang Corporation before them and replied, This company belongs to my father. Surely my words cannot be doubted? Upon hearing her declaration, Li Tian suddenly realized why everyone referred to her as the young lady and why she commanded such respect. It was evident that she was indeed a true heiress. With a hint of reproach, Li Tian lamented, At least you possess a modicum of conscience. You haven't resigned from your position. Tang Fei Fei chuckled, Oh, handsome. Do not be upset. My previous concealment was unintentional. It was merely that you were so delightfully entertaining and utterly naive. Listening to her words, Li Tian couldn't help but feel foolish for not having discerned the truth earlier. How embarrassing it was to have pretended to be a hero in saving her. With a slightly awkward expression, Li Tian addressed Tang Fei Fei. All right, I shall no longer harbor any resentment. Now that we are aware of each other's identities, let us part ways amicably. You continue your life as the pampered heiress, while I return to my humble existence as a beleaguered security guard. How does that sound? Truth be told, Li Tian wished to preserve the tranquility of his life and avoid any disruptions caused by this spirited young lady. Not a chance, Tang Fei Fei retorted, hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing defiantly. Li Tian felt a wave of despair wash over him. Dear young lady, we inhabit entirely different worlds. I implore you to spare me. I am but a lowly security guard. Please, seek company among your wealthy friends instead. Fei Fei laughed merrily and said, I simply wish to play with someone like you. What do you think? Moreover, Mr. Li, have you forgotten your promise to me? Upon hearing this, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. When did I ever agree to anything? He stammered. You dare to forget? Fei Fei's anger flared up instantly. After a considerable pause, Li Tian finally recalled. You must be referring to the time you asked me to pretend to be your boyfriend, right? His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Tang Fei Fei. With a playful blink of her beautiful, autumn-like eyes, she nodded with a smile. As long as you remember. Oh heavens, just kill me now, Li Tian exclaimed. Chapter 53, Wolf Mountain. At that moment, the reason Li Tian had acquiesced to this girl was due to his ignorance of her true identity. But now, she was the daughter of the president of the Tang Corporation, the precious offspring of his direct superior, while he was merely a lowly security guard in the company. Pretending to be her boyfriend. Wasn't he this akin to placing a knife at his own throat, courting death? What is the fuss about? Fei Fei said, her tone laced with annoyance. Li Tian, visibly embarrassed, replied, Miss Tang, are you out of your mind? You are the one who is insane, Fei Fei shot back, casting a disdainful glance at him. Continuing, Li Tian inquired, if you're not mad, then why do you insist on having me as your pretend boyfriend? To be honest, I sometimes fail to comprehend the antics of the wealthy. Fei Fei glared at him fiercely. How could she divulge the matter of her betrothal to this guy? Enough nonsense. Are you going to do it or not? Fei Fei demanded. Li Tian furrowed his brow. I'm not doing it. Fine. If you refuse, I'll have you dismissed immediately. You won't work here anymore, Fei Fei retorted angrily. Wait a minute, Li Tian exclaimed. Fei Fei turned her head, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she looked at him. What's wrong? Are you having second thoughts? Will you agree? Li Tian felt as though he were being coerced into a most undesirable situation, and in his frustration, he reluctantly nodded. All right, I yield to you. Haha. Fei Fei burst into laughter, while Li Tian inwardly cursed her a myriad of times. May I inquire why you wish for me to pose as your faux boyfriend? Is it due to my innocence, or perhaps my striking good looks? Li Tian jested with Fei Fei. She responded with a peal of laughter. It is indeed your innocence. Li Tian inwardly cursed. Get in the car, Fei Fei said, striding towards the resplendent red Lotus parked nearby. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a stunning sports car. Staring at its vibrant hue, he remarked, You want me to get in? My dear, I am at work. I authorize you to take the day off, Fei Fei replied with a smile. But my pay cannot be deducted, can it? Li Tian protested. Fei Fei, growing weary of conversing with the impoverished fellow, stepped into the vehicle. Li Tian, already bored from his post, felt a surge of delight at the prospect of joining her. Hastening over and opening the door. As he settled into the plush seat, he was enveloped by the luxurious softness of the leather, leaving him awestruck. How much does this car cost? He pondered. Let me tell you, since my father gifted me this car, no one else has ever sat in it aside from me. You are the first, Fei Fei declared. Really? I am utterly honored, Li Tian responded. Buckle up, she said, and with that, she pressed the accelerator, swiftly maneuvering the steering wheel as the Lotus executed a bold U-turn. As Li Tian sat in the car, his body slightly tilted, he gazed at Fei Fei, unable to suppress his admiration. Wow, this girl truly possesses formidable driving skills. The radiant red Lotus cars glided through the bustling streets of Kyoto, akin to a scarlet leopard. And with Fei Fei's exceptional prowess behind the wheel, the vehicle navigated the urban jungle like a fierce beast. For Li Tian, this was his inaugural experience in such a luxurious automobile, and he was exhilarated by the sensation of speed. As he surveyed the city, rife with ambition and desire, a surge of passion welled up within him. Where are we headed, girl? He inquired from the back seat, directing his question to Fei Fei in the front. She did not turn around but replied, You'll find out soon enough. Li Tian refrained from pressing further, choosing instead to admire the scenery outside as the Lotus cars swiftly made its way toward the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the suburban highway, Fei Fei deftly maneuvered the vehicle to the right, heading toward the renowned Wolf Mountain. This mountain, famous in Kyoto, boasted perilous heights and treacherous winding roads leading to its summit. At that moment, Fei Fei accelerated the striking red Lotus cars toward Wolf Mountain. Li Tian, puzzled by her sudden desire to ascend a mountain, was soon captivated by a sight that caught his eye. Halfway up the mountain, on a flat, verdant clearing, a line of over 20 cars was parked in neat formation. The vehicles before him were all modified sports cars, with the foremost gray one so altered that its brand was unrecognizable. Two heavy bass speakers were mounted atop, blasting exhilarating tunes. Before the cars, a throng of men and women gathered, easily numbering in the hundreds. They reveled in the irregular rhythm of the music, dancing, sipping beer, and embracing one another, seemingly entranced by the decadent atmosphere. A few women, clad in revealing attire and boasting voluptuous figures, gyrated in the center. while the eccentrically dressed men around them howled in excitement. Who could have imagined that halfway up Wolf Mountain lay a veritable paradise? Li Tian stood dumbfounded, particularly entranced by several scantily clad women passionately kissing in plain sight, prompting him to swallow hard. Goodness, what kind of place is this? He mused quietly. The vehicle came to a halt on the mountainside, and Fei Fei turned to Li Tian with a smile, saying, "Welcome to the haven of street racers. What do you think? Fun, isn't it? Street racers. No wonder all these cars were modified," Li Tian exclaimed in surprise. After disembarking alongside Fei Fei, he surveyed the crowd. These individuals were unlike anyone he had encountered before. They were wild, they sought thrills, and most importantly, they were affluent. Observing them, Li Tian furrowed his brow slightly. Upon Fei Fei's arrival, the majority of the street racers seemed to be particularly familiar with her, greeting her with enthusiasm. "The young lady has arrived," they exclaimed. As Fei Fei waved and smiled in return, Li Tian felt a subtle shock. He had not anticipated that this girl held such significant esteem among the racing crowd. Chapter 54. The Pretend Boyfriend. Only a few strangely dressed men loitered in that corner. Their vehicles parked behind them, their cold, piercing gazes fixated on Fei Fei. "Is she the eldest daughter of the Tang family?" one bald man inquired, stroking his head. A frail figure beside him, clad in a conspicuous crimson shirt, nodded in agreement. "This girl is truly beautiful. I bet her prowess in bed is remarkable," Liao Bin remarked with a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with mischief as he scrutinized Fei Fei from head to toe. However, the slender man cautioned, "We cannot provoke her. There is no woman in this world that I, Liao Bin, would shy away from," the bald man declared with malicious intent. Just then, as Fei Fei arrived, a tall and alluring woman rushed toward her, calling out, "Fei Fei." Upon turning, Fei Fei recognized the voice belonged to her university classmate and close friend, Suko. Fei Fei dashed toward the captivating beauty, whose long, raven hair cascaded gracefully over her delicate shoulders. Her long legs, perfectly encased in form-fitting jeans, accentuated her enticing curves, while a simple fitted t-shirt struggled to conceal her alluring figure. The deep cleavage she displayed could captivate any onlooker. "Fei Fei, you've finally emerged. I haven't seen you in ages," Suko exclaimed, expressing her frustration. "It is still because of my father," Fei Fei lamented. Suko chuckled softly, her delicate phoenix eyes glancing at Li Tian standing behind Fei Fei, and she couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. "Who is this?" Suko inquired. Fei Fei grasped Suko's hand and whispered a few words into her ear. The words were too soft for Li Tian, who stood nearby, to comprehend, and he felt a wave of frustration as he rubbed his nose. However, upon hearing Fei Fei's remarks, Suko's large, glistening eyes fixated on Li Tian, surveying him from head to toe. With a playful smile, Fei Fei asked Suko, "What do you think?" Suko shook her head, replying, "I don't know. Perhaps you should decide for yourself." Their conversation reached Li Tian's ears, and he felt an overwhelming sense of confusion, unable to grasp the essence of their exchange. "Let us go. We've made it out today, so let us have some fun up ahead," Suko said, pulling Fei Fei along to another spot. After retrieving 2 bottles of chilled beer, she handed one to Li Tian, and the two girls began to drink heartily. Perched on the slope of Wolf Mountain, they gazed down at the bustling city of Kyoto, which presented a captivating vista. Suko and Fei Fei huddled together, occasionally turning to glance at Li Tian, who pretended not to notice, remaining still. Suko whispered to Fei Fei, "Have you truly decided to let him pretend to be your boyfriend?" Fei Fei replied with a smile, "Yes. What do you think?" Suko paused slightly and said, "I find this a bit implausible." "Why is that?" Fei Fei inquired. "Consider this. You are the eldest daughter of the Tang family, while he is merely a lowly security guard at your company. How could such a relationship ever be possible? No one would believe it if the word got out," Suko replied. Fei Fei, with a stubborn demeanor, retorted, "What's wrong with a security guard? They are human too. I have taken a liking to him, and what does it matter to others? Most importantly, I want the Wang family to see that I, Tang Fei Fei, would rather marry a security guard than their frivolous playboy," she said through gritted teeth. Seeing that her attempts to persuade Fei Fei were futile, Suko could only shake her head in resignation. "Well, you can handle this matter as you see fit. I can't assist you any further," Suko remarked. Fei Fei smiled nonchalantly, her mind already brimming with plans. Meanwhile, the young man remained oblivious to the mischief brewing in Fei Fei's thoughts. "By the way, those faces over there seem rather unfamiliar. Are they new arrivals to Langshan?" Fei Fei observed the group near Liao Bin, noticing their presence. It turned out that Fei Fei was well acquainted with most of the individuals in the vicinity. But she felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the few strangers lounging by the parked sports cars. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Suku and asked, "Do you know who they are?" Suku glanced over and replied, "I'm not entirely sure. They seem to be part of an underground street racing crew. They appeared rather mysteriously and joined in the festivities. I didn't pay them much mind." The underground racing community in Kyoto is well known among car enthusiasts, characterized by its reckless members who are akin to daredevils. Unlike Fei Fei, who enjoys a more regulated approach to racing, these individuals disregard rules entirely, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve their goals. Consequently, the underground racing faction is subject to strict control within the city. Unexpectedly, a group of these racers appeared on Wolf Mountain today. While Fei Fei was engaged in conversation with Suku, a man named Liao Bin, who was leading the group, approached them, followed by 67 companions. "Beautiful lady, do you dare to race a lap?" Liao Bin boldly challenged Fei Fei. Initially, Fei Fei was taken aback by his sudden appearance and his audacious proposition. She slowly turned her head, not even casting a glance at the bald Liao Bin. "Just you? Save your breath," she replied indifferently, turning away and refusing to acknowledge him further. Liao Bin, insulted by Fei Fei's dismissive attitude, felt his expression darken considerably. "Miss, don't just talk. Let's see if you can truly race with me," he retorted. "What makes you think you can challenge me?" Fei Fei shot him a cold glare. Although Liao Bin's face betrayed his displeasure, he maintained a smirk as he replied, "Could it be that Miss Tang is afraid to compete? Or perhaps it's because you cannot bear the thought of losing. Afraid to compete? What are you even worth?" An enraged Fei Fei snapped back. "Very well. I, Liao Bin, have been waiting for such a challenge today," he declared. The bald Liao Bin erupted into a hearty laugh. "Since Miss Tang dares to compete, let us raise the stakes," he said with a cunning grin. Standing beside Fei Fei, Suku whispered to her, "Fei Fei, do not engage in a race against these underground racers. They are reckless and heedless of any professional conduct." Regrettably, Fei Fei's stubborn temperament had taken hold, rendering any counsel ineffective. Striding confidently towards the bald Liao Bin, Fei Fei declared, "All right, what shall we wager?" Chapter 55. The gambler Liao Bin, with a sinister smile, remarked, "Everyone present knows that the Tang family is never short of money. Betting on cash seems rather pedestrian. Let us wager something grander. Let us bet on people." At this statement, the attendees were momentarily taken aback. Although they frequently engaged in racing games, they had never encountered a situation where a wager involved a person, especially not with the esteemed young lady of the Tang family. Li Tian, who had been silently observing, furrowed his brow slightly. His gaze fixed on the bald man and his entourage of 56 subordinates, a sight that clearly indicated their unsavory nature. The thought of this individual racing against the Na'vi girl unsettled him, and he feared for Fei Fei's well-being. To his surprise, Fei Fei, who had always been pampered and accustomed to being the center of attention, boldly declared, "All right, I will bet on a person. What are the terms?" She glared at Liao Bin with indignation. Liao Bin, with a sly grin, responded, "We shall race around Wolf Mountain. If I lose, you may do with me as you wish. However, should you lose, you must accompany me for the entire evening." "You scoundrel!" Fei Fei exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger as she berated Liao Bin, while her friends around her began to murmur among themselves. "Miss, my conditions are quite simple. If you dare, let us race. If you hesitate, then I, Liao Bin, have nothing more to say. Let us consider my previous words as mere folly." He said this with a chuckle. Upon hearing his brazen remarks, Fei Fei was instantly enraged. "Very well, I shall compete with you. Should you lose, I shall personally sever one of your hands," Fei Fei declared fiercely. "Agreed. Let all present bear witness. If I lose today, this arm shall belong to the young lady. However, should Miss Tang lose, she must accompany me tonight." As these words echoed, the crowd on the hillside began to buzz with excitement. The young lady of the Tang family was about to race against the notorious underground speedsters. This was certainly a spectacle to behold. Suku initially intended to dissuade Fei Fei, but her words fell on deaf ears. Meanwhile, Li Tian could not help but blink in astonishment at Fei Fei. "Fei Fei, are you truly going to compete with these individuals?" Suku asked her. Fei Fei, with stubborn resolve, replied, "Yes, if I do not vent my frustrations today, I shall surely burst with rage." However, Suku interjected, "But do not worry, Suku. Trust in my skills." Fei Fei reassured her with a smile from within the car. At that moment, Li Tian gradually approached Fei Fei's vehicle, and with a decisive thud, He opened the door and settled into the passenger seat. Fei Fei was taken aback, gazing at Li Tian. What are you doing here? Li Tian stretched lazily and remarked. I will protect you. You protect me? Fei Fei couldn't help but smile. Li Tian did not elaborate further. He merely said slowly, those fellows over there seem rather unfriendly. Be cautious when you drive later. Fei Fei nodded. I know without you telling me. That's good. Meanwhile, the bald Liao Bin approached in a silver-gray modified sports car, parking it next to Fei Fei's Lotus cars. The race was only a minute away. A sultry woman's voice echoed from the hillside, capturing everyone's attention towards their two vehicles. One, a strikingly beautiful red Lotus cars. The other, the silver-gray car of the underground racing crew. Miss Tang, you've brought along a little lackey? Liao Bin sneered, revealing his yellowed teeth from excessive smoking as he gazed at Li Tian. I am willing, so what? Fei Fei shot a glare at the bald man, eagerly awaiting the race. Having been passionate about cars since high school, Fei Fei had accumulated several years of experience. Moreover, she had raced around the Wolf Mountain area countless times, instilling a sense of confidence in her for today's competition. She could hardly wait to finish this lap and chop off that scoundrel's hand for daring to utter such lewd words to her. It was an invitation to his own demise. As Fei Fei and the bald man prepared to start their vehicles, a captivating woman stood in the middle, counting down the numbers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go. With the final word, Fei Fei's Lotus cars surged forward like an arrow. The gray sports car closely followed, accelerating rapidly. On the winding mountain roads, the two cars raced like enraged tigers. Fei Fei's driving prowess was undeniable. Li Tian had previously overlooked her skills, but this time he was truly impressed. Fei Fei expertly pressed the accelerator, shifted gears, and applied the brakes, executing a seamless series of maneuvers. The Lotus car seemed to sense its owner's determination to win, racing ahead with fervor. The silver-gray sports car remained closely behind, with Liao Bin inside wearing a sly smile. His thoughts a mystery. Li Tian, seated in the speeding vehicle, experienced an exhilarating rush unlike anything before. One hand gripping the door handle tightly, while the other held onto the seat's armrest, his heart racing. The striking red Lotus cars led the charge, with the bald man's silver-gray car trailing at a steady distance. This proximity left Fei Fei puzzled, wondering what the bald man was scheming. With a firm press on the accelerator, she propelled the car forward, the mountain road presenting an even greater test of skill. Fei Fei's driving technique can indeed be described as nothing short of astonishing. Witnessing this, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that this young lady possessed such remarkable driving skills. As Fei Fei skillfully maneuvered her vehicle at high speed, a silver-gray sports car behind her suddenly emitted a puff of black smoke from its rear, as if the entire vehicle had been elevated in an instant, with its fierce front surging forward at an alarming pace. Initially leading the race, Fei Fei, upon noticing the approaching silver-gray sports car, swiftly turned the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator. However, she was unable to impede the relentless advance of the metallic beast, which surged ahead in a straight line, overtaking Fei Fei's Lotus cars with ferocious speed. Chapter 56. Back in the game as Fei Fei watched the silver-gray sports car overtake her, she could hardly endure such a situation. With determination, she pressed the accelerator, propelling her vehicle forward once more. Inside the silver-gray sports car, the bald Liao Bin wore a wicked grin. Relishing the moment, let us see how you can defeat me. He deliberately maneuvered his car to block the narrow road, preventing Fei Fei from passing. This maneuver left her in a state of frustration. The mountain road was already quite narrow, and with the silver-gray sports car obstructing her path, a loss seemed inevitable. How could she possibly accept defeat? Enraged, Fei Fei disregarded everything and charged forward, intent on crashing into the car ahead. The red Lotus cars collided with the rear of the silver-gray sports car with a resounding impact. Li Tian, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in shock, "Girl, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to kill yourself?" With wide eyes, Fei Fei retorted, "Of course. Am I supposed to let those thugs win?" With that, she pressed the accelerator even harder, aiming once again at the rear of the silver-gray sports car. Inside, Liao Bin's face darkened at the collision. Abruptly, he yanked the steering wheel, causing his previously speeding car to decelerate sharply. Meanwhile, Fei Fei's Lotus cars matched his speed alongside him. "You little brat. Just watch how I bring you down," he seethed. As the cold, unfeeling words of the bald Liao Bin echoed in the air, he abruptly slammed the steering wheel, causing the entire silver-gray vehicle to lurch violently towards Fei Fei's car. With a resounding crash, Fei Fei nearly lost her grip on the wheel. the car teetering perilously close to the edge of the cliff. On this winding mountain road, should the vehicle plunge down, it would surely result in catastrophe. Fei-Fei's complexion turned pale as she forcefully pressed the brake pedal, the tires of her Lotus car screeching against the asphalt, finally halting the car. Only when Li Tian observed the vehicle come to a stop did he feel a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, Liao Bin had already leapt from his car, striding over with an air of arrogance. In that moment, Fei-Fei also exited her vehicle. I had always believed that Miss Tang was unlike others, disinterested in treacherous games. Yet it seemed she too was capable of employing such underhanded tactics. With a chilling tone, Liao Bin remarked, "Miss Tang, it appears you have a penchant for deceit." Fei-Fei recognized that, indeed, she bore some responsibility for the situation. Her earlier impulsiveness had been reckless. "Even if I violated the rules, what of it?" she retorted nonchalantly. Liao Bin let out a mocking laugh. "Miss Tang, you wouldn't actually be unwilling to concede, would you?" "Why should I concede? I have not yet completed this stretch of road," Fei-Fei replied defiantly. Liao Bin's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with malice. "So, Miss Tang, you intend to deny everything to the bitter end? How ridiculous. I haven't lost. Why should I claim defeat? I merely bumped into your car a few times. I'm willing to pay for the repairs. Isn't that sufficient?" Fei-Fei declared. At this, Liao Bin felt utterly insulted by her words. "Li Tian, let's leave. There's no need to stoop to the level of such a person," he retorted. However, upon hearing Fei-Fei's statement, Liao Bin was not about to let her depart so easily. He stepped forward with a malicious expression and said, "Miss Tang, you really think it's acceptable to walk away just like that?" Fei-Fei was taken aback and glared at him. "What do you intend to do?" she challenged, while Li Tian observed the bald man intently. "What do I want? Naturally, I expect you to adhere to the old arrangement. You will accompany me to a hotel for the night." Liao Bin suddenly smirked. "Disgusting. You rogue," Fei-Fei exclaimed. Her face flushed with anger. Liao Bin revealed his true nature. "Indeed, I am a rogue by the name of Liao. It's a pity you've only just realized this. Miss Tang, others may fear your Tang family, but I, Liao Bin, do not. They may hesitate to touch you, but I am not so restrained. You must spend a delightful night with me tonight. If I find it pleasurable, perhaps I might show you some mercy. Otherwise, my subordinates will take turns with you." As these vile words escaped his lips, Fei-Fei trembled with rage. How had a mere thug dared to utter such lewd propositions in her presence? "You beast! You are nothing but a creature lower than swine," she seethed. At this moment, Li Tian, who had been standing beside Fei-Fei, could not help but glare fiercely at the bald Liao Bin. "Hey, are you even a man? Is this the sort of drivel you utter?" Li Tian shouted angrily at Liao Bin. Initially, Liao Bin had paid little attention to this minor lackey beside Fei-Fei, but upon hearing Li Tian's voice, he turned his triangular eyes towards him. "Who do you think you are, kid? If I were you, I'd scurry away," Liao Bin retorted, simultaneously pulling a sharp dagger from his pocket. Upon seeing Liao Bin brandish the weapon, Fei-Fei felt a surge of fear. They were in a desolate area, halfway up Wolf Mountain, far from civilization. The consequences of falling victim to this bald thug were unthinkable. However, Li Tian stood his ground, arms crossed over his chest, and calmly replied, "What if I refuse to leave?" Ever since his body underwent a peculiar transformation, Li Tian had been eager to test the extent of his newfound abilities. He had managed to control the energy that had been building within him during a previous encounter with a group of ruffians, but could he do so again now? Just then, Liao Bin, upon hearing Li Tian's defiance, coldly declared, "Then I'll take you down first." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward with the dagger aimed directly at Li Tian. Instinctively, Li Tian stepped back to evade the strike, but Liao Bin quickly raised his hand for another thrust. Li Tian did not retreat this time. He awkwardly stepped forward with his left foot, his head hunched down, with a peculiar posture. One of his right hands suddenly unleashed a surge of energy directed at Liao Bin's abdomen. Although the movement was exceedingly clumsy, the force behind it was undeniably formidable. The punch, imbued with power, struck Liao Bin, who let out a horrific scream, his eyes widening in disbelief. He collapsed heavily to the ground, the dagger in his hand clattering as it fell. Liao Bin, wailing in pain, could never have imagined that a single punch from this individual could have nearly cost him his life. Meanwhile, Fei-Fei joyfully sprinted over, reaching out to grasp the wooden post where Li Tian stood, her eyes blinking with confusion as she gazed at his arm. "Wow, weren't you unable to fight? How is it that you can suddenly fight now?" Fei-Fei inquired, Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Li Tian. Chapter 57. Does the young lady fancy the security guard? She recalled the last encounter with Xiao Zhou, during which Li Tian was utterly outmatched, falling to the ground 3 times in succession. Yet now, he seemed to possess newfound strength. Wasn't that peculiar? Li Tian himself was taken aback, as he finally managed to harness the energy within his abdomen, experiencing an unprecedented sense of relief, especially when that powerful force erupted from his fist. It was exhilarating. With a heart full of astonishment, Li Tian, accompanied by Fei Fei, entered the car, disregarding the groans of Liao Bin sprawled on the ground, and swiftly descended from Langshan. Along the way, Fei Fei made a call to Su Ku, informing her of their safe exit from the mountain. Initially concerned for Fei Fei, Su Ku felt a wave of relief upon hearing they had made it down, while the underground racing crowd was left in dismay, wondering why their brother Liao had yet to return from the race. On the return journey, Li Tian remained largely silent, lost in thought, with an inexplicable smile gracing his face. Observing his foolish grin, Fei Fei felt a twinge of frustration. What was wrong with this guy? Little did she know the profound impact that mastering his abdominal energy would have on Li Tian's future. He had just begun to realize the remarkable potential of the worn book resting beneath his pillow in the dormitory. In the past fortnight, Li Tian had managed to read a mere 3 pages, and those were from the first volume. To be frank, he could not decipher the characters inscribed upon them. Whenever his gaze fell upon that wretched book, the bizarre tadpole-like script began to dance within him as if animated by an uncontrollable impulse. Why did Li Tian believe he had completed the first 3 pages? Because, upon finishing the content of each page, when he glanced back at it, the once lively tadpole symbols ceased their movement within him, becoming static, mere remnants of their former selves. Having spent over half a month on just those 3 pages, Li Tian, whose abdomen was filled with a modicum of qi, remained perplexed. Why did the first volume contain the tadpole script, the second also feature it? Yet the third was entirely blank. If the first volume pertained to qi cultivation, what purpose did the second and third volumes serve? Li Tian found himself utterly baffled, unable to comprehend any of it. As he sat in the car, Li Tian quickly arrived at the entrance of Tang's Enterprises alongside Fei Fei. Coincidentally, they arrived just as the employees were finishing their workday, when Fei Fei drove her striking, albeit dented, Lotus cars to the foot of the company building. It stirred quite a commotion. The employees of Tang's Enterprises were left in stunned silence, unable to fathom that the esteemed young lady of the Tang family had personally come to escort a mere security guard back to the company. How many envy her? How many harbor jealousy? And how many merely linger to witness the spectacle? Yet, Fei Fei remains indifferent to the opinions of those employees from the Tang family enterprises. After Li Tian disembarked, she cheerfully remarked, "You work hard. I'm off now." With that, she gracefully entered her Lotus cars, pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle purred away into the distance. Meanwhile, Li Tian stood alone, the object of envy and admiration from the crowd. Goodness, this security guard turned out to be a golden phoenix after all. Do you really think we lack such fortune? He actually managed to win the affections of the company's young lady. Truly remarkable. The men in suits and ties expressed their indignation. The women, meanwhile, scoffed and mocked. I thought the young lady was unique. Who knew she had a preference for someone like a security guard? Indeed, it is quite puzzling. The thoughts of the young lady are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Listening to their remarks, Li Tian shook his head in resignation and made his way back to the dormitory. He was unconcerned with their opinions, far less with how others perceived him. He only needed to remain true to himself. After all, he had already promised that girl to pretend to be her boyfriend, so he would endure this. However, what puzzled Li Tian was why this girl was so peculiar. What was the reason for choosing him to feign such a relationship? Was she unwell? Or was there some deeper intrigue? Upon returning to the dormitory, Xiao Zhao cast a peculiar glance at Li Tian, his expression undergoing a strange transformation. Although Yu Dahai did not overtly display his feelings, there was an unmistakable discomfort in his words when he looked at Li Tian, which evoked an unsettling sensation within Li Tian himself. After enduring 2 hours of this stifling atmosphere in the dormitory, Li Tian could no longer tolerate it and abruptly sat up on his small iron bed. "You go, Xiao Xiao, what troubles you? If there is something, please speak up," he urged. Yu Dahai offered an awkward smile and shook his head in response. Xiao Zhao, without turning his head, rolled over on his small bed and remarked, "What is there to say? You are now a renowned figure within the company. Even the young lady personally escorts you. How impressive. We are merely humble security guards. Hardly your equals. Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Li Tian could only smile wryly. He understood that jealousy simmered beneath the surface of their remarks. Yet he felt powerless to change their perceptions. He slowly returned to his bed, striving to dismiss these thoughts, and gradually retrieved the worn book from beneath his pillow, immersing himself in its pages. The Tang family mansion is situated in the bustling commercial center of Kyoto, within a prestigious villa district known as Minglu Mansion. The Tang residence is nestled within this elite neighborhood. At this moment, within the villa, Tang Jing's countenance had grown grave, laden with anxiety as if he were grappling with a significant matter. Beside him stood his personal bodyguard, Xiao Zhou, who quietly observed, his gold-rimmed glasses glinting in the light, refraining from uttering a word. How could this be? Could it be that those individuals are merely spreading rumors? Tang Jing suddenly inquired, his voice tinged with skepticism as he glanced at Xiao Zhou. After a brief pause, Xiao Zhou did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered the matter internally before articulating, Mr. Tang, I too find it rather implausible. Although the young lady can be somewhat tempestuous, willful, and rebellious at times, I do not believe she would engage in such behavior. Nor would she blindly develop an affection for a security guard. Furthermore, to my knowledge, the stranger has only spent a day or two in the young lady's company, making such an occurrence utterly improbable. Chapter 58. The unthinkable. What could possibly be troubling Tang Jing so deeply? It turns out that early in the morning, he received a phone call from the vice president of the company, informing him that the eldest daughter of the Tang family was allegedly in a romantic relationship with a security guard. Moreover, she was openly dating him, even going so far as to personally drive to pick him up and drop him off. Upon hearing these rumors, Tang Jing initially let out a disbelieving laugh, but his expression quickly soured as he angrily demanded, who is spreading these rumors? The vice president promptly replied, the entire staff of Tang Enterprises is talking about it, and they claim to have witnessed Miss Tang herself driving the newly hired security guard home. Tang Jing was taken aback and furious upon hearing this. With a resounding slam, he hung up the phone and immediately summoned Xiao Zhou to inquire about the situation. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhou was not well informed about the affairs of the eldest daughter either. Thus, Tang Jing remained seated, his expression grim, lost in thought. This is inconceivable. Do I not know my own daughter? No matter how rebellious she may be, how could she possibly choose someone at random to be her boyfriend? Would my daughter truly date a security guard? If this gets out, where would my dignity go? Xiao Zhou stood by and suggested, perhaps this is merely a case of idle gossip among the staff. Indeed, that is quite plausible, Tang Jing replied thoughtfully. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent to quell such baseless rumors. Xiao Zhou, you must promptly head to the company and admonish everyone to refrain from spreading such unfounded tales. The moment I catch anyone indulging in this, they will be dismissed immediately, Tang Jing stated. He could not permit the proliferation of such gossip. While it might circulate within his own company, should it reach the Wang family, one of the prominent clans in Kyoto, it could lead to serious complications. It is essential to remember that the eldest daughter of the Tang family was betrothed to the young master of the Wang family even before her birth. The sudden emergence of rumors linking the Tang family's eldest daughter with a security guard would be disastrous if it reached the Wang family's ears. Therefore, Tang Jing was compelled to put an end to such rumors, for whether true or false, they posed a detrimental impact, particularly concerning the Wang family. After issuing his instructions to Xiao Zhou, he immediately set off for the company. Meanwhile, Fei Fei, driving her slightly dented Lotus car, returned to the villa. Upon arriving at the parking lot and securing her vehicle, she raised her gaze and spotted her father. Dad! Fei Fei exclaimed joyfully. Tang Jing, wearing a smile, looked at his daughter and said, Fei Fei, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Fei Fei approached and sat beside Tang Jing, wrapping her slender arm around his, playfully inquiring, Dad, what is it? Tang Jing let out a gentle sigh, grasping his daughter's hand as he inquired, Fei Fei, have you been frequenting the company these past few days? Indeed, Fei Fei replied with a smile. Tang Jing continued, is it all for that new security guard? Yes, Dad. What of it? A slight furrow creased Tang Jing's brow, and a flicker of concern appeared in his deep-set eyes. Is it because he helped you so valiantly last time that you feel compelled to visit him? Or is there another reason? Taken aback by her father's sudden inquiry, Fei Fei paused for a moment. Dad, why the sudden question? Tang Jing quickly chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Just idle curiosity. Fei Fei responded, to be honest, there's not much to it. I just felt rather indebted to him for his assistance last time, But that country bumpkin is quite amusing. If it weren't for him today, I would have found myself in quite a predicament. Tang Jing's expression shifted. What happened today? Fei Fei then recounted in detail her encounter with the rogue Liao Bin at Wolf Mountain. Upon hearing her account, Tang Jing's face darkened. That scoundrel had better not be caught. If I find him, I will ensure he is buried alive. Fei Fei laughed lightly. Dad, don't waste your anger on such a petty thief. This world is filled with all sorts of villains. Tang Jing turned to his daughter and remarked, So, it seems my daughter now owes that security guard a favor? Who owes that bumpkin a favor? Isn't it his duty to protect me? Fei Fei replied joyfully. Tang Jing chuckled softly. Fei Fei, heed your father's advice. It would be wise not to associate too closely with the security personnel, given the multitude of voices in a crowd. You are aware of the sheer number of employees in my company, over 1,000. If they were to see my daughter mingling with a mere security guard, the rumors that would circulate could tarnish my reputation. So, for your father's sake, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with him. Upon hearing Tang Jing's words, Fei Fei felt a sense of discomfort. What do you mean, Dad? Tang Jing replied, I mean no harm. It is simply that you are a young lady. The opinions of others can be formidable, and sometimes, when you least expect it, ill-natured gossip may arise, especially given your identity as my daughter. Fei Fei raised an eyebrow defiantly. I couldn't care less about those idle gossips. What is wrong with the security guard? He is a person too. Does that imply he is of lesser worth? I think Li Tian is quite decent. Tang Jing frowned deeply. Fei Fei, are you truly disregarding my concerns over such a matter? In response, Fei Fei sweetly wrapped her arms around her father's and said, all right, Dad. You work so hard every day, don't worry about me. I'll be just fine. After saying this, she planted a gentle kiss on his forehead and playfully dashed off towards her room, leaving Tang Jing shaking his head in helplessness. Is Tang Jing truly overly indulgent towards his daughter? Perhaps he himself is unaware of it. Chapter 59, The Charming Young Noble in the City of Kyoto. If the Tang family can be regarded as a wealthy household, then the Wang family is undoubtedly a prosperous merchant dynasty. The Wang family's foundation in Kyoto is deeply entrenched, augmented by the fact that the patriarch of the Wang family is a figure of high rank within a certain military district. It is rare for anyone of stature in Kyoto to disregard the Wang family's influence. The Wang family boasts investments in real estate and the cotton spinning industry, among other ventures. Despite their vast wealth and extensive enterprises, the family is notably small in numbers, with each generation practicing a tradition of sole inheritance. This could be considered a lamentable aspect of the Wang legacy, which is why each generation places immense importance on their lineage. The current patriarch of the Wang family has long since withdrawn from the public eye to enjoy his twilight years. The helm is now held by his son, Wang Xiaotian, a man of remarkable fortitude. Whether it is due to inheriting the indomitable spirit of his forebears or the turbulent influences of his time, one thing is certain: Wang Xiaotian embodies the essence of manhood. He is steadfast and resolute, a man whose word is his bond, never wavering in his commitments. Over the years, as he has steered the family's enterprises, he has earned the respect and admiration of all in the business community of Kyoto. Whenever Wang Xiaotian's name is mentioned, it is met with an approving nod. In Kyoto, Wang Xiaotian's most esteemed business partner and dearest friend is none other than Tang Jing. Their camaraderie blossomed in their youth, and through the trials and tribulations of life and the cutthroat world of commerce, there has never been a whisper of discord between Wang Xiaotian and Tang Jing within the city. Not for any other reason, but due to the profound bond they share. Wang Xiaotian, having been raised in a prosperous household, provided considerable assistance to Tang Jing, who rose from humble beginnings during his entrepreneurial endeavors. In gratitude, Tang Jing forged a lifelong engagement with Wang Xiaotian from their childhood. Although Wang Xiaotian embodies the spirit of a stalwart and resolute man, his son, Wang Feng, possesses a rather different disposition, being a natural charmer. From a young age, Wang Feng has garnered a reputation as a notorious playboy, with numerous tales circulating about his escapades. Some claim he has seduced the mayor of Kyoto's mistress, while others assert he has dallied with the underground queen of the city. The veracity of these rumors remains uncertain. However, the whispers surrounding the young man are decidedly unsavory. Now at the tender age of 21, Wang Feng recently hosted a lavish gathering at the Wang family's opulent residence, attended by several wealthy second-generation heirs and an array of beautiful women. In his presence, one could find everything lacking except for the company of women. Due to the elderly patriarch's preference for tranquility, the Wang family's villa is situated in the outskirts of the city. Despite its suburban locale, this villa stands as a striking emblem of elegance in Kyoto, sprawling magnificently over a vast expanse of land. The architectural style of the estate mirrors that of a 17th-century Western manor, enclosed by an extensive iron fence that encapsulates the entire grounds. With the grand mansion proudly occupying the center, the private parking facility within appears even more vast than the public parking lots of Kyoto, housing an unimaginable array of vehicles. Akin to a miniature car exhibition, the first to capture one's attention is a Lamborghini, renowned as one of the most illustrious supercars in the world. However, it is perhaps the Jaguar that truly commands admiration with its modernity and visual impact. While the Jaguar may not be widely recognized domestically in Western nations, this elite luxury brand consistently offers a trend-setting opulence in the automotive realm, crafting legendary tales that resonate globally. In addition to the Jaguar, there is the beloved BMW X5, embodying grandeur and dignity, following that are an S-Class Mercedes-Benz and an Audi Q7. To summarize, merely considering the luxury cars parked within this royal garage, a conservative estimate would place their collective worth in the tens of millions. Thus, the magnitude of the Wang family's fortune is self-evident. The imposing mansion showcases a distinctive architectural style that reflects local characteristics, with doors crafted from red oak, each intricately carved into the shape of a soaring dragon, exuding a sense of majesty and power. Upon entering through the grand open doors, one is greeted by the dazzling brilliance of an exquisite crystal chandelier. The opulent crystal chandelier, transparent and lustrous like pearls, is a remarkable sight. And who could fathom that this exquisite piece was specially imported from India, undoubtedly of great value? The smooth walls are adorned with exquisite ink paintings crafted by renowned artists, harmonizing beautifully with the room's colors to evoke a sense of artistry. However, seated upon the genuine alligator leather sofa at the center is a young man in his 20s, delicately holding a glass of 1982 Bordeaux wine, gently swirling it in his hand. A mischievous smile graces his handsome features as he balances the wine glass in one hand while tapping on the latest IBM Super Notebook. An impressively slim device, merely 0.9 inches thick. This cutting-edge laptop boasts an Intel Core i7-2920XM Extreme Edition processor with a base frequency of 2.5 GHz, and it is equipped with the fastest mobile graphics chip available. At this moment, the liquid crystal display reveals several images of beautiful women, and upon closer inspection of the browsing page, it reads, Top 10 Campus Beauties of Kyoto. The images of stunning girls parade before the handsome youth's eyes, a playful glint in his gaze. He ultimately pauses the cursor on a photograph of a girl from Kyoto University of Commerce, whose beauty is striking. This is the one, he muses. Suddenly, the handsome young man tilts his head back and drains the glass of Bordeaux wine, snapping the notebook shut with a decisive clap. He swiftly retrieved a phone from his pocket and skillfully dialed a number. Hello, Huang Mao, the handsome youth spoke into the device. Upon receiving the call, the individual referred to as Huang Mao immediately adopted a tone of utmost respect. Young Master Wang, what can I do for you? He replied deferentially. A mischievous smile crept across the handsome youth's lips as he responded, I need you to investigate a girl named Lu Yaki from the Business University. I require her detailed information. Oh, and also check if she has a boyfriend. If she does, ensure to incapacitate her little boyfriend's third leg. Do you understand? He added with emphasis. Huang Mao nodded affirmatively on the other end. Young Master Wang, rest assured, I will promptly conduct a thorough investigation and clear away any obstacles, he assured. Hearing Huang Mao's response, the handsome youth's face broke into a smile. Chapter 60. Is it embarrassing? Who is this handsome young man? And who was the person on the phone just now? This individual is none other than the illustrious playboy of the Wang family in Kyoto, Wang Feng. Clad in designer attire, he undoubtedly becomes the center of attention wherever he goes, and coupled with his somewhat effeminate features, he is likely to captivate countless infatuated admirers. In a world where wealth and charm converge, which woman would not wish to throw herself into his embrace? It would indeed be a travesty if such a man were to lack in romantic pursuits. Earlier, Wang Feng was browsing the internet, searching for the most beautiful campus belles of various academies. The pinnacle of his pursuits lies in courting innocent schoolgirls, particularly those with a pure demeanor. This has always been his greatest passion, prompting him to scour the websites of numerous universities, seeking his next target. Among the top 10 universities in Kyoto, at least half of the campus beauties have been entangled with this young man, and naturally, These stunning women have been rewarded with luxurious LV handbags, exquisite jewelry, and fashionable attire. In this society, rife with desire, it seems only natural for everyone to reap their own rewards. Therefore, Wang Feng harbors no shame regarding this. Rather, he considers it one of life's most exhilarating experiences. The individual he spoke to on the phone, known as Huang Mao, is a local ruffian. This character resembles a paparazzo, albeit with a slightly more formidable edge, serving as a talent specifically dedicated to helping playboys like Wang Feng in their romantic conquests. Once Wang Feng sets his sights on a beauty, she is off limits to others. Any infringement would result in dire consequences. Certainly, even if that woman currently has a boyfriend. The blonde-haired man possesses the ability to swiftly orchestrate their separation. His sole objective is to eliminate any obstacles before Wang Feng makes his move on this captivating beauty. At this moment, Wang Feng ended a phone call, set his notebook aside on the crystal table, and stretched languidly before rising to his feet. Just as he stood, a deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man resonated from behind him. Wang Feng. Upon hearing the voice, Wang Feng promptly turned around. He beheld a tall, imposing figure and addressed him. Dad, aren't you attending the board meeting today? Wang Feng felt a wave of surprise. The man he referred to as Dad was none other than Wang Xiaotian, the head of the Wang family in Kyoto. His robust stature exuded an air of authority, particularly accentuated by his thick eyebrows and a strong, square jaw. Wang Xiaotian shook his head and quietly seated himself on the adjacent sofa. He cast a glance at the 1982 Bordeaux red wine resting on the table, furrowing his brow slightly before stating, "Sit down. I have something to discuss with you." Wang Feng was aware that his father was about to admonish him again, so he slowly took a seat on the sofa, bracing himself for the impending lecture. To be honest, Wang Feng had grown accustomed to such reprimands. He could easily let them flow in one ear and out the other. What more could a super-rich second-generation heir desire? Wealth? Status? The Wang family lacked for nothing. His father was a former high-ranking official in a military district. And what of his own father? As the wealthiest individual in Kyoto and the sole grandson of the family, what else does Wang Feng pursue? Perhaps at this moment, he is merely indulging in the pleasures of life. Feng, you are no longer a child. You cannot continue to drift aimlessly. Wang Xiaotian began to admonish his son earnestly. Wang Feng, feeling overwhelmed, could only nod in acquiescence, submissively accepting his father's reprimands, for he dared not challenge Wang Xiaotian's authority. Feng, you are 21 this year. Are you not? Wang Xiaotian suddenly inquired. Taken aback by his father's abrupt mention of his age, Wang Feng expressed his confusion. Yes, he nodded, his frivolous eyes fixed on Wang Xiaotian. Father, what is it? Do you have something to discuss? Wang Feng abruptly asked. At that moment, Wang Xiaotian's expression darkened considerably as he replied, to be frank, I deliberately abstained from attending the board meeting today because there are matters I find shameful for the entire Wang family. Wang Xiaotian's voice rose in anger. Observing his father's sudden outburst, Wang Feng felt bewildered and quickly inquired, What happened, father? Who has brought disgrace upon our family? You. Besides you, this hopeless child. Who else could it be? Wang Xiaotian retorted furiously. Wang Feng felt unjustly accused. What have I done? I have not caused any trouble or misfortune. How could I possibly disgrace the Wang family? Wang Xiaotian glared at his son and exclaimed with indignation, You wretched creature, indulging in debauchery day in and day out. Associating with a band of ne'er-do-wells, sowing discord and scandal. Are you not ashamed? Now, it seems, even your childhood betrothal has been cast aside. They no longer regard you as worthy. Tell me, is this not a disgrace? Wang Feng stood there, momentarily stunned by his father's words. The betrothal. He was well aware of who his intended was, none other than Tang Feifei, the daughter of the Tang family in Kyoto, Tang Zheng's daughter. To be candid, despite his roguish demeanor, Wang Feng harbored genuine affection for Tang Feifei. In his eyes, no one could rival her beauty. Indeed, in Kyoto, apart from a few ornamental figures from the Londai nightclub, few women could surpass Feifei's stunning allure. Father, what do you mean? Wang Feng stammered, still reeling from the revelation. At that moment, Wang Xiaotian's face flushed with fury as he glared at his disappointing son, declaring, What do I mean? Let me enlighten you. Tang Feifei no longer considers you. Why would a respectable girl want to associate with a frivolous playboy like you, who idles away his time and flirts with every flower? Wang Feng, do you not feel any shame? Hearing his father's reprimand, Wang Feng experienced a profound sense of humiliation for the first time. The betrothal he had cherished since childhood had been so easily dismissed. A surge of unfamiliar anger welled up within him. Father, has Tang Feifei truly rejected the engagement? He questioned, his fists clenched tightly. Wang Xiaotian gazed at his disappointing son and let out a helpless sigh, remaining silent for a moment. Eventually, he spoke slowly. Do you now realize the shame you have brought upon yourself? Wang Feng maintained a stern expression, retorting, how could she possibly go back on the promise of our childhood betrothal? Enraged, Wang Xiaotian exclaimed, what kind of decent girl would willingly associate with someone like you? It's good that you finally comprehend your disgrace. Let me tell you, the situation isn't as dire as it seems. I have merely heard some rumors circulating outside. Wang Feng paused in confusion. What rumors? Wang Xiaotian glared at his unworthy son and said, the word on the street is that Feifei appears to have little affection for you, the dandy, and she has already found herself a boyfriend. What? For the first time, Wang Feng felt a surge of anger over a woman, particularly one he had been promised to since childhood. Chapter 61. Is he coming? Allow me to share a further revelation that may prove even more difficult for you to accept. Do you know? Feifei's boyfriend is a security guard. Do you have any idea how people are gossiping about it? They say you, Wang Feng, are inferior even to a mere security guard. Wang Xiaotian exclaimed in fury. Regarding his unambitious son, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap him twice, yet his heart softened at the thought. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was utterly stunned. He could not fathom that his fiancée had taken a liking to a security guard. He sank onto the sofa, his frivolous eyes glinting with malice. His fists clenched tightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Feng suddenly sprang from the sofa, shouting in anger. Wang Xiaotian, without even glancing at his disappointing son, retorted, what do you mean impossible? With your flirtatious nature, why on earth would anyone be interested in you? Simply because I am the eldest son of the Wang family. A declaration erupted from Wang Feng's lips as he rushed toward the parking lot. Wang Xiaotian, observing his unworthy son, shook his head in resignation. After bolting outside, Wang Feng was consumed by a torrent of resentment. A security guard? Impossible. How could Feifei possibly be enamored with a security guard? She is the esteemed daughter of the Tang family. How could this be? Questions swirled in Wang Feng's mind. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Wang Feng swiftly retrieved his car key and pressed it, causing the strikingly elegant and visually captivating Jaguar to respond with a resonant sound. He promptly slipped into the vehicle, which then emitted a powerful roar, executing a commanding U-turn before speeding away. What could Wang Feng possibly be up to? Meanwhile, Li Tian had been feeling increasingly troubled over the past few days. He sensed that everyone regarded him with peculiar expressions, as if he were an adversary. The female employees at Tang's Enterprises appeared somewhat less hostile, often whispering and pointing at him, as though he were some sort of monster. Moreover, his once close friends, Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai, had scarcely spoken to him lately. Li Tian understood that their strange gazes were entirely due to the influence of the Tang family's esteemed daughter. This realization ignited a flame of anger within him. What was it about his outing with Tang Feifei that could incite such a tumult? Though he recognized his humble status as an inconspicuous security guard, he pondered, what was wrong with being a guard? He had neither stolen nor robbed. He earned his living through honest labor. Was that something to be ashamed of? As Li Tian's indignation grew, he became increasingly unwilling to engage with others, including Yu Dahai and Xiao Zhao. Their behavior was merely a reflection of their jealousy over his unexpected connection to the young lady of the Tang family. If they chose to harbor envy, so be it. He would let them stew in it. In recent days, during moments of silence, Li Tian would lie quietly on his small iron bed, immersing himself in the study of that tattered tome. To his astonishment, he discovered that the further he delved into its pages, the more peculiar the tadpoles within became, meandering through his meridians and traversing every acupoint in his body. At present, Li Tian sensed an extraordinary vitality coursing through him, and the enigmatic energy accumulating within him grew increasingly potent. He was oblivious to the extent of his current strength, nor did he comprehend the degree to which his body had transformed. It felt as though he had donned an entirely new form. Occasionally, standing before the mirror in the bathroom, he would gaze at his muscular physique, pondering the remarkable changes he had undergone. Aside from his dedicated study of the tattered book, Li Tian would often find himself silently contemplating his wife, the assassin Situ Ningbing. He wondered how she was faring and whether she was in peril. Sighing, he vowed to himself that for her sake, he must grow stronger, must acquire the power to protect her. Meanwhile, on the streets of Kyoto, a sleek black Jaguar sped along, driven by none other than Wang Feng, the eldest son of the Wang family. His face bore an expression of profound resentment and anger as he maneuvered the Jaguar swiftly towards an undisclosed destination. Before long, the vehicle navigated through the bustling heart of Kyoto, eventually making its way towards the villa district, where the opulent residences of the elite were situated. Is this not the villa of the Tang family? Could it be that Wang Feng has personally arrived at the Tang estate? Shortly thereafter, Wang Feng, at the helm of his Jaguar, arrived at the entrance of the Tang family's grand mansion. Upon halting the car, he exited without acknowledging the security personnel, striding directly towards the villa. Tang Zheng was seated in the rear garden, engrossed in a book on a bamboo chair when he began to hear footsteps approaching from behind. Tang Zheng, the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Feng, has arrived, announced Xiao Shou, who stood behind Tang Zheng. Upon hearing the name Wang Feng, Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Him? What brings him here?" His expression shifted to one of concern. Xiao Zhou adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses with a gentle touch, remaining silent. Could it be that the rumors have reached the Wang family? Tang Zheng's countenance changed dramatically at the thought. Without further ado, he sprang from his bamboo chair, casting aside his book, and hastened towards the hall. In the hall stood Wang Feng, who immediately spotted Tang Zheng as he entered. "Tang uncle," Wang Feng greeted warmly. Tang Zheng smiled back at Wang Feng, responding, "Wang Feng, why didn't you inform Tang uncle of your arrival beforehand? Where is your father? Have you come alone?" Wang Feng remarked. "My father has been quite occupied with business matters these past few days. However, he mentioned that it has been quite some time since he last gathered with Uncle Tang, and he will surely find an opportunity to visit him soon." Tang Zheng chuckled heartily in response. "To be honest, it has indeed been a while since the two of us enjoyed a cup of tea together." After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. "Uncle Tang, where is Fei Fei?" Wang Feng inquired directly about her whereabouts. Upon hearing Wang Feng's question, Tang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, yet he maintained a smile as he replied, "Ah, Fei Fei has gone out to have some fun. That girl has been rather unruly lately, spending her days indulging in wild escapades." Chapter 62. The storm arises. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's words, Wang Feng smiled faintly. "Uncle Tang, I wonder what Fei Fei thinks about the promise we made as children?" he suddenly inquired. "To be honest, I occasionally find myself quite concerned. After all, we are in the 21st century, and I fear that Fei Fei may not be able to accept such an arrangement. Regardless, I have a genuine affection for her. I just am uncertain about her perspective." Wang Feng elaborated. Tang Zheng, sensing the underlying tension in Wang Feng's words, maintained his smile and reassured him, "There is nothing to worry about. Fei Fei is certainly fine with this. You can rest assured, the long-standing friendship between the Tang and Wang families, coupled with the engagement we established 2 decades ago, cannot simply be altered." Listening to Tang Zheng's words, Wang Feng felt a surge of relief. "Since you say so, uncle, I will take comfort in that. I'll mention it to my father so he doesn't fret unnecessarily," Wang Feng replied with a smile. "By the way, uncle, you might find this amusing. My father has been quite anxious lately, having heard some rumors suggesting that Fei Fei doesn't seem to like me much and has even found a boyfriend. Supposedly a security guard. When I heard that, I thought it was impossible. I mean, even if Fei Fei isn't fond of me, she wouldn't choose a security guard as her partner, right? Don't you agree, uncle?" As he spoke, Wang Feng scrutinized Tang Zheng's expression closely. Tang Zheng, though maintaining a stoic demeanor, was inwardly astonished. The rumors had indeed reached the Wang family. How could this be possible? Whose baseless rumors are these? Tang Zheng appeared somewhat irked. Wang Feng promptly interjected, "I knew it was utterly impossible, which is why I specifically came to inquire about the situation with you, Uncle Tang. Please inform your father that this is entirely fabricated. I have no idea who is spreading such fallacies. How could this even be conceivable? Fei Fei is my daughter, always by my side. Who knows her condition better than her own father?" Wang Feng chuckled. "Rest assured, Uncle Tang. I will tell my father not to entertain such nonsensical thoughts." "Indeed, that would be for the best," Tang Zheng nodded with a smile. What society fears most are malicious slanders. This time, it is evidently tarnishing the relationship built over 20 years between the Tang and Wang families. Wang Feng agreed, "Yes, I firmly believe this is mere gossip. If nothing else, while I may not be exceptional, I am certainly more capable than a mere security guard, right?" Tang Zheng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. "Uncle Tang, I truly only came to ask about this. There is nothing else. Since Fei Fei is not here, I shall take my leave." "Leaving so soon?" Tang Zheng urged. Wang Feng grinned. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot linger longer. Very well. Please tell your father I will visit him for tea in a couple of days, Tang Zheng said with a smile. Wang Feng nodded in acknowledgement and exited the Tang family mansion. After he stepped outside, Tang Zheng's countenance instantly darkened to an extreme degree. Striding back into the room, Xiao Zhou slowly entered from outside. I knew that girl would inevitably cause a great disaster, and my predictions were entirely accurate. Tang Zheng exclaimed in anger. How dare she? Xiao Zhou, standing before him, pondered for a moment before addressing Tang Zheng. President Tang, this is merely a rumor. The young lady has not claimed to be involved with that security guard. How dare she? A furious roar erupted from Tang Zheng's lips. My daughter, Tang Zheng's daughter. Entangled with a mere security guard. If word of this spreads, how will I ever navigate the social circles of Kyoto? Moreover, the Wang family is already aware of this. If this rumor turns out to be true, I would become a treacherous villain. How could I face my friends? Tang Zheng's voice brimmed with wrath. Xiao Zhou, standing by, gazed at Tang Zheng and slowly inquired, what does President Tang intend to do? With a stern expression, Tang Zheng declared, no. It is imperative that Fei Fei maintains a considerable distance from that security guard. Their association is absolutely forbidden. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhou remained silent. Xiao Zhou, this matter is for you to handle, Tang Zheng suddenly turned and instructed. It would be best if that security guard kept as far away from Fei Fei as possible. Xiao Zhou stood quietly, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As for Li Tian, he was merely a lowly security guard in the company. What capabilities did he possess? When others demand his departure, he must comply. When they wish for his presence, he must remain. After Wang Feng exited the opulent residence of the Tang family, he drove his Jaguar towards the bustling streets of Kyoto. During his journey, he made a phone call to inquire about some hearsay. He sought to understand the character of the security guard who was associated with the Tang family's young lady. The voice on the other end swiftly relayed the details to Wang Feng. It turned out that the guard was merely a lowly attendant at the Tang Group's parking lot, known as Li Tian. This revelation filled Wang Feng with profound discontent. It was unbearable for him that a mere parking attendant could be embroiled in such scandal with his fiancée. Abruptly, he veered the vehicle, steering directly towards the Tang Group's corporate headquarters. As for Li Tian, he sought nothing more than a simple job to sustain himself. However, he never anticipated being thrust into such turmoil, becoming an unwitting pawn caught in a web of conflict. Now, plagued by jealousy, few chose to engage him in conversation. He stood in solitude at his post in the security room, diligently performing his duties, oblivious to the impending storm that loomed on the horizon. At this moment, Wang Feng had arrived at the entrance of the Tang Group's headquarters in his sleek black Jaguar. With a sharp screech, he brought the car to a halt in the parking area. Sitting within the vehicle, he surveyed his surroundings, searching for the parking lot security personnel. At last, he beheld the security room ahead, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips as he steered the vehicle directly towards it. Chapter 63. Fury Unleashed. Li Tian was originally in the security room when he heard the sound of a vehicle outside, prompting him to step out. As the security personnel of the parking lot, his primary duty was to assist car owners in finding suitable parking spaces. Upon exiting, Li Tian immediately spotted a sleek black Jaguar parked in a rather dubious location. He approached the vehicle courteously and addressed the driver within, saying, "Hello, please park in this designated space." However, after Li Tian's request, the black Jaguar did not comply, and instead, the dark tinted windows slowly descended, revealing a handsome face that stared at him without blinking. The eyes bore an unmistakable hint of disdain and mockery. It was none other than Wang Feng. Li Tian had long grown accustomed to the condescending and scornful attitudes of affluent drivers towards someone in his position, so he chose not to dwell on it. With a smile, he reiterated, "Hello, please park in space B12. The area you are currently occupying is a thoroughfare and will impede the flow of traffic." Despite Li Tian's polite insistence, the wealthy driver seemed to relish the opportunity to make things difficult for him, maintaining that air of contemptuous amusement, which left Li Tian feeling quite vexed. "Are you the security guard?" As Li Tian was about to speak, Wang Feng suddenly interjected coldly. His disdainful gaze fixed upon Li Tian's face. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. "What did you say?" "I said you were merely a security guard." Wang Feng's voice carried an air of condescension. "I am sorry, but I did not quite comprehend your words," Li Tian replied, unwilling to stoop to the level of such a person. Having spent nearly a month as a security guard, he was well aware of the arrogance exhibited by certain wealthy individuals, Thus he had no intention of becoming angry. To his surprise, Wang Feng abruptly flung open the car door and stepped out of the Jaguar, casting a cursory glance over Li Tian from head to toe. "Are you Li Tian?" Wang Feng inquired, his frivolous eyes scrutinizing him. Li Tian was astonished that this fellow seemed to know his name. "How do you know my name?" he asked, puzzled. "Humph. Your name has been quite the topic of conversation among the employees at Tang Corporation recently," Wang Feng replied with a mocking smirk. Upon hearing this, Li Tian did not take it to heart. He had remained silent about the discussions surrounding him at the company over the past few days, and he chose to maintain that silence now. "Sir, I am currently on duty and cannot engage in conversation with you. It would be best for you to park your vehicle promptly in space B12, as this is a thoroughfare," Li Tian stated slowly. Wang Feng burst into laughter. "Listen here. I am parking my car right here today, and what of it?" Wang Feng withdrew the car key, causing the engine to abruptly die. Leaning against the door of his Jaguar, he gazed at Li Tian with palpable disdain. "What do you want?" Li Tian suddenly lifted his gaze and queried Wang Feng. "I seek to provoke you," Wang Feng replied bluntly. Li Tian offered a resigned smile. "Why target me? Have we any past grievances?" he asked, studying Wang Feng intently. Wang Feng cast a dismissive glance at Li Tian. "What makes you think someone as insignificant as a mere security guard could have a conflict with me? Let me be clear, you are utterly unworthy. I am here merely to ascertain what manner of person could incite rumors with Tang Feifei. It's utterly unbelievable that a pauper like you could stir such gossip with her," Wang Feng expressed with palpable irritation. Upon hearing Tang Feifei's name, Li Tian suddenly comprehended the situation. It was indeed about that girl. "You would do well to choose your words more carefully," Li Tian said coldly. Wang Feng's expression morphed into a sinister grin. "Listen closely, boy. I advise you to vacate this place promptly, to leave Kyoto. If you continue to associate with Tang Feifei amid such rumors, I will ensure your demise is beyond your comprehension," Wang Feng warned ominously. "Are you threatening me?" Li Tian retorted, meeting Wang Feng's gaze. "This is not a threat, it is a warning," Li Tian replied defiantly. "Let me make myself clear. Regardless of your identity, wealth, or power, it bears no relevance to me. If you seek to intimidate me, then come at me with real intent and see if you can end my life. I must inform you that it would be best for Feifei to approach me directly regarding her matters. Who do you think you are?" It was the first time I had ever heard someone insult Wang Feng, and a surge of fury erupted from within me. "Are you seeking death, you insolent security guard?" With a furious roar, Wang Feng swung his fist, delivering a swift and forceful blow aimed directly at Li Tian's face. Trained by a special forces instructor summoned by his grandfather during his youth, Wang Feng may not have endured extensive hardship in his training, but his foundation was undeniably solid. His fist, imbued with an overwhelming force, arced toward Li Tian. Instinctively, Li Tian retreated. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, he managed to evade the blow and distance himself. A fight had broken out. After Li Tian stepped back, he suddenly heard voices approaching. Upon closer inspection, he saw Yu Dahai accompanied by several security guards rushing towards them. Once the guards arrived, Wang Feng was compelled to cease his assault. He shot a cold glare at Li Tian and warned, "You wait and see. I will make you wish you were never born." With that venomous remark, Wang Feng leaped into his Jaguar, executed a dramatic turn, and sped off down the street, leaving Li Tian standing alone. Yu Dahai and the guards approached, concern evident on their faces. "Xiao Li, are you all right?" they inquired. Li Tian slowly shook his head in response. Li Tian was acquainted with the 67 security guards nearby. They belonged to the internal security team of Tang's Enterprises. Yu Dahai, the captain of the security team, had just witnessed Li Tian embroiled in an argument outside during their training, prompting him to rush over. "Xiao Li, why don't you take a break today? I'll have Xiao Zhao cover for you," Yu Dahai suggested. After making the call on his counterfeit phone to summon Xiao Zhao, Li Tian expressed his gratitude to Yu Dahai before returning to his dormitory. Before long, Yu Dahai also returned to the dormitory. Observing Li Tian sitting on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, he gradually settled beside him. Reaching into his pocket, Yu Dahai produced a 5-yuan Zongnanhai cigarette and offered it to Li Tian, who accepted it and placed it in his mouth. Yu Dahai then extracted one for himself, igniting it with a flick of his lighter, the blue flame flaring briefly before he took a deep drag, exhaling a thick plume of smoke. "Xiao Li, what happened today? Why did that fellow resort to violence?" Chapter 64. I no longer wish to be a security guard. Yu Dahi sat on the iron bed, smoking a cigarette while gazing at Li Tian. Li Tian remained silent, his head lowered as he took 2 hard puffs of his cigarette. Noticing Li Tian's reticence, Yu Dahi let out a faint sigh. Xiaoli, I am older than you, and I am like an elder brother to you. Heed my words, do not strive to be the one who stands out. Especially for those of us who have just emerged from the countryside. Life in this bustling metropolis often feels ill-suited for us impoverished souls. The wealthy will go to great lengths to exploit and manipulate us for profit, and they will stop at nothing to harm us. Take, for instance, your acquaintance with the young lady from the Tang family. Look around. Do you still have friends by your side? They are either envious of you or wish to bring you down. Regardless of their wealth, in their eyes, a person of lower status cannot be allowed to surpass them. Therefore, Xiaoli, remember that sometimes it is best to avoid certain situations and not provoke them. Otherwise, the one who suffers will inevitably be us, the poor. Listening to Yu Dahi's words, an unfamiliar surge of anger welled up within Li Tian. Brother Yu, do you believe it? One day, I will make these scoundrels bow before me, one by one. I shall stand upon their necks. The bitter words tumbled from Li Tian's lips, each syllable laden with venom. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging in his arms, and his eyes radiated a fierce intensity that instilled a sense of dread. As Yu Dahi gazed into Li Tian's eyes, he felt a sudden jolt within him, a shock that reverberated through his heart. Xiaoli, what are your plans now? Yu Dahi suddenly asked Li Tian. After a moment of contemplation, Li Tian replied earnestly, I no longer wish to be a security guard. The words hung in the air, and Yu Dahi was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Tian in astonishment. Not a security guard? Xiaoli, what else can you possibly do? Li Tian took a deep drag from his cigarette and shook his head. I don't know. Yet, I am certain that being a security guard is not my destined path. He spoke the truth. Upon arriving in Kyoto, he was uncertain about what he should pursue. Yu Dahi paused, remaining silent for a moment, before extinguishing his cigarette but on the ground and rising to his feet. He placed a hand on Li Tian's shoulder and said, The path lies beneath your feet, and your fate is in your hands. I won't hinder your choices, but do take care of yourself in this bustling metropolis. With that, Yu Dahi exited the dormitory, leaving Li Tian alone in quiet contemplation. Meanwhile, after Wang Feng drove away, he seethed with rage. He could hardly believe that the esteemed heir of the Wang family had stooped to competing with a mere security guard, even resorting to violence. It was utterly ludicrous. Fuming, he quickly donned his Bluetooth headset, deftly dialing a number while driving. Hello, Huang Mao. Upon hearing Wang Feng's voice, the individual quickly responded, Young Master Wang. I have already verified the information about the campus belle from the business university. She is single, and her parents are workers. Listening to the words of the person known as Huang Mao, Wang Feng abruptly interrupted. Silence, listen to me. The fellow referred to as Huang Mao swiftly closed his mouth, not daring to utter another word. You listen carefully. From this moment forth, find me some ruthless individuals. I intend to incapacitate someone. Who shall be incapacitated? Wang Mao inquired cleverly. A certain blind fool, Wang Feng retorted angrily. Wang Mao then chuckled. Rest assured, young Master Wang. I have a few brothers who just got out of prison and are eagerly looking for something to do. That is good. A cold smirk crept across Wang Feng's lips. I will provide you with the address of that individual later. Remember, you must leave him severely injured. If you fail, I will ensure you suffer the same fate. Wang Feng forcefully concluded. Huang Mao quickly assured, Young Master, you need not worry. My brothers will handle this matter efficiently. After this exchange, Wang Feng removed the Bluetooth earpiece from his ear, muttering to himself, Damn security. Let us see how I can make you pay this time. In the afternoon, Fei Fei drove to the Tang group to find Li Tian. After being summoned by a security guard, Li Tian emerged to see Fei Fei. However, today, Li Tian did not appear particularly cheerful. Instead, his expression bore a rather grim countenance. Upon noticing the pallor on Li Tian's face, Fei Fei gazed at him in bewilderment and inquired, What is the matter? Why do you look so unwell? Li Tian remained silent and walked towards the square, with Fei Fei trailing behind him. What is wrong with you? She pressed again. Hearing her repeated question, Li Tian abruptly turned to face her, saying, Why do you persistently seek me out? What is your true intention? Intention? Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback by his words. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that I am using you? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. Li Tian looked at her and retorted, Is it not the case? Li, do not speak so harshly, Fei Fei replied, her voice tinged with anger. Li Tian scoffed softly. I, Li Tian, am merely a penniless wretch, while you, a wealthy and influential young lady, repeatedly come to me. Only today have I come to realize that you have been exploiting me all along. What do you mean? What do you mean by today I realized? Fei Fei fixed her gaze on Li Tian. Must I articulate it more clearly? You must clarify this today, or I shall not let it rest, she declared, her face flushed with indignation. Li Tian suddenly exclaimed, Very well, I shall make it clear. This morning, an inexplicable fellow approached me, claiming that I was your boyfriend. Indeed, I agreed to feign being your boyfriend, but you cannot subject me to such distress. If I am not mistaken, that fellow must have heard the rumors about us, which is why he sought me out, Li Tiandao remarked. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback. What kind of person is looking for you? She inquired. A man driving an expensive car, dressed impeccably, and possessing striking good looks. Li Tiandao replied coldly. This description immediately brought Wang Feng to Fei Fei's mind. It's him, it must be him. He has indeed come, she thought. Her face lighting up with an excitement she could not quite comprehend upon realizing it was Wang Feng. This reaction left Li Tiandao, who had been observing Fei Fei intently, feeling exceedingly disheartened as he pondered. Could it be that she is truly manipulating me? Chapter 65. Has Fei Fei disappeared? Li, you must help me this time, Fei Fei exclaimed, her excitement prompting her to grasp Li Tian's arm. This unexpected gesture left Li Tian momentarily stunned, only to recoil as he forcefully pulled away from her grasp. Are you attempting to manipulate me? He thundered in anger. Upon hearing his words, Fei Fei's delicate features paled instantly. I would never. How could I possibly use you? I merely wish for your assistance, she replied earnestly. Li Tian glared at her, his eyes reddened with frustration. Assist you with what? You reveal nothing to me. How can I possibly help? Fei Fei stamped her foot, embarrassment washing over her as she grappled with how to confide in him about her arranged childhood engagement. In this day and age, an engagement made in childhood? The esteemed Miss Tang had indeed been betrothed since her youth. If this were to leak, it would be utterly humiliating. Thus, Fei Fei hesitated to divulge the truth to Li Tian. All you need to do is act as my fake boyfriend, all right? She implored, her eyes brimming with a pleading innocence. Yet, Li Tian stubbornly shook his head. I cannot assist you. I have seen through the likes of you wealthy individuals. All you do is exploit and toy with us. What else is there to your character? He roared. I do not. Fei Fei protested. However, Li Tian remained unconvinced. Why must a privileged young lady like you seek me out as your pretend boyfriend? Surely, there are countless others available. Do you find me, a mere Li, to be particularly foolish and easily manipulated? He retorted fiercely. Faced with Li Tian's words, Fei Fei indeed felt somewhat guilty towards him. After all, in a certain sense, she was exploiting Li Tian. Her intent was merely to use him as her faux boyfriend to dissuade the young master of the Wang family, Wang Feng. However, she overlooked the calamity that such a scheme would bring upon Li Tian. Fei Fei gazed at Li Tian, remaining silent for a considerable time, until she could no longer contain herself and finally said, All right, you wish to know the truth? I shall reveal it to you. The man who came to see you today is named Wang Feng. He is a wealthy scion and a notorious libertine. His family possesses even greater wealth and influence than mine, the Tang family. 20 years ago, we received their assistance, which is what has allowed us to flourish today. However, my father arranged a betrothal with the Wang family before I was even born. Now, 20 years have passed, and if I do not resist, I will be forced to marry that scoundrel, that debauched playboy. My request for your help was solely to make Wang Feng abandon his pursuit of me, to nullify the absurd engagement arranged 2 decades ago. Do you understand now? After her outburst, tears streamed down Fei Fei's face as she turned and walked away. Li Tian, after absorbing Fei Fei's words, was momentarily stunned. So this was the situation. No wonder she had previously threatened to run away from home. No wonder she had insisted on pretending he was her boyfriend. Everything stemmed from that childhood betrothal. As he snapped out of his reverie, he turned to see Fei Fei already seated in a car, huffing as it drove away into the distance. Hey, girl. Li Tian attempted to catch up. But alas, that stubborn girl had already sped away in her car. A twinge of regret washed over him. It seemed he had indeed misjudged Fei Fei. As he gazed at her receding figure, he couldn't help but reflect on the troublemaker from earlier that morning, whose name was Wang Feng. Given his arrogant demeanor, it was evident he was not of good character, and it was no wonder Fei Fei refused to associate with him. Such a scoundrel deserved a thorough reckoning. After contemplating this, Li Tian resolved to head back to the dormitory. Nightfall, 11 p.m. In the prestigious Minglu Villa district, at the Tang residence. The scene was ablaze with lights. Bodyguards hurriedly traversed both inside and outside, as if a grave situation had arisen, peering deeper into the premises. One could see Tang Zhen pacing anxiously, murmuring to himself, "Where could that girl be at this late hour? I can't reach her by phone. It's truly concerning." It turned out that the reason for the Tang family's sleepless night was the mysterious disappearance of Tang Fei, whose phone was also turned off. How could this happen? Fei had always informed her father before heading out, whether during the day or at night. Now, Tang Zheng found himself unable to locate his daughter, and his attempts to call Tang Fei were met with silence. "Xiaozhou, have you not found her yet?" Tang Zheng's voice boomed in frustration. Xiaozhou approached swiftly, addressing Tang with urgency. "President Tang, I have contacted Fei's friends, but none of them seem to know her whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Tang's expression darkened instantly. This girl is becoming increasingly reckless. How could she, a young woman, be out alone at such a late hour without a bodyguard? Where could she possibly be? Tang expressed his anxiety. Xiaozhou furrowed her brow slightly. "President Tang, I was contemplating whether I should make a trip to the company." "To the company? For what purpose?" Tang inquired. Xiaozhou responded, "The security guard." At the mention of the security guard, Tang suddenly recalled, "Yes, you are absolutely right. Over the past few days, Fei has been frequently visiting the company. I suspect she went there this morning. Please hurry to the company and inquire with the security guard. We must ascertain Fei's current location." After Tang's directive, Xiaozhou nodded quickly and dashed towards the parking lot. In no time, the parked Audi Q7 sped off in the direction of the company. Where could Fei have gone? Could it be that her anger from the heated argument with Li Tian earlier today prompted her departure? After returning to his dormitory, Li Tian felt a twinge of regret. After all, Fei is a young woman, and his words may have been somewhat hurtful. Nevertheless, he couldn't shake the feeling that Fei was, in some way, taking advantage of him. After some contemplation, they felt a slight discomfort in their hearts. Nevertheless, they lay down on the bed to sleep, not allowing their minds to wander further. Little did he know that Fei would sulk because of this. Chapter 66. Finding someone at this moment. The lights of the entire Tang Corporation building had been extinguished, with the exception of the illumination from the security booth outside. A speeding Audi Q7 rapidly approached the company premises. Inside the security booth, a guard, engrossed in chatting online on his mobile phone, furrowed his brow upon hearing the sound of the approaching vehicle. He hastily stowed his phone in his pocket and rushed outside, pondering who could possibly be visiting the company at such a late hour. Upon exiting, he observed a black Audi Q7 coming to a screeching halt. With a thud, the car door swung open, and Xiaozhou emerged gracefully from within. The guard, who had just dashed out of the security booth, instantly recognized Xiaozhou and respectfully greeted. "Mr. Zhou, what brings you to the company at this hour?" Xiaozhou nodded slightly, raising his gaze to the guard and inquiring, "Where is the guard named Li Tian?" The guard, taken aback by the mention of Li Tian's name, hesitated momentarily. "He is probably asleep in the dormitory," he replied. "Go and fetch him immediately," Xiaozhou commanded. The guard stood there momentarily stunned but quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously. "Of course, Mr. Zhou. Please hold on a moment." He then hurried toward the dormitory located in the basement. Li Tian, who was sleeping in the dormitory, was jolted awake by the loud knocking from the small iron door. He groggily sat up, bewildered. Zhao, sleeping soundly in the upper bunk, buried his head under the blanket upon hearing the shouts. Meanwhile, beside him, Dahai merely turned over and continued his slumber. Only Li Tian swiftly donned his clothes and rose. He opened the iron door, rubbed his still drowsy eyes, and gazed at the security guard outside, whom he recognized as Li Xiao. "What is the matter?" Li Tian inquired, a hint of irritation in his voice. Li Xiao replied, "Manager Zhou from the company is looking for you." "Manager Zhou?" Li Tian was taken aback. Could it be that little Zhou? Why would he come looking for me at this hour? What does he want? The security guard, Li Xiao, shook his head. "I'm not sure, but he is waiting for you outside. You'd better go see him." Li Tian pondered for a moment before nodding. "All right, I'll throw on some clothes and head out." He quickly dashed to grab a shirt, threw it on, and followed the guard outside. As they stepped out, Li Tian spotted Xiaozhou standing beside an Audi Q7 in the plaza of Tang's Enterprises and approached him. Xiaozhou noticed Li Tian too and strode over. "Do you need something?" Li Tian asked directly, eyeing Xiaozhou with a sense of distaste. For it was indeed peculiar to hold any fondness for someone who had once inflicted injury upon him. Xiaozhou, unfazed, fixed his gaze on Li Tian and asked, "Did the young lady come to see you today?" Startled by Xiaozhou's sudden remark, Li Tian paused for a moment before responding, What is it? The young lady has yet to return home at this late hour. Do you know where she might be? Or has she informed you of her whereabouts? Xiao Zhou gazed at Li Tian and replied, She hasn't returned home this late at night? Li Tian expressed his frustration. Could she have gone to a friend's or classmate's house? Xiao Zhou shook her head. The young lady rarely goes out at night. Typically, she would inform Mr. Tang, her father, if she were to step out. However, this time, she has not returned and her phone is switched off. We are all quite worried. As you know, Kyoto is a vast city, filled with all sorts of people, especially at night, which is why I came to ask you. As Xiao Zhou spoke, Li Tian found himself in a state of contemplation. He mused to himself, where could she possibly be? Could it be due to our heated argument this morning? Is she upset with me? He recalled the profound disappointment that had resonated in Fei Fei's voice when she last spoke to him. At that moment, Xiao Zhou fixed her gaze upon Li Tian, unblinking. From the complexity reflected in his eyes, she discerned something amiss. She was indeed angry, but she drove off alone afterward. I did not see her again, Li Tian admitted candidly. Xiao Zhou nodded silently. All right, I understand. After speaking, she turned to leave. Where are you headed? Li Tian inquired. Watching her depart, Xiao Zhou did not respond, coldly stating, Find the young lady. After uttering this, he swiftly entered the black Audi Q7 and sped away into the distance, leaving Li Tian standing alone in the square, enveloped in frustration. Where could that girl have gone? Xiao Zhou's earlier words rang true. Indeed, Kyoto is a cosmopolitan city, teeming with all kinds of people. What if she encountered a rogue like the one from that racing incident? If something were to happen to her, wouldn't the responsibility fall squarely on his shoulders? Had he not quarreled with her today, she would not be upset, nor would she have vanished in the dead of night. The more he pondered, the more distressed Li Tian became, and he promptly turned to sprint towards the security office. The security guard on duty was puzzled upon seeing Li Tian approach. Li Tian rushed up and inquired, Hey, do you know where the liveliest place in Kyoto is at night? The guard, taken aback, hesitated momentarily before replying. Why do you want to know that? Just tell me quickly. Li Tian snapped, irate. The guard jumped in surprise. Area 9. Area 9? Hearing this, Li Tian was momentarily taken aback. You're not deceiving me, are you? He asked. Why would I lie to you? Area 9 is the favorite haunt of night owls, the guard explained. With this information, Li Tian swiftly turned and dashed back towards the square. Li Tian, what are you doing? The bewildered guard called after him. Without glancing back, Li Tian continued to run ahead, replying as he went, looking for someone. Chapter 67. District 9. Li Tian was unfamiliar with the location known as District 9, so he hailed a taxi and quickly took a seat inside. Driver, please take me to District 9, he stated upon entering the vehicle. The driver acknowledged with a brief sound, then swiftly navigated the streets. Excuse me, what exactly is District 9? Li Tian inquired, turning to face the driver in the passenger seat. The driver appeared momentarily taken aback. You don't know about District 9? No, I don't, Li Tian replied. The driver smiled slightly. Ah, I see. You're not from Kyoto. District 9 refers to a street area that is quite expansive. Over time, several streets converged, and it was named District 9. As for that place, it can be described as rather chaotic, filled with bars, nightclubs, and underground casinos. Thus, one could say that District 9 is the liveliest area of Kyoto after dark. Upon hearing the driver's description, Li Tian was momentarily stunned. So, that is what it is. Goodness, I hope Fei Fei hasn't truly ventured there alone. A young girl in such a tumultuous place would be in great danger. District 9 is indeed the most prosperous and bustling street in Kyoto. It attracts a diverse array of individuals, from wealthy magnates with hidden talents to those who have forged their way with sheer grit. Naturally, it also houses characters of the lowest echelon, struggling to make ends meet. Furthermore, District 9 is known to have the highest crime rate in all of Kyoto. Due to the abundance of bars and nightclubs in this area, it is inevitable that some outrageous events transpire within such venues. For night owls, District 9 is an essential destination, a favorite haunt for many thrill seekers. At 056, District 9 remains ablaze with vibrant lights, bustling with hurried pedestrians. The bars lining the streets gleam with a kaleidoscope of colors, while alluring women, clad in revealing attire, stand at the entrances, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. The pulsating beats of electrifying music reverberate throughout the street. Young men and women in their 20s and 30s meander through the urban landscape, some extravagantly dressed with unconventional hairstyles, smoking and laughing boisterously like madcaps. while others traverse in small groups, clutching bottles of liquor, imbibing as they stroll, a scene imbued with an air of decadence. As one ventures down the bar street, they encounter the domain of underground casinos. Here, the lighting dims considerably, and the foot traffic diminishes. At the entrance of a nondescript iron gate, one might observe a few burly men patrolling. These individuals, colloquially known as lookouts, typically serve as sentinels for the underground casinos. Surprisingly, one can spot opulent vehicles parked outside these unassuming small rooms. BMWs, Mercedes, and Crowns are frequently seen in this vicinity, not due to chance, but because behind the seemingly modest FA-aids lie a succession of extravagant underground gambling establishments. In the recent years of the 9 district's sweeping crackdown, the police revealed that the underground casinos had amassed an astronomical sum of illicit money, illustrating the formidable nature of these establishments. In the dimly lit alleys, one might occasionally glimpse a few drug users, huddled in corners like decaying carcasses, teetering on the brink of death. In short, the 9 district is a realm of chaos. Conversely, another night market street within the 9 district is considerably cleaner, dominated by supermarkets, specialty shops, and a plethora of inns and hotels. This street also boasts bars, albeit of a more upscale variety, catering to a clientele that appreciates jazz. The patrons of such establishments are predominantly affluent individuals of refined taste. However, today, a rather curious guest staggered out from a high-end jazz bar. She was a woman, and notably, one who had indulged a bit too much in her libations. Clutching a bottle of the 1995 vintage Street Julian, she wobbled her way along the street. Behind her, a concerned waiter clad in a tailcoat hurried to offer his assistance. Calling out, "Miss, are you all right? Would you like me to call a cab for you?" Upon closer inspection, the girl presented a delicate oval face, now flushed with color, and the scent of alcohol wafted from her as she looked up through her enchanting almond-shaped eyes. She shook her head and broke into a smile. No, I can manage on my own," she declared, turning around only to stumble slightly, nearly losing her balance. The waiter, clad in a tailcoat, hurried to assist her, only to be brusquely rebuffed. "Do not touch me," she declared defiantly. The waiter, hesitant to approach further, especially given that she was a young lady, could only cast a concerned glance her way before saying, "Very well, miss, please take care." With that, the waiter retreated into the jazz bar. At that moment, the inebriated young woman staggered about, swaying unsteadily as she relentlessly poured red wine into her tiny cherry-like mouth. How could Li Tian not come to my aid? Am I truly destined to marry that dandy? She slurred, her mind clouded by intoxication. Who was she, you might wonder? She was none other than Tang Feifei, the pampered daughter of the Tang conglomerate. After leaving the Tang Corporation, she had driven aimlessly, ultimately arriving in the 9th district, where she found herself alone in the jazz bar, drinking herself into a stupor. On her table lay 2 empty bottles of St. Julian, a testament to her excessive indulgence. It was evident how much she had consumed. In her drunken state, the young heiress continued to walk while muttering curses about Li Tian, branding him a scoundrel and less than human. In front, there rested Fei Fei's Lotus car. As she staggered toward it, she nearly lost her balance and fell to the ground. Fortunately, her vehicle shielded her from the fall, but the half bottle of exquisite St. Julian she held shattered with a resounding crash against the cold concrete. Dazed, Fei Fei collapsed against the frigid car. A gust of cool wind swept by, further clouding her senses. She slid down the front of the vehicle and landed abruptly on the icy ground. In her haze, she attempted to rise but failed twice in her efforts. The insufferable Li Tian approached to offer his assistance to the young lady, who, in her drunken stupor, babbled incoherently. Chapter 68. Timely arrival. As Fei Fei spoke in a dazed manner, the quiet street revealed no sign of Li Tian. The clock had already struck past 1 o'clock, and several nearby restaurants were preparing to close their doors, leaving only the flickering lights outside. Occasionally, a car would pass by, but pedestrians were a rare sight. Fei Fei sat despondently on the ground, attempting to rouse herself from her stupor, yet failing to do so. At that moment, a sudden cacophony erupted from the once silent street. The voices of several inebriated men raising a ruckus. "Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck today. Lost my money, cursed be it. If I've lost, I shall win it back next time." 2 men, brazenly loud and unruly, approached Fei Fei from the quiet street. Illuminated by the light, they appeared to be in their 30s. Dressed rather casually, but their faces were anything but pleasant. The saying "the face reflects the heart" perfectly described them, embodying the very essence of rogues. One of them bore a face marked by pockmarks, his hair sparse and his figure lean, clutching a cigarette as he walked and continued to curse. He was the one lamenting his losses. The other man was tall and thin, clad in an ill-fitting suit, his complexion pale, with bloodshot eyes that hinted at excessive drinking or perhaps other troubles. As they walked, their shouts filled the air. Suddenly, the man with a pockmarked face gazed at a striking red Lotus parked beside the street, and his excitement intensified upon noticing a stunning beauty seated next to the luxurious vehicle. He rubbed his eyes, incredulous as he exclaimed, "Goodness, is that a woman?" Beside him, a tall, gaunt man with bloodshot eyes shouted, "Where? Where?" The pockmarked man pointed, and the gaunt man's narrowed gaze quickly located Fei Fei, instantly igniting a surge of male hormones within him. "My word, she truly is a woman. Let us go take a look," he declared. The two older men, while conversing, hastened towards her. Upon closer inspection, they found Fei Fei, already intoxicated, sitting on the cold ground in a pink miniskirt. Her exquisite oval face flushed, and her cascading hair spilling over her delicate shoulders. A drunken beauty? The moment the two older men laid eyes on Fei Fei, they were overwhelmed with desire. What a lovely young lady! The pockmarked man nearly dripped with sweat, his lewd gaze fixated on Fei Fei, while the other, with bloodshot eyes, scanned the surroundings for onlookers. After exchanging glances, they seemed to share an unspoken agreement. Heaven has granted us this opportunity. We must not let it go to waste. The pockmarked man said with a sinister grin. The man with bloodshot eyes nodded rapidly, and the two of them approached Fei Fei step by step. The man with freckles had his dazed gaze fixed on Fei Fei since the beginning, and at that moment he stared intently, a bony hand reaching toward her legs. Just as those filthy hands were about to touch her, Fei Fei seemed to awaken instinctively. Her eyes widened in shock as she beheld the two old men advancing towards her. With a startled cry, she feebly kicked forward, shouting, "Get away!" As she screamed, she retreated, appearing somewhat alert. Yet, the two lecherous old men seemed only further aroused by her cries. "Little beauty, keep screaming. The more you scream, the more excited I become. Just wait and see how I will handle you," one of them chuckled. The other, whose bloodshot eyes gleamed with malice, revealed a set of yellowed teeth as he fixated on Fei Fei. "If you don't serve me well tonight, I'll ruin you so thoroughly that you won't be able to walk tomorrow," he threatened as they lunged toward her. At that moment, Fei Fei had sobered up significantly, shouting as she retreated, "Get away, you bastards. If you dare touch me, I'll make sure you suffer a miserable fate. Get away." Her screams echoed through the desolate street, yet there was no response, only serving to heighten the primal excitement of the two depraved old men. A gaunt hand reached out towards Fei Fei's arm, and she was caught off guard, letting out a piercing scream. Instinctively, she bit down hard. With a sharp cry, the attacker recoiled, his wrist bleeding from her fierce bite. Nearby, a man with bloodshot eyes erupted into laughter, amused by the woman's fiery spirit. Enraged, the assailant raised his hand, preparing to strike Fei Fei. "I'll teach you not to bite me." Just as his palm was about to connect with her face, Fei Fei screamed desperately for help. In that critical moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the stillness of the street. "You scoundrel, die!" With a roar, a furious man charged forth, his fist propelled by sheer rage, landing a powerful blow to the assailant's midsection. The attacker, taken by surprise, was sent sprawling like a rag doll, flying several meters before crashing to the ground, groaning in pain and unable to rise. The tall, gaunt man with bloodshot eyes, witnessing his companion being flung away, swiftly turned around, only to find himself confronted by a figure whose gaze brimmed with hatred. "You!" Before he could utter another word, the muscular man seized him by the collar and delivered a swift, ruthless kick to his groin. A piercing scream escaped the lips of the tall, slender man. Clutching his groin, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The furious individual, still seething with rage, delivered two ferocious kicks to the frail figure, cursing vehemently, "Bastard." This is not the end. Bathed in the bright light, his handsome visage became discernible. Upon closer inspection, who could it be but the imminent arrival of Li Tian? Chapter 69. You little rascal. The moment Fei Fei laid eyes on Li Tian, it was as if she had awakened from a stupor. In an instant, she threw herself into his embrace, her delicate form pressed tightly against him. "You, Li, you scoundrel, you vile wretch. Why did you take so long to arrive?" she lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks as she pounded her small fists against his chest. Li Tian, overwhelmed with confusion, merely stared at the sobbing girl in his arms. Rendered speechless and immobile, his arms suspended in the air as if they had turned to stone. Yet, within him surged an unprecedented thrill, undoubtedly spurred by the exquisite beauty so intimately close to him. Fei, perhaps exhausted from her tears or startled by the realization that she was tightly entwined with this rustic fellow, hastily pushed Li Tian away, nearly losing her balance. Li Tian stepped forward, steadying her slender waist with his hand. "Could you not take it slow?" Li Tian said, exasperated. With her cheeks flushed, and the scent of alcohol lingering on her cherry lips, Fei gazed at him. "What are you doing here? Didn't you refuse to help me? Why do you even care? You might as well let me perish." She exhaled, the aroma of liquor wafting towards him. "You're insane," Li Tian retorted. "No, you are the one who's insane. You're a lunatic, a madman." Despite her inebriation, Fei still had the energy to bicker with Li Tian. He, however, had no desire to engage with her further. He turned away, striding purposefully towards the two ruffians who had been disrespectful to Fei just moments before. A hand lifted the man with the pockmarked face, delivering a resounding slap across his cheek, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "Get lost," Li Tian shouted fiercely as he pushed forward. The man let out a cry of anguish, enduring the pain, and without uttering a word, he leaned on the nearby tall, thin man, who continued to wail, limping away towards the desolate street. As Li Tian watched them retreat into the distance, he turned his attention back to Fei. Observing her inebriated state stirred a sudden pang of compassion within him. Yet, upon seeing her flushed cheeks, a warmth enveloped his heart, and he longed to cradle her lovely face and bestow a passionate kiss upon her. Just as he grappled with this awkwardness, two beams of blinding light abruptly illuminated the street. Taken aback, Li Tian turned his head to investigate. However, the brilliance of the headlights was too piercing for him to discern any details. While he pondered this anomaly, the car door swung open with haste. Out stepped four men clad in suits, their expressions as cold as ice. The foremost figure, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was none other than the relentless Xiao Zhou of the Tang Corporation, followed by three bodyguards from the Tang family. The Tang family had arrived? It turned out they had arrived around the same time as Li Tian and had witnessed the earlier scene unfold, only now revealing themselves. After disembarking, Xiao Zhou stepped forward, each stride deliberate and measured. The two assailants who had previously tormented Fei, one marked by pockmarks and the other tall and gaunt, stood frozen in shock as they beheld the chilling approach of Xiao Zhou. As Xiao Zhou neared, the pockmarked man and his lanky companion remained oblivious to the impending doom, caught off guard by Xiao Zhou's sudden and sinister strike. With a sharp crack, the pockmarked man's eyes widened in horror as his neck twisted abruptly, resulting in an instant demise. The tall, slender man instinctively attempted to scream, yet his voice lodged in his throat, unuttered. Before he could react, Xiao Zhou's elbow collided forcefully with his throat, executing a ruthless and fatal maneuver. A piercing cry echoed through the desolate street, shattering the silence. Soon after, the lifeless bodies collapsed onto the cold concrete with a dull thud, their deaths swift and unequivocal. "We must transport these two scoundrels to the hillside for burial," Xiao Zhou stated flatly. The three bodyguards behind him nodded in silent agreement, proceeding to hoist the two corpses and stow them in the trunk of the car. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou strode purposefully towards Li Tian and Fei. Li Tian, though unable to discern the identity of the approaching figure, was alarmed by the earlier screams, realizing that something grave had transpired. Were the two men truly slain? As he pondered these thoughts, his gaze fell upon Xiao Zhou. "Is it you?" Li Tian exclaimed, astonished at the sight before him. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Zhou's previously unperturbed face as he nodded slightly. "Thank you for rescuing the young lady." Xiao Zhou expressed his sincere gratitude to Li Tian. Li Tian remained silent, casting a glance at the still-dazed Tang Fei on the ground. She had imbibed far too much. Xiao Zhou furrowed his brow as he approached Fei slowly. "Young lady?" However, Fei, with her eyes squinted and breath reeking of alcohol, slurred, "Don't touch me. You little scoundrel." Listening to Fei's inebriated tirade directed at him, Li Tian couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration as he rubbed his nose. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhou gently helped the young lady to her feet and opened the door of the Lotus car, carefully assisting Fei into the back seat. Turning to Li Tian, he said, "Get in, I'll take you home." Li Tian pondered for a moment. It was late at night, making it inconvenient to hail a cab. Furthermore, he had left in such a hurry that he only had a little over 100 yuan in change. having already spent more than 60 yuan on the previous trip. He realized that returning home via taxi would be quite challenging. Thus, he opened the car door and settled inside. Xiaozhou picked up the car keys beside Feifei and drove the vibrant red Lotus onto the street. Meanwhile, the vehicle they had originally arrived in was being driven by several bodyguards along another route towards the back mountains. In Kyoto, the back mountains were notorious as a mass burial site, known to harbor countless forgotten souls. Throughout the journey, Xiaozhou drove in silence, while Li Tian sat quietly in the back. The only disruption came from Feifei, who, intoxicated and restless, was seated beside Li Tian. The effects of excessive alcohol had rendered her somewhat agitated, and she began to utter nonsensical phrases. Under the influence of the liquor, Feifei's hands flailed about erratically, incessantly grasping at Li Tian, which left him feeling rather exasperated. To make matters worse, she continued to babble incoherently. You, Li Tian, aren't you the one who refused to help me? Why did you come to my rescue? You're just a fool, the biggest fool in the world. A colossal imbecile. Chapter 70. Brat listening to Feifei's tirade, Li Tian could only remain speechless. Xiaozhou, who was driving ahead, heard her but chose to remain silent, focusing intently on the road. Did you kill those two ruffians? Li Tian suddenly blurted out, his gaze fixed on Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou turned his head slightly to glance at Li Tian, then nodded nonchalantly, as if the act of taking the lives of those two individuals was as trivial as slaughtering chickens. Upon hearing that the two once vibrant men had been dispatched by Xiaozhou in mere moments, Li Tian felt his heart race uncontrollably. To be candid, despite having lived for 20 years, this was only the second time Li Tian had witnessed a murder firsthand. Those two were like pests, repulsive while alive. But their demise brings a peculiar sense of relief. They deserved it, Xiaozhou remarked flatly, continuing his drive. After hearing those words, Li Tian's emotions surged within him. Yet he chose not to voice his thoughts further. The vehicle sped towards the Tang Corporation, carried by the silence of the two men and Feifei's drunken ramblings, before finally coming to a halt before the company's entrance. I'm heading back to sleep, Li Tian said as he exited the vehicle, making his way toward his dormitory in the basement. Just a few steps out, the sound of the car door slamming open caught his attention. Your name is Li Tian? Xiaozhou's voice resonated from behind. Li Tian turned to look at him and nodded. You're quite impressive, Xiaozhou stated, enunciating each word with emphasis. The seemingly uncomplimentary remark lingered in Li Tian's ears, eliciting an oddly peculiar sensation within him, prompting a faint smile. The previous animosity he harbored towards Xiaozhou dissipated entirely in that fleeting moment of mirth. However, Xiaozhou hesitated, leaving his unfinished thought unspoken, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Li Tian raised an eyebrow, gazing intently at him. But what? Xiaozhou's earlier solemnity abruptly reverted to his customary indifference as he shook his head. It's getting late. You should return to rest, he advised before turning to open the car door and starting the engine. The Lotus cars purred to life, and with a swift maneuver, he drove away into the distance. Watching Xiaozhou's retreating figure, Li Tian muttered to himself, what a peculiar fellow. With that, he turned and made his way back to the dormitory. When Xiaozhou escorted the inebriated Feifei back to the Tang family's villa, it was nearly 3 a.m. Nevertheless, the lights of the Tang mansion remained aglow, and Tang Zheng, of course, was still awake. Upon seeing Xiaozhou supporting the unconscious Feifei, Tang Zheng was taken aback and rushed forward, inquiring, what happened to Feifei? Mr. Tang, the young lady is fine. She simply drank too much, Xiaozhou replied. Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. You scared me. As long as she's all right, that's what matters. Someone, quickly take the young lady to her bedroom. Be gentle, Tang Zheng commanded his staff. The elderly nanny and the maid cautiously supported the dazed Feifei as they ascended the stairs to the second floor. While being assisted, Feifei, still reeking of alcohol, muttered, Li, you are such a little rascal. Her words reached Tang Zheng's ears, instantly plunging him into a state of vexation. Who is this Li? What on earth happened to Feifei today? Tang Zheng's expression darkened considerably. Little Zhou, standing nearby, slowly clarified. The Li in question is the security guard from earlier. Is it him? Tang Zheng was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend why his daughter, inebriated, was cursing that young man. What could have transpired? What had that young man done to provoke Feifei? Tang Zheng asked angrily, his tone betraying his irritation, as if Li Tian had committed some grave offense against Feifei. Little Zhou then recounted the entire sequence of events to Tang Zheng. As he listened, Tang Zheng's expression shifted, particularly when he learned about the two ruffians who had harassed Fei Fei. His teeth ground together in fury, and his clenched fists seemed ready to strike. However, upon hearing that Li Tian ultimately came to Fei Fei's aid, his eyes widened in astonishment. So, this rural lad namely saved my daughter once more? Tang Zheng murmured, utterly perplexed. Little Zhou nodded slightly in affirmation. Mr. Tang, to speak candidly, that young man is quite commendable. However, judging by the young lady's demeanor, it seems. Xiao Zhou hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Tang Zheng could not help but cast a disdainful glare at Xiao Zhou. Why have your words become so hesitant? Speak freely. Upon hearing Tang Zheng's cold remark, Xiao Zhou hastily replied, regarding Mr. Tang. It appears that the young lady has developed a certain fondness for that Li Tian. What? Upon hearing this, Tang Zheng reacted as though he had been struck by a venomous serpent, nearly jumping to his feet. He exclaimed with a grim expression, how could that possibly be? Xiao Zhou's complexion turned ashen as he slowly lowered his gaze. That country lad namely, though he had saved Fei Fei. How could Fei Fei possibly harbor feelings for such a rustic? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang Zheng firmly rejected the notion. Xiao Zhou, standing nearby, remained silent. Suddenly, Tang Zheng lifted his gaze. I instructed you to expel that young man from the capital last time. Why have you yet to act? Now, Fei Fei seems to have developed a liking for that impoverished fellow. This cannot be allowed. As Tang Zheng's words resonated, Xiao Zhou gradually raised his eyes to meet Tang Zheng's gaze, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation, as if he wished to articulate something. Tang Zheng, noticing Xiao Zhou's indecision, shot him a glare. Do you have something to say? Xiao Zhou paused momentarily and nodded. Speak swiftly if you have something to say. Do not dally like a woman, for that will only incite my disdain, Tang Zheng retorted angrily. In that moment, Xiao Zhou's gaze suddenly transformed into one of determination as he lifted his head to meet Tang Zheng's eyes directly. Mr. Tang, I realize that it may be inappropriate to speak my mind, yet I feel compelled to do so. Mr. Tang, I believe that whether the young lady is enamored with a noble scion or a rustic youth, it is ultimately her own choice. Even the noble scion is not immune to moments of inferiority, while the rustic youth is not fated to remain beneath others for all eternity. Mr. Tang, have you forgotten that you, too, emerged from humble beginnings? Did you not ascend step by step in your own journey? Enough. A thunderous roar erupted from Tang Zheng's lips. Xiao Zhou immediately bowed his head in submission. Chapter 71. I am leaving. The air seemed to be thick with an explosive tension, as if it were on the verge of detonation. A silent pause stretched for approximately 2 minutes, during which Xiao Zhou dared not lift his head, standing quietly in place. Tang Zheng suddenly exhaled a sigh, his voice tinged with an air of resignation, as he slowly stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on the shoulder of the bowed Xiao Zhou. How dare you speak to me like that? If it were anyone else, I would ensure they left here sideways, Tang Zheng asserted, pressing firmly on Xiao Zhou's stoic shoulder. Xiao Zhou raised his head, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Tang, I can see that you have a favorable impression of that Li fellow. Why is that? Before Xiao Zhou could finish his thought, he was met with a frosty glare from Tang Zheng, silencing him instantly. The old adage, to serve a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger, seems to hold true at times. Tang Zheng remarked, do you know what your greatest weakness is? It's that your heart is too soft at times. However, you are correct. I, Tang Zheng, have risen step by step from the lowest ranks. Yet, I have done so through my own efforts, through the blood and sweat I have shed in the marketplace. Do you understand how much sacrifice it takes for an ordinary person to attain my position? How much blood has been spilled and how much sweat has been poured? Xiao Zhou, tell me, can that Li fellow rise to such heights? Can he ascend step by step to reach my status? If he can, I shall marry Fei Fei to him. If he cannot, he is utterly worthless. Do you truly believe that Tang Zheng would marry his daughter to such a man? After Tang Zheng's forceful words echoed, Xiao Zhou fell silent. He understood that Tang Zheng's assertions were undeniably accurate. How could a child from the countryside strive and ascend in a bustling metropolis? The sacrifices required are monumental. Over the years, Tang Zheng has battled fiercely in the commercial arena, shedding blood and sweat. Who can truly comprehend his arduous journey? At that moment, Xiao Zhou felt incapable of guaranteeing anything. Although he currently perceived Li Tian as a promising talent, what of the future? The uncertainties that lie ahead remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, he remained silent. In truth, that lad named Li has treated Fei Fei rather well. After all, he saved her this time, Tang Zheng remarked. However, regarding Feifei's affection for him. I believe it is prudent to resolve this matter swiftly. After all, Feifei is already betrothed to the Wang family. I, Tang Zheng, am not the type to break promises. This marriage contract was established 2 decades ago. If Feifei were to develop genuine feelings for that impoverished boy, it would indeed create grave complications. Therefore, while the flames have yet to ignite, it is imperative to extinguish them promptly, Tang Zheng stated. Xiao Zhou nodded quietly. Understood, Tang Zheng, he replied. Tang Zheng continued, however, let us not banish him from the city of Kyoto. That would be unfair to the young man. Here is what we'll do. Provide him with some financial support, allowing him to remain in Kyoto, but he should no longer serve as a security guard in the company. All day long, Feifei sought out a security guard. If word of this were to spread, where would I put my face? This matter is entrusted to you. Handle it expeditiously, Tang Zheng instructed Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou, feeling helpless, nodded in agreement. Understood. Each individual harbors grand ambitions, yet in this society, how many genuinely ascend from the lowest rungs through sheer effort? If you possess such keen insight, Xiao Zhou, perhaps it would indeed be for his benefit to remove him from his position as a security guard. What can one learn while standing idly by all day? Can such a life promise any future? Thus, whether it be a blessing or a curse, it is ultimately for his good. Tang Zheng's words held merit. A person stationed all day, aside from eating and sleeping, has little to gain in terms of knowledge or advancement. Though Tang Zheng spoke wisely, did he genuinely believe that Li Tian could carve out his own destiny in Kyoto City? What of his sincerity? It seems his words served merely as a comforting excuse for himself, especially considering that Li Tian had assisted Feifei while he sought to oust him from the company. The world is ever-changing, and who can truly predict what fate awaits Li Tian? Will he soar to great heights, traversing the vast land, or continue as a struggling man in a mountain village? Li Tian confided in Yu Dahai his desire to resign, for he deeply understood the purpose of his presence in Kyoto City. He had come to this bustling metropolis not for any trivial reason, but because of a promise, a lifelong commitment. I, Li Tian, am determined to grow stronger and acquire the ability to marry Situ Ning Bing, the assassin. Thus, I have ventured into the bustling metropolis, arriving here. However, can I truly become stronger as a security guard? Can I fulfill my aspirations? No. I am acutely aware that my role as a security guard stems solely from financial necessity. I was once so impoverished that even affording a meal was a challenge. Fortunately, my situation has improved. At the very least, I have a month's salary now. Although it amounts to a mere 800 yuan, it is a significant sum for me. Today, after receiving my pay, I once again conveyed my intention to resign to Yu Dahai. Before I could even wait for the CEO of the Tang Corporation to dismiss me, I took the initiative to resign myself. In the dormitory, Yu Dahai sat with a furrowed brow, smoking, alongside Xiao Zhao. Despite having spoken little to me in recent days, Xiao Zhao felt an unexpected wave of profound loss upon hearing of my resignation, as if he had lost something valuable, leaving him distressed. Sitting beside him, Xiao Zhao pinched the half-burnt cigarette between his index and middle fingers, suddenly discarding it onto the floor. He then fished out another cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, reignited it, and continued smoking. So, just like that, you're leaving? What kind of brother is that? Xiao Zhao muttered under his breath. I smiled and patted his shoulder. Xiao Zhao, even though I am no longer a security guard, I will still be in Kyoto City, right? In the future, I will come to visit you and brother you. To be honest, I, Li Tian, have never had much family. I am an orphan, and during my time in the small town of Liaocheng, I had very few friends. It was only upon arriving here that I made 2 friends, and truly, you both are my family. I will certainly return to see you. Li Tian spoke sincerely. After he finished speaking, Yu Dahai took a deep drag from his cigarette. Oh, Xiaoli, are you really determined to leave? Yu Dahai asked again, trying to persuade him. Li Tian nodded decisively without a hint of hesitation. Yu Dahai sighed, realizing that no amount of persuasion would change his mind. All right, well, they say dragons dwell in dragon palaces and phoenixes in phoenix nests. Perhaps this security job is not suited for you. You may excel in other pursuits far more than this. However, before you depart, I must remind you, in this bustling metropolis, never be overly proud. As the old saying goes, if we can endure, we shall endure. Sometimes, suffering a setback is a blessing. Moreover, we are still country folk, and in this lavish society, we are quite vulnerable. If you inadvertently offend someone, Xiaoli, that could lead to trouble. Listening to Yu Dahai's words, Li Tian sincerely nodded. Brother Yu, I will remember that. Chapter 72. I resigned long ago with a sense of resignation. Udahai took a deep drag from his cigarette and slowly sat up. Very well, I shall go speak with the section chief, he declared. After uttering these words, Udahai trudged heavily toward the chief's office, step by laborious step. Moments later, he returned. Shaoli, he began, I have communicated with the chief. He has granted approval. However, you must stay for an additional 2 days. Udahai spoke slowly, his tone measured. Li Tian was taken aback. 2 more days? He echoed. Udahai nodded affirmatively. Yes. The chief mentioned that due to a recent shortage of security personnel, should you leave now, we would be left temporarily without a replacement. Therefore, you will need to cover the shift for 2 more days. Rest assured, your salary will still be disbursed, he reassured. Upon hearing this, Li Tian consented with a nod. If he had to extend his stay by 2 more days, so be it. After all, having resigned, he was unlikely to secure another position swiftly. Rather than idly waiting outside, it would be more prudent to continue working here for a couple of days, at least earning some money in the process. Little did he know, however, that within those 2 days, unforeseen and perilous events would unfold. Due to the necessity of his temporary assignment, he was also required to return to work the following day, although his resignation had been fully sanctioned. In essence, his attendance during these 2 days was merely a matter of courtesy. While Li Tian stood guard in the parking lot, he was unexpectedly approached by Xiao Zhou, the very individual who had driven Tang Feifei home the previous night. Upon witnessing Xiao Zhou arriving in his vehicle, Li Tian was still enveloped in a sense of gloom. Pondering why this fellow, known as Zhou, had been frequently appearing in this vicinity over the past few days. What purpose did he have for coming this time? Xiao Zhou, having also spotted Li Tian, regarded him with a peculiar gaze, one that seemed to carry a hint of apology. Nevertheless, he strode purposefully towards Li Tian. Through their previous encounters, Li Tian had largely dispelled the resentment he once harbored towards Xiao Zhou. Now, as Xiao Zhou approached him and inquired, "Are you looking for me?" He stood directly in front of Li Tian. With his eyes, concealed behind glass lenses, fixated on Li Tian, he offered a slight nod. "I have something to discuss with you," Xiao Zhou said slowly. Li Tian, momentarily taken aback, asked, "What is it?" Xiao Zhou remained motionless, his words seemingly lodged in his throat, causing Li Tian to grow increasingly perplexed, internally remarking on the unusual demeanor of this individual today. Just as Li Tian was grappling with his astonishment, Xiao Zhou's icy words pierced through the air. "Li Tian, there is something I must tell you," he suddenly declared. Li Tian listened intently, maintaining a composed exterior. "You should refrain from any further contact with the young lady." The moment those words escaped Xiao Zhou's lips, they struck Li Tian like a bolt of lightning, sending a jolt through his very being. His expression shifted dramatically, and his gaze towards Xiao Zhou morphed into one of bewilderment. "What do you mean?" Li Tian, suppressing the flames of indignation within, inquired. "It is of no consequence. I am merely executing orders, and I simply wish to prevent the young lady from spending her days in the company of a mere security guard." Xiao Zhou emphasized the term security guard with palpable weight, as if fearing that Li Tian might fail to grasp its significance. Upon hearing this statement, Li Tian was confronted with a stark and blatant insult. Were others mocking him? Ridiculing him as just a security guard? His fist involuntarily clenched tightly, the joints of his fingers crackling under the strain of his exertion. "I see now, you all look down upon me, do you not?" Li Tian's eyes, suffused with rage, bore into Xiao Zhou. Xiao Zhou stood there, observing the transformation on Li Tian's face, feeling a twinge of sympathy, yet he felt powerless. He was merely a bodyguard, a man of strength, someone tasked with fulfilling the wishes of others. Thus, he refrained from further words, slowly responding, "Perhaps." "Zhou," Li Tian declared, "I am fully aware that I am but a lowly security guard, and I recognize my insignificance, especially in this vast city. However, Zhou, I must reiterate that it was not I who sought the company of your esteemed young lady, nor did I compel her to be with me. In all of this, I urge you to inquire of your young lady as to who instigated this connection. I, Li Tian, may be impoverished and destitute, yet I am still a man, one who earns his keep through his own labor. At the very least, I possess dignity." Xiao Zhou listened to Li Tian's furious outburst, remaining utterly silent, as immobile as a stone. When Li Tian's vehement words came to an end, Xiao Zhou slowly responded, "You shall not see the young lady any longer. And our young lady will not see you again either. Is that so?" "Fine, fine, fine," Li Tian gritted his teeth, suppressing an overwhelming fury as he repeated the word "fine" thrice. Moreover, effective immediately, your employment as a security guard at Tang's enterprise is hereby terminated. Xiao Shou's words pierced Li Tian's ears. Terminated today? What did that mean? The implication was glaringly evident. It was a direct dismissal of Li Tian. He stood there, feeling a chill envelop him. Suddenly, he took a bold step forward, his entire presence exuding an unprecedented pressure that bore down on Xiao Zhou's heart. Yet, Xiao Zhou remained immovable. Little did they know, Li Tian's advance was merely a step forward, and he refrained from striking out, forcefully suppressing the fury that threatened to erupt from his clenched fists. With eyes that seemed to hunger for retribution, he addressed Xiao Zhou. It appears you have conspired to expel me from here, ensuring I do not meet your young lady. Is that correct? Xiao Zhou remained silent. Haha. Li Tian suddenly laughed, yet his laughter was laced with helplessness and indignation, his facial muscles trembling with pent-up rage. Zhou, do you know? I resigned yesterday. The only reason I am still in your company today is to cover for someone. Are you aware of the substitute position? It was your despicable company that pleaded for me to remain here. Very well, if you wish for me to depart, shall I not take my leave? From this day forth, I vow that I, surnamed Li, shall never set foot in your Tang company again, lest I invoke the wrath of heaven. With these vehement words, Li Tian abruptly turned and strode away into the distance. Xiao Shou, left behind, stood in utter astonishment, completely frozen in place. His bespectacled eyes, framed by gold, brimmed with remorse and regret as he murmured, so he had already resigned. Chapter 73. Ambush. When Li Tian arrived at the dormitory, filled with boundless resentment, he found Xiao Zhou just finishing his shower, busily drying his hair with a hairdryer. Upon seeing Li Tian, he turned and greeted him. Li Zi, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be on duty? Li Tian retorted angrily. Who the hell will stand guard for them again? I'm done with this. As he shouted, he began to pack his belongings. Xiao Zhou was momentarily taken aback. Not working anymore. Li Zi, didn't you promise our section chief to cover for a couple of days? He quickly inquired. Li Tian spun around, his eyes blazing with fury, not covering for anyone. He continued, Xiao Zhou, just tell Yugo that I'm sorry. I truly can't endure this anymore. I'm leaving this wretched company right now. As he spoke, he slung his bag over his shoulder and strode purposefully towards the exit of the dormitory. Li Zi, are you really leaving? Xiao Zhou rushed over, looking at him in disbelief. Li Tian turned back to meet Xiao Zhao's gaze, placing a hand on his shoulder and nodding. Regardless of everything, meeting you all during my time as a security guard has been the happiest day since I arrived in Kyoto. After uttering these words, Li Tian said nothing more and turned towards the entrance of Tang's enterprise. Xiao Zhou stood there, mouth agape as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately, the words seemed to be lodged in his throat. He could only watch as Li Tian's figure gradually receded into the distance, making his way towards the square. Li Tian departed from the Tang Corporation, and as he resolved to step through its doors for the final time, his heart had irrevocably turned cold towards the establishment, fueled by a deep-seated animosity towards those who had belittled him. From this moment forth, Li Tian vowed never to set foot in this company again for the remainder of his days. As for the Tang family, Xiao Shou, and the influential figures lurking in the shadows who had looked down upon him, he swore that one day they would come to know the meaning of regret. He envisioned a future where those who once scorned him, a mere security guard, would be brought low before him, gazing up in reverence. With his personal oath echoing in his mind, Li Tian advanced step by step towards the exit. Unbeknownst to him, a silver-gray Buick GL8 business vehicle lingered outside the Tang Corporation. This vehicle had been stationed nearby for the past few days, yet Li Tian, in his duties, had never taken note of it. What purpose did this Buick GL8 serve? The tinted windows obscured the occupants within, but a careful glance through the glass revealed a rather unsettling scene. Inside sat 5 formidable men, their fierce countenances suggesting they were no ordinary individuals. Scarred faces, he has finally emerged. Everyone, stay alert. With a sharp voice, a man with a head full of yellow hair spoke. Adorning his ears were skull earrings, and his face bore an array of dark freckles, coupled with that wild mane of yellow hair, making him unmistakably a ruffian. He pointed a finger at Li Tian, who was stepping out of the Tang Corporation's entrance, his gaze filled with malice. Beside him stood a man known as Scarface, whose eyes were cold and wolf-like. A long, narrow scar ran from the corner of his eye down to his nose, a ghastly sight. At that moment, he too was fixated on Li Tian as he emerged from the Tang Corporation. Damn it, that bastard has finally come out, Scarface muttered. gripping a sharp wooden rake knife in his right hand. The three men behind him also held knives, their eyes locked on their target. Who were these men? What were they doing here? Could it be? Brothers, when the time comes, do not show any mercy. Young Master Wang has instructed us to thoroughly incapacitate this little brat, the yellow-haired man declared in a piercing voice. Scarface scoffed. Rest assured, when Scarface is on the job, young Master Wang can be entirely confident. Who was young Master Wang? Wang Feng. Indeed, he was the heir of the Wang family, the very same individual whom Tang Feifei had been betrothed to since childhood. It turned out that ever since Wang Feng had encountered Li Tian, he had harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate this little security guard, hastily seeking allies to deal with him. In recent days, Huang Mao, accompanied by Scarface and three other men, has been lying in wait, intent on inflicting harm upon Li Tian. Unbeknownst to Li Tian, could it be that today he is destined to encounter misfortune? As he exited the plaza of the Tang Corporation, he felt an unexpected twitch in his right eyelid. This peculiar sensation stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him, leaving him momentarily bewildered. There is an old adage, the left eye twitches for fortune, while the right eye signals disaster. Could this sudden twitch in his right eye be an omen of impending calamity? While these thoughts crossed his mind, he dismissed them casually, not allowing them to weigh heavily on his heart. Having truly departed from the Tang Corporation, Li Tian was unexpectedly engulfed by a wave of despondency. What was the source of this melancholy? Undoubtedly, it stemmed from Feifei. To be frank, during the days spent in Feifei's company, despite her occasionally fierce and willful nature, and her penchant for self-indulgence, Li Tian had developed a lingering fondness for her since their first encounter in Kyoto. Yet now, for Li Tian, these sentiments had become inconsequential. What mattered was that he would henceforth sever all ties with the affluent elite. As he stepped out onto the bustling streets, he suddenly felt an overwhelming realization. He was, in fact, nothing at all. The faces on the bustling street are unfamiliar to him. Those in tailored suits, hastily carrying leather briefcases, seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm, oblivious to his presence as they stride purposefully past. As he gazes at the incessant flow of traffic, Li Tian experiences a profound sense of disorientation for the first time. He is uncertain of his direction, unsure of where he should go, and thus he meanders aimlessly along the street. In Kyoto, he has no relatives or friends. Apart from the two security guards, Xiao Zhao and Yu Dahai, he is essentially alone. Having left the Tang Corporation, he finds himself bereft of even the most basic companionship. Where can he possibly turn now? Chapter 74. The strike. With an overwhelming sense of despondency and confusion, Li Tian walked alone along the bustling street, each step heavy with despair. Unbeknownst to him, a silver-gray Buick GL8 was trailing closely behind. After walking a short distance, he turned at the corner ahead, veering onto a less populated street. Flanked by towering residential buildings, this avenue was relatively deserted, allowing Li Tian to traverse it in solitude. As he entered this quiet thoroughfare, the Buick GL8 suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Lost in his thoughts, Li Tian was jolted by the thunderous roar of the engine behind him. Startled, he turned to look, only to be met with the terrifying sight of the vehicle barreling straight toward him. Panic surged through him, and he instinctively leaped aside. But the Buick's relentless trajectory seemed intent on colliding with him. Initially assuming it was an accident, he soon realized that the driver was indeed determined to strike him. In that moment, Li Tian's mind went blank, overwhelmed by disbelief. How could such a harrowing situation unfold? In the fleeting moment that his mind grasped the situation, a business vehicle suddenly hurtled towards him once more. Just as Li Tian braced for an imminent collision, perhaps driven by an instinct for survival, he instinctively leapt up and rolled to the side. The vehicle, narrowly avoiding a crash against the wall, screeched to a halt. At that moment, Li Tian deftly rose from the ground, his heart racing wildly, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the vehicle, still bewildered by the unfolding events. With a resounding thud, the car door swung open, and 5 men, wielding knives, sprang out with athletic grace, their malevolent gazes fixed upon him. The sight of these 5 fierce-looking assailants descending from the vehicle filled Li Tian with a sense of despair. What on earth was happening? Hey, what do you want? Who are you? Li Tian exclaimed, astonished. At the forefront stood a man with yellow hair, his freckled face twisting into a sinister grin. Kid, do you know who I am? I am the King of Hell, and today, I have come to claim your life. Kill me? Why? Li Tian stammered, retreating step by step, faced with 5 men, all armed with sharp blades, who wouldn't he be terrified. The yellow-haired man, wearing a chilling smile, advanced towards Li Tian, evidently uninterested in further dialogue. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Tian understood that if he did not flee immediately, he would likely meet his end here. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and sprinted away. "How dare you run away? Cut him down!" A furious roar erupted from the mouth of the yellow-haired man, followed by a scene reminiscent of a Hong Kong gangster film, depicting a brutal chase along a sparsely populated street. Li Tian felt a surge of fear within him as he sprinted frantically, glancing back over his shoulder. The yellow-haired man and the scar-faced thug were in hot pursuit, brandishing their knives and hurling curses. Li Tian, consumed by the instinct to survive, focused solely on fleeing. Just as he turned into another alley, he suddenly froze in shock. Before him lay a dead end, a cul-de-sac with no escape. Panic surged through Li Tian. "Damn it, keep running," he urged himself. The yellow-haired man and the scar-faced thug caught up, and upon seeing that Li Tian had run into a trap, they sneered menacingly as he gasped for breath. The yellow-haired man, alongside his knife-wielding companions, was visibly exhausted, panting heavily, yet Li Tian remained composed, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. Now, he was forced to turn and confront his pursuers. "What do you want from me?" Li Tian asked cautiously, fully aware that he had nowhere to retreat. If they intended to harm him, he would have to fight back. At that moment, all he sought was to understand who was behind this threat and their intentions. The yellow-haired man suddenly grinned maliciously. "Listen closely, kid. Before you meet your end, I want you to understand, we're here to kill you. Do you get it? Are you not quite impressive? Acting all high and mighty as a mere security guard?" When Li Tian suddenly heard these words from the yellow-haired youth, a stirring occurred within him. How familiar did this contemptuous rhetoric sound to his ears? Could it possibly be the words of that wealthy young master who had sought him out just days prior? How ridiculous. I simply cannot fathom how a wretched security guard like you could dare compete with young Master Wong for women. Have you even taken a moment to reflect upon your own worth? The yellow-haired youth unleashed a torrent of abuse. Upon hearing these words, Li Tian's mind swiftly pieced together the entire scenario. It was him, undoubtedly. It was that scoundrel named Wang Feng, the very one whom Fei Fei had mentioned. He and Fei Fei had been betrothed since childhood, and the last time Fei Fei had asked him to pose as her boyfriend. It was solely to fend off this rogue. Yet, unexpectedly, the flames of conflict had now engulfed him. This ruffian, named Wang Feng, had actually sent someone to confront him? How truly unfortunate for him. As Li Tian contemplated his predicament, he surveyed his surroundings. Today, he would have to fight. There was no escaping this confrontation. He could only charge forward. The yellow-haired youth, his face twisted in a menacing snarl, began to close in on Li Tian. "Attack him," the yellow-haired one shouted. As he witnessed the scar-faced man brandishing a machete, swinging it menacingly towards Li Tian had already made thorough preparations. He leaned aside to narrowly evade a lethal strike and swiftly turned to grasp a thick wooden stick, roughly the width of his wrist, tightly in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards a young thug, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old and was wielding a machete. It was evident that he was a mere street punk, and despite holding a sharp weapon, his eyes and youthful demeanor suggested that this was his first encounter with such violence. As Li Tian lunged forward, the youth exhibited visible fear. His machete was raised in a frenzied manner while his feet instinctively retreated. In stark contrast, Li Tian propelled himself fiercely towards him, resulting in a resounding thud. The thug's machete swung aimlessly, missing its target, while Li Tian's wooden stick struck his left cheek with force. The young man let out a piercing scream of agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his bleeding face and wailing in despair. Chapter 75. A desperate struggle. Li Tian, having just felled one adversary, found himself under assault from two other knife-wielders attacking from either side. He hastily evaded, yet was fractionally late. A blade struck his tattered travel bag on his back, momentarily stunning him and prompting him to sprint forward. Fortunately, the bag absorbed some of the impact. Otherwise, that blow could have been fatal. However, the bag was rendered useless, falling to the ground in tatters. Gripping the wooden stick tightly in his hand, Li Tian faced the four assailants. Though fear flickered in his eyes, it was eclipsed by a fierce determination to fight for his life. He understood that if he did not give his all in this moment, he might very well meet his end here, so he resolved to fight back. "Damn you, perish!" shouted one of the attackers as he lunged at Li Tian with his knife once more. Li Tian raised his wooden stick, and with a resounding clash, it met the blade. The attacker was momentarily taken aback, only to retaliate with a swift kick. Caught off guard, Li Tian was struck in the abdomen, but instinctively, his body tensed. The immense force within him rebounded from the impact. Remarkably, while Li Tian suffered no injury from the kick, the adversary was sent sprawling backward, crashing to the ground and howling in pain as he clutched his right leg. The scar-faced leader and his blonde accomplice were astonished, despite their numbers. They could not subdue this small security guard. Their frustration mounted. The scar-faced man appeared to be the leader among the group, and in that moment, he furiously swung his knife towards Li Tian. Although Li Tian attempted to retreat, the yellow-haired assailant also advanced with his weapon. Confronted by two adversaries, Li Tian found himself in a state of confusion, desperately evading their attacks. However, the scar-faced man demonstrated his prowess as a skilled fighter with a swift maneuver. He slashed diagonally, inflicting a wound across Li Tian's chest. Dressed in thin clothing, Li Tian immediately felt a searing pain radiate from his chest, and upon inspection, he noticed crimson blood beginning to flow. Fortunately, the cut was not deep, merely breaking the skin. Witnessing his own blood, Li Tian's eyes turned a fierce shade of red. "I will not back down," he bellowed, charging recklessly towards the scar-faced man, swinging his club towards the man's head. Caught off guard, the scar-faced man instinctively retreated. Yet, Li Tian abruptly pivoted and lunged at another assailant, who had been left momentarily stunned. Before the man could react, Li Tian struck him squarely on the head with his club, producing a resounding thud as the knife-wielder collapsed, blood streaming from his injury, succumbing to unconsciousness. However, Li Tian's moment of triumph was short-lived. With his back exposed to the yellow-haired thug and the scar-faced man, he was suddenly struck from behind. A sharp pain erupted across his back as the yellow-haired assailant's knife found its mark, leaving Li Tian to feel as though fire coursed through him. The scar-faced man, exuding an air of malevolence, raised his blade once more and lunged towards Li Tian's arm with a fierce strike. Li Tian endured 2 brutal blows before collapsing onto the ground with a thud. Lying there, his eyes glowed with a crimson intensity, fierce and captivating. Struggling to rise, his bloodied hand clutched tightly onto a stick, he managed to stand once more. "Damn you, why won't you die?" the scarred man roared, launching a fierce kick that sent Li Tian stumbling backward. Yet, in a surprising twist, Li Tian surged forward like a desperate tiger, fiercely embracing the scarred man. The latter was taken aback, unable to move as Li Tian held him tightly. A chilling scream erupted from the scarred man's lips as, upon closer inspection, one could see Li Tian biting down ferociously on his ear. The scarred man howled in agony, but Li Tian refused to relent. The yellow-haired thug, shocked, seized Li Tian's hair, shouting, "Let go, you bastard!" As he swung his blade towards Li Tian's shoulder, a resounding crash echoed. At that moment, Li Tian finally released his grip. The scarred man, however, fell to the ground with a blood-curdling scream, having had his ear savagely bitten off by Li Tian. The knife in the yellow-haired thug's hand shattered in an instant as a wave of unprecedented fear surged from deep within him. Gazing at the 4 individuals sprawled on the ground, one of them, a yellow-haired man with a scarred face, had his ear gruesomely bitten off by Li Tian, who now instilled a profound sense of fear in him. You bastard, you have some guts," he stammered, his pallor evident as he retreated in terror. The other 2, trembling with dread, managed to rise from the ground, hastily assisting the howling scarred man and another who had been rendered unconscious by Li Tian, slowly retreating in trepidation. Meanwhile, Li Tian, his mouth stained with blood and his visage twisted in rage, bellowed, "Come on, kill me. You cowards, come at me." His roars echoed as he stood there, drenched in blood, akin to a feral beast in the throes of fury. The yellow-haired man was not merely frightened. He was gripped by a primal terror that emanated from the depths of his being. Urgently, he gathered his companions and retreated hastily. Soon, he and his companions slipped away in disgrace. Once they had departed, Li Tian, with his bloodied club, let it fall to the ground with a clang. Suddenly, overwhelmed by his injuries and the excessive loss of blood, darkness enveloped him, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, unconscious. Chapter 76. Do not seek that security guard at this moment. A Buick GL8 business vehicle sped through the streets of Kyoto. Inside were the yellow-haired individual and the scarred-faced man, who had lost part of his ear. The anguished cries of the scarred man echoed, his ear wrapped in a handkerchief. Drenched in blood, the yellow-haired man turned to glance at the moaning scarred face and swiftly retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket, hastily dialing a number. The call was quickly answered. "Hello? Hello, young Master Wang. This is Huang Mao, the yellow-haired man said respectfully upon the connection. How did the task go? Did you manage to incapacitate that damn security guard? Came young Master Wang's inquiry. After the question, Huang Mao glanced at the scarred man beside him, stammering. We did attack him and wounded him a bit, but... Spit it out quickly. Young Master Wang barked in anger. Huang Mao hesitantly replied. But that kid bit off Scarface's ear. What? Young Master Wang's surprise was palpable. Then, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. 56 of you attacked one person, and yet he managed to bite off an ear. Are you all utterly useless? Young Master Wang suddenly unleashed a tirade of curses. Huang Mao's face turned pale. Rendered speechless. Young Master, that kid is truly not human. He is like a beast. I don't care if he's a beast or anything else. If you cannot incapacitate him, I shall ensure you are the ones who suffer. After Wang Xiao from the other end of the line ended the call abruptly. The bewildered Huang Mao remained frozen in place. At the Tang Corporation, a delicate fragrance of tulips wafted through Fei Fei's boudoir. Meanwhile, Fei Fei stood before her vanity. Adorned in a delicate pink dress, admiring her reflection. The lace-trimmed gown accentuated her soft, fair shoulders, while her long, slender legs were clad in black stockings, exuding an alluring charm. A subtle blush graced her heart-shaped face, rendering her appearance both sweet and seductive. It was evident that Fei Fei was in high spirits today. After all, she had only emerged from a drunken stupor at 11 o'clock in the morning following a night of revelry. With her head still slightly foggy, she felt somewhat revitalized after the nanny had prepared a nourishing soup for her. As Fei Fei sat in her bedroom, she reminisced about the events of the previous night. Although she had been inebriated to the point of oblivion, the memories remained vividly etched in her mind. She recalled how Li Tian had ultimately come to her rescue, and the image of them embracing lingered, causing her cheeks to flush. How could I, Tang Fei Fei, possibly embrace such a fool? It was quite absurd. As she pondered this, her face grew warmer. That big fool could be rather clever at times, knowing precisely when to come to my aid while I was intoxicated. Stupid Li Tian, I suppose you do have a conscience. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror. What could that big fool be doing now? Is he still standing guard at the office? As Fei Fei contemplated her thoughts, she grasped her Hermes handbag and opened the door, prepared to head to the office to seek out Li Tian. Unbeknownst to her, Li Tian had already been dismissed by her father's direct orders. With a flutter of excitement and anticipation in her heart, Fei Fei cheerfully descended the stairs. In the lobby, Tang was, as usual, engrossed in the morning newspaper. Dad, I'm heading out, Fei Fei called out with a smile, making her way toward the parking lot. Just as she set foot outside, her father's voice rang out behind her. Fei Fei. Tang folded the newspaper, casting a peculiar gaze at his daughter. Upon hearing her father's voice, Fei Fei swiftly turned around, her face adorned with a smile as she asked, Dad, what is the matter? Fei Fei, where are you going? To the office? She replied with a grin. However, Tang's expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness as he looked at his daughter. Why have you been going to the office so frequently these past few days? Is there someone there you are eager to see? Startled by her father's words, Fei Fei felt her cheeks flush. Dad, it's none of your concern. I'm leaving now. With that, she cheerfully resumed her path toward the parking lot. Stop. Tang's voice suddenly escalated into a furious shout. As his tone shifted from grave to a roar, Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback. She turned to face her father, noting his unusual demeanor. Dad, what is wrong? You're not allowed to go out. In a moment of exasperation, Tang Zheng exclaimed, Why? Fei Fei, suddenly resolute, gazed defiantly at her father. Fei Fei, just look at your current state. You, a distinguished young lady, spending your days mingling with mere security guards. What would they say if this got out? Moreover, you are a girl. How could you behave in such a manner? Tang Jing bellowed. Upon hearing her father's words, Fei Fei swiftly comprehended the situation. Her father undoubtedly disapproved of her seeking out Li Tian. Dad, how can you say that? What is wrong with security guards? Are they not human? Who decreed that their status is inferior? In response to Fei Fei's defense, Tang Jing's fury intensified. Nonsense. He thundered, his voice echoing with authority. Fei Fei was taken aback, unable to fathom her father's reaction. Over the years, Tang Zheng had seldom expressed anger in front of his daughter, and as the sole heiress of the Tang family, he had always cherished her, never uttering a harsh word. Yet now, he had raised his voice against Fei Fei, which deeply saddened her. I tell you, from this day forth, you are absolutely forbidden to see that security guard. Why? Fei Fei asked stubbornly, her cheeks flushed with emotion. For no other reason than that you are my daughter. Tang Jing's daughter, and she must not associate with a mere security guard, he asserted. Listening to Tang Zhang's unreasonable words, Fei Fei felt a profound sense of injustice. Dad, on what grounds do you look down upon security personnel? Although they are in your company, they are not your slaves. They earn their living through their own efforts. What is the matter with that? Furthermore, Li Tian has once saved me, so why am I not allowed to seek him out? When I say it cannot be done, it simply cannot. With a resounding thud, Tang Zhang slammed his palm onto the nearby grand mahogany table. The entire table quivered slightly from the force of his strike, unmistakably revealing his genuine anger. Chapter 77. It was him, father. You are being utterly unreasonable. Fei Fei's eyes, suffused with anger, glistened with unshed tears as she trembled with indignation. Yet, Tang Zhang maintained a frigid demeanor, his voice laden with ominous authority as he declared, "From this day forth, you are forbidden to see that security guard." His words echoed ominously in Fei Fei's ears, sending a tumultuous shock through her heart. Moreover, even if you go to the company now, you will not encounter him. Tang Zhang continued. Fei Fei was momentarily taken aback by his statement. What do you mean? She hastily inquired. Tang Zhang replied, because that young man has already been dismissed by me and is surely no longer at the company. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei was utterly stunned. Father, you. She stood there, dazed, as if struck dumb. How could he possibly take such action? How could he have terminated Li Tian's employment? The young man had committed no wrongdoing. He was merely fulfilling his duties. How could you dismiss him? Why? Why must you let him go? Fei Fei's voice rose in a frenzied roar, her eyes ablaze and brimming with tears that seemed poised to cascade down her cheeks. Tang Zhang turned away, unable to bear the sight of his distraught daughter. You will eventually understand that my actions are for your own good, he asserted. For my own good? Is this truly for my benefit? Fei Fei retorted vehemently. It appears to me that you are solely concerned with your own pride and the reputation you have cultivated over the past 20 years. You have never once considered my feelings. I despise you. Fei Fei cried out in anguish. Upon hearing her daughter boldly speak of her own father in such a manner for the first time, a surge of anger enveloped her, compelling her to rise abruptly from her seat and fix her daughter with a fierce gaze. The atmosphere between them grew increasingly volatile. At that moment, unexpectedly, Xiaozhou rushed in from outside. Upon entering and witnessing the tense exchange between the father and daughter, he momentarily hesitated, for under normal circumstances, he would never approach them at such a time. However, today, he strode boldly into their midst. Mr. Tang, there has been an incident at the company. The words tumbled from Xiaozhou's lips, leaving both Tang Zhang and Fei Fei momentarily stunned. Tang Zhang's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately inquired, what has happened? Xiaozhou replied, someone has attacked our employees. There are injuries. At this revelation, Tang Zhang's heart plummeted. Who was injured? He demanded urgently. Xiaozhou hesitated for a fleeting moment, but swiftly responded, Li Tian. The mere mention of Li Tian's name caused Fei Fei to gasp in alarm, and Tang Zhang was equally taken aback. What happened to him? Fei Fei asked in a panic. Xiaozhou hurriedly explained. Today marks Li Tian's resignation, but unfortunately, he was ambushed outside and attacked by several individuals with knives in a small alley near our company. Oh my goodness, how could this happen? Fei Fei was rendered speechless, her heart sinking at the thought. Tang Zhang's face turned pale. An ambush? Who did this? He questioned with an angry tone. Although he held a poor impression of Li Tian, it was undeniable that Li Tian had been an employee of their company until just moments ago. And now he had been attacked right outside the company's doors. We still don't know, Xiaozhou replied. Where is Li Tian now? Fei Fei suddenly cried out in desperation. He is in the hospital, Xiaozhou answered. Upon hearing this, Fei Fei rushed towards the parking lot without a second thought. Fei Fei, Tang Zhang called after his daughter, but she did not even acknowledge him. Watching his daughter disappear into the distance, Tang Zhang sighed deeply before turning to Xiaozhou, furrowing his brows. How could anyone ambush him? He is just a poor kid who has recently arrived in Kyoto. How could he have made enemies? After Tang Zhang spoke, Xiaozhou slowly replied, Mr. Tang, the young lady was here earlier, so there were some things I couldn't say. However, it's quite easy to find out who attacked Li Tian. Xiaozhou suddenly stated. Tang Zhang was taken aback. What do you mean? Just a couple of days ago, I heard that the eldest son of the Wang family, Wang Feng, specifically sought out Li Tian and nearly got into a confrontation right in front of our company, but was stopped by security, Xiaozhou explained slowly. When he heard Wang Feng's name, Tang Zhang was struck with alarm. Are you implying that Wang Feng hired someone to attack Li Tian? He asked incredulously. Xiaozhou slowly nodded. It is highly probable, Mr. Tang. If I may speak candidly, the reputation of the eldest son of the Wang family in the capital is far from commendable, to put it more bluntly. It is utterly infamous. Therefore, it is quite likely that his vendetta against Li Tian stems from the engagement with the young lady. Upon hearing Xiao Shou's words, Tang Jing's expression darkened, resembling that of a liver in hue. How could he be unaware of the rumors circulating about Wang Feng in society? However, due to his long-standing amicable relations with the Wang family, he had chosen to overlook the matter. He had thought that, as a man, youthful indiscretions were somewhat inevitable. Yet he had not anticipated Wang Feng would resort to violence against Li Tian. Infuriated, Tang Zheng remained silent. His face clouded with discontent as he paced the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. Xiao Shou, please visit the hospital and ascertain the extent of that young man's injuries. Remember, do not disclose Wang Feng's involvement to Fei Fei, should she find out. Their engagement would be irreparably jeopardized. Xiao Zhou nodded silently in acknowledgement before turning to leave. At the hospital in the capital, as Li Tian gradually opened his eyes, he was immediately struck by the pungent scent of medication. Xiaoli, Xiaoli. He heard voices calling out to him. As he slowly blinked awake, the first figure he beheld beside him was Yu Dahai, leaving him momentarily stunned. Brother Yu, Li Tian managed to utter with great effort. He slightly shifted his body but remained still, for he suddenly noticed that his form was enveloped in strips of bandages. He lay upon a hospital bed. As he carefully surveyed his surroundings, Li Tian was astounded to discover that he had found himself in a hospital. Chapter 78. Misunderstanding with astonishment and confusion. Li Tian hastily turned to Yu Dahai and inquired, Brother Yu, how did I end up here? Before him stood Yu Dahai, still clad in his unrefined security uniform, who replied with a gentle smile, Xiaoli, you are in the hospital. Rest assured. It turned out that after Li Tian had been brutally attacked by the yellow-haired thug and his scar-faced accomplice, he had fallen into unconsciousness. At that moment, a security guard from Tang Corporation was wandering nearby and stumbled upon the bloodied Li Tian. Given the widespread rumors regarding Li Tian's involvement with the young heiress, most of the security personnel recognized him. Upon realizing it was Li Tian, the guard was taken aback and hurriedly returned to Tang Corporation to summon help, fortuitously encountering Yu Dahai along the way. Upon hearing the news, Yu Dahai rushed over frantically and found Li Tian lying on the ground, drenched in blood. He was quickly transported to the hospital. Brother Yu, was it you who saved me? Li Tian attempted to move, but despite his efforts, he could not budge an inch. A security guard spotted you, and I rushed you to the hospital, Yu Dahai explained. Upon hearing this, Li Tian began to grasp the situation. Xiaoli, what exactly transpired? How did you end up in such a state? Yu Dahai queried, gazing intently at Li Tian. The memory of those scoundrels flooded back to Li Tian, causing his entire body to tremble with rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he muttered, It's nothing, brother Yu. I merely stirred up trouble with the wrong crowd. Li Tian did not articulate his thoughts clearly, yet deep within, he comprehended the true architect of the calamity that had befallen him. That scoundrel, Wang Feng, along with those few thugs. Their visages were indelibly etched in Li Tian's heart like a brand. He vowed that one day he would personally restore everything to its rightful place. Seeing that Li Tian was not inclined to converse, Yu Dahai refrained from probing further. You have lost a considerable amount of blood. The doctor advises that you should rest. Fortunately, there are no grave concerns, Yu Dahai remarked to Li Tian. Li Tian nodded in gratitude. Xiaoli, regardless of the circumstances, you must exercise caution moving forward. In this society, it is prudent for us impoverished individuals to avoid provoking others unnecessarily, Yu Dahai earnestly advised. Li Tian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, brother Yu, I am aware of how to navigate the future. By the way, Xiaoli, did you not mention that you were substituting for a couple of days at the company? Why the sudden departure? Yu Dahai inquired, puzzled. They were oblivious to the conversation between Xiao Zhou and Li Tian. Nor did they grasp the impending resignation of Li Tian orchestrated by Tang Zheng. However, Li Tian was acutely aware, his eyes brimming with boundless animosity, as he gazed at Yu Dahai and said, Brother Yu, some matters leave me no choice. You know well we are but impoverished souls, mere security guards. If someone takes a disliking to you, it is only natural for them to dismiss you. What? Has someone spoken ill of you? Yu Dahai exclaimed in astonishment. Li Tian neither confirmed nor denied the accusation. Since people do not wish for me to serve as a security guard, I shall refrain from doing so. I, Li Tian, refuse to believe that aside from this profession, I am incapable of pursuing any other path in life. Two grown men exchanged such sentiments. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Fei Fei swiftly arrived at the hospital in her sleek Lotus sports car. With a sharp screech, she halted and hurriedly dashed into the hospital. Could you please assist me in locating a patient named Li Tian? Which room is he in? Fei Fei inquired breathlessly at the front desk. The nurse at the reception glanced at Fei Fei and promptly searched the information on her computer. Patient in room 302, she replied. Upon hearing 302, Fei Fei rushed towards the designated ward, her mind overwhelmed with worry. I hope nothing has happened to Li Tian. Upon reaching room 302, Fei Fei flung the door open and immediately spotted Li Tian lying in the bed alongside Yu Dahai. Upon seeing Fei Fei approach, Yu Dahai was momentarily taken aback, then quickly rose to his feet, respectfully addressing her. Mississippi Fei Fei, however, had no time to acknowledge Yu Dahai. Her gaze fixated on Li Tian, whose wounds were heavily bandaged. Li Tian, are you all right? She asked urgently as she rushed over. To be honest, when Li Tian first laid eyes on Fei Fei, a warmth surged through his heart. Yet, recalling Xiao Zhou's words, that warmth quickly dissipated, leaving him feeling cold inside. Standing there, Yu Dahai appeared somewhat awkward. Xiaoli, I shall take my leave for now and return shortly, he said hastily, exiting the room and firmly closing the door of Ward 302 behind him. Within the room, only Li Tian and Tang Fei Fei remained. Tang Fei Fei approached Li Tian, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at him with tenderness. How did this happen? Who hurt you? Li Tian raised his cold, unyielding eyes to meet hers, remaining silent. What is wrong? Are you in pain? Fei Fei continued to inquire with genuine concern. Unexpectedly. After her words, Li Tian's tone turned frigid as he retorted, What brings Miss Tang here so suddenly? Taken aback by his response, Fei Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. I came to see you. Upon hearing from Xiao Zhou that you had been injured, I rushed over, she explained. Upon hearing Xiao Zhou's name, Li Tian felt a surge of anger. It was just moments ago that Xiao Zhou had belittled him, claiming he was merely a lowly security guard unworthy of Tang Fei Fei's friendship. Naturally, hearing Xiao Zhou's name ignited his fury. Were you hoping to see if I was dead? Li Tian continued with icy sarcasm. Fei Fei's heart sank, momentarily rendering her speechless. She had come with the intention of showing her care, yet his words cut deeply. What is wrong with you? I merely wished to check on you, Fei Fei said, her voice tinged with a sense of grievance. However, Li Tian coldly mocked, Care about me? Spare me that. Who are you? The esteemed daughter of the wealthy and powerful Tang family? Concerned for a mere impoverished security guard like myself? I am truly fortunate indeed. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Fei Fei struggled to suppress the fury rising within her. You, Li, I have come all this way to see you with great effort, and yet you fail to appreciate it. But must you speak to me in such a manner? When have I ever referred to you as a mere security guard? When have I ever claimed to be a lady of high standing? Fei Fei retorted with indignation. Chapter 79, Departure. Li Tian offered a cold chuckle and remarked, Is there any need to state the obvious? It is quite apparent. Fei Fei had originally arrived, brimming with passion, to visit Li Tian, even having engaged in her first loud argument with her father over this foolish boy. However, upon witnessing Li Tian's words, she felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears as she stood there. Miss Tang, I am but a poor man. I kindly ask that you refrain from provoking me in the future. Furthermore, please convey to your father that if I ever set foot in your Tang family enterprise again, may lightning strike me. His voice was frigid. Hearing Li Tian's words, Fei Fei was taken aback. Li Tian, regardless of how my father has treated you or what they may say, I have never spoken ill of you nor held you in contempt. If you insist on such declarations and wish for me to cease my presence, then very well. From this day forth, I, Tang Fei Fei, shall never seek you out again. With that, she abruptly turned, her body trembling slightly, and took despairing steps out of room 302. As she exited his hospital room, an inexplicable wave of profound disappointment surged within Li Tian. He understood that Fei Fei spoke the truth. She had never looked down upon him nor spoken ill of him. Yet, what could he do? After all, he was merely a lowly security guard. At present, Tang Fei Fei's father surely does not wish for his daughter to associate with someone of such humble status as a mere security guard. Therefore, rather than allowing Fei Fei to be caught in a quandary, it would be wiser for Li Tian to sever this connection decisively. Regardless of whether Fei Fei harbors resentment or misunderstanding towards him in the future, such sentiments have become inconsequential. What truly matters is that Li Tian resolutely determined to cease all encounters with Fei Fei from this day forward, at least until he attains a higher status. He will not engage with anyone from the Tang family. With an overwhelming sense of loss and anguish, Li Tian lay quietly on his hospital bed. As the sunlight streamed gently through the window, casting a warm glow upon him, he lay there still, motionless. What does Fei Fei's departure signify? It represents her heart being ruthlessly wounded for the first time by a man, accompanied by an unadulterated rejection. For a girl of such pride and strong self-esteem, this encounter may very well mark her final meeting with Li Tian. Despite having sustained several wounds, Li Tian's recovery progressed at an accelerated pace, owing to the extraordinary resilience of his body. Over the past couple of days, Yu Dahai had occasionally visited him, and Xiao Zhao also managed to drop by once. However, due to the hospital's considerable distance from the Tang Corporation, and with Yu Dahai and his colleagues needing to work, Li Tian felt immense gratitude each time they made the effort to come see him. In the span of 2 days, the pain from his bodily wounds had significantly diminished. Yet the scars remained conspicuously visible, particularly the deep scar on his back. Nevertheless, Li Tian was resolute in his decision to be discharged from the hospital. The nurses and doctors implored him to rest for an additional 2 days, suggesting that staying in the hospital for observation would be prudent to prevent infection of the wounds. However, his stubbornness prevailed, and he was discharged on the 3rd day. On the day of his departure, a fine drizzle fell from the sky. The overcast heavens resembled the countenance of a sorceress, unappealing and somber. Li Tian stood at the hospital entrance alongside Yu Dahan, who held a cigarette in his right hand while balancing Li Tian's tattered travel bag with his left. He furrowed his brow, gazing up at the descending rain. "This wretched weather," Yu Dahan muttered in discontent. Li Tian, who also clutched a cigarette, inhaled deeply. "Brother Yu, I'm leaving," he said, turning to Yu Dahan. Yu Dahan remained silent for a moment before discarding the cigarette but onto the ground, where it was swiftly extinguished upon contact with the puddles. Was all he uttered. Then placed a hand on Li Tian's shoulder. "Remember, Shaoli, the path lies beneath your own feet. How you traverse it is entirely up to you." With that, a smile broke across Li Tian's face. "Brother Yu, the kindness you have shown me in this lifetime will forever be etched in my memory." Yu Dahan waved his hand dismissively, offering a faint smile. "I am off now." After uttering a brief 3-word phrase, Li Tian took his tattered bag from Yu Dahai's hands and slung it over his shoulder, setting off into the misty rain alone. There were no words exchanged, no glances cast back. Only the silhouette of his somewhat burdened figure remained in the rain. From this moment forth, Li Tian resolved to seek his own path, vowing that he would no longer allow anyone to look down upon him. Those who once scorned him, deeming him inferior, would one day come to understand the true meaning of humiliation. The rain continued to fall, transforming from a gentle drizzle into a torrential downpour, accompanied by the crack of thunder reverberating through the sky. A sudden flash illuminated the heavens, yet Li Tian remained steadfast, carrying his bag as he trudged through the downpour. The increasing raindrops struck his handsome visage and drenched his clothing. He made no attempt to seek shelter from the rain, allowing the icy droplets to cascade over him. One by one, were there any passers-by on the empty street at this moment, they might well consider him mad, so unfazed was he by the relentless downpour. Unfortunately, the street was devoid of any human presence, save for the occasional vehicle that sped by, splashing water onto him, a fact he bore with indifference as he continued his solitary march. To where was he heading? No one could say. Perhaps even he himself was uncertain of his destination. In the vast expanse of Kyoto, where could he possibly find a place to belong? The rain persisted, and he continued to walk. After more than 2 hours of relentless rain, it gradually began to subside, yet he continued to wander aimlessly. Chapter 80. The beaten one. For over 2 hours, Li Tian wandered aimlessly, oblivious to his surroundings. As the torrential rain gradually subsided, he suddenly realized he had arrived in an entirely unfamiliar place. Soaked to the bone, he resembled a drenched duck that had just emerged from the water, attracting the amused gazes of passers-by as he meandered through the streets, seemingly oblivious to the need for shelter. The curious onlookers pointed and whispered, casting sidelong glances at Li Tian, who instinctively felt his face flush with embarrassment and hurriedly pressed forward. Despite his efforts to keep his head down, it became evident that this district was considerably more prosperous than the street where he had previously lingered near the Tang Corporation. He noted the abundance of women, each more striking than the last, standing at the brightly lit entrances of various establishments. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently wandered into the 9th district. After 2 hours of disorientation, Li Tian found himself in the most bustling and chaotic area of the entire capital, renowned for its vibrant nightlife. This district, infamous for its multitude of women, was none other than the 9th District's celebrated red light district. Here, the women exuded an alluring charm. For 300 yuan, one could indulge in a fleeting encounter, while a more luxurious experience at the establishment known as the Yuehai Club would demand a minimum of 1,000 yuan for a night's company. Having arrived in Kyoto City for less than a month, Li Tian was, of course, oblivious to the fact that these women were engaged in illicit activities, nor did he comprehend the meaning behind the delicate, flirtatious glances directed at him. After wandering around for a while, he suddenly felt that this vibrant district, known as the 9th Ward, was utterly unsuitable for him. With a meager security guard salary of merely 2,000 yuan for the entire month, even renting a modest apartment here seemed an insurmountable challenge. Consequently, Li Tian felt disheartened and resolved to turn back. Just as he was about to exit this bustling street, a cacophony of shouts erupted ahead. "Damn it, catch that bastard! Beat him!" The voice startled Li Tian, prompting him to glance over his shoulder. He beheld a bloodied man, frantically fleeing from a luxurious club, his suit in tatters. The man was racing toward Li Tian, desperation etched upon his face. Hot on his heels were 3 young men clad in black, one wielding a shattered glass bottle. Recognizing the brewing conflict, Li Tian sensed the impending danger and quickly sought refuge to the side, wishing to remain uninvolved. However, as he attempted to evade, the bloodied figure barreled straight toward him. Alarmed, Li Tian instinctively tried to retreat, but the man was too swift, seizing Li Tian's shoulders with a vice-like grip. Li Tian finally discerned the features of the man before him, who appeared to be in his early 20s. His face bore some bruises, and he reeked of alcohol, with bloodshot eyes betraying his inebriation. "Help me, help me!" the man bellowed, grasping Li Tian's shoulder. The potent scent of liquor emanating from his mouth momentarily startled Li Tian, prompting him to instinctively push the man away. "What are you doing?" Li Tian exclaimed, retreating in alarm. The seemingly intoxicated man stumbled backward and fell to the ground. At that moment, 3 menacing figures emerged from behind, ruthlessly assaulting the fallen drunkard with punches and kicks. They shouted in fury, "You bastard, still trying to flee? Seeking death. Beat him to a pulp. How dare you dine and dash at our establishment? You're asking for it." While the 3 young men rained blows upon the hapless individual, he curled up on the ground, shielding his head and wailing in agony. Meanwhile, Li Tian stood frozen in shock, finally comprehending the situation. The man in his 20s was indeed attempting to evade payment. It appeared that these 3 were likely employees of the establishment. Observing the brutal beating, Li Tian felt a pang of sympathy. Yet the ferocious demeanor of the assailants deterred him from intervening. He could only remain a bystander. After a relentless barrage, the trio eventually ceased their attack, leaving the unfortunate man in a pitiable state. "How dare you show your face in District 9 again? We will strike you every time we see you," the 3 young men declared vehemently. The man in his 20s, who had been beaten, lay on the ground in silence, not uttering a sound or a cry, merely shielding his head with his hands. Once they had vented their anger through the assault, the trio turned slightly, casting a fierce glare at Li Tian, who stood nearby. "What are you staring at?" they spat. Hearing their taunts, Li Tian, wishing to avoid confrontation, took a step back. The 3 then turned and returned to the establishment from which they had emerged, cursing as they went. After they had departed, Li Tian cautiously approached the man sprawled on the ground. "Are you all right?" he inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Truth be told, the young man had been severely battered. Blood splattered across his body, and even his suit was torn. Just as Li Tian posed his question, the man slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes meeting Li Tian's gaze. He then glanced towards the vanishing figures of his assailants, and to Li Tian's astonishment, he managed to rise from the ground. Li Tian was taken aback. He had assumed the man was in a pitiful state, yet his demeanor suggested he was remarkably unscathed. The man, bearing bruises upon his face and with traces of blood lingering at the corners of his lips, rose gracefully to his feet. With a nonchalant gesture, he brushed away the dirt that clung to his body. Then, using his blood-stained hand, he smoothed back his hair before finally fixing his gaze upon Li Tian. Li Tian furrowed his brow, pondering the man's origins. How could he still possess the composure to tidy his hair and clothing after enduring such a beating? It was just a meal, after all. Was it truly necessary to pursue someone this far? The man muttered to himself as he turned back, and after finishing his thoughts, he slowly directed his eyes towards Li Tian. At that moment, Li Tian discerned the man's features more clearly. a height of 178 centimeters, broad shoulders, and a sharply defined face adorned with a pair of piercing eyes. Yet, at this moment, those eyes were bloodshot, as though he had not slept for several days and nights. Were it not for the blood that stained his form, he would undeniably be regarded as a strikingly handsome man, exuding an extraordinary aura that Li Tian could sense the moment he stood upright. Chapter 81. Snow Sister. It is difficult to fathom that such a strikingly handsome man, exuding an extraordinary aura, would be the type to dine and dash. While Li Tian was momentarily taken aback, the man suddenly fixed his gaze upon him. "Brother, why didn't you lend me a hand earlier?" the man inquired, his voice tinged with a hint of resentment. This left Li Tian feeling quite vexed. "Help you? I don't even know you. Nor do I have any idea who you are. What assistance could I possibly offer? Besides, with the intimidating demeanor of your companions, only a fool would intervene," Li Tian retorted. The man furrowed his brows, his eyes locked on to Li Tian, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh. "You have a point. After all, I did indulge in free food in the company of women at their establishment. Suffering a beating seems justified," he lamented. Hearing this man's soliloquy, Li Tian felt a wave of frustration wash over him, thinking to himself how rare it was to encounter such a peculiar individual. Just as Li Tian was lost in his thoughts, the man turned to scrutinize him and burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Li Tian asked, his displeasure evident. "You are in a worse predicament than I am, looking like a drenched rat," the man chuckled, gesturing at Li Tian, who was indeed soaked to the skin. Li Tian, unfazed by the comment, simply turned away, lacking the inclination to engage further with a stranger encountered on the street. "Hey, brother, where are you headed?" the man called after him. The man suddenly approached and inquired, "You seem to have just arrived in Kyoto. Am I correct?" His bloodshot eyes scrutinized Li Tian. Li Tian was momentarily taken aback and turned to the man, asking, "How did you know?" The man chuckled, "You carry a tattered bag and wear rather inexpensive clothing. Anyone with a keen eye could easily deduce your situation." "Are you mocking me?" Li Tian retorted, his expression tinged with irritation. The man quickly waved his hands in denial. No, please do not misunderstand. Look at us. We are essentially in the same boat. I am not in a much better position myself. If I were to mock you, it would be akin to insulting my own dignity." Upon hearing this, Li Tian felt somewhat appeased. "My surname is Shin, and my given name is Feng. How about we become friends?" The man introduced himself, extending a polite hand. Li Tian, however, did not reciprocate the handshake and simply replied, "I am Li Tian." "Oh," Shin Feng slowly withdrew his hand. "You haven't been in Kyoto for long, have you?" he asked while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Li Tian nodded in affirmation. "Ah, this big city can be quite tough to navigate, don't you think?" Shin Feng remarked with a smile. Li Tian responded, "It's manageable, I suppose, since we've finally made a friend in each other. How about we grab a drink?" Shin Feng suggested with a grin. "A drink?" Li Tian was taken aback. "What is the matter? Are you afraid I can't afford it? Or that I might get chased again?" Shin Feng appeared utterly unconcerned about the recent altercation he had endured. Li Tian, though contemplating the situation, found himself at a loss for what to do next. After a moment of reflection, he remarked, "Very well, let us proceed." Thus, the two strangers set forth into the street together. One was drenched, resembling a drenched chicken, while the other was filthy, his suit torn asunder and his face bearing bruises, a rather comical sight for such disparate figures to be walking side by side. Yet, they remained indifferent to their appearance. As they walked, Li Tian could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What led to your confrontation with those individuals?" Upon hearing this, Shin Feng abruptly halted, fixing his gaze on Li Tian. "It's nothing. If it bothers you, I need not share," Li Tian chuckled. Surprisingly, Shin Feng opted to divulge the details. "It matters not. I had just enjoyed a bath at the Uehai Club and spent the night with one of the most exquisite women there. Upon awakening in the morning, I discovered I was devoid of money, which subsequently resulted in my being dealt with rather harshly. The notion of paying one's debts with flesh aptly describes my predicament." His nonchalant recounting of such an event left Li Tian feeling rather disheartened. He mused to himself, "This fellow is truly remarkable. How could one navigate such a scenario?" As the two continued their conversation, they traversed several blocks, arriving at the residential area of District 9. This neighborhood housed individuals from all walks of life and represented one of the more impoverished regions of the district. Along the streets, shops and stalls offered their wares, while women haggled over prices, cradling their children, a vivid portrayal of a destitute area. Indeed, This is the only impoverished district in the 9th zone. Yet it also boasts the highest foot traffic. However, one must not underestimate this place, for it is home to many remarkable individuals. Li Tian followed closely behind Shinfeng, venturing inward. As they entered, the peculiar glances from the onlookers were indescribable, while Shinfeng appeared unfazed, leading Li Tian forward with an air of nonchalance. Moreover, Shinfeng seemed quite familiar with the area, as several bare-chested men greeted him warmly. Shinfeng has returned. Hey, have you gone to see that woman from the Yuhai Club again? These individuals appeared particularly well acquainted with Shinfeng, exchanging jovial banter as they waved. Shinfeng, maintaining a smile, continued to guide Li Tian deeper into the district. Before long, they arrived at a quaint little restaurant. How about we drink here? Shinfeng suggested with a grin, gesturing toward the establishment. Li Tian glanced at the restaurant, noting its unusual tranquility. Possibly due to a lack of business or some other reason, it was rather empty at the moment. Nodding in agreement, he followed Shinfeng inside. Shuejie, I have arrived, Shinfeng called out, raising his voice as they entered the small eatery. Once inside, Li Tian observed that the restaurant was surprisingly clean. With a total of 67 tables, yet the front counter seemed devoid of patrons. Please, find a place to sit, Shinfeng instructed Li Tian. Li Tian, with an air of casual ease, chose a spot to settle down. As for Shinfeng, he strode boisterously into the restaurant, calling out, Shuejie, where are you? What is all the commotion about? Just as Shinfeng stepped inside, Li Tian was captivated by a melodious female voice that resonated through the air. Compelled by the enchanting sound, he turned his gaze to the left, where a woman emerged, a figure of exquisite charm and beauty. She was an alluring, mature woman, clad in a seemingly ordinary shirt and form-fitting jeans that accentuated her voluptuous curves to perfection. Upon closer inspection, her long, graceful neck and exquisitely refined features drew one's eye. Her cherry-red lips, naturally alluring, appeared as if dipped in dew, while a couple of strands of hair danced gently against her face, adding an irresistible allure. Her lively, intelligent eyes sparkled with a hint of wildness. At the very first glance of this woman, referred to as Mo-Jia, Li Tian was left utterly astounded by her unparalleled beauty. How could such a stunning woman exist in a place like this? Chapter 82. The beauty. What about the enchanting Shuejie who walked out? Upon seeing Li Tian, she merely cast a fleeting glance. Then, turning her head, she called out sweetly, Shinfeng, come out here. Hearing her voice, Shinfeng indeed stepped forward with a smile. Shuejie, could you prepare some snacks for us? He said, gazing at the stunning woman. The woman known as Shuejie shot Shinfeng a sharp look. You owe me over 3,000 for the restaurant, don't you? Shinfeng's brow furrowed immediately. Shuejie, my friend is here. Can we not discuss this for now? He glanced at Li Tian, who pretended not to hear and remained seated in silence. Shuejie turned to Li Tian, her voice low and filled with ire. Friends? How many of your companions are of good character? Hey, Shuejie, you don't understand. This friend is different from my previous ones. Truly, I, Shinfeng, have never misjudged a person. Just you? If you could truly read people well, I, Xia Shui, would admire you. The beauty shot Shinfeng a disdainful look. Shinfeng chuckled. Why is it that when you scold someone, you look so stunning? I wonder who is fortunate enough to marry a capable and beautiful woman like Shuejie in this lifetime. Enough with the flattery. Shuejie laughed, chiding him. Her every smile and frown was simply breathtaking. Shinfeng, still grinning, picked up a few bottles of beer from the side and made his way toward Li Tian. The beer was placed on the table as the cap was removed. Come, let us drink, he said, clinking glasses before indulging in the beer directly from the bottle. Li Tian took a gentle sip. Brother, rest assured, although I, Shinfeng, may lack wealth, no one here would dare to strike me as that fellow did earlier, so you need not worry, Shinfeng remarked with a grin directed at Li Tian. Li Tian nodded with a smile, having already discerned that Shinfeng was well established in this area, particularly in his close rapport with the proprietress. How long have you been in Kyoto? Shinfeng inquired, gazing at Li Tian. Li Tian replied candidly, not long, nearly a month. No job? Shinfeng continued to probe. Li Tian nodded. Yes, I just resigned. What are your plans moving forward? Li Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I am uncertain for now. I will take it one step at a time. Oh, I see. Come, let us have another drink, he said, raising his bottle to toast with Li Tian once more. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman who introduced herself as Xia Shui served them two small cold dishes to enjoy. Li Tian couldn't help but admire Xia Shui. thinking to himself how such beauty running a modest eatery was a true waste of talent. Isn't the proprietress lovely? Shinfeng suddenly remarked with a mischievous grin. Li Tian smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, she is beautiful. Sister Shui is truly exceptional. I assure you that throughout the entire 9th district, none can rival her beauty. Even the top beauties of the Londai nightlife cannot compare to her grace. Alas, Sister Shui prefers to remain low-key, seldom adorning herself, residing quietly in this small eatery. Were she to venture into the modeling or acting realms, those who deem themselves beautiful would surely tremble in her presence. Li Tian chuckled softly, finding himself pondering more about that enchanting Xia Shui. The evening's libations were consumed with surprising speed. The two soon finished 6 bottles of beer. Li Tian's tolerance was commendable. After 3 bottles, he felt little effect aside from a slight flush to his cheeks. In contrast, Shinfeng appeared somewhat intoxicated, having already indulged to excess before meeting Li Tian. Continuing to drink only exacerbated his inebriation, and so it was that after finishing the last of their drinks, Shinfeng began to babble incoherently, treating Li Tian as a brother in his drunken stupor. Li Tian merely responded with the occasional word, not taking the ramblings to heart. Yet, he could discern from Shun Feng's scattered words and demeanor that this lad was no ordinary individual, particularly evident in the roughness of his hands, suggesting a life of hard labor. Brother, Shinfeng, though I may seem a bit of a rogue, I assure you, I'm a good person, right? Shinfeng squinted, raising his beer bottle, slurring his words. Li Tian reached out to grasp his bottle, saying, No more drinking. You'll be completely intoxicated. It's all right. Shinfeng abruptly shook off Li Tian's grasp. His strength was indeed formidable, as even Li Tian was unable to secure his wrist. He then tilted his head back and continued to drink voraciously. After finishing, with a resounding thud, his head struck the table with a rigidity akin to wood, and he promptly lost consciousness. Gazing at the unconscious Shinfeng, Li Tian couldn't help but smile wryly. To be honest, it was the first time in his life he had encountered such an eccentric individual. First, he dined and dashed. Then he was beaten for sleeping with a woman from a club, yet this fellow complained not at all, even declaring that the beating was justified. Now, in his inebriated state, he treated Li Tian as if he were a close brother. The thought alone brought amusement to Li Tian. Just as he pondered whether Shinfeng was truly intoxicated, a melodious voice wafted into his ears. It was as if celestial music had descended, sending a shiver down his spine. He turned to see Xia Shui approaching. As her slender figure advanced with measured steps, Li Tian felt his heart race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xia Imoer gazed at Shinfeng, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrowful longing. This fellow, Xia Shui murmured softly. She then shifted her gaze to Li Tian. Are you a new friend? She inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him. Li Tian nodded in response. Yes. Xia Shui fell silent, gently nudging the slumbering Shinfeng, who lay like a dead pig beside her. She then gracefully settled onto the ground near Li Tian, reaching into her snug denim pocket to retrieve a pack of more cigarettes. Placing one between her alluring lips, she delicately searched her surroundings. Do you have a lighter? She inquired, her gaze fixed on Li Tian. Li Tian, momentarily taken aback, quickly replied, Yes. He extracted a lighter from his pocket, intending to hand it to Xia Shui. However, to his surprise, she leaned closer, still with the cigarette perched in her mouth, enveloping him in a wave of feminine fragrance. From this angle, the curvature of Xia Shui's form revealed a generous expanse of skin, ample, fair, and inviting. Li Tian inhaled sharply, hastily averting his gaze, before igniting the lighter. With a snap, the flame flickered to life, and Xia Shui inhaled deeply.